Chapter 461 Trading. Yisha took the healing potion and drank it. Looking around, what are they doing? The surroundings were very lively. But unlike the previous entertainment, it seemed that people were discussing something in groups of 3 or 4. Suddenly someone proposed to hold a trade fair. And then the trading began, taking out some unused things and exchanging them for what they wanted. That's a coincidence. Yisha suddenly stood up and jumped onto a platform. Hey, how about I take part in the trade? A flight attendant glanced at Yisha. Get off the table and don't bother us. If you want to trade, take out the things. If someone is interested, they will naturally talk to you. Yisha smiled. I think all of you will be interested. As Yisha said this, he dumped his backpack and dumped out more than 20 items, all of which fell to the ground with a clang. The flight attendant said disdainfully, You're fooling people with a bunch of garbage? Yisha, you can do it. The flight attendant picked up a knife. Then his face changed. And then he changed it to a ring. And his surprise became even stronger. Yu also walked up and took a look. And then he was also stunned. Where did you get so many things? They are all good stuff. Yisha, didn't I say that if I saw some mice, I would kill them? Yu was stunned. Apostles? Yisha nodded. Yu, are you crazy? Or am I crazy? How many apostles have you killed? Yisha spread his hands. Is it important? The important thing is whether you want these? I can't use so many things by myself. Of course I do. A flight attendant shouted. How do you plan to exchange? Or what do you need? Yisha, I said. I can't use so many things. What's the point of exchanging them for items? So, every item is exchanged for skull coins. And the price is based on the purchase price of the dining car. And all of them are increased by 30%. The attendants around couldn't help but talk about it. It must be said that this deal is really worth it. Although the price is increased by 30%. Everyone knows that there is a huge difference between buying things and selling things in the dining car. Even if it is the same item, the price is much cheaper than buying things from the dining car. Yisha spread his hands. Please take what you like. And then ask the selling price. After the price is increased by 30%. Just give me the skull coins. The proprietress did not stop this farce. Although Yisha seemed to be stealing business, the dining car did not prohibit transactions. On the contrary, it encouraged private transactions. Of course, the reason is unknown. Therefore, the boss lady was happy to help Yisha with a small favor and identify these things. Soon someone picked out an item and went to the bar, then ran back to pay for it, without any deception or lies. Because the boss lady directly announced the price to the public. Others' eyes lit up because of the price. Because they used the gold skull coin to trade, which meant that all of them were really good stuff. The attendants immediately started to pick them, and Yisha didn't even stare at them, but went back to the bar to sit down. The rules of the Doomsday train cannot be violated. As long as Yisha is not dead, they can't take anything away by force. Yu shook her head. You are crazy. I am more and more curious about what you are doing. Yisha smiled. Don't you want to pick a few things? I can only charge you 25% of the price. Yu spread her hands. I just want brain ability and props to increase or strengthen the brain. Do you have any? Yisha, mind control. Yu rolled her eyes. I already know how to do it. Yisha took out the 7-dust sword again. What about this? Yu's eyes lit up. This is good. But I don't have the money. Yisha, no money. No stuff. Yu, I'll exchange it. Hey, I remember there's a skill stored here? The lady boss nodded. Nitrogen control? Yu nodded. And the lady boss immediately turned on the tablet and showed a skill to Yisha. Nitrogen control, imagination ability can freely manipulate the nitrogen contained in the air. Attack type, condense nitrogen into a blade shape to attack within a maximum range of 75 meters. Cut objects through huge pressure. And even high-density alloy armor can be cut into pieces. Auxiliary type, use nitrogen to interfere with the airflow. And then control the flow of the airflow, creating a storm or vortex airflow to enhance the power of the nitrogen blade. Defensive type, cover the whole body with nitrogen condensed into several centimeters to form a defensive armor, which can defend in all directions at 360 degrees without dead angles. Yu, how is it? This thing is not bad. Right? Exchange it for your 7-dust sword. And by the way, I want the mind control too. Yisha, don't you know it? Yu, don't you know? Learning it again can directly upgrade the level. For example, the primary mind control can be upgraded to the intermediate level if you buy it 3 more times. It takes 9 times for the intermediate level to become the advanced level, and it is more terrifying for the advanced level to become the master level, which requires 36 purchases. The price of mind control in the dining car is 15 gold skulls. If you upgrade from advanced to master level, that is 540 gold skulls. Yisha was dumbfounded. Why don't you go and rob it? Ahem. The lady boss coughed lightly. Yisha was a little embarrassed. The people selling things were right next to him. But this price is really outrageous. Master level mind control is not worth 540 gold skull coins. It might be okay if you erase the 0. Don't think about how much you can buy with 540 gold skull coins. If the king's holy sword is in stock, you can buy a bundle. The lady boss explained. This is to prevent you from getting duplicate abilities. If you don't want to sell them, use them this way. And it's not calculated in integers. Yisha, do you mean it's not calculated in integers? Lady boss, the more you use skills and abilities, the faster they will improve. There's no fixed time because it depends on the frequency of use. But the total amount is constant. Every time you have an ability again, the total amount will decrease. Yisha suddenly realized that the frequency of promotion was reduced. Yiyu interrupted. So, if there are duplicates, use them. If there are none, forget it. Who is stupid enough to buy duplicates directly? Yisha nodded. This makes sense. Hey, Yiyu, you haven't said whether you want to do it or not. Yisha casually threw the 7-dust sword to Yiyu. It's yours. The 7-dust sword is definitely a good thing for superhumans. With the help of mind control, it can reach a distance of up to 500 meters depending on the strength of the brain. At the same time, it also has an effect similar to the Alaskan whale harpoon. When attacking, it restores brain injuries and brain fatigue, making the use of brain capabilities longer. However, it is useless to Yisha, although non-superhumans can also learn mind control. If they are not superhumans, the effect is very weak, and it is a complete waste. Chapter 462. A huge sum of money. While Yisha was talking to Yiyu, many people had come to see Yisha. They got an appraisal from the lady boss, paid the money, and took the things away. Because the lady boss was watching, everything was in accordance with the rules of Doomsday Train. There was no conflict, and everyone was happy. Yisha counted. Although he had to pay for another chance to revive, he made a lot of money this time. The number of gold skull coins in his hand had accumulated to 176. This was a huge sum of money. At the same time, Yisha also found a little surprise. 12 trials of the Undying Imagination ability. Each time you pass a trial, you will get a chance to revive your body. If you succeed in the 3rd trial, you will get hard armor. If you succeed in the 6th trial, you will get strength. If you succeed in the 9th trial, you will get frenzy. If you succeed in the 12th trial, you will get the will of an unyielding warrior. Currently, you have completed 5 12th trials. Number of resurrections, March 5th. Content of the 6th trial, passed the trial assessment. The 12 trials of the Undying have actually entered the 6th assessment. Yisha murmured, could it be that the sword also killed the 5-star diamond mutant zombie and the 5-star diamond ancient species? The 5-star diamond mutant zombie was most likely the corruption king. As for the 5-star diamond ancient species, this was really a pleasant surprise. Adding the accumulated number of ordinary zombies, Yisha successfully completed the trial. The number of resurrections was still 3 times. Of course, it was not actually calculated that way. After all, the total number of trials increased. But it was always a good thing to pass the trial. At this time, a man wearing glasses and looking to be in his 30s sat next to Yisha. Let's chat. Yisha turned his head. The other party held out his hand. Wusiki. Yisha. Wusiki, I want this cigarette. The estimated price is 35 gold skull coins. I don't have so many. Can I exchange it for something? The other party was holding an electronic cigarette. White, with gold wires at both ends. The workmanship was quite exquisite, but it looked very ordinary. Yisha was slightly surprised. He had just collected the things and left casually, and he didn't even remember taking this thing. But the price was very ambiguous. 35 gold skull coins, which was close to the standard of the items in the treasure list. Undoubtedly, just from the price, it can be known that it is definitely a good thing. Although Yisha doesn't know what the effect of this thing is. Wusiki took out a military knife. I'll exchange this with you. It's 40 gold skull coins when sold to the dining car. Although it's less than 30% of the increase. It's indeed a good thing. Yi Sha glanced at the saber and raised his eyebrows. The shape of the saber is a very famous saber. Even if you are not a military fan, many people know it. Buck Nighthawk. The style of the short-bladed saber. Pure black. Full tang handle. Flat blade. Yi Sha patted the Alaskan whale harpoon on his waist. It's a very good knife. Very beautiful. But I already have a short-bladed saber. Are two a bit redundant? Wusiki smiled. You can take a look first. If you really don't like it, forget it. Yi Sha thought about it. And then picked up the Buck Nighthawk. Name, Night Owl. Prototype, Buck Nighthawk flat blade, Buck 650 BKSTPB. Full length, 28.6 cm. Blade length, 16 cm. Thickness, 6 mm. Hardness, 5759 HRC. Handle, elastic plastic. Scabbard, nylon and engineering plastic. Night attack, at night. Release a black curtain to hide yourself and attack. The duration is 60 minutes. And the use interval is 120 minutes. Wings of dark night, in the night attack state. The black curtain can be condensed into wings for low-altitude flight, and use the wings to attack. Each time the night attack state is entered, the wings of dark night can be released for 30 minutes. Night Owl. Summon a night owl to fight for 180 minutes. After each summon, it can be summoned again after 120 minutes. After seeing the effect of the night owl, Yi Sha had to admit that something worth 40 gold skull coins could not be too bad. Whether it was the night owl itself or the weapon produced by the Doomsday train, Yi Sha was quite satisfied with the effect. However, during the period of caution, Yi Sha still took a look at the effect of the electronic cigarette that Wusiki wanted. And then his eyes lit up. The effect of that electronic cigarette was also quite outstanding. Releasing smoke with a radius of 700 meters. Covering everything. And blocking its own breath. At the same time, it could condense 3 smoke men. And when it suffered a fatal blow, it would actively help itself resist the attack. At first glance, the effect of this electronic cigarette seems inconspicuous. But if you think about it carefully, this thing is definitely a good thing to save your life. 700 meters of smoke can cover everything and facilitate escape. Especially the point of blocking breath, which can effectively avoid detection means. Moreover, 3 smoke men can be used to avoid 3 fatal attacks. Just like having 3 more lives. Of course, it is limited to use in the smoke-covered area. But in general, it is also an excellent thing. Yi Sha couldn't help but ponder. And finally pressed Night Owl, change. Recently, Yi Sha died twice in a row. And survived by relying on the 12 trials of immortality. He was a little bit depressed. But thinking calmly, Yi Sha actually didn't run away much. And he could only say that he was too unlucky recently. Secondly, thinking of escaping before fighting made Yi Sha not very satisfied. Cowardly people usually don't live long in this world. Yi Sha doesn't want to become less courageous in the future because of increasing this means. Wusiki was very satisfied and nodded and smiled at Yi Sha. Thank you. The e-cigarette that Wusiki took away was the last thing. So far, Yi Sha had sold all the things he had taken from the apostle. And it also brought Yi Sha a huge fortune. With this huge sum of money, Yi Sha can choose 1 or even 2 items from the treasure list again. At this time, the proprietress suddenly asked, "Do you want to go to the trial?" Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. And then he remembered that in the 12 trials of immortality, the 3rd, 6th, 9th, and 12th trials are special trials. And completing the trials can gain an ability or skill. The hard armor is what Yi Sha got after completing the 3rd trial. Facts have proved that the hard armor is still very useful as a defensive skill. So Yi Sha is still looking forward to the strength after the 6th trial. However, the lady boss spoke again. I think now is not a good time to complete the trial. Yi Sha thought about it and nodded. You are right. In terms of timing, the holiday period is definitely the best choice to complete the trial. But Yi Sha's current state is not suitable for completing the trial task. The broken vines of the corpse flower will take at least half a month. Or even longer to grow back. The liquid monster will recondense much faster. But it will also take 3 to 5 days. Yi Sha's 2 major combat forces cannot be used. And it is obviously unwise to complete the trial at this time. Chapter 463 It's time to appear. Then wait until the next mission is over. Yi Sha nodded. Then stood up and said goodbye to the boss lady and returned to his personal car. After returning to his personal car, Yisha entered the workshop. On a metal device, there was a Noah's steel, and lasers were constantly scanning across the Noah's steel. Yisha stood in front of the screen of the device and looked at it. Then, disappointed, nothing gained, Yisha planned to study the Noah's steel. Before leaving, he dropped the Noah's steel here for energy scanning, hoping to study the way and trajectory of the energy in the Noah's steel. But judging from the scan data, Yisha got nothing. However, the train conductor finally gave the liquid monster to Yisha, so the Noah's steel was free. So Yisha was not in a hurry and could study it slowly. But at this moment, what is that? It's so hot. Yisha suddenly jumped up, pulled something from his waist and threw it out. And then Yisha was dumbfounded. What Yisha threw out was the 2 bags of black sand he had robbed. Yisha wanted to ask the boss lady what this was, but because he was busy with the transaction, he forgot about the black sand. Yisha walked to the side of the 2 cloth bags and touched them with his fingers. The cloth bags were hot, as if they were burning. No, there was nothing wrong with the cloth bags. They were just ordinary cloth bags. The problem was the black sand inside. Yisha hesitated for a moment, picked up the 2 cloth bags from the ground, and then loosened the rope. Then Yisha saw that the originally black sand turned dark red at this moment. And then the black sand seemed to be pulled by something and flew out of the cloth bags, forming 2 sand pillars. The sand column twisted suddenly like a snake, twisting in the air, and finally rushed towards Noah's steel. The next moment, Noah's steel seemed to suck in the black sand. In almost an instant, the 2 bags of black sand disappeared. Yisha rushed to the side of the device, turned Noah's steel over and over, and then confirmed that the black sand really got into Noah's steel and disappeared. No! Yisha suddenly raised his eyebrows. This feels wrong. Yisha touched the Noah's steel and found it a little rough. After a closer look, he found that there was an extra layer of fine particles on the Noah's steel, which should be the black sand. What's going on? Yisha wondered. Absorbed? Yisha was confused now. What on earth is this Noah's steel? At the same time, considering that the Noah's steel can absorb black sand, the 2 may be related? Such speculation is not unreasonable. The apostle originally wanted to get the Noah's steel, and the black sand was snatched from the apostle. The possibility of the 2 being related is still quite high. But these are not the problems. Yisha was a little annoyed for a rare time. The key is, what is the use of this thing? The good black sand is gone, and there is no way to ask the boss lady. And the Noah's steel doesn't seem to have changed much, just getting rougher. Yisha helplessly put the Noah's steel back on the device table and planned to conduct another material scan. The next few days are real rest. Yisha actually doesn't need to rest, but he must give the corpse flower enough time to regenerate. And then, finally, he waited for the mysterious voice to prompt. The Doomsday train will arrive at the Death Playground in 5 hours. Release Mission 1. Kill 3 alien humans and collect alien human cells. Release Mission 2. Find the source of alien-human infection. Release Mission 3. Find the alien-human research report in the experimental base of Compu. You must successfully obtain 3 alien-human cells in the 3 tasks to get back on the Doomsday train. Complete 2 of the 3 tasks, and you will receive a special reward. Complete 3 of the 3 tasks, and you will receive a special reward and the right to use your own carriage. Teamworker Mission 1. Bring the alien leader Mike Widos back to the Doomsday train. Teamworker Mission 2. Stop the Special Forces team of Comp Corporation from capturing Mike Widos, and kill the leader of the Special Forces team, Black Angel Waverly, and the deputy leader, White Angel Quinn. The carriages entering the Death Playground this time are Carriage 71, Carriage 77, Carriage 121, and Carriage 150. When Yisha heard the mysterious voices prompt, he was stunned for a moment. Alien human? A guy like Gao Fei? Yisha didn't expect that this flight attendant mission was actually related to alien human. And at this moment, his door was knocked. Yisha opened the door and found the boss lady standing at the door, and then handed Yisha a stack of documents. Boss lady, here are some information for this mission. Yisha was puzzled. Give me back the information? The boss lady, the train conductor's instructions are not just for you. Maybe this mission is more difficult? Or is it special? I don't know the specific reason. Yisha nodded. Okay. I got it. Yisha took the document, sent the boss lady away, and then flipped through it. Although the destination given by the Doomsday train is the Death Playground, The real name of the destination is actually a town called Lexina. When the end of the world came, several boys and girls in the town found the crisis and escaped together. But they were not able to escape the town in the end. However, at the moment of the death, one of the boys' body changed. Perhaps, it can also be called evolution or awakening. In short, the boy became a monster like Gao Fei, gained powerful strength, but his body became closer to a zombie. Perhaps, it can also be called an organism that is closer to fighting. The boy's name is Mike Whiteos. Then it is the part of Comp Corporation. The probability of a human alien like Gao Fei appearing is extremely low, just like the superhuman. However, after Mike Whiteos became a human alien, his companions began to change one by one, and finally became human aliens. This aroused the interest of Compu. Why is the probability of Mike Whiteos and his group becoming alien humans so high? This is obviously a topic worth studying for Compu. Don't forget that Compu has been trying to use the zombie virus to create super soldiers. And alien humans are actually the perfect super soldiers in Compu's mind. Of course, Compu hopes to mass produce. And alien humans cannot replace super soldiers because the number is too small. But it must be said that this is indeed a research direction. So Compu sent a capture team and had several conflicts with Mike Whiteos. Then, it's time for the flight attendant to appear. Chapter 464 Morian. Pa! Yisha closed the file and roughly understood what was going on. Although the crew mission this time was also divided into two parts. The purpose was actually the same. Bringing Mike back meant that the special operations team of Comp Corporation had to be eliminated. The only thing that Yisha didn't quite understand was what the Death Playground meant. Yisha felt that the mysterious voices hint should not have called a town the Death Playground for no reason. Right? But this point is not stated in the information. We should know after we arrive. Right? Yisha murmured, then changed into a set of combat-appropriate clothes, checked his equipment, and left his personal compartment. After walking through the compartment aisle, Yisha entered the empty compartment. There were 3 crew members going to the Death Amusement Park this time. Coincidentally, Yisha knew one of them, but he was not familiar with him. He was Wusiki, who had traded with Yisha using Night Owl. It's fate. Wusiki smiled and said hello, it's fate. Since you can get so many things, you must be very capable. I'll rely on you to take care of me this time. Yisha nodded and didn't say much. It was just a transaction. It didn't mean that the relationship between the two was good. At best, they knew each other's names. As for the other attendant, she was a young woman, about 20 years old, petite, with a mechanical prosthesis on her left arm. She was very cold. After entering the carriage, she had no intention of talking to Yisha and Wusiki. Wusiki whispered, her name is Lin Shueme. She is a veteran among the crew members. She is one of the first few humans to become a crew member. If possible, it is best not to mess with this woman. Yisha nodded and did not say much. Non-interference is what Yisha hopes for most. 5 hours passed quickly, and the Doomsday train slowly entered the platform. This is an old platform with a strong British style, and it is still made of wood. Wusiki originally wanted to leave with Yisha, but when leaving the Doomsday train, Yisha walked faster than Lin Shueme, and then the two left from different platform exits, one on the left and one on the right. Wusiki was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and chose an exit to leave. Leaving the Doomsday train platform, Yisha looked around. The scale of this town is actually quite good, with schools, supermarkets, and even leisure and entertainment facilities such as bowling alleys and tennis courts. Of course, the high-rise buildings in big cities are not seen in small towns. The tallest building here is only 4 or 5 stories high. At the same time, the style of the town is very obvious. It is a typical pastoral style. The buildings are relatively scattered. And just looking at those buildings, there is a feeling of a slow pace of life. In fact, the old residents of this kind of town, who have lived there all their lives, probably only go to the city once or twice a year. In addition, the streets are full of zombies, both on the left and right. There are not many zombies. About a dozen of them, scattered around. There is also a zombie dog that is turned into bones in front of a store on the left of Yisha. Then, Yisha took a deep breath. It's time to find someone. The information given by the lady boss did not specify where Mike and his group were entrenched, but it was certain that they were in the town. Otherwise the Doomsday train would not have sent them here. At the same time, The data also included a map of the town. After taking a look at it, Yisha circled a few places. First, if it is a different species of human, the strength should be no problem. At least it is absolutely no problem to deal with ordinary zombies. So if you can find food and water, you can live in the town. Therefore, the first place Yisha circled was the supermarket, where you can get food and water. The second is to find a place to live according to the trajectory of life. My Dang and his group of alien humans are all high school students, aged between 15 and 16. Their life trajectories are very monotonous, although school and home are not 2 points in a straight line. In a crisis, the first thing that comes to mind should be these two places, and other entertainment venues can be ruled out. Let's look for it according to this idea first. Yisha quickly circled the location and decided on the plan. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Yisha. There are still people alive? Yisha turned around and saw a brown-haired boy standing at the street corner not far behind him. He had obvious Indian characteristics, and he looked familiar. Yisha immediately took out the information and flipped through a few pages. Then he found a photo on the profile page and asked, "Morian Tyria." The boy was surprised. "Do you know me? Are you from the town? There are not many Asians in the town. I have never seen you." "Yisha, it doesn't matter who I am. Take me to see Mike. Your friend, Mike Vitos." The boy in front of him was one of the people who escaped with Mike. According to the information, he should also be a different species of human. But Yisha was skeptical about this. Morian looked no different from a normal 15 or 16-year-old boy, and didn't look like he had mutated at all. But it was hard to say. Before Gao Fei entered the full combat state, his main feature was a cracked mouth on his face, and the degree of mutation was not obvious. Besides, Morian was wearing clothes, and perhaps the mutated body part was hidden under the clothes or pants. At the same time, when Morian heard Yisha mention Mike, he suddenly became alert, and then became extremely furious, shouting at Yisha, "I know. You are from Compu. Right?" Morian's sudden roar immediately attracted the surrounding zombies, and they moved closer to the two of them. But at this moment, Morian suddenly made a move, raised his arm, and swung it to the side. And then Morian's nails suddenly extended, directly piercing into the throat of a zombie, nailing the zombie to death. Yisha raised his eyebrows. With this move, it was certain that Morian was an alien human. Yisha walked towards Morian. "I'm not from Compu. I'm just looking for Mike," Morian said in a low voice. "Go to hell." With a low voice, Morian stretched out his finger a little forward, and the nail of his index finger grew wildly, like a sharp arrow, flying towards Yisha. Yisha immediately turned his body sideways, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and pushed Morian's nail away. When the blade collided with the nail, a dull sound was heard, and then the blade of the Alaskan whale harpoon rubbed against the nail, and then a spark was spread. Chapter 465 Alien Humans. So hard. Morian's nails are as hard as metal, and may even be harder than ordinary metal. Moreover, they are very fast. The nails suddenly stretched and then suddenly contracted, and it only took about 1 or 2 seconds. Such attacks are somewhat difficult to defend against. However, if it is only this degree, it is far worse than Gao Fei at the beginning. Yisha believes that he can easily deal with it. At this time, Morian suddenly pounced on him. His 5 fingers formed into claws, and he scratched at Yisha fiercely. This is actually another terrifying thing about the alien humans. Even mutated zombies are often stupid and not very flexible. But the alien humans do not have this problem at all. After the alien humans mutate, they will only be faster and more flexible. Yisha held the Alaskan harpoon upside down and let Morian pounce on him. At the moment of attacking, he suddenly swung the Alaskan harpoon. Clang! The Alaskan whale harpoon collided with Morian's nails, making a crisp sound. And then Yisha pulled out the night owl tied to his right thigh. Yisha quickly chopped the night owl towards Morian, and Morian reacted very quickly and immediately stepped back. Then the nails grew to about 2 meters, like a long sword, sweeping towards Yisha. Clang! Yisha counterattacked with his backhand, blocked the nails with the night owl, and then stabbed forward with the Alaskan whale harpoon. Morian could only retreat again. Yisha frowned. "Is this all you have? If you have other skills, don't hide them. Use them all." Yisha always thought that the alien humans were very strong. Of course, because Yisha had fought with Gao Fei. Even though Yisha had grown up, got the liquid monster, and had new abilities and weapons. However, if he had to fight Gao Fei again, Yi Sha still felt that it would be a fierce battle. Morian seemed to have only made his nails sharper, except for lengthening and shortening them, and he really couldn't see what was so powerful about them. At this time, Morian was also angered by Yi Sha's words, and suddenly raised his palm, with 5 fingers forward. The nails on the fingertips actually flew towards Yi Sha like arrows, and every time a nail peeled off, a new nail would grow immediately when it flew out. Yi Sha did not defend or dodge, so that the 6-flower shield emerged by itself, and tried the attack of the nails. The power was not bad. About 2 or 3 nails could shoot through a shield, but obviously this level was still not enough. Yi Sha challenged again, "Do you have any more powerful moves?" "You're welcome. Show me all of them." Morian's anger became more obvious, and he growled at Yi Sha, "Then I'll show you how I really fight, even though I hate that look." Puff, puff, puff. The moment Morian finished his words, blood holes suddenly appeared on his arms, and then nails pierced out of the blood holes one by one, covering Morian's 2 arms in the blink of an eye, making Morian's 2 arms look like 2 huge thorn balls. However, because it was a nail, the thorn ball looked a bit disgusting. Morian suddenly jumped up, directly crossed a distance of about 5 or 6 meters, and then punched down fiercely. Yi Sha dodged backwards, and Morian punched the ground. After a loud bang, a huge deep pit was hammered out of the ground. Yi Sha looked at the deep pit and murmured, "Strength, destructive power, speed, and explosive power have all been improved to a certain extent. However, if this is the combat form of the complete body, it is only at the level of gold 5 stars. Right?" Yi Sha suddenly understood why only 3 crew members participated in the mission. The evolution and mutation levels of alien humans should also have degrees, whether from the perspective of strength or appearance. Gao Fei, as an alien human, has obviously evolved more thoroughly. In the complete form, he can no longer be seen as a human. His strength is also very strong, infinitely close to the king level. Morian's level is obviously much lower. The only parts of his body that have evolved are his arms, and the evolution is relatively simple. The only weapon is his nails, and he almost retains the human form. Of course, his relative strength is far behind Gao Fei. However, the level of gold 5 stars is enough to survive in a town full of zombies. Then, the test is almost over. Yi Sha, the battle should also be over. Seeing Morian rushing towards him again, Yi Sha did not dodge at all, and punched him directly. Bang! Yi Sha's fist collided with Morian's jab, and before the 2 fists collided, Yi Sha smashed those nails to pieces with the strength of his fist alone. Then, their fists collided, and Morian screamed and quickly retreated. Yi Sha's figure flashed, and using the power of the Son of Wind, he suddenly appeared in front of Morian, raised his left palm, and swung it forward. Snake bite. Yi Sha's left arm wrapped around the phantom of the purple-scaled python, and then swung it forward violently, passing Morian's other arm, and completely shattered the nails on that arm, directly peeling off a large piece. "You lose." Yi Sha looked at Morian. "Take me to Mike." Morian showed reluctance on his face, and suddenly got up from the ground, wanting to fight again. But at this moment, Yi Sha stretched out his finger, and a blood thorn shot out from the tip of Yi Sha's finger, directly against Morian's throat. "Yi Sha, believe me, I can turn you into a corpse in half a minute. So while I'm talking nicely, you should behave better." "Goodoo." Morian moved his Adam's apple, then looked at the blood thorn and was surprised. "You are the same as us?" Yi Sha was puzzled. "Huh? Morian, I mean, your body is the same as ours?" Yi Sha thought for a while. "I guess so." Of course, Yi Sha is not an alien human. Yi Sha's ability comes from Doomsday Train. Alien humans evolve by themselves. But regarding the blood thorn, Yi Sha really doesn't know how to explain it. Otherwise, he has to explain the origin of Doomsday Train. Anyway, ordinary people can't condense blood into blood thorns. So based on this point, Yi Sha can be classified as an alien human. "Yi Sha, I repeat, I am not from Compu. Take me to see Mike." "Morian, I know you are not from Compu. But you must tell me, what do you want to do with him? Who are you?" Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. "Oh? This guy just swore that he was from Compu. How come he suddenly felt that he was not?" Chapter 466 Ranch. "Morian, if you are from Compu, why did they capture us? Your existence means that their research has been successful. And there is no need to capture us for research. Yisha suddenly realized and smiled. You are smarter than I thought. So it is easier to talk to you. Believe me, I have no ill intentions. Otherwise you would be dead. Morian, but you still have to answer my questions. Yisha took back the bloodthorn. My name is Yisha. I am here to take you away. Morian, you mean leaving? Yisha, do you plan to stay here forever? You are capable of dealing with zombies. But what about food and water? The food here will be eaten up sooner or later. Expired. Spoiled. And the water source will be polluted. Can mutant humans live without food and water? Morian, what are mutant humans? Yisha, it's humans like you and me. Also called new humans. A kind of humans that have evolved because of the zombie virus. Oh. Morian nodded. They just evolved and mutated. They didn't know their physical condition. But they didn't care much about the name. He said directly, you are right. We are already discussing leaving the town. Yisha smiled. Destination? Morian, in the city. About 70 kilometers away from here. Yisha, so? There is no food and water in the city? You go to the next city? You must understand that you can never go against time. No matter where you go, the food will expire and spoil. Morian showed some fear. Although the constant battles with zombies made the young boy grow up a lot. Experience is not something that can be gained by fighting alone. For example, there are human camps of survivors in many places. The surviving humans in the camps also look for food. But they are more likely to look for seeds, and then look for uncontaminated land to plant. At the same time, they will also look for uninfected livestock, and then carefully isolate and raise them for reproduction. This is the long-term plan for survival. If you only rely on looking for food left before the end of the world, you will starve to death sooner or later. Simply put, to survive, without relying on the Doomsday train, everything must be torn down and rebuilt, rather than relying on the past. Yisha, I will take you to a place where there are humans like us, and you don't have to worry about food and water. If he could directly abduct people back, Yisha would not want to use violent means. After all, the latter is too troublesome. Morian was still quite vigilant. Looking at Yisha, why should I believe you? Because this is hope. Yisha, believe me. You may get hope. If you don't believe me, you can only fall into hell forever. So, if you are a smart person, you should take a gamble. And Morian hesitated for a while. Then, I can take you back. This matter needs to be discussed by everyone. I can't promise you anything. Yisha nodded. Okay. Anyway, Morian is not the person Yisha wants to take back. Anyway, find Mike first. Let's go. Morian stopped talking nonsense and picked up a bag from the street. It contained some canned food, compressed biscuits, and 2 bottles of cocoa. The shelf life of this stuff was relatively long. Obviously, Morian ran out to find food. As the two walked, they killed the zombies at will. At the same time, Yisha kept chatting with Morian, trying to get more information. After a while, Yisha was surprised. You have 21 people? Yisha remembered that the information said there were 6 people in total, including Mike, who were very good classmates and friends in school. After the end of the world, they gathered together. How could there be so many more people? Yisha, all evolved and mutated? Morian nodded, however. Some of them can't fight. Not very strong. Yisha, for example? Morian, like Rayla, who can secrete venom from her body. But it can't kill zombies at all. The toxicity is very weak. Yisha asked carefully and finally understood that these people were gathered together later. And the main fighting force was the original 6 people. After gathering people, these 6 people were the core to protect others. Yisha, are you the only ones in the town? Morian, not sure. Maybe there are some. Maybe not. Anyway, we rescued them when we met them. And some were captured by Compu. Yisha remembered the mission of the ordinary carriage, which seemed to be to kill the cells of the alien humans. If you think about it this way, the number of alien humans should be quite large. But isn't it said that the number of alien humans is rare? How come there are so many? This is Yisha's doubt. And it is also Compu's. So, instead of studying alien humans, what Compu really wants to study is why this town can produce so many alien humans. As he spoke, Morian led Yisha through the streets. Soon, the surrounding buildings gradually became fewer and fewer. They were about to leave the town. Or in other words, the suburbs close to the town. Then, Morian took Yisha to a ranch. Yisha, is this your base camp? Morian nodded. This is Mike's father's ranch. It is large enough and far away from the town. There are few zombies around, which is quite suitable for hiding. As Morian spoke, he led Yisha into the ranch and came to a 3-story wooden house. Just as Morian was about to knock on the door, Yisha suddenly reached out and stopped Morian. Morian was puzzled. What's wrong? The smell of blood. Yisha reached out and wiped the gap in the door, and a deep red appeared on his fingertips. Then Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon. I have a bad feeling. Morian was nervous. Nothing will happen. Right? Mike is very strong. As Morian spoke, he knocked on the door with his fist. But after only one hit, the wooden door creaked open. Yisha motioned Morian to follow him, and then slowly walked into the room. Behind the main door was the living room. And then Yisha saw a girl of about 12 or 13 lying on the coffee table next to the sofa, covered in blood, with a sharp iron pipe stuck in her back. Nana. Morian's eyes suddenly turned red, and he rushed over to turn the girl's body over. Hey, Nana, wake up. Are you okay? Dead. Yisha, it's in the heart. She can't survive. And don't shout. The enemy may not have left yet. Morian immediately shut up, while Yisha was observing the bloodstains on the ground. There was only one body in the living room, but the bloodstains obviously did not belong to the girl alone. There were about 5 or 6 pools of bloodstains in the living room, and there were no traces of blood between them, and they were not connected. So it was impossible that they were left by the girl moving after being injured. Besides, the girl was fatally hit by a single blow, which penetrated her heart directly from behind. She died instantly without any other injuries. Chapter 467 The Watcher. Yisha slowly moved forward, then pushed open the doors around the living room. Apart from the bloodstains, no bodies were found. Yisha pointed upwards at Morian, indicating that he should go upstairs, while Yisha also put on the starry goggles. There was no red shadow on the starry goggles, which meant that the enemy might have left, which made Yisha slightly relieved. But he was still cautious and walked up the stairs slowly. After walking around the house, he found a total of 5 bodies, and apart from the bodies and bloodstains, no one else was found. Comp. Morian shouted angrily. It must be Comp's people who did it. The others must have been captured. This speculation is normal. Comp has been capturing alien humans for research, and there are currently 3 groups of people in the town. The first group is the alien humans. The second group is Comp, and the third group is the surviving humans on the Doomsday train. The possibility of killing each other is of course ruled out, and the surviving humans are naturally enemies in order to obtain the cells of the alien humans. But if you want the cells, just kill them directly. There is no need to capture them, Morian said angrily. I'm going to save people. Yisha grabbed him and said, sit down first. First, do you know where to save them? Morian looked embarrassed. They appeared about half a month ago and have been wandering around the town. I don't know where they are. Yisha, so, where are you going to save them? Secondly, you can't save people. If I'm not mistaken, the number of the enemy is no more than 3. Morian was surprised. How is it possible? There are only 3 people? MacDonald is very strong, and there are Gerald and Tynes. The 3 of them can't be easily defeated. Yisha stood up, but that's the fact. There were no shells or bullet holes in the room. The other party did not use firearms, and almost all of them were close combat. The 5 bodies died in different ways, but they were all killed by attacking with objects already in the room. The other party probably did not intend to kill people. The 5 deaths were mostly due to mistakes. Therefore, Yisha concluded that the other party was probably only 1 person. No more than 3 at most. Moreover, there were no signs of large-scale fighting, and not many places were destroyed, which meant that the other party had overwhelming strength and quickly subdued all the alien humans. Yisha pinched his nose and whispered, so, before completing the first crew mission, do I have to complete the second one first? The second crew mission is to prevent Compu from taking Mike away, and at the same time, to kill a leader and a deputy captain of the other side. The missions of Doomsday Train are indeed not issued casually. It seems impossible to skip the second mission now. Let's go! Yisha thought for a while. There is no point in staying here. Morian, where to go? Yisha, to find the people from Compu. To save people. We also need to know where their base is. Right? If they are still wandering around the town, Maybe we can catch one or two and interrogate them. Morian nodded immediately. Okay. After leaving the house, the two planned to leave the ranch. But at this moment, a red shadow suddenly flashed in Yisha's Shinga goggles, and it was in human form. Yisha was stunned, then said to Morian, "Stay here. Don't go anywhere before I come back." Yisha shouted as he quickly rushed forward. The red shadow was extremely alert and judged that Yisha was coming towards him, so he turned around and ran. Yisha guessed that the other party should be someone from Compu Company. The reason was surveillance. He was probably not sure whether all the alien humans he had captured were captured. So he deliberately left someone to watch and see if any other alien humans came back. After running out of the building complex, there was a large open pasture. Yisha finally saw the other party clearly. A man in his 30s, wearing camouflage combat uniform, ran wildly. Yisha sneered, stretched out his hand, and bent his 5 fingers slightly. Capture the dragon and release the crane. Capture the dragon in one move. The other party felt a suction force suddenly appear inexplicably, and then the whole person flew backwards and was sucked by Yisha. Yisha grabbed the back of the other party's neck and looked at the other party's chest. It turned out to be a member of Compu Company. The metal on his chest was the logo of Compu Company. However, it was a bit strange that the other party was wearing the company logo of Compu Company. Not one of the 3 dragon teams, Tianlong, Menglong and Xiaolong, all had their own unique logos. At this point, Yisha also remembered that in the mission content, the Compu Company's team seemed to be called a Special Operations Team. However, what is this Special Operations Team? The elite armed force of the Compu Company that Yisha knew was the Sanlong team. Where did this Special Operations Team come from? At the same time, after the man was grabbed by Yisha's neck, he turned around and elbowed him, and hit Yisha's head. Feeling the strong wind coming, Yisha suddenly raised his palm and caught the opponent's elbow. Then he raised his eyebrows. This guy's strength is actually quite good. With Yisha's current physical condition, the opponent's strength could pose a slight threat to him, which meant that he was definitely not a normal human being. After Yisha received the opponent's elbow attack, he twisted his body and escaped from Yisha's palm. With a low roar, he turned around and kicked directly at Yisha's head. Bang! Yisha casually raised his left arm and blocked the opponent's calf. The next moment, puff! A bloodthorn suddenly grew on the back of Yisha's hand, which directly pierced the opponent's calf. The man screamed and fell to the ground, squirming his body backwards. Yisha sneered and strode forward. At this moment, a saber suddenly slipped from the man's sleeve and was thrown towards Yisha. Yisha raised his right hand fiercely, clamped the saber, and looked down at the other party. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. Ah! The man suddenly growled, and his left arm suddenly swelled up. His muscles squirmed, and tumors bulged one by one, becoming extremely thick, and at the same time tearing his clothes. Clear suture lines can be seen on the man's shoulder. It is obvious that the arm was transplanted from a zombie. Yisha was surprised. A member of the Raptors? With a cart jump, the man suddenly jumped up from the ground, then raised his hand and punched Yisha. Bang! Yisha raised his palm to block it. Feeling the huge force coming, Yisha's feet left mud marks on the ground and slid back. After stabilizing his body, Yisha looked at his slightly sore palm. Compared with before, the strength of the arm has obviously increased exponentially. But, Yisha said coldly, it's not enough. Chapter 468 Interrogation. Yisha watched the other party rushing at him again, and dodged to the side with his toes. Then suddenly pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it hard at the other party's arm. Puff! A burst of blood splashed, and the Alaskan whale harpoon directly pierced the back of the other party's hand. At this moment, Yisha also pulled out the king's holy sword and chopped it down fiercely at the other party's shoulder. Puff! The second muffled sound of the sword blade entering the flesh suddenly sounded, and along the suture line on the other party's shoulder, Yisha cut off the other party's arm with one sword. The arm fell to the ground. The tumor shrank rapidly, and the muscles continued to shrink. After a while, the whole arm became extremely thin and completely bloodless. Ah! The man screamed, covering the bleeding wound, and retreated continuously. Yisha stepped forward and kicked the other person in the chest, knocking him to the ground, and then placed the king's holy sword on his neck. I don't want to talk nonsense. If you want to suffer less, you'd better answer my questions honestly. Yisha, well, Now it's time for the Q&A session. Let me ask you a simple question. You are from Compu, right? The man was lying on the ground, squirming, but he said nothing. Suddenly, Yisha's wrist trembled, and the king's holy sword swept across the opponent's thigh, directly cutting off a piece of flesh. Ah! The man screamed miserably again. Yisha, believe me, I don't know what compassion is. If you don't behave, the only way I can do is to cut off your flesh piece by piece. As Yisha spoke, regardless of whether the other party had the intention to speak, the king's holy sword slashed again, cutting off a piece of flesh from the other party's arm. I forgot to tell you, Yisha, I have only 3 seconds of patience for each question. So 3 seconds of one sword, including the time I speak. As Yisha spoke, he did not give the other party a chance to answer, and slashed again with the sword, cutting off the third piece of flesh from the other party's body. I say, the man yelled, I am from Compu Company, affiliated with the 2nd Special Operations Team. Yisha, what is the Special Warfare Team? Is it stronger than the 3 dragons? Man, it is a new team selected from the elites of the 3 dragons. It was officially established 3 months ago. Elites in the 3 dragons? You count as one? Yisha said sarcastically and continued, what are you doing here? Did you catch the aliens here? Man sweating coldly, we caught them. I was ordered to stay and continue to monitor this area. If there are any aliens who have escaped, report them. Yisha nodded, which was similar to what he guessed, and then asked, the last question, where did you take the person? The man was about to speak, but Yisha suddenly stabbed the king's holy sword directly into the other's thigh, slowly stirring it. And then the screams rang out again. Yisha, I don't want to hear the 3 words I don't know as an answer. The man gritted his teeth. East. The playground. Yisha was stunned for a moment. There really is an amusement park? In the hint given by Doomsday Train, the name of this town is not the original name, but Death Playground. Now it seems that Doomsday Train did not give the name casually. Yisha continued, be more specific. The man gritted his teeth. There is a hidden base in the playground. After we capture them, we will first send the alien humans there to be detained. Later, there will be planes to transport them. Moreover, studies have shown that the probability of alien humans appearing here is frequent, which may be related to the environment. Therefore, scientists will be transported here to study the environment of the town. Yisha, sent to that amusement park as well? The man nodded. Puff. Yisha drew out the king's holy sword, and then swung it forward, and then the blade cut the opponent's neck. Sorry, Yisha, I only said that if you answer the questions honestly, you can suffer less. But I didn't say I won't kill you. You killed a member of the Special Operations Team of Compu Company. The cumulative number, 1. Yisha turned and left, returning to the previous house. Morian stood by the door, anxiously. How is it? Yisha, I found out. Is there an amusement park in your town? Morian was stunned. Yes. It's in the east of the town. A businessman wanted to turn this place into a resort, so he built that amusement park and built rafting, bungee jumping, and other entertainment facilities in the stream not far from the town. Yisha, are there any famous attractions nearby? Morian shook his head. Absolutely not. Yisha grinned. It must be a trick played by Compu, buying land in the name of building a resort, and then secretly building a base in the amusement park. Yisha, there is a base of Compu in that amusement park. If you want to save them, lead the way. Morian nodded immediately. Okay. Morian took Yisha out of the ranch, saying, there is a car in the ranch. We can drive back. Yisha nodded, then followed Morian into an old muscle car, and then Morian drove towards the town. Yisha leaned back in his chair and sorted out the information he had. This mission did not have too many twists and turns. With the information provided by the boss lady, everything was relatively clear. Basically, McDonald and his group survived the apocalypse, and Compu sent people to capture them. Considering the name of the Death Playground, the main battlefield should be the playground. Moreover, Yisha felt that one of his previous speculations was wrong. The cells of alien humans are probably not obtained from alien humans. After all, if there are 3 copies of the surviving humans in several carriages, there are more than 20 alien humans, which is not enough. This is not a death carriage battle, and more than half of the people must be eliminated. So, the real method for this mission is probably to sneak into the base of Compu in the amusement park and directly steal or seize the human cells that Compu has already refined. Especially when Yi Sha remembered that one of the missions was to find a report on human heterogeneity research. It must be related to Compu's research. Otherwise, where would he get the report? Of course, this mission has little to do with Yi Sha. If it's convenient, Yi Sha can also get a few bottles back. It doesn't matter if he can't get them. Anyway, he doesn't like them, and it won't affect his mission. But at this moment, Yi Sha's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and he suddenly pressed the steering wheel, and then stepped on the brake from the passenger seat. Morian's head almost hit the steering wheel, and then he was angry. What's wrong? Chapter 469 Enemy Attack. Yi Sha, there are people. 3. Yi Sha did not take off his Xingyu goggles, and could clearly see 3 red shadows at this time. One red shadow hid in an alley on one side. One red shadow hid behind an abandoned car. And one red shadow hid on the roof of a 2-story building. From their posture and position, it can be seen that the 3 people were in ambush. After stopping the car, Yi Sha opened the door and got out. I give you 2 choices. Either get out now, or I kill you. Night had fallen, and the surroundings were quiet. But the 3 red shadows did not move. You won't come out? Yi Sha snorted coldly. Then I'll help you. Yi Sha pulled out a crystal bar from the red flame bomb on his waist, and then threw it forward with force. Red flame bombs are no longer a rare commodity. With more and more trained platforms, people are getting richer and richer. Many people carry enhanced grenades, like red flame bombs. So, when the crystal bar of the red flame bomb was thrown out, the man hiding in the alley immediately ran to the side, because he recognized it. Boom! The next moment, an explosion sounded suddenly, and flames surged. The other 2 red shadows also moved quickly. Yi Sha looked up at the roof on the side and shouted to the car, "Get out! Now!" Morian quickly opened the door and rushed out. At this time, a grenade fell from the direction of the roof, directly blowing the car shell up. And then only a bare base was left burning there. Asshole! Morian cursed, and the nails on his hands suddenly grew longer, and then flew towards the roof. The other party was not angry but happy, and said happily, "It turns out to be an alien human. We caught a big fish." Yi Sha said indifferently, "It turns out to be the surviving human of the Doomsday train. I will give you another chance. It's not too late to get out now." A strong man came from the street in front, holding a machine gun in his hand and a cigar in his mouth. Looking at Yi Sha, "Boy, you should be from another car? Yi Sha, it's none of your business." The strong man snorted coldly, "You are too arrogant. Or do you have no brains? Now it's 3-1. We should give you a chance. Leave the alien human, and you can go." "Who?" Yi Sha exhaled. "There is a road to heaven. If you don't take it, then..." Suddenly, Yi Sha's figure flashed, and in an instant, he closed the distance of more than 10 meters, and came directly to the strong man. Yi Sha drew out the king's holy sword, and the golden light made the night brighter. Yi Sha continued then, "I will send you to hell." The king's holy sword slashed forward, and the strong man was first shocked by Yi Sha's speed, but he also reacted well, quickly came to his senses, and shouted, "Stone skin!" A light brown luster appeared on the sturdy man's body. The next moment, Yi Sha's king's holy sword chopped down. With a shake of his wrist, Yi Sha felt as if he had chopped down a huge rock. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. "Defense skills?" The sturdy man sneered and suddenly jumped back. At the same time, he raised his machine gun and pulled the trigger towards Yi Sha. Thump, 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 thump. The crisp sound of the gunshot was particularly clear in the dark night. The bullets kept moving forward and fell on Yi Sha's body. Yi Sha did not move, neither dodging nor evading. And then the 6-flower shield emerged automatically to protect its master, helping Yi Sha to block all the bullets. The sturdy man did not show any surprise, since they all got off the Doomsday train. It was normal for him to be able to do this. "Let's see how long you can block it," the sturdy man growled, fired the machine gun's ammunition belt, and then quickly replaced it with a new one. The speed was extremely fast, as if he had the skill to increase the speed of changing bullets. It took only half a second to install the ammunition belt. However, in just half a second, Yi Sha's figure suddenly disappeared. "Stone skin, right?" Yi Sha's voice came from behind the sturdy man. "It should only defend the surface, right?" The sturdy man turned around and saw Yi Sha appear behind him. The next moment, Yisha punched out. Explosive force. Yisha punched the opponent's lower abdomen. The sturdy man did not feel much impact, and was about to taunt him, but suddenly felt that his internal organs suddenly churned. And then he opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face as pale as gold paper. Snake bite. Then, Yisha did not give the other party a chance to breathe. He stretched out his left arm, and the shadow of the purple-scaled python appeared. He directly pinched the other party's neck and lifted the strongman into the air. Let him go. At this time, a scolding voice came from behind Yisha. It was the man who had previously dodged the red flame bomb and came back to kill him. Yisha looked back and smiled grimly. Let him go? Of course. Crack. Yisha pinched the strong man's neck with force and broke it directly. Then threw the body towards the other party and threw it at the other party's feet. Yisha, as you wish. I let him go. The man looked at his companion's body with his eyes wide open, looking like he was unwilling to die. He was furious and rushed towards Yisha. The man had a bunch of fist blades in his hands, purple and emitting a faint light. He rushed to Yisha and punched him. Yisha's figure swayed, dodging the attack, and directly reached out to grab the opponent's wrist. But at this moment, pile driving, the opponent shouted softly, and the blade on the tip of the fist suddenly shot up and stabbed forward. Yisha reacted very quickly turned his body, and quickly dodged, and the two of them distanced themselves again. Yisha reached out and touched his face. His palm was full of blood, and his left face was cut open. At the same time, the opponent rushed over again, swinging the fist blade and hitting again. Boom! The blade stretched out again, and after being dodged by Yisha, it hit the ground with one blow, and the ground was directly shattered. Yisha narrowed his eyes. The fist blade seemed to be a good thing. The blade thorn was not simply extended, but used the principle of a pile driver. The explosive ejection in an instant could double the power. At this time, the man suddenly took out a can from the waist bag behind his waist, poured out two things, and threw them into his mouth. Yisha was puzzled. Chewing gum? The other party sneered. Sweet stimulant. Suddenly, the man bent over. A whimpering roar sounded in his throat, and then his muscles swelled up, and the whole person began to become irritable. Go to hell! The other party roared and rushed towards Yisha again. Speed, strength, explosive power, all have increased significantly. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth and murmured, so it's this ability. Chapter 470 Destruction. Yisha knew the ability used by the other party. Sweet stimulant. As the name suggests, this ability, as long as you eat any sweet food, you can convert the sugar contained in it into ingredients similar to stimulants to improve your strength in a short period of time. Of course, everyone knows that stimulants will overconsume potential. Sweet stimulants can only convert sugar into stimulants, and there are still sequelae. Moreover, in the case of both having sequelae, the effect of sweet stimulants is actually not as good as the increase in adrenaline. So Yisha knows this ability because he has seen it, but he has no interest in it at all. The reason is too weak. Seeing the opponent raise his fist to attack again, both the speed and strength of the fist were significantly improved compared to before. But Yisha still did not dodge or evade. Hard armor. When the fist blade pierced in front of Yisha, a dragon scale-like scale pattern quickly appeared on Yisha's body. With a bang, the opponent's fist blade pierced Yisha's body, just like piercing a piece of iron plate, and it actually made a metallic vibration sound. Yisha raised his fist. Bite your teeth. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Bang! The moment Yisha finished speaking, he punched the opponent in the face, and then knocked him away with one punch, sliding back more than 10 meters along the ground. Yisha walked towards the opponent. Remember, this is called a fist. This was a pure physical crushing. Even if the opponent used sweet stimulants and his physical fitness had improved to a certain extent, he still couldn't catch up with Yisha's physical fitness. Coming to the opponent, watching him trying to get up, Yisha kicked him in the chest, knocking him back to the ground. Yisha half-crouched, grabbed the opponent's hair. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want to get out. The opponent panted loudly, but didn't answer. Ah! At this moment, Morian's scream suddenly came from behind Yisha. Yisha looked back and saw that Morian was knocked to the ground by the last person on the other side. A shocking wound appeared on his right arm, spreading from the shoulder to the forearm, and blood kept flowing. The nails on the fingertips were also completely cut off by the opponent at this moment. Go to hell. At this time, the man in front of Yisha suddenly stood up, roared fiercely, and thrust forward with his fist blade. Yisha suddenly came to his senses and pressed forward with his palm. Puff! The front end of the fist blade pierced into Yisha's palm, piercing through Yisha's left palm. The opponent wanted to pierce Yisha's heart, but Yisha's palm was like a pair of pliers, holding the fist blade tightly, making him unable to move at all. Tick! Tick! Blood kept dripping from Yisha's palm. Yisha said coldly, "You cut off your last chance to live, because you angered me." Puff! Yisha's right hand suddenly pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it into the opponent's neck, as fast as lightning. The man didn't see how Yisha made the move. He just felt a chill on his neck. And then a faint pain came, and his consciousness slowly disappeared. Plop! The man fell to the ground, eyes wide open. Like his companions, he died with his eyes wide open. Yisha did not delay, nor did he care much about the injury on his left palm, because he now had the primary regeneration ability due to the macrophagy. If it was a serious injury, the primary regeneration ability would naturally be of little use. But this level of injury, using the primary regeneration ability, can be healed in about half an hour. Leaving the corpse behind, Yisha ran towards Morian without hesitation. And the moment the other party raised his sword to stab Morian, clang! The king's holy sword suddenly stretched out and blocked the opponent's weapon. Get out of my way! Yisha quickly raised his palm and pressed it. Shock wave! The invisible force surged forward, hitting the opponent's chest and sending him flying. Yisha pulled Morian up from the ground. Are you okay? Morian gritted his teeth. I won't die. Yisha nodded. He still had to rely on Morian to find the mission target Mike. How could he let him die here? So, Yisha glanced at the other party coldly. Just die. The night wind blew, and Yisha's body shook for a moment, then disappeared without a trace. He rushed forward like a ghost, rushed directly to the opponent, and slashed down fiercely with a sword. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly sounded, and the opponent gritted his teeth and held up the sword to block Yisha's attack. But at this moment, puff! 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 Dense blood thorns suddenly appeared on Yisha's chest, and stabbed forward, piercing through the opponent's body with one blow, leaving more than a dozen blood holes. Ugh! The other party groaned, coughed up blood, looked at his chest in disbelief, and then slowly limp, finally lying on the ground, completely turned into a corpse. Yisha walked back to Morian. Let's go. Everything is solved. Morian followed Yisha. Who are these guys? Yisha, they are from the same place as me, but they plan to harm you. The reason, it's similar to Compu. They are very interested in the mutations in you and want to do research. Morian was silent for a moment. Are you really here to help us? Yisha, you can believe it or not. I can't prove it anyway. At least Compu wants to catch you. They want to kill you, and I am protecting you. Morian was silent again, then nodded. With Yisha's strength, it would be very easy to kill or capture Morian. But Yisha didn't do it, which allowed Morian to build some trust in Yisha. Yisha, hurry up. Getting to the amusement park is the most important thing right now. The appearance of the surviving human sounded the alarm for Yisha. What is the easiest way to get the alien human cells? Just find the alien human and kill him. Then draw blood. This means that carrying Morian is like carrying a time bomb. Yisha believes that if he encounters other surviving humans, the other party will still take action. After all, this is directly related to their mission. Fortunately, it is already night. Although zombies are not nocturnal creatures and appear during the day, for some reason, zombies are indeed denser at night. Zombie tides and zombie groups often appear at night. Everyone has experienced the Doomsday train platform many times and has gained experience. So usually they choose to find buildings to hide at night instead of wandering around. After finding a new car, Morian continued to drive eastward. Soon, a large-scale amusement park appeared in front of the two. Chapter 471 Night Battle. This is a large-scale amusement park. It is a bit incredible to see it in such a small town. After all, the flow of people in a small town is limited, and it is a losing business no matter how you think about it. However, Comp has a lot of money, and it is worth it to maintain an amusement park to cover up the location of the base. Morian, the amusement park is very large. Where is the specific location of the base? Yisha smiled bitterly. I didn't ask. Yisha didn't expect that the amusement park would be so large. He thought he could easily find it after arriving at the amusement park. Morian, what should we do now? Yisha sighed. Let's scout first. While Yisha was speaking, he took out the Nighthawk. And then a black curtain quickly emerged from the blade, covering Yisha's whole body. Slowly, the black curtain condensed and took shape, and soon formed a big black bird. Night Owl. Summon a Night Owl to fight, which lasts for 180 minutes. After each summon, it can be summoned again after an interval of 120 minutes. The big black bird is the Night Owl. After Yisha waved his fingers, the Night Owl spread its wings and flew into the night, and flew into the playground at the same time. At the same time, Yisha took out his PDA and turned on the voice. Find a high point and keep an eye on the inside of the amusement park. Morian said, Do you have a companion? Yisha, I guess so. He is responsible for hiding in the dark for support. Yisha was naturally giving orders to the arbitrator. Is the arbitrator a companion? Probably. Although as a living being, the arbitrator is not as present as the corpse flower, and is more like a puppet. After giving orders to the arbitrator, Yisha began to share vision with the Night Owl. Night Owl can assist Yisha in attacking, but it is also very useful for reconnaissance at night. It can be used for aerial reconnaissance, and is not easy to be discovered. There is no one in the amusement park, but Yisha can be sure that there is indeed something wrong with this place, because there are no zombies. Zombies are as ubiquitous as cockroaches. When the end of the world comes, is it possible that there is no one in the amusement park? Obviously impossible. Not to mention that there are staff. After being infected by the virus, these people will inevitably become zombies. Then, there is only one possible reason why there are no zombies in the amusement park at the moment. That the zombies in this place have been cleared. Yisha crossed his arms. Have you been to the amusement park? Morian nodded. How many times have you been here? Yisha, are there any suspicious places? For example, places that are prohibited from entering and exiting. Preferably places that may lead underground. The buildings in the amusement park are open, and there seems to be nothing to hide, so the possibility of an underground base is more likely. Morian thought for a moment. There's nothing strange about it. Well, if you have to say something strange, the haunted house seems to be quite strange. Oh! Yisha's eyes lit up. Why is it strange? Morian, the haunted house here is very big, but I played it once, and I always felt that I got out very quickly after entering. It's not as big as it looks from the outside. Yisha, interesting. Yisha shared the vision with Night Owl again, trying to find the existence of the haunted house. But at this moment, boom! A violent explosion suddenly sounded, startling Yisha and Morian. After being startled by the explosion, they looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a pillar of fire rising from the side of the amusement park. The rails of the roller coaster were directly broken and fell downwards, followed by another loud bang. Yisha and Morian looked at each other, and immediately waved their hands. Let's go and take a look. Yisha and Morian ran towards the direction of the explosion. And at the same time Yisha also controlled the Night Owl to rush towards the direction of the explosion. The speed of the Night Owl was extremely fast, and it could avoid obstacles directly when flying in the sky. So it naturally got there first and reached the explosion point. Through the vision of the Night Owl, Yisha looked down and saw the situation below clearly. A woman was being besieged by about 10 people, wearing the same combat uniform as the Compu fighter that Yisha had killed before. Huh? Yisha was stunned for a moment. Lin Xueme? The woman was the one she had seen on the Doomsday train before. One of the 3 crew members. The 3rd crew member besides Yisha and Wusiki. Lin Xueme is very strong. According to Wusiki, she should be one of the first humans to become a flight attendant. This is true. Lin Xueme has a whip blade in her hand, which is segmented like a bunch of crescent-shaped blades put together. When attacking, the whip blade can be extended to about 10 meters. With great destructive power, it can cut through everything and hit the ground. Each strike can cut a 3 or 4 meter cut on the ground. Moreover, the effect of the whip blade is more than just destructive power, because Yisha knew that whip blade, Arrow's blade, this is a weapon in the treasure list, worth 100 gold skull coins. Although Yisha does not know all the effects, he knows 2 of them. One effect is the blood-sucking healing like the Alaskan harpoon, and the other effect is called bad luck. If you are cut by the arrow's blade, you will be in a weakened state for a certain period of time. Of course, This is not all the effects of the arrow's blade. Otherwise it would not be worth 100 gold skull coins. It's just that Yisha is not clear about the remaining effects. As for why Yisha knew this, it was because he had seen someone use it in his previous life. Even so, Lin Xuemei was still at a disadvantage. And the battle situation was even a little dangerous for her. Most of the combatants were no match for Lin Xuemei. But the leader of those combatants was very strong. He was a man wearing a black cloak, about 40 years old, with crisscross scars on his left and right cheeks. He seemed to have a teleportation-like ability, and he was very fast, constantly moving around Lin Xuemei. This guy is Lin Xuemei's main opponent, and the other combatants can only be regarded as auxiliary. Yisha used the night owl to stare at the battle situation and couldn't help but ponder. Help or not? The crew members are not companions. There are only 2 tasks for the crew members, and only those who complete the tasks can get rewards. Lin Xuemei appeared here, and obviously got some information. So she rushed to the amusement park. For the mission, the 2 can be said to be competitors. Yisha and Lin Xuemei have only met once, and they have never even spoken to each other. There is no so-called human relationship at all. If it is simply Lin Xuemei alive or dead, Yisha will not take action at all. What does the life and death of others have to do with me? Yisha will never put himself in danger for irrelevant people. So, Yisha is considering the pros and cons. If he saves Lin Xuemei, can he get useful information from her? Secondly, if nothing unexpected happens, the man in the black windbreaker should be one of the targets in the flight attendant's mission. Chapter 472 Take Action. Compu Company's Special Operations Force. Deputy Leader White Angel Quinn. The second crew mission is to kill the leader of the Special Operations Team, Black Angel Waverly, and the deputy leader, White Angel Quinn. Waverly is obviously a female name, so the man in front of him is most likely White Angel Quinn. After hesitating for a moment, Yisha quickly gave orders to Night Owl, and then Night Owl swooped down from the air and rushed towards the battle circle, regardless of whether Lin Xuemei could be saved or not. Since there was a chance, Yisha still wanted to try whether he could kill Quinn. After all, it was also one of the tasks. At the same time, the Night Owl swooped down from the sky and entered the battle circle. It made a cry, attracting the attention of many people, and then flew through the battle circle. The pair of huge wings, like 2 sharp blades, passed by a combatant. Before the combatant could react, his body tilted to the side. The next moment, the upper half of the combatant's body fell to the ground with a thump. He opened his eyes wide and didn't understand how he was cut until he died. Quinn frowned, his eyes fixed on Lin Xuemei, and then shouted, "Hold that monster for me. I'll kill this woman first." Quinn didn't care about the lives of others, and the combatants didn't dare to disobey orders, and quickly raised their guns and started shooting at the Night Owl. However, bullets were useless against the Night Owl. The Night Owl looked like a big bird, but in fact it had no entity. It was a virtual alien creature condensed by the black curtain. After the bullets hit the Night Owl, they went straight through the Night Owl's body. On the other side, Lin Xuemei was also a little confused, because the Night Owl was not hers at all. Of course, in Quinn's eyes, he probably thought that Lin Xuemei had used some new tricks. However, Lin Xuemei didn't have time to think about it at the moment, because Quinn came to kill again. Lin Xuemei's face was solemn. This guy had undergone biological transformation by Compu Company, and his body was stronger than hers. She must not let him get close to her easily. So, arrows with blade attacked again, suddenly extending into a whip, and slashed down fiercely at Quinn. Quinn was extremely fast, his body drifting sideways like a ghost, with a feeling of not touching the ground, and he avoided the attack in the blink of an eye. Boom! The blade of arrows slashed the ground, and after a roar, it slashed the ground to create a 4 or 5 meter long crack. Quinn took advantage of this time to quickly approach Lin Xuemei. But at this moment, Lin Xuemei stretched out her hand and pressed forward. A light golden vortex appeared about 3 or 5 meters in front of Lin Xuemei, and Quinn's face changed, and he stepped back again. Boom! As the pale golden vortex spun, everything around was instantly crushed. The ground cracked, and the guardrail next to the pale golden vortex was instantly torn into pieces. If Quinn was sucked by the pale golden vortex, the end would be imaginable. I'm afraid that in an instant, his body would be twisted into a pile of corpses. After Quinn retreated, Lin Xuemei did not delay and threw the arrow's blade forward again. Arrows swept past the roller coaster track again, and the track was cut open again, collapsed to the side, and pressed down directly towards Quinn. "Open it!" Quinn growled and punched the collapsed rail. With a bang, the broken rail weighed at least several tons, but was knocked away by Quinn's punch and fell to the side. Quinn approached Lin Shuime again. "Let's see what else you can do." "Hey, it's very lively here." At this time, Yisha's voice suddenly sounded. "Count me in." "How about it?" Quinn looked in the direction of the voice. "Who?" Under the night, Yisha slowly stepped out, his whole body wrapped in a black curtain, making Yisha's body look looming and difficult to distinguish. "Yisha, although I am still 70% sure, I still want to confirm that you are the deputy captain of the Special Operations Team of Compu. The White Angel Quinn." "It's me." Quinn sneered. "Who are you?" Yisha smiled. "I am just a lifesaver." Snap! Yisha suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. And then the night owl, who was rushing around, suddenly attacked Quinn from behind. Quinn reacted very quickly, and immediately turned around and raised his fist, punching the night owl. With a bang, Quinn punched the night owl, smashing it to pieces. But, the next moment, the shattered body of the night owl quickly reunited, and with a flap of its wings, it slashed at Quinn's left shoulder. Puff! Like the sound of a rag being torn, a wound was cut on Quinn's shoulder, and blood flowed. The night owl is almost impossible to be destroyed, because it has no entity. And even if it is destroyed, it doesn't matter, because it can be reunited after being destroyed until the duration ends. Lin Shuime took 2 steps back and came to Yisha's side, saying coldly, "I don't need your help." Yisha smiled. "I'm not here to help, but to harvest prey." Suddenly, the black curtain covering Yisha's body dissipated, and then condensed and formed behind Yisha, turning into a pair of huge wings, flapping, and the wind blew around, and Yisha's body floated into the air. Wings of dark night. About 10 meters away, Yisha was suspended in the air. "I see," Yisha murmured. "This is the low-altitude flight effect of the wings of dark night. 10 meters is the limit. It can't fly higher, but it's enough." Yisha twisted his body and flew forward quickly. The moment he passed over Quinn's head, countless feathers condensed from black smoke fell madly downwards, like a rainstorm. Quinn's fist was very heavy. After smashing the night owl with another punch, his figure flashed again, like a ghost. Although he only took 1 step, his body actually moved horizontally for more than 10 meters, avoiding the range covered by the wings. Boom! 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 The next moment, the wings hit the ground, and the roar continued. This-sized holes were punched through the ground, and dust continued to spread around. Quinn's face was solemn. He slid to the edge of a guardrail, stretched out his hand and twisted it, and twisted a piece of iron rod from the guardrail. He raised his hand and threw it towards Yisha in the air. Yisha stretched his hand forward, and his 5 fingers slightly bent. "Capture the dragon and let the crane fly." Capture the dragon in 1 move. A huge suction force appeared, and the iron rod trembled in the air, and suddenly lost its strength and flew into Yisha's palm. Yisha stretched out his hand to hold the iron rod, and then threw it back to Quinn. "Give it back to you." Boom! As Quinn jumped back, the iron rod hit the ground, penetrated 3 inches into the ground, and was directly inserted into the ground, with cracks all around. Chapter 473 Fight. Just as Quinn stood firm, Lin Shuime's whip blade swept over again. Quinn quickly dodged. When the whip blade swept across the ground, it brought up large pieces of gravel. "It's endless." Quinn's face showed a bit of impatience, and he said in a low voice, "I will definitely kill you." While Quinn was talking, he moved quickly, like a ghost, and quickly approached Lin Shuime. The next moment, Quinn punched. Lin Shuime directly swung the arrow's blade, and the arrow's blade suddenly spread out, surrounding Lin Shuime in circles, blocking Quinn's fist. In the sky, the wings of the dark night behind Yisha spread out again, and countless wings fell downwards again. Quinn's figure flashed again, and he quickly avoided the attack. Yisha frowned in the air. While fighting, Yisha was also observing, and Quinn gave him a strange feeling. Quinn obviously had a physical fitness beyond ordinary people. Yisha estimated that between 12 and 15 o'clock, he would not be much worse than himself, and the power of each punch was enough to break the stone. However, Quinn's body was normal, just like an ordinary human being. He didn't look like he had been injected with a mutant virus, but rather like he had taken a physical fitness potion to strengthen his body. Secondly, there was the ghostly body movement that was like teleportation. It didn't seem like a simple physical fitness improvement that led to a fast speed, but it was like real teleportation, similar to the ability produced on the Doomsday train. In short, this guy looked like a surviving human on the Doomsday train, and that feeling made Yisha feel very weird. On the other side, Quinn was also watching Yisha. Right now, Quinn wanted to kill Yisha first. This guy looked more troublesome than Lin Xueme because Yisha could fly. Of course, it was precisely because he could fly that Quinn had no way to deal with Yisha. He couldn't jump so high at all, and he couldn't continue to attack just by jumping. Quinn could only flash and pounce on Lin Xueme again. But the moment he got close to Lin Xueme, Night Owl appeared again and blocked Lin Xueme. Bang! Quinn punched out without hesitation, smashing Night Owl to pieces. But at this moment, the arrow's blade in Lin Xueme's hand stretched out again and passed over Quinn's shoulder. Puff! A dull sound appeared, leaving a wound on Quinn's shoulder. Quinn stepped back, covering his wound, and then yelled at the others, "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to stop that strange bird?" And shoot in the air. The surrounding combatants came to their senses and immediately aimed their guns at Night Owl and Yisha. It was difficult for them to participate in the battle of the three people with their level, because the destructive power was too great. Yisha and the other two certainly didn't care, but for the surrounding combatants, being accidentally involved would be fatal. But since Quinn had given the order, they could only do it. Yisha sneered, and the wings of the dark night behind him spread out again. Before the other party opened fire, the black wings fell again. Boom, boom, boom. The wings hit the ground, smashing the ground, and countless dust flew up again. At the same time, bang! The gunshot suddenly sounded, and before a combatant could react, a stream of blood splashed on his head, and then his body fell straight down, his eyes wide open, still maintaining a look of astonishment before death. Yisha glanced at the Ferris wheel in the distance, and it should be that the arbitrator had arrived, and began to snipe. Yisha took out his PDA, killed them all. Bang! The second sniper shot sounded, and the arbitrator faithfully carried out Yisha's orders and began to snipe continuously. Quinn was also surprised when he heard the gunshots from afar, and then his face became serious. The other side actually had reinforcements. Quinn said in a deep voice, "It seems that we have to deal with these two guys quickly," Quinn said, while picking up his weapons, and then took out a pair of weapons from his back. Yisha floated in the air and looked at Quinn's weapons, and was stunned. Crutch? Crutch is also called crutches, or crutches. It is a relatively unpopular weapon, which evolved from the crutches of folk elders into a martial arts weapon. It looks like a stick. And then, there are two horizontal handrails at the end that form a right angle. The two crutches Quinn took out looked like they were made of black iron, emitting a faint light, and there were circles of golden lines on the sticks. A closer look revealed that they were two golden dragon lines. At the same time, generally, two crutches are the same length, but Quinn's crutches are different. They are actually long and short crutches. One long and one short. One in front and one behind. Quinn's face was gloomy, holding the crutches, and then he squatted slightly, and the whole person suddenly rushed out. Like lightning, Quinn and Lin Xueme were at least 20 meters apart, but in the blink of an eye, Quinn arrived in front of Lin Xueme and swept his walking stick forward. Lin Xueme shook the arrow's blade, and the arrow's blade spread out again, circling around Lin Xueme's body to defend herself. At the same time, Quinn's walking stick smashed up. With a bang, Quinn's walking stick smashed on the arrow's blade. Although the walking stick was blocked by the arrow's blade, Lin Xueme's face suddenly changed. A huge force came through the arrow's blade and hit his chest fiercely. Lin Xueme retreated several steps, clenched her teeth, but a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She gritted her teeth and said, "Ignore defense?" Yisha was also shocked. Isn't this kind of effect possible only for things produced on the Doomsday train? How can ordinary things have similar effects? Quinn sneered and approached Lin Xueme again, dancing with both crutches, and continuously bombarding Lin Xueme. Lin Xueme suffered a loss once, so she naturally couldn't take the crutches again. She quickly retreated and avoided Quinn's crutches. At the same time, Yisha's attack came again. It was the black wings again. falling from the sky. Quinn was also very angry. Yisha's attacks from time to time were really annoying. But Yisha was hanging in the air without falling. Quinn really had no way to deal with Yisha. Helplessly, Quinn could only retreat again. But at this moment, Yisha swooped down. The pair of dark night wings spread out, and the speed instantly increased to the limit, rushing down from the air. Quinn was surprised. He didn't expect Yisha to give up the air advantage and rush directly towards him. When he reacted, Yisha was already in front of him, not giving him the opportunity to use his mobility. Bang! The next moment, Yisha hit Quinn's chest hard. Chapter 474 Biomecha. Bang! Yisha hit Quinn's chest hard, knocking Quinn out with one blow, and hit a street lamp on the side hard, and the street lamp bent down with a creak. After a while, Quinn shook his body and slowly got up from the ground. Pooh! Quinn opened his mouth and spat bloody saliva on the ground. Finally, you are willing to roll down. Yisha smiled, because I think it's almost time to end it. Look! You are the only one left. Quinn's face turned serious, and he looked back, only to find that all his men had become corpses, and even those who were not dead were lying on the ground. Gasping for breath, Yisha stretched out his hand, and the night owl spun in the air, and then landed on Yisha's arm. Yisha, now it's your turn, Quinn said in a deep voice. Just the two of you, Quinn shouted in a low voice. And then his figure flashed again, approaching Yisha again, raising his crutches and falling towards Yisha. The night owl on Yisha's arm flew forward and hit Quinn hard, then was smashed to pieces by Quinn's crutch. Then at this moment, Yisha suddenly rushed forward, drew out the king's holy sword and slashed forward. Clang! The two weapons collided. Quinn used his long crutch to hold the king's holy sword, and then pushed his short crutch forward and smashed towards Yisha. But at this moment, Lin Xuemei's arrow's blade suddenly stabbed out from behind and directly hit Quinn's short crutch. Clang! The second crisp sound of weapons colliding sounded, and the blade of arrows directly shook the short crutches away. According to Lin Xuemei's inference, Quinn's crutches should have the effect of ignoring defense. But ignoring defense only applies to defensive equipment, or defensive abilities and skills. Although the collision of weapons is also considered defense, it is not within the effective range of ignoring defense, but it can stop the crutches from falling. At the same time, Quinn's crutches were stopped, and Yisha immediately punched Quinn in the chest. Blast! Quinn was hit in the chest and immediately felt a huge force coming. His internal organs were churning. Then he felt a sweetness in his throat and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was knocked away by Yisha's punch. Swift pursuit. Seeing Quinn's body flying out, Yisha immediately rushed forward, caught up with Quinn, raised his fist, and smashed it down. Quinn's expression changed, and his figure flashed and disappeared suddenly. Boom! Yisha punched the ground, and the ground made a loud noise, and then shattered. With countless cracks, the broken stones turned up layer by layer, like a blooming stone flower. Yisha looked up at Quinn. It is indeed an ability similar to teleportation. If it was just speed, Quinn was still in the flying state before, and his feet were not on the ground, so it was impossible to move in an instant. Moreover, if it was just speed, he could not escape the pursuit of the wind chase, because the pursuit is the effect of the wind chase. Who? Quinn half knelt on the ground, stabilized his body, and gasped for breath. Quinn felt the danger from the punch just now, but fortunately he avoided it. Ha ha ha. At this time, a crisp laugh suddenly rang out. Like a silver bell. Quinn, you are too embarrassing for me. You haven't taken down the opponent in such a long time. Lin Xuemei's face changed. Damn. That woman is chasing us. Yisha, which woman? Wives. Lin Xuemei replied. Retreat. Lin Xuemei turned around and ran without hesitation, which made Yisha puzzled. Yisha naturally knew who Wives was. Wasn't she the captain of the Special Operations Team of Compu Company? And also the target of the second flight attendant mission. In this case, there is no need to run. Right? The other party is the goal of completing the mission, and it is a 2-on-2 battle. What reason is there to run? Just at this time, a huge fireball appeared in the sky and fell directly from the sky, like a falling meteorite. Yisha quickly spread the wings of the dark night again and dodged towards the sky. The next moment, the fireball fell to the ground, smashing a huge pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Lin Xuemei urged, run first, and talk later. Want to run? A voice came from not far away. Where do you want to run to? A huge figure suddenly passed by in front. And then the huge fireball appeared again, flying towards the two people. Yisha was surprised. What the hell is this? Lin Xueme, biological mecha. Yisha was stunned for a moment, and then wanted to say, I don't have much education. Don't lie to me. Mecha looks like this? The thing that appeared in front of the two people was simply a monster. It was about 3.5 meters tall, with no skin on its body, just like a skinned human muscle model in a biological laboratory, with sticky liquid constantly dripping from the muscle connection. The monster's legs were like a leopard. Its hands were sharp claws. Its upper body was human-shaped, and its head was shaped like an unknown beast, like a wolf or a crocodile, with sharp teeth exposed, a silver spear hanging on its back, and a huge cannon in its hand. This looked nothing like the mecha that normal people imagine. Boom! At the same time, the monster raised the cannon in his hand again, and then a black ball was suddenly shot out. The black ball rolled in the air, expanded uncontrollably, leaving countless gaps. And then the flames overflowed from the inside, burning fiercely, and turned into a huge fireball again. The power of this thing is extremely terrifying, and anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Lin Xueme ran very cleanly, ignoring the fireball at all, and dodged directly, rushing to a bungee jumping machine on the side, with a sweep of the arrow's blade in her hand. The bungee jumping machine tilted to the side and smashed towards the biological mecha. At the same time, Lin Xueme turned around and ran. Yisha frowned, and then the black curtain surrounding him wrapped his body again. He opened his wings of darkness and rushed out of the playground. Waverly shouted, one for each person. Don't let them run away. Quinn nodded. His figure flashed, and he quickly moved forward. When he passed the guardrail, he stretched out his hand and pulled down all the railings on the side of the guardrail and grabbed them in his hand. The next moment, Quinn chased and threw those iron bars at Yisha, feeling the strong wind coming from behind. Yisha's figure kept floating up and down, left and right, and then he twisted his body violently, facing Quinn, and countless wings flew down from the wings of darkness again, blasting towards Quinn. Chapter 475 Retreat. Yisha frowned. Currently, Quinn showed three things, namely, strong physical fitness, the two crutches, and the ability to teleport almost instantly. Yisha did not take Quinn's physical fitness seriously. Although it was excellent, it was not as good as Yisha's. The two crutches were also good weapons, but they could only ignore defense. Yisha had ways to deal with them. The trouble was that the ability to teleport almost instantly made it extremely difficult to hit Quinn. Otherwise Yisha would have killed this guy long ago. And, Yisha frowned, is there no limit to this damn ability? Why is it always used? The things produced on the Doomsday train, whether it is weapons, armor, abilities, skills, or anything else, the more powerful they are, the more obvious the restrictions on their use, because many of them will have a negative impact on the body. But Quinn's ability has been used so far, and it seems that there is no sequelae at all. At the same time, it doesn't seem to have a limit on the number of uses, or the interval between uses, which is also the reason for Yisha's headache. Moreover, it is a huge question whether Quinn could get these things that might be produced from the Doomsday train. At this time, Quinn's figure flashed again, and suddenly appeared beside Yisha. It was Quinn who climbed directly onto an amusement facility and flew towards Yisha. Bang! Quinn hit Yisha, and then the two of them fell from the air and fell into a ball, at a height of 10 meters. With the physical fitness of the two, they were not seriously injured, but they were somewhat affected. After crawling on the ground for a while, the two staggered to get up. Ha! Quinn shook his head to sober himself up. Then he shouted and quickly flew towards Yisha. To deal with Yisha, he had to press him step by step. Only in this way could Yisha not fly into the air. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly raised his left arm and swung it forward. Quinn suddenly felt a light in his ears, then looked back and saw a street lamp behind him falling down, which was inexplicably cut off by a blow. Yisha looked at his palm and murmured, "It's the first time I use it, so my accuracy is a little off." Yisha used nitrogen cutting, which was an offensive ability controlled by nitrogen. But? Yisha looked up at Quinn and said fiercely, "It won't be off the mark the second time." Yisha raised his palm into a knife again and chopped it forward. Quinn quickly jumped to the side in a panic. Then the ground where he had stood before rumbled, and a 3-meter-long crack was cut by nitrogen cutting. Quinn's face was solemn. Nitrogen cutting was invisible and intangible. It cut by creating pressure, which was extremely difficult to avoid. However, Quinn was experienced, and when he saw Yisha raise his hand again, he immediately ran to the side. The nitrogen cutting was indeed invisible, but Yisha's movements were visible. According to the direction, angle, and trajectory of Yisha's arm raising, the direction of the attack could still be determined. However, the imagined slash did not appear. Oops. I got fooled. Quinn's heart skipped a beat, and sure enough, Yisha's hand knife suddenly loosened and turned into a claw. Capture the dragon and release the crane. Capture the dragon in one move. Quinn immediately tried to move away, but after being sucked by the captured dragon and release the crane, he could not avoid it at all. In essence, even if it was really instant movement, it was still movement, not disappearance. The next moment, Yisha's left arm stretched forward. Snake bite. The shadow of the purple-scaled python appeared on Yisha's arm, and then bit Quinn's neck. Boom! Yisha slammed Quinn to the ground fiercely, and then there was a loud bang. The ground was blown up, and Quinn's body was also embedded in the ground. But in just a moment, Quinn disappeared without a trace. This is also the reason why Yisha did not try to break Quinn's neck directly with the snake bite. There was not enough time, and Quinn's mobility was really annoying. After Quinn dodged, Yisha did not chase him, but ran away directly, taking advantage of the distance and rushing into the night. Stop! Quinn shouted, and the two ran one after the other, all the way to the edge of the playground. Yisha stepped on it and climbed over the wall. A car quickly stopped beside Yisha, and Morian poked his head out. Hurry! Yisha got into the car and looked at Quinn climbing over the wall. He grabbed the void, and the void snake spear appeared in Yisha's palm. Boom! Yisha threw the void snake spear without hesitation, hitting the top of the wall, breaking a piece of the wall, and pushing Quinn behind the wall. Morian stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped forward. Go to the main gate. Yisha got back into the car. We have to take another one. Morian nodded and drove quickly to the main entrance of the amusement park. When they arrived, Lin Xuemei just climbed over the wall and came out. There was blood on her body, and she was obviously injured. Yisha poked her head out. Hey! This way. Lin Xuemei opened the car door and got in. Drive. Fast. Morian stepped on the accelerator. Yisha, are you afraid of that biological mecha? Is that thing that strong? Lin Xuemei, it's not just the biological mecha, but this amusement park. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Lin Xuemei, let's leave first. Boom! At this time, 2 fireballs suddenly flew out of the playground and hit the ground behind the car, creating 2 deep pits on the ground. Morian quickly turned the steering wheel, and the car kept turning in an S shape, and finally avoided hitting the wall. Lin Xuemei breathed a sigh of relief. Out of range. Yisha, will they not chase us? Lin Xuemei, the biological mecha needs a lot of electricity to drive, and the cable needs to be plugged in the back, and the cable is not that long. Yisha, if that's the case, it doesn't seem difficult to kill it. Can't we just cut off the cables? There's no need to run. Right. Lin Xuemei, there is a backup built-in power supply. If the power is cut off, the built-in power supply can support the biological mecha for about 3 minutes. Moreover, as I said, the trouble is not the biological mecha, but the entire amusement park. Yisha, what's in the amusement park? Lin Xuemei, micro-missiles. Yisha had no expression on his face. It was just a micro-missile. With their current strength, they could handle it. Lin Xuemei seemed to have guessed what Yisha was thinking, and said directly, 64 missiles in 1 round. Yisha took a breath. Military base? Lin Xuemei nodded. Before the end of the world, this was a private armed training base where the Tianlong team was stationed. In addition to micro-missiles, there were many technological traps. The muscles on Yisha's face twitched, and things seemed to be getting troublesome. After a moment, Yisha said, Mike Whitos was captured by the people of Comp Corporation, and he should be in the amusement park. Chapter 476 Discussion. I know. Lin Xuemei, I followed them and watched them arrest people, because I was not sure about dealing with Waverly and Quinn. I did not start a fight directly. I planned to sneak in at night, but I didn't expect this amusement park to be so difficult to deal with. Lin Xuemei showed some helplessness on her face. If I had known this. Lin Xuemei gritted her teeth. I should have taken action when they arrested people. Yi Sha ignored Lin Xuemei and thought deeply. This has indeed become a problem. The defense of a military base is naturally much stronger than that of an ordinary research base. Of course, this was before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, many of ComPu's research was legal, including some new drugs, health products, and pharmaceuticals, which did not require too much armed force. Or it should be said that at that time, the main defense was against commercial espionage. In peacetime, who could rush into the base with a bunch of weapons to steal things? After the end of the world, the situation naturally reversed. The defense of the research base was improved, while the military base was not so important. There were no precious research materials in it, and most of them were abandoned. But even if they were abandoned, they could be restarted. If they could operate normally, all the defense facilities would be available. The difficulty of infiltration was undoubtedly very high. Lin Xuemei was the best example. Not only did she suffer a great loss, but she was also completely exposed and chased. Hey. At this time, Lin Xuemei spoke up and called Yi Sha back to his senses. How about cooperation? Yi Sha, do you have a solution? Lin Xuemei, the base hidden in the amusement park is centered around that biological mecha. If we destroy that biological mecha, the entire base will stop functioning. Yi Sha frowned. What on earth is that biological mecha? Lin Xuemei, do you know a mutant zombie called a destroyer? Yi Sha was stunned and surprised. That biological mecha is a destroyer. Yi Sha knew about the destroyer. This guy was a 2-star Zuan mutant zombie. Yi Sha had encountered him in his previous life, but he was not sure and did not take action in the end. Now that I think about it, that biomech is indeed very similar to the destroyer warrior. But there are some details that have changed, such as legs and claws, which the destroyer warrior does not have. And the head is not either. The destroyer warrior's head is a normal human head. Lin Xuemei, the so-called biomech is to hollow out the corpse of the destroyer warrior, transplant some body parts, and then install machinery and drives inside the corpse to operate it. Of course, weapons must also be equipped. Yi Sha, advantages? Disadvantages? Lin Xuemei, it mainly uses the strong bodies of mutant zombies. Moreover, the mecha itself did not exist, but it exists now. Yi Sha nodded and understood. Until the end of the world, the technology of this world could not build the so-called mecha. Or in other words, it could not build mecha that can be used for combat. The biggest problem is flexibility and maneuverability. For example, robots have existed for a long time, and humans have been continuing to develop them. But they have never heard of the emergence of combat robots, because there is a problem that has never been solved. The joints of robots cannot move as smoothly as humans. The development of mechas also faces the same problem. It is completely possible to build an internally controlled cockpit with the technology at that time, but it is almost impossible to operate the so-called mecha to walk. The advent of the apocalypse has made progress in this area of technology. The method is very simple. Just borrow the body of a mutant zombie, which is the origin of biological mechas. However, the number is estimated to be very small, and it is not easy to see a giant mutant zombie like the destroyer. Lin Xuemei continued, the core operating computer of this base has been destroyed. So Waverly used the supercomputer in the biological mecha to operate the base. Therefore, if the biological mecha is destroyed, the base will be ruined. Yi Sha thought for a while, but they don't leave the playground at all. If you enter the playground to destroy it, you will directly face the defense facilities of the base. Lin Xuemei sighed. This is a big trouble. Lin Xuemei obviously meant that she had no way. Although she knew how to crack the base's defense measures, she only had a method but no plan. Yi Sha nodded. Let's discuss it again. Then, let's talk about another issue of cooperation. How to distribute the tasks. Lin Xuemei, all yours. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. You come to volunteer? Do you think I trust you? Lin Xuemei, I want that biological mecha. Yi Sha, so greedy. This mission is not to snatch the reward of Noah's stone tablet, but just ordinary random items and skills. It depends on luck. What can be randomly obtained may not be as valuable as a biological mecha, or even far less than a biological mecha. Lin Xuemei, I have to bear the possibility of the biological mecha being damaged. Yi Sha thought about it, and weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Lin Xuemei's words still made some sense. He did need to bear the possibility of the biological mecha being damaged. And as long as the mission reward was completed, it would be a sure thing. Lin Xuemei continued, you have time to think about these things. You might as well think about how to deal with the biological mecha first. Oh! Yisha came back to his senses. It's not a big problem. I've already thought about it. Lin Xuemei was surprised. Do you have a solution? Yisha nodded. I was misled by you. There is no need to destroy the biomech. It is better to destroy the power supply. Lin Xuemei rolled her eyes. Didn't I tell you that the biomech has a backup power supply? I have destroyed the cable before. But it couldn't stop the biomech from moving. Yisha, I didn't say it was the power supply of the biomech. I said it was the power supply inside the base. Lin Xuemei's eyes lit up. This is indeed a solution. If the power supply in the base is cut off, even if the supercomputer inside the biomech is driving it, the base's defense measures will not be used. But Lin Xuemei quickly shook her head. In addition to the external power supply, there should be a generator inside the base. Right? Even if it can't supply power for a long time, it can definitely provide emergency power. Yisha, then destroy the internal power generator as well. Lin Xuemei, it's easy for you to say. But the problem is that we can't get into the base at all. How can we destroy it? Yisha, if you can't do it, it's my fault. Lin Xuemei frowned again. But Yisha's words were full of confidence and didn't sound like he was just talking casually. So Lin Xuemei stopped talking. At this time, Morian also slowed down the car. It should be safe. Right? Yisha nodded. Just find a place to rest first. Chapter 477 Killing to Lure the Enemy. Mo Ruin parked the car in front of a clothing store. It was small and had only one main door. After killing some zombies around, this was where he would rest tonight. Although Yisha and Lin Xuemei had communicated, they were not talkative people. After saying what they should say, they both fell into silence. After entering the clothing store, they each found a corner and began to close their eyes and rest. Mo Ruin sat next to Yisha, with an anxious expression on his face, hesitant to speak. Yisha opened his eyes. Don't worry. Compu wants to use alien humans for experiments, so there is no need to worry about safety for the time being. We still have time and will rescue people. Mo Ruin nodded, then looked at Lin Xuemei not far away. Are you companions? Yisha looked at Lin Xuemei meaningfully. I don't have any companions. Mo Ruin wanted to say something, but Yisha waved his hand. Have a good rest. Mo Ruin nodded, sat aside and rested. Yisha closed his eyes again and then thought about it. Computech is rich, and because of its wealth, Computech's base construction is almost at the forefront of technology. This has advantages and disadvantages. The biggest disadvantage is that once the power supply is cut off, the entire base will be paralyzed. External power supply is easy to solve. Just find the circuit line and cut it. The troublesome part is the internal power supply mentioned by Lin Xuemei. There must be a power generation room inside the base. However, it is not completely impossible. And Yisha's solution is the corpse flower. If nothing unexpected happens, the base of the amusement park must be underground. After all, there is really no place to hide in the amusement park. The haunted house that Morian mentioned is probably the entrance and exit. Therefore, Yisha does not need to enter the base in person, and can use the corpse flower to attack from underground. It is enough to destroy the power supply room. The only problem is, Yisha murmured, the location of the power supply room. No words for the whole night. The next day, after Yisha woke up, he greeted Lin Xuemei directly. I will go to prepare. You keep an eye on the amusement park. Lin Xuemei raised her eyelids. Didn't say anything. Just nodded. After Yisha left, he started looking for something in the town. He needed to find a computer. And he had to pray for a network. Or even a satellite network. Yisha wanted to find the location of the base power supply room. But it was impossible to sneak in directly. So he could only find information on the internet. There are two ways to start from the internet. The first method is to let the arbitrator invade the base database. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be base structural drawings in the base database. The second method is to look for traces of the construction of the base. There are many places to start, such as the files of the construction team and the construction base. If you go through legal channels, you need to register and prepare complete information. There is a certain probability of finding the structural drawings of the base in these two directions. The only thing you are afraid of is that you can't connect to the network. Yisha murmured, when I have money, I will buy a microsatellite directly on the Doomsday train. Yi Sha is not whimsical. There is really a microsatellite on the Doomsday train, which is only about 1 person tall. Moreover, compared with other incredible abilities and weapons, microsatellites are relatively reliable things. Of course, the price of microsatellites is also very high. It is one of the few things that is not on the treasure list. But the price is higher than the items on the treasure list. After walking on the street for a while, Yi Sha quickly found a network maintenance company. It was not large in scale. After all, the service objects were only the residents of the town. However, although it was not large in scale, the equipment inside was quite complete. Yi Sha directly let the arbitrator connect to the server. To a certain extent, the computer inside the arbitrator combined with the arbitrator chip is also a supercomputer. Simple intrusion and data search can still be done easily. Yi Sha folded his arms, leaned against the wall, and looked very patient. But at this moment, the phone in Yi Sha's pocket suddenly rang. Yi Sha picked up the phone. Hello? Lin Xuemei's voice came. Something happened. Yi Sha was puzzled. Huh? Lin Xuemei, they want to kill people. Yi Sha frowned. Don't be brief. Explain it clearly. Lin Xuemei, you can find a TV, or a computer, or anything else that can receive signals and has a screen. This was not a difficult task for Yi Sha. He found a computer and sat down. After turning it on, a video automatically popped up on the screen. The next moment, Yi Sha took a breath of cold air. The background of the video was the playground, and there were many broken places in it, which were all the good things they did last night. Then the video switched and pointed directly at the bungee jumping platform. There was a teenager tied to the bungee rope. And then Quinn appeared in the picture, stretched out his hand, and pushed the person directly off the bungee jumping platform. Bungee jumping is not suicide by jumping off a building. If there are safety measures, you will not die. However, the bungee platform was obviously tampered with, and its length was obviously longer than the bungee platform. With a bang, the boy fell straight to the ground, and then his head burst, and even his brains flowed out. Yi Sha frowned and took the phone. What do you mean? Lin Xuemei, 10 minutes ago, the other party invaded the radio tower and sent a radio signal to the whole town, threatening to kill a human of different species every 10 minutes. Now, exactly 10 minutes have passed, and the other party directly transmitted the picture to all screens that can receive the signal, and it is playing in a loop. Yi Sha frowned even more and said in a deep voice, what does this mean? Don't they need alien humans? Yi Sha had previously speculated that although Mike and his group were captured, there should be no problem with safety. After all, if Computech wants to use alien humans for experiments, they must use living samples, not human beings. Besides, if they want to kill people, they can just kill them directly. Why bother arresting them? Lin Xuemei hit the nail on the head. They also need living people, but not so many. And we are not sure whether the next person to die will be Mike Widows. Yi Sha couldn't help but curse in his heart. This move of cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron was powerful enough. Yi Sha decisively said, you go to the amusement park first. I will be there soon. Yi Sha could also guess why the other party would do this. He and Lin Xuemei appeared in the amusement park, obviously for those alien humans, since Yi Sha and Lin Xuemei wanted to save them. Then they would kill them. This was forcing Yi Sha and Lin Xuemei to show up. Yi Sha's face was slightly gloomy. He had to admit that Vivli and Quinn were also tough guys. After leaving the gate, Yi Sha pried a car and headed straight for the amusement park. When they were about to arrive, Lin Xuemei set a coordinate location, and then the two met in the direction of the back door. Chapter 478. The battle begins. What should we do now? Lin Xuemei's expression was slightly anxious. Are you confident in executing your plan? Yi Sha, time is too urgent. I haven't had time to find the specific location of the power supply room. I can't guarantee that it will be 100% destroyed in the shortest time. Lin Xuemei slowly took out the arrow's blade. Can we only fight hard? No. Yi Sha looked into the playground. We can wait a little longer. Lin Xuemei was anxious. It doesn't matter if the others die. But what if the opponent happens to pick Mike Vitos next? The mission will be over. Yi Sha glanced at Lin Xuemei, and then said, be patient. The other party obviously missed one thing, which is their major mistake. Of course, it is mainly caused by asymmetric intelligence. Lin Xuemei, what do you mean? Yi Sha smiled. The special operations team of Compu Company needs to face more than just us. Lin Xuemei's eyes suddenly lit up. People in other carriages? Yisha nodded. Yes. The actions of Waverly and Quinn were intended to force Yisha and Lin Xuemei to show up. However, the surviving humans in other carriages also have missions related to Compu and the alien humans. So they can't just watch the alien humans die. That would be a waste. As these alien humans provide the most direct source of alien human cells. It won't take too long. Yisha said solemnly. It should be soon. Yisha's speculation was correct. Not long after he finished speaking, there was a loud bang in the amusement park. And even a cloud of dust could be seen flying in the distance. Start. Yisha and Lin Xuemei were still outside the playground. If that was the case, they were definitely not the ones who started the fight. Yisha thought to himself that Waverly's biomech seemed to be very powerful. Although they had not fought, Yisha did not know much about it. But the huge weapon that could fire bombs had great destructive power. If there were other equipment, they would not be any worse. Needless to say, Quinn was too difficult to deal with because of his mobility. However, are the surviving humans on Doomsday train easy to deal with? After all, they have been through more than 10 platforms. Who doesn't have a few good cards in hand? Of course. More importantly, there are a lot of people. Even if the people in the 4 carriages are not all gathered together, there are still 20 to 30 people. Which is enough for Waverly and Quinn to drink a pot. Lin Xuemei, when do we enter the field? Yisha, no hurry. Wait a little longer. The fight has just started. It's not a good time to enter the field. Yisha was also anxious. In fact, it was true that the surviving humans also had related tasks. But as long as they got the alien human cells, the corpses would also be fine. Therefore, the surviving humans may not be saving people. And there is a high possibility that they are stealing corpses. Then, there is no guarantee that the other party will save people. Yisha is different from Lin Xuemei. Mike must be alive. Death is not considered a completed mission. But no matter how anxious he is, Yisha can still maintain his rationality and remain calm. Impulsiveness will not help the situation in any way. Only calmness can choose the best time. Of course, Yisha did not do nothing. The corpse flower has already taken action underground. Look! Lin Xuemei suddenly said. The defense measures have been activated. Yisha looked up and saw several micro-missiles flying through the air, dragging white tails at a very fast speed. Those micro-missiles were not big, about the size of a bottle of mineral water. But their power was still not to be underestimated. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions continued, with flames and black smoke. Then, a huge jumping machine was directly blown off, then collapsed and hit the ground hard. For a moment, it actually made people feel like the earth was shaking. Yisha decisively said, "Let's go. It's our turn." The other party used the hidden defense measures in the amusement park, which meant that Waverly and Quinn were under great pressure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used the defense measures in the base so quickly. Yisha took the lead and climbed over the wall. It was not difficult to find the location. Just head towards the place where the explosion sounded. When they arrived at the place, Lin Xuemei pointed first, Ferris wheel. Yisha looked up and immediately saw the biological mecha standing on the top of the Ferris wheel. In front of the Ferris wheel, a battle was going on. There were quite a few surviving humans in other carriages, about 30 people. And the target of their battle was the Special Operations team of Comp Corporation. Although many people were killed by Yisha last night, it was obvious that the number of Special Operations teams was more than that. And there were still many people. But it was obvious that the strength of the Special Operations team was at a disadvantage. Therefore, Waverly used defensive measures. In the flower bed at the intersection, several sentry machine guns were directly lifted from the ground, swinging the muzzles and continuously shooting. Farther away, there were several anti-tank guns hanging upside down, constantly firing micro-missiles. Yisha's attention was not on these people, and he did not intend to participate in the battle of the surviving humans, because it was completely meaningless to him. Look! After looking around for a while, Yisha suddenly pointed at the Ferris wheel again. Look inside the Ferris wheel. Lin Xuemei looked up again, and then her eyes lit up. It's an alien human. The iron box of the Ferris wheel was full of people. Obviously all of them were captured alien humans. Yisha, now someone is helping us to bear the firepower. So which one do you choose? Lin Xuemei's face was sinister. Wavery. Lin Xuemei suffered a great loss at the hands of Wavery and her biological mecha. So it is not surprising that she would choose Wavri again. Yisha smiled. In that case, let me take care of Quinn. Lin Xuemei nodded and rushed forward first. Wavri was watching the battle. But at this moment, she suddenly saw a colorful shadow passing by. It was Lin Xuemei, who came to the bottom of the Ferris wheel and swung the arrow's blade in her hand. Sweeping directly to the top of the Ferris wheel, the biomech leaped up and then fell towards the bottom of the Ferris wheel. Boom! As the biomech landed, the ground was cracked. You again. A hoarse female voice came from the biomech. Finally you're willing to come out? I won't let you get away this time. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Xuemei shouted. Die. The arrow's blade attacked again. And as Lin Xuemei stretched out her hand and swung it, the arrow's blade suddenly stretched and swung towards the biomech. Waverly's biomech was equipped with a complete range of weapons. With a huge black cannon hanging on its back, a double alloy blade on its waist, 2 hand cannons wrapped around its arms, and 2 miniature submachine guns on both sides of its thighs. Seeing the arrow's blade coming, the biomech immediately pulled out an alloy blade and fought back. Clang! The crisp sound of weapons clashing rang out, announcing the start of the battle. Chapter 479 Ferris Wheel. Yisha also moved at this time, rushed towards the Ferris wheel, then jumped to the top of the iron box, then bent his legs slightly, continued to jump upwards, and jumped to the next section of the iron box. In this way, Yisha continued to jump, and rushed to the top of the Ferris wheel. Quinn's face was solemn, ready for battle. When Yisha approached, Quinn suddenly shouted, and then punched Yisha. There were 2 iron boxes between Yisha and Quinn. Yisha did not expect Quinn to take the initiative to attack, but it was not surprising. With Quinn's mobility, it was easy to close the distance suddenly. But Yisha raised his arm and sneered. Did I allow you to get closer? Nitrogen cutting. Yisha raised his arm, and Quinn's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was wrong. So he quickly changed direction and jumped onto the metal frame of the Ferris wheel. Sure enough, Quinn immediately heard a bang sound, and the nitrogen cutting directly cut a metal box in half. The broken iron box fell downwards and was instantly flattened. Yisha did not pursue him, but stood there, pulling out the Black Star pistol and shooting directly at Quinn. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots continued, and Quinn immediately shrank his body and hid behind the metal frame. The bullets kept hitting the metal frame, creating layers of golden sparks. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly deviated the muzzle of the gun to the side. Refraction. Bang. Bang. Yisha pulled the trigger again, and 2 bullets flew out one after the other. At the moment when they passed the side of the metal frame, the bullet behind suddenly hit the one in front, forming a refraction and shooting towards Quinn. This change was too sudden. Quinn had no time to react. He felt a pain in his shoulder, and then a blood flower bloomed. At the same time, Yisha also jumped from the iron box and fell towards Quinn. Clang! The next moment, the king's holy sword was unsheathed, bringing out a golden light, and slashed towards Quinn. Quinn dodged and jumped onto the metal frame on the other side. But Yisha chased him closely and immediately followed suit. Yisha didn't want Quinn to leave the Ferris wheel. Yisha took the initiative to jump onto the Ferris wheel to fight Quinn. And there was a reason for that. The only places to stand on the Ferris wheel were the iron box for viewing and the metal frame of the Ferris wheel. Fighting in such a place, Quinn's mobility would be effectively restricted, and he could not move freely and unscrupulously. Watching the king's holy sword sweeping towards him again, Quinn gritted his teeth, lifted his windbreaker, and pulled out his crutches. Clang! The king's holy sword collided with the crutch, making a clanging sound. Quinn immediately raised his hand, pulled out the second crutch, and swept it towards Yisha. At this moment, Yisha's body leaned back and suddenly fell backwards, avoiding Quinn's attack while his body hung upside down in the air. Quinn raised his foot and stepped on Yisha's legs hooked on the metal frame. But at the moment of stepping down, Yisha's feet loosened and fell on the metal frame below. The king's holy sword also swept upwards at this moment, directly cutting off the metal frame above. Quinn stumbled and also fell on the metal frame below. Yisha rushed forward without hesitation, and the king's holy sword slashed forward again. If you don't show some real skills, Yisha smiled, then, I will kill you. The next moment, the sword of the king's holy sword suddenly shone with golden light, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. And then countless golden halos overflowed from the sword, and then continued to spread around, forming a circle, The domain of the king. Yisha raised the king's holy sword and slashed it forward. Quinn quickly moved back, trying to avoid the attack. At this moment, Yisha suddenly said, "My sword is sharp and unstoppable." Poof! Quinn looked at his chest in disbelief. And a crack was cut on his right chest by Yisha's sword. But he was not in front of Yisha at all. At the moment when Yisha drew his sword, Quinn used his mobility to dodge to the metal rack below, and was on top and below Yisha. If that was the case, why was he hit? Why should I be hit? Because? Yisha smiled. The king's order cannot be disobeyed. Yisha jumped down from the metal frame and landed on the metal frame where Quinn was, and then slashed forward again. Quinn quickly blocked his chest with the cane, trying to stop the king's holy sword. Yisha, my sword will ignore everything. Puff! The king's holy sword swept forward, like a void, and seemed to pass directly between the canes, and then stabbed Quinn's lower abdomen with his sword. Quinn covered his wound. His face was a little pale, and he quickly stepped back, looking at the wound with an incredible look on his face. At this time, Yisha's king's holy sword came again. Yisha's sword did not stop at all. He could not avoid it, nor could he block it. Although Quinn knew that there must be something strange about the king's holy sword in Yisha's hand, he was completely confused. Ah! Seeing the king's holy sword stabbing again, Quinn suddenly roared, suddenly stretched out his hand to twist off a section of the metal frame behind him, and then smashed it towards Yisha. Yisha took a half step back, and Quinn's eyes lit up. He was not injured. No inexplicable injury. Although Quinn still didn't understand what the effect of the king's holy sword was. It seemed that as long as there was a large object covering it, the effect would be invalid. But at this moment, an invisible force suddenly appeared, and then Quinn saw the metal frame he threw out flew back. Shock wave. With a bang, the metal frame hit Quinn's body, knocking Quinn out directly, and hitting the supporting column in the center of the Ferris wheel hard. Yisha sneered, "Do you think I only have that one move?" Quinn gritted his teeth. His eyes became fierce, and suddenly turned around and jumped onto a metal box. "Come on!" Quinn shouted at Yisha, "If you have the guts, keep attacking. I'll kill them." There were two people locked up in the metal box. A man and a woman. Both of them were alien humans, hugging each other, looking extremely frightened. Yisha sneered and attacked again. Nitrogen cutting. As Yisha swung his arm down, the metal box suddenly cracked. Quinn was shocked, and was almost cut into pieces by Yisha's blow. He quickly jumped back to the metal frame, and then looked sideways. With screams, the chopped metal box had fallen to the ground, and the two alien humans were lying on the ground, with a pool of blood under them. Chapter 480 the first. Yisha said coldly, "Do you think I care about their life or death?" Quinn moved his throat. Yisha did not hesitate at all when he attacked. How could he care about the life or death of those alien humans? Of course, Yisha's words were also deliberately misleading Quinn. Of course, Yisha still cared about the life or death of alien humans. But he only cared about Mike Whitehouse, who was the target specified in the mission to be brought back. As for the others, what did Yisha have to do with them? Yisha would not deliberately kill them, nor would he deliberately save them. In the end times, the only one you can rely on is yourself. So, Yisha raised his arm again. "Your threats are useless to me." As soon as he finished speaking, a nitrogen slash was swung out by Yisha again, cutting off a section of the metal frame. Quinn stumbled and fell downwards. Then his figure flashed, and he was about to return to the metal frame. But at this moment, Quinn suddenly saw a figure appear on the metal frame. Yisha actually jumped down from above and accurately locked his position on the ground. "Your mobility is indeed difficult to deal with," Yisha sneered, "but here, there are only so many places you can land. It's easy to guess, right?" Puff! The next moment, Yisha raised his sword and slashed forward fiercely. Then the sound of the sword blade entering the flesh sounded, and a wound was cut on Quinn's chest, and the bright red blood burst out. Bang! 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 Quinn's body fell down, hitting the metal frame continuously, making a sound of impact, and finally hung on a horizontal metal frame. Yisha continued to jump down and came to Quinn's side again. This attack really brought a heavy blow to Quinn. His chest was almost cut open by Yisha's sword, and then he suffered continuous impacts. Now he was lying there gasping for breath, and he was already half dead. Yisha stood beside Quinn and said coldly, "Answer me a few questions." I can let you die more comfortably. Where did your crutches come from? How did you get your mobility? Yisha was also very curious about this matter. Quinn's walking stick looked like something produced on the Doomsday train. However, this guy was definitely not a surviving human on the Doomsday train. And he didn't look like an apostle. Yisha wanted to know the answer. Quinn said contemptuously, "Why should I tell you?" Yisha walked up to Quinn, squatted down, grabbed Quinn's hair, and lifted Quinn's head. "Do you want to know what it means to be worse than death?" Quinn grinned and suddenly laughed. "I don't know. But I know what it feels like to drag you to death." Quinn pulled open his windbreaker violently. On both sides of the windbreaker, there were 7 or 8 grenades densely hung, and the pull rings were strung together by metal wires. Quinn pulled hard, and all the safety rings of the grenades were torn off. Yisha's face changed, and he immediately jumped down to the bottom of the metal frame. Boom! Continuous explosions suddenly sounded, and countless fireballs exploded in the air. The metal frame of the Ferris wheel was blown to pieces, causing the Ferris wheel to shake violently, and it seemed to be shaky. Fortunately, the central metal pillar supporting the weight was not broken, so the Ferris wheel tilted a little but did not fall. On the other side, bang! Yisha fell directly from the air and hit the ground with a loud noise. The ground cracked and collapsed into a huge deep pit. After a while, Yisha stretched out his palm and climbed out of the pit in a rather embarrassed manner. But he was not injured. On the surface of his body, a layer of scales similar to dragon scales appeared. At the last moment, Yisha used his hard armor to withstand the force of the fall, although the hard armor was also faintly visible after being hit, and it could not be maintained for a moment. Asshole! Yisha looked at the Ferris wheel above his head that was still smoking, and couldn't help cursing. He didn't expect Quinn to be so decisive. Seeing that he couldn't survive, he planned to drag him to death. "Hey!" At this time, Lin Xuemei's voice suddenly sounded behind Yisha. "Help!" Yisha looked back and saw that Lin Xuemei was in a very bad situation. The biomechanical machine seemed to be more difficult to deal with than expected. Lin Xuemei had many more wounds on her body, and her clothes were covered with blood. Yisha frowned, then used the king's holy sword to support his body and climbed up, quickly approaching the biomechanical machine. "Quinn, that useless piece of trash, is dead." Waver yelled in the biomechanical machine. "I am different from that piece of trash. I will kill you." With a low roar, the biomech rushed forward, swinging its alloy double blades and slashing at Yisha and Lin Xuemei. Lin Xuemei was not completely fruitless. The biomecha's cannon that could fire fireballs had been cut in two, and the 2 submachine guns seemed to be useless. The only weapons that could be confirmed by the naked eye were the alloy blades. Yisha's figure flashed, and he used the Son of Wind's ability to move to the side in a large range, and then slashed at the biomech with a sword. Wifely had no intention of defending at all, and let the king's holy sword slash at the biomech. And then Yisha was suddenly shocked. The king's holy sword slashed the biomech, but it only left a mark, and didn't even cut the outer skin of the biomech. Yisha was surprised. "This guy's defense is so high?" "Yeah," Lin Xuemei agreed indifferently, and then said, "Be careful that she calls up the defense facilities." As soon as Lin Xuemei finished speaking, the flower bed behind the biomech moved back, and then a row of 7 anti-tank guns suddenly rose up. The next moment, the 7 anti-tank guns fired at the same time, and dense micro-missiles flew into the air and then fell towards the 2 people. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions continued, and huge fireballs suddenly exploded one after another, forming a line, which was extremely spectacular. Yisha was blown away by the impact of the explosion, and escaped from the coverage of the flames. He supported the ground with one hand, slid backwards, and stabilized his body. His body was charred, but he seemed to have not suffered any injuries. However, at this time, Yisha opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Yisha did avoid the center of the micro-missile bombing and the coverage of the flames in the first time, but he was still affected by the impact of the explosion. His internal organs were trembling, and his blood was surging. Sure enough, the most troublesome part of the biological mecha was not itself, but the connection and control of the defense measures in the base. At the same time, Yisha was thinking. The street lamp on the side suddenly broke, and then a device, like a camera, suddenly rose from the street lamp pole. Chapter 481, the second one. Oops. Thermal cutting. The moment Yisha finished speaking, a beam of light suddenly shot out, passing through the ground and cutting a crack in the ground. Yisha threw himself to the side and rolled on the ground, barely avoiding the sudden attack. But at this moment, a huge figure appeared on the side of Yisha. Biomecha! Bang! Wabri drove the biomecha and rushed forward, hitting Yisha hard and directly knocking him out. Ha! At the same time, a low shout suddenly sounded from behind the biomech. Lin Xuemei wielded the arrow's blade and attacked from behind. The blade of the arrow's blade suddenly unfolded and turned into a whip shape, tightly binding the biomech. As the arrow's blade continued to tighten, the crescent-shaped blade pierced into the body of the biomech, leaving a series of blood marks. But it was only a moment. The biomech quickly exerted force and violently broke free from the arrow's blade. Then he raised his hand, and the giant palm grabbed Lin Xuemei. Bang! The biomech raised its hand and smashed Lin Xuemei to the ground, then dragged Lin Xuemei and ran quickly. After running more than 10 meters, it exerted a sudden force and threw Lin Xuemei out. With a bang, Lin Xuemei hit the nearby guardrail and collapsed a piece of it. Thump, thump, thump. Immediately afterwards, gunshots suddenly rang out. But it was the other surviving humans who got off the Doomsday train who opened fire at this time, shooting continuously at the biomech. A hint of anger was revealed in Waverly's hoarse voice. All of you, die! The anti-tank gun immediately launched a second round of bombing, and new micro-missiles flew into the air and then fell in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosion sounded again, echoing all around, and the flames rushed like the sea, one circle after another, layer upon layer. At the same time, the flower bed on the other side was suddenly moved away, and 7th century machine guns suddenly rose up and began to fire wildly. All of Waverly's men had been killed, and only Waverly was left alive in the special operations team. However, the surviving humans also suffered a lot of casualties, with 1/3 dead and many running away. Now there were only a dozen people left, and they were obviously retreating. Yisha gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. This biological mecha was too difficult to deal with. No, it should be said that the defense measures in the base were too difficult to deal with. Such fierce firepower was difficult to withstand even for Yisha and Lin Xuemei. After sending away the surviving human who was causing trouble, the biomech turned around and approached Lin Xuemei again. Lin Xuemei gritted her teeth and suddenly pulled out a pistol from the holster behind her waist. It was a platinum-colored pistol with a row of prismatic metal on each side, which kept shaking up and down. And with the shaking, there would be an electric current flowing through the gun. Yisha was surprised. This woman even has this. The Thunder Kiss electromagnetic gun. This is also an item in the treasure list. And like the King's Holy Sword, it is a low-end treasure list item, worth 60 gold coins. But even if it was a low-end item, it was a unique item in the treasure list. More importantly, Lin Xuemei actually had 2 items in the treasure list. There were very few flight attendants who could do this. The next moment, Lin Xuemei pulled the trigger. When the electromagnetic gun was fired, the sound was extremely harsh, shaking the eardrums, and then a thunderball was fired from the muzzle. The speed of the thunderball was not slow, but the speed of the biological mecha was faster. Suddenly, it dodged the thunderball. But at this moment, the lightning ball that flew past the biomech seemed to have a huge magnetic force pulling it, and it actually sucked the biomech over. The biomech collided with the lightning ball, and in the blink of an eye, the lightning ball shattered, and dense electric currents enveloped the biomech. Ah! Waverly's screams came from the biomech. The electric current not only attacked the biomech, but also penetrated into the biomech and directly attacked Waverly. Of course, because of the biological mecha, the infiltrating current must have been weakened a lot. At this time, Yisha also quietly touched the back of the biological mecha, and at the moment when the current disappeared, he suddenly jumped up and jumped onto the back of the biological mecha. Puff! Yisha raised the King's Holy Sword and stabbed it down fiercely. This sword, Yisha used all his strength, pierced the body of the biological mecha, and not only cut a mark, but also barely penetrated 3 inches into the flesh, and could not destroy the cockpit inside the biological mecha at all. Get out of here! Waverly growled, stretched out her hand, grabbed Yisha, and threw him out again. However, this time Yisha was prepared, twisted his body in the air, and landed steadily on the ground. Waverly growled, "I'm going to kill you!" accompanied by Waverly's roar. The flower beds around were moved away again, and new anti-tank guns and sentry machine guns were raised from the ground again. At the same time, in the distance, hidden defense measures were slowly rising from the ground. The number of anti-tank guns reached a terrifying 24. The 24 anti-tank guns were enough to launch nearly 100 micro-missiles together. Lin Xuemei's face changed, and she shouted to Yisha, "Retreat first." "Retreat again?" Yisha smiled and made a sword flower. "No need to retreat this time." Wibbly shouted, "Then die." Wibbly pulled the joystick. But at this moment, Wibbly's expression suddenly froze, because the anti-tank guns did not respond at all, and the micro-missiles were not launched. In fact, Wibbly found that the operation screen of the biological mecha had also darkened. Boom! At this time, a loud noise came from a distance, and a huge corpse flower vine suddenly emerged from the ground and kept waving in the air. The arc of Yisha's mouth became more and more obvious, and he finally destroyed the power supply room in the base. Lin Xuemei's eyes lit up, and then she looked at Yisha and confirmed, "It's done?" "Yisha, what else?" Lin Xuemei immediately, "Kill her." As Lin Xuemei said, she quickly raised the electromagnetic gun and aimed it at the biological mecha. This time, it was not a thunderball that was fired. The muzzle of the electromagnetic gun made a crackling sound, and then a lightning column flew out and hit the chest of the biological mecha. The lightning column was not thick, only 2 fingers wide, but the power was never determined by size. At this time, Waverly also quickly switched the biological mecha to the backup power supply state. Even if the power supply of the base was lost, it could still last for about 3 minutes. However, it was too late. Chapter 482. Each has his own plan. It takes time for the backup power supply to start up, and it also takes time for the biomech to restart. Although the time required is not long, it is enough for Lin Xuemei. Boom! The lightning column hit the chest of the biomech, and the chest of the biomech actually exploded directly. The flesh from below the neck to the waist was torn apart, revealing the cockpit inside. Yisha had attacked the biomech before, so he naturally knew how high the defense of this thing was. The lightning column could actually achieve this level, so it was naturally obvious how powerful it was. After the attack, Lin Xuemei shouted to Yisha, "Kill her." Yisha didn't waste any words, held the king's holy sword horizontally, and rushed towards the biological mecha. Then jumped up, raised the king's holy sword and stabbed it towards the mecha cabin. With a creak, the metal plate made a harsh sound, and then the king's holy sword pierced through the cockpit, and then stabbed into Vivli's chest. Puff! Vivli's face was pale, and she opened her mouth, but she couldn't speak, but spit out blood in large mouthfuls, and then her head tilted to one side, and was nailed to death in the cockpit by Yisha's sword. "You stopped the Special Forces team of Compu from capturing Mike Whitos, and killed the leader of the Special Forces team, the Black Angel Waverly, and the deputy leader, the White Angel Quinn, to complete the crew mission too." A mysterious voice sounded, announcing that Yisha had completed the mission. Although Mike Whitos had not been rescued, Quinn and Waverly were dead, and the Special Forces team of Compu had been completely wiped out. So it was naturally impossible to capture Mike Whitos. Naturally, this mission was completed, and the next step was to bring the people back to the Doomsday train. But at this moment, a hint of viciousness flashed across Lin Xuemei's face, and the muzzle of the electromagnetic gun in her hand moved slightly, aiming at Yisha's back. Without any hesitation, Lin Xuemei quickly pulled the trigger. She wanted the biological mecha. At the same time, she also wanted the reward for the flight attendant mission. The muzzle of the electromagnetic gun made a crackling sound again, and then the terrifying lightning column shot out again, shooting towards Yisha's back. But at this moment, Yisha disappeared. The lightning column passed over the top of the biological mecha and hit a building in the distance. The building boomed and collapsed in an instant, collapsing directly into a pile of rubble. Stacked together, Lin Xuemei's face showed horror, and then she quickly entered a state of alert, constantly looking left and right. "I knew you had a problem." Yisha's voice suddenly sounded, and then he jumped down from the top of the Ferris wheel and landed steadily on the ground. In Yisha's hand there is a sword. The name of the sword is the Sword of Glory. Yisha looked at Lin Xuemei and sneered. He had hidden the Sword of Glory on the Ferris wheel long ago, ready to be activated at any time, allowing him to suddenly leave and go to the location of the Sword of Glory. Lin Xuemei said coldly, "How did you know?" Yi Sha, you are indeed pretending very well. The value of the biological mecha is higher than the rewards of the two tasks. It is reasonable to use it for trading. But what if you are greedy? Why not get the biological mecha and complete the task at the same time? Lin Xueme, just that? Of course it's more than that. Yi Sha, you have two flaws. The first is that you interrupted my train of thought when I was thinking about the feasibility of this deal. You wanted to stop me from thinking about this issue. And it also proved that you don't care about the deal. Yi Sha paced slowly, with a stronger look of contempt on his face. Second, what did you say when we met at the back door of the amusement park? Yi Sha smiled. It doesn't matter if the other people die. But what if the other party happens to pick Mike Whito's next? The mission will be ruined. Lin Xueme took a deep breath. This was the biggest flaw. If the deal was done, the mission would have nothing to do with her. Whether the mission was completed or not would have no effect on her. The one who should be worried was Yi Sha, not her. Finally, a flaw that is not a flaw. Yi Sha looked at the blade of arrows. The things in the treasure list can't be so bad. If the things are fine, then it can only be that you are letting it go. Yi Sha stretched out his fingers and shook them gently. Yi Sha, why do you want to let it go? Because you need to save your strength to deal with the next enemy? That is me. Right? That's right. Lin Xueme looked cold, and suddenly swung the arrow's blade forward. So, go to hell. The arrow's blade slashed forward, and then suddenly stretched out, sweeping towards Yi Sha. Lin Xueme slashed at Yi Sha's throat, and as soon as she made a move, she went straight to the fatal point. Because Lin Xueme's only goal was to kill Yi Sha, killing Waverly and Quinn. A flight attendant mission has fallen into Yi Sha's hands. But as long as Yi Sha dies, who will collect the reward? Lin Xueme brought Mike Whito's back to the Doomsday train, and naturally replaced Yi Sha's share. Lin Xueme had tried this method more than once. So, Yi Sha must die. Seeing the arrow's blade sweeping over, Yi Sha jumped up directly. But at this time, Lin Xueme suddenly raised the electromagnetic gun and fired a thunder ball at Yi Sha. Yi Sha did not dare to neglect it. The thunder ball seemed to have a very strong electromagnetic suction force, which could directly suck people over. And it was not so easy to avoid it. Then, Yi Sha said softly, then destroy it. Yi Sha stretched out his hand. And then the Void Snake Spear appeared in his palm and threw it downward. With a rumble, the Void Snake Spear hit the thunder ball and passed through it directly. And then the electric current lingered. But it was unable to return to Yi Sha's palm through the void, but fell to the ground with the electric current entangled. But Lin Xueme's thunder ball also deviated from the track because of this attack and fell directly to the ground. Boom! The thunder ball exploded, and the ground within a radius of about 15 meters disappeared. Yes, disappeared. The ground quickly shattered, disintegrated, and then turned into ash, without even a piece of gravel left, but was completely crushed into powder. A huge pit appeared out of thin air on the ground. At this time, Yi Sha also fell back to the ground. Do you think you are the only one who didn't try your best? Yi Sha half squinted his eyes. Now, let's take a look at my trump card. How about it? Boom! Lin Xueme suddenly felt a huge tremor under her feet, and then immediately moved to the side. At the same time, the vines of the corpse flower rose from the ground, pierced the ground, and rolled towards Lin Xueme. On the other side, Yi Sha took out the can of liquid monster from his waist bag, opened it, poured the liquid monster on the ground, and then took out the water bottle and poured the water on it. The liquid monster began to expand continuously. Chapter 483 Fighting. At the same time, corpse flower vines continued to emerge from the ground, attacking Lin Xueme continuously. Lin Xueme's speed was extremely fast. Obviously a few points faster than when she fought against the biological mecha before. The serious injuries she had suffered before were not visible at all now. Suddenly, the blade of arrows swept forward, extending and extending rapidly, and cut off a section of the corpse flower vine. Then the electromagnetic pistol opened fire. But it was neither a thunder ball nor a thunder column, but a very ordinary electric current. Yi Sha was not surprised. The power of lightning balls and lightning pillars was terrifying. They were obviously the effect of electromagnetic pistols. Naturally, they could not be used continuously. There must be a limit on the number of times or intervals. Because of this, the current hit the corpse flower vines and did not cause any damage to them. The powerful current can indeed cause damage to the corpse flower through high temperature burns, but ordinary current cannot do this. In fact, as a plant, the corpse flower is highly immune to current attacks. Boom! The vines of the corpse flower fell again, and Lin Xuemei quickly jumped back to avoid the attack of the vines of the corpse flower. But at this moment, the liquid monster also took shape. The liquid monster squirmed and quickly condensed a huge palm, which fell from the air and hit Lin Xuemei hard. With a bang, Lin Xuemei was hit directly on the ground. The ground boomed and cracked into countless spider web cracks. The big hand condensed by the liquid monster was raised again, and then it was about to fall again. Lin Xuemei's reaction was also very fast. She quickly turned over and stood up again, avoiding the attack of the liquid monster. Then, bang! The sound of a sniper rifle suddenly rang out, and the arrow's blade in Lin Xuemei's hand suddenly spread out. And then the blade formed a prismatic shield, blocking the sniper rifle's bullets. In the distance, on the roller coaster track, the arbitrator took aim and pulled the trigger continuously. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets continued to hit the shield, but ultimately failed to break the arrow's blade's defense, until the gunfire stopped. The shield formed by the arrow's blade dispersed and turned back into a blade. Yisha raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that you have the ability to defend against long-range attacks on your own. Lin Xuemei snorted. I didn't expect that you were a puppeteer. Yisha was actually just provoking. With Lin Xuemei's qualifications, in addition to offensive weapons, she must have some defensive props. Yisha didn't expect to kill Lin Xuemei with a sniper rifle alone. Lin Xuemei was really surprised. In her opinion, Yisha's strength was not weak. He had been fighting almost by his own ability before. Now he showed his strength thoroughly. He was actually the type who could manipulate alien creatures to fight. It was really surprising. This was a misunderstanding of Yisha. Except for the corpse flower. Whether it was the night owl, the arbitrator, or the liquid monster, Yisha did not take the initiative to find a way to obtain it. In fact, Yisha himself was also quite strange. Although he had obtained the title of puppeteer a long time ago, he never thought of developing in this way. Yisha paid more attention to improving his own strength. As a result, inexplicably, he developed quite well. However, no matter what, this is part of his own strength, so there is no reason not to use it. Snap! Yisha snapped his fingers again, and then the vines of the corpse flower surged, and circles of ripples suddenly appeared on the body of the liquid monster. And then countless tentacles flew out of his body, cooperating with the vines of the corpse flower, and continuously fell towards Lin Xuemei. Lin Xuemei had a knife in her left hand and a gun in her right hand. She reacted very quickly and kept jumping to move over a large range, avoiding the vines of the corpse flower and the tentacles of the liquid monster. However, just dodging will not win, let alone kill Yisha. Yisha, I know that the blade of arrows has not yet shown its effect. So if you want to kill me, then use it. Lin Xuemei ignored Yisha and just dealt with the corpse flower vines and the tentacles of the liquid monster. Yisha sneered, since you don't use it, I will continue to strengthen my attack. Yisha stretched out his hand and grasped the void. And then the infinite bow was materialized by imagination. The next moment, Yisha pulled the bowstring and put an arrow on the string. Bow opened to the full moon. Yisha used both arms to fully open the infinite bow. But he did not aim at Lin Xuemei, but shot the arrow towards the top of Lin Xuemei's head. Then, the arrow swayed in the air and began to split. 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, a dense rain of arrows formed above Lin Xuemei's head. Arrow of Heavenly Punishment. The two major arrows of the infinite bow. Heavenly Punishment and Divine Punishment. Among them, Divine Punishment is a high damage arrow that directly targets a single target. On the contrary, the arrow of Heavenly Punishment is not suitable for single combat, and the rain of arrows formed is to attack multiple targets. For example, the power of the arrows of punishment will be maximized when used in a zombie tide. However, at present, due to the pressure of the corpse flower vines and liquid monsters, the space has been greatly compressed. This round of arrow rain is likely to be the last straw that breaks the camel's back for Lin Xuemei. Sure enough, Lin Xuemei's eyes were also quite solemn. But there was no fear. Suddenly, Lin Xuemei opened the tactical bag hanging on her thigh. And then a large black cloth was suddenly pulled out by Lin Xuemei, and then spread out suddenly towards the sky. Boom, boom, boom. As the arrows rained down, the ground was constantly shattered. and then the dust spread out, covering the surrounding area. After a while, the dust dissipated. Above Lin Xuemei's head, there was a half ball floating, pure black, and the material looked like black iron. But with a shake of Lin Xuemei's wrist, the half ball suddenly softened, and it turned out to be the black cloth that Lin Xuemei had pulled out before. Yisha murmured, "Material conversion?" At this time, Lin Xuemei suddenly raised the electromagnetic pistol in front of her and pulled the trigger towards Yisha. Zila! A sharp electric current sound suddenly sounded, and then a lightning column shot out from the muzzle, heading straight for Yisha. Yisha had been standing in the back, letting the corpse flower and the liquid monster attack from the front. But Lin Xuemei's shot was very clever, taking advantage of the interval of attack stagnation. And the trajectory was also very accurate, and she actually passed through the gap in the vines and rushed straight to Yisha. Yisha raised the corner of his mouth, and then opened his mouth. Transfer. Suddenly, Yisha's figure disappeared, and the huge body of the liquid monster suddenly appeared where Yisha had stood before. Boom! The electric column shot into the body of the liquid monster, and then a circle of large holes were punched through the body of the liquid monster, and countless broken small liquid monsters continued to fall around. But it was useless. Chapter 484 Trial Mission. The defense and regeneration ability of the liquid monster can no longer be described as terrifying, but it makes people almost desperate. Although a large hole was opened in the body, and the large hole even occupied a quarter of the liquid monster's body, the scattered small liquid monsters quickly squirmed and then gathered again on the body of the liquid monster. Then the large hole quickly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side, Yisha's voice sounded faintly behind Lin Xuemei. "The power of that electromagnetic gun is indeed terrifying. But you have already fired the third lightning column? How many more times can you fire? I don't believe it can be fired continuously." "Lin Xuemei, then you don't have to bother with it," Lin Xuemei said as she moved her hands quickly. She swung the arrow's blade with her backhand. The arrow's blade suddenly unfolded and swung towards Yisha. Yisha took 2 steps back. The corpse flower vines quickly came from the side and built a wall in front of Yisha. "Lin Xuemei, don't you want to see the remaining effects of the arrow's blade? Then I'll show you." Suddenly, the arrow's blade showed 3 colors of light and color: pink, yellow, and white, intertwined and intertwined. It looked extremely gorgeous. In an instant, the 3-color stream of light enveloped a large area around him. Yisha frowned and let the corpse flower vines around him rush over to him, thickening his defense. On Yisha's body, dragon-like scales appeared again. The next moment, the 3-color stream of light exploded, and the arrow's blade completely split into countless crescent-shaped blades that shot out in all directions and hit the surrounding corpse flower vines. After a moment, the stream of light slowly began to dissipate. Yisha couldn't help but frown. This was the final effect of the blade of arrows. Lin Xuemei's last-ditch attack? It was a joke. How could this kind of power be considered a last-ditch trick? The corpse flower vine slowly moved to both sides. Yisha looked forward and snorted coldly. "Cunning woman." Lin Xuemei was gone. Yes. As the stream of light spread, Lin Xuemei's figure disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that the final effect of the blade of arrows was just a feint by Lin Xuemei. Taking advantage of Yisha's defense, Lin Xuemei used some unknown means to escape directly. Yisha should be impressed by this decisiveness. Seeing that things could not be violated, she immediately retreated without any hesitation. It must be said that Lin Xuemei did the right thing. But for Yisha, this was not a satisfactory result. Yisha's purpose was very simple. For those who provoked him, there was only one word: kill. Where there is conflict, there is hatred. And where there is hatred, there is an enemy. Yisha hoped to kill all enemies. Only in this way would he not have to be on guard all the time, especially for a powerful enemy like Lin Xuemei. If he lurked in the dark and waited for an opportunity to act, it would be a very dangerous thing. Yisha reluctantly put on the starry goggles and searched around carefully, but could not find any trace of Lin Xuemei. It was obvious that Lin Xuemei did not simply escape by her legs, but used some props to escape in a large area. In this case, Yisha had no choice. If he could not find any trace of Lin Xuemei, he would have nowhere to chase her. Yisha snapped his fingers, and the vines of the corpse flower quickly surged up, wrapped around the Ferris wheel, and quickly broke a sheet metal box, and then slowly dropped the sheet metal box to the ground. Yisha opened the iron compartment, and found a 15 or 16-year-old blonde boy imprisoned inside. He then took out the information given by the proprietress, compared it with the photo, and then slashed with a knife, slashing the opponent's neck. It was Mike Widows for sure. "Let's go!" Yisha called out and left the amusement park directly. There was no trouble returning to the Doomsday train. The biggest trouble of this mission had been solved, and the remaining zombies and surviving humans were naturally nothing to be afraid of. Besides, Mike Widows actually has no direct mission relationship with the surviving humans. If you want to find alien human cells, just go to the base of Compu Corporation. From this point of view, Yisha did a good thing. He let the corpse flower directly open a big hole on the top of the base, so that everyone can enter directly. Back to the Doomsday train. Yisha put the unconscious Mike Widows on the seat in front of the bar and said directly, "Received." The boss lady smiled. "Congratulations on completing the mission. Both missions are yours, corresponding to random weapons and random skills respectively. Do you want to choose now?" As the lady boss spoke, she waved her hand, and the waiter on the dining car came forward to carry Mike Widows away. Yisha signaled the lady boss to give him the healing potion, and then said, "No hurry. I have to do the trial mission, and the reward will be settled after I come back." The lady boss smiled, very confident. "It seems that you are determined to win the trial mission. Do I have a reason to fail?" Yisha asked directly. "What is the content of the trial mission?" The lady boss: "You will know it naturally after leaving the platform." Yisha: "Only I can enter and exit the place where the trial mission points to." "Right." The lady boss nodded. Yisha: "Will there not be some strange guys like last time?" The last time Yisha tried the special trial mission, he was sniped by Genani. The lady boss laughed again. "That was just an accident, wasn't it?" Yisha said nothing more and left the Doomsday train again. Among the 12 trials of the Immortal, the trials with the number 3 are special trials. They are not simply about accumulating some zombies or killing some designated zombies, but have specific trial missions to complete. But specific trial tasks usually conflict with daily platform tasks, which means that if you want to complete the trial, you must race against time and not waste any time. Because, who knows when the people in other carriages will be back? And when the Doomsday train departs, Yisha will be finished. Of course, vacation is also a good choice to complete the trial task. But Yisha has missed this vacation, and he doesn't know when the next vacation will come. In particular, if the current trial mission is not completed, the next trial mission will not appear. This means that if Yisha does not complete the special trial as soon as possible, the subsequent hunting of zombies will not be accumulated to the next trial mission, which is really a waste. Therefore, Yisha plans to complete the trial mission as soon as possible. While thinking, Yisha walked out of the Doomsday train platform, and the surrounding scene has completely changed, no longer looking like a small town. Chapter 485 Silverwing City. Welcome to Silverwing City. Trial Mission 1. This is the origin of all diseases, the initial place where the zombie virus spreads. The original virus sample is still here. This is the only sample in the world. Your mission is to find it. Trial Mission 2. The origin virus created powerful zombie monsters and also opened the era of Genesis. There are a total of 7 origin zombies infected by the origin virus, one of which is here. Please kill it. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing Yisha's 2 trial tasks. As usual, different from ordinary tasks, Yisha also received some hints or information. Silverwing Capital is the city where the zombie virus first spread. Of course, the first and the last are not very meaningful, because the zombie virus covered the whole world in a short time. The time was short, and Yisha was not clear. But before the zombie virus broke out, there was no news, announcements, or evacuation information. What does this mean? It means that the news did not have time to circulate, and the end of the world has come. Based on this, Yisha believes that the end of the world will come in about 1 or 2 days, or even shorter. However, this is just Yisha's inference, and it is also the inference of many people in the previous life. And now, the information provided by the mysterious voice gives an accurate answer. The spread of the zombie virus is not that fast, but because of the incubation period, the original virus is different from the subsequent mutated viruses. It has a considerable incubation period of about 8 to 10 days, and then spreads to the whole world within 1 or 2 days, and then collectively breaks out in various cities at about the same time. Therefore, this is actually divided into 2 parts. That is, the spreading period and the outbreak period. Because of a certain period of latency and collective outbreak, the whole world suddenly entered the apocalypse. There was no news, no announcement, no refuge, and suddenly, humans experienced the fear of hell coming. During this spreading period, the source of the spread was the Silver Winged City. Secondly, Yisha got a very shocking news that the initial place where the Silver Winged City virus began to spread was the New Century City. This is one of the 3 headquarters of CommScope. CommScope's headquarters was established in the City of Technology. But with the development of the company, the New Century City and the Future City emerged. Although the latter two are not the official headquarters of the company, everyone regards them as the headquarters of CommScope, because the latter 2 places are the largest branches of CommScope, and their scale is not inferior to that of the City of Technology. Among them, the scale of the Future City is even better than that of the City of Technology. Therefore, when talking about the headquarters of CommScope, there will always be people who ask, is it Technology, Future, or New Century? Yisha's trial mission target is located in New Century City. Yisha murmured, it seems that this trial mission is more time-consuming than expected, and we must hurry up. Even if Yisha has never been to New Century City, he has seen it on the news. New Century City is of course not a real city, but a commercial district centered on New Era Plaza. And this area is all owned by Compu Company. The land, shops, and houses are all Compu Companies. That place is like a city within a city, with more than 500,000 employees of Compu living here. And it contains all the necessary facilities for life, even in order to take care of the relatives of the employees. There are nursing homes, kindergartens, primary schools, middle schools, and universities. Its scale can only be described as astonishing. It takes a lot of time to find the origin potion in a place of this scale. Yisha does not want to fail the trial mission, and he does not want to miss the time to return to the Doomsday train because of this. Whatever, Yisha murmured, since we are here, let's look for it first. Yisha walked along the street. About a quarter of an hour later, Yisha found a sign with a city map on it. There are many of these things in the Silver Winged City, because the city is also very large, one of the largest cities in the world, and one of the world's economic centers. Yisha looked for a while, found his location, and then smiled, not bad luck. Yisha's current location is not far from New Century City, only 30 minutes away. At the same time, Yisha has determined the direction. In this case, there is no need to walk. Yisha pried a car and drove directly to New Century City. 30 minutes later, Yisha entered the scope of New Century City. From the surface, there is actually not much difference. The regional division of modern cities is very vague. Usually, the identification of regions is based on landmarks. The landmark of New Century City is New Era Square, but it is the center of the commercial district. Yisha is not interested in that place. How can the origin potion be in the store of Compu Company? Yisha's target is the company building of Compu. And the next is the New Century experimental base named after the New Century by Compu. Compared with the two, Yisha prefers the latter. It is more likely that such important things are in the experimental base. Yisha, try to connect to the network and find the location of the New Century experimental base. Such a private place is impossible to appear on the map of the public area. The arbitrator did as he was told, and directly pulled out the connection cable from his body and connected it to the onboard computer. Fortunately, he was able to connect to the network. I don't know if it is because the technology power of the Silver Winged City is very advanced. After a moment, the arbitrator pulled up a map and pointed directly to the New Century experimental base. The base is located in the southeast of New Century City. A piece of land here is completely isolated. When Yisha arrived, he saw a towering wall, which was 7 or 8 meters high, with barbed wire wrapped around it, and no entry signs hanging on the wall. Even every 10 meters, Yisha saw a sentry booth, which can be said to be very tightly guarded. In addition, there is a circle of block zombies outside the wall, scratching the wall mindlessly or hitting it with their heads. Yisha parked the car a little further away and stared at the wall. There were 2 reasons why Yisha stopped. The first was whether the experimental base in New Century City had been abandoned. Yisha was not sure. Compu did not collapse because of the apocalypse. Instead, it studied the zombie virus and began to call the wind and rain. Bases in many places were activated. The second was how to enter the base. If he ran into it now, It would be equivalent to running into a group of zombies. It would be completely uncomfortable for him. Fortunately, it was almost night. When it got dark, he could use the Nighthawk's night attack and then transform into the wings of darkness to fly in. Chapter 486 Guard Dog. At night, Yisha quickly spread his wings of darkness to avoid the zombies and entered the base. After climbing over the wall, Yisha saw zombies, and there were quite a few of them. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that the New Century experimental base must have been abandoned. If it was still in use, how could there be so many zombies entrenched there? What's more, Yisha also saw zombies wearing research uniforms, because the proprietress had made it clear that only Yisha could enter and exit this place. Yisha didn't need to hide and save his strength. He just snapped his fingers, and the corpse flower vines came out from the ground and swept forward. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous collisions sounded, and the corpse flower vines swept forward, sweeping the zombies away directly. Yisha strode forward, walked along the cobblestone path, and the main body of the base finally appeared in front of Yisha. This is an octagonal building, about 9 stories high, and the scale is very grand. This is why Yisha didn't want to waste time. It would take a lot of time for one person to search here, walking all the way to the gate of the base. The gate is an armored door made of alloy steel plates, equipped with an electronic lock. At this time, the arbitrator is naturally needed to decode it. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a hint of danger. Almost subconsciously, Yisha quickly retreated to the back. And then a huge black shadow jumped directly from the roof of the building. Boom! The black shadow fell to the ground, and the ground shattered with a loud bang, making a huge sound. And the dust continued to spread around. After a while, the dust dissipated, and the black shadow finally appeared. Yisha was surprised. 3-headed blood dog. The zombie dog standing in front of Yisha was very huge, about 3 meters tall and 4 meters long, with rotten meat hanging on its body and some bones exposed, which seemed to be not much different from ordinary zombie dogs. However, the zombie dog had 3 heads, which kept shaking. Yisha's face was slightly solemn. 3-headed blood dog. A 1-star Zuanwang mutant zombie. Dog-shaped. Extremely fast. Extremely fast reaction. Good strength. Able to spit out 3 kinds of poisonous mist. With bone spurs, flying spurs and other attack methods. And a certain swallowing ability. This is a very dangerous zombie. Yisha's memory told him so. Yisha licked his lips. A king-level zombie guarding the gate. This is really interesting, Yisha murmured, and then pressed forward with a palm without hesitation. Shock wave. The invisible force surged forward, and after being imprinted on the body of the 3-headed blood dog, it shook the 3-headed blood dog away a little. The defense of the 3-headed blood dog is also excellent, and it can also be said that its strength is very excellent. This was the first time the shockwave had completely hit the target. It did not knock the target away, but only pushed the 3-headed bloodhound out more than 2 meters. Relying on the strength of its body, the 3-headed bloodhound actually withstood the force of the shock wave. Roar! After being hit, the 3-headed bloodhound also showed anger and roared at Yisha. And Yisha turned around and ran without hesitation. The arbitrator was trying to crack the password of the gate. Moreover, this place was the New Century City after all, where Compu Corporation was known as the 3 major headquarters. The gate of the base here was really not open whenever you wanted. Therefore, the arbitrator needs time. Yisha's first attack was actually aimed at luring the 3-headed bloodhound away. The man and the dog ran quickly, and Yisha stretched out his hand and pinched the void, and then grabbed the infinite bow, and then jumped forward fiercely. At the moment of jumping, Yisha also turned his body fiercely, and the bowstring imagined an ice arrow, and Yisha shot it at the 3-headed bloodhound without hesitation. But at the moment the arrow flew, the 3-headed bloodhound suddenly jumped to the side, and rushed up again when it avoided the arrow. Yisha was shocked. The speed and reaction were too fast. Yisha had the information of the 3-headed bloodhound in his head, but he had never encountered the 3-headed bloodhound in his previous life, and it was not easy to see the king-level zombies. These information were obtained purely through mutual exchange, in addition to the items that can be traded. The intelligence information is actually very valuable. However, the information is just information. Many things can only be known after personal experience. And now, Yisha finally knows the meaning of the extremely fast speed and extremely fast reaction in the 3-headed bloodhound information. especially the speed. The three-headed bloodhound had actually caught up with Yi Sha. You know, Yi Sha was running at full speed at the moment, borrowing the power of the Son of Wind. But in just a quarter of an hour, Yi Sha was caught up by the three-headed bloodhound. Without any hesitation, Yi Sha punched back, captured the dragon, and let go of the crane. The second style of let go of the crane. Bang! This time, the three-headed bloodhound was pushed away directly and crashed into the green belt beside the path. Capture the dragon and let go of the crane is different from the shock wave. The effect of let go of the crane is to push, so it is inevitable that the three-headed bloodhound will be pushed out, but it will not cause much damage. At the same time, Yi Sha's attack was also carefully calculated. Almost at the moment when the three-headed blood dog fell backwards, a boom sound was heard from the ground, and two vines of corpse flowers suddenly drilled out from the ground, tightly tied the body of the three-headed blood dog, and tied the three-headed blood dog to the ground. Yi Sha raised the bow and pulled the string again without hesitation. The piercing arrow was materialized by Yi Sha's imagination, and then the fingers holding the bowstring loosened, and the piercing arrow shot out. Puff! The piercing arrow hit one of the three-headed bloodhound's heads, and a blood hole was shot directly on that head. However, the piercing arrow also rarely only tore a blood hole on the head, revealing the white bones, but failed to pierce the head of the three-headed bloodhound. TSK. Yi Sha curled his lips. It's really difficult. Although Yi Sha is still hanging at star diamond 5 stars and half a step to the king, Yi Sha will not feel too much pressure against ordinary king-level opponents. But the three-headed bloodhound is not an ordinary king level. Although it is a 1-star king, the level of the three-headed blood dog should actually be infinitely close to 2 stars. After the first arrow failed, Yi Sha did not hesitate and immediately fired the second arrow. But at this time, the three-headed blood dog roared and actually broke the vines of the corpse flower. Yi Sha did not delay and shot the second arrow at a high speed. The three-headed blood dog quickly jumped left and right and avoided the piercing arrow again. But at this moment, bang, bang, after 2 muffled sounds, 2 blood-thorn bombs suddenly exploded under the three-headed blood dog. After bouncing into the air, they exploded into 2 thorn balls, and those blood thorns pierced into the lower abdomen of the three-headed blood dog. The defense of the abdomen is slightly weak, which can be used. Yi Sha frowned, then looked at the 3 heads of the three-headed blood dog and murmured, "But if you can't hit a fatal blow, it seems to be meaningless." Chapter 487 2 Heads. Yi Sha had seen the clues. The three-headed bloodhound's defense was not purely high, but the defense of the bones was good. So by directly avoiding the bones, it should be possible to deal good damage. Yi Sha's eyes fell on the three-headed bloodhound's big mouth, which might be a good attack position. At the same time, the three-headed bloodhound had shaken its body and climbed up again, and then flew forward. At a distance of 5 meters, the three-headed bloodhound had already launched an attack. The left head suddenly opened, and a light green liquid spurted out of its mouth. Yi Sha quickly dodged to the back, and the green liquid fell to the ground, and a burst of white smoke rose from the ground, which was quickly corroded. The next moment, the head in the center also opened its bloody mouth, and this time, it spewed out a blood-colored mist, which quickly spread out in all directions. Yi Sha inhaled some, and immediately felt dizzy, and then covered his mouth and nose, directly spread the wings of the dark night, and flew into the sky. The wings of the dark night flapped quickly, and the hurricane blew away the blood mist. Just at this time, you activated the artificial macrophage, and the macrophage began to engulf. The macrophage successfully engulfed the nerve paralysis toxin, and the fusion toxin was successful. Your physical fitness increased by 0.05. At this time, a mysterious voice sounded, and the artificial macrophage implanted in Yi Sha's body was activated again. The probability of macrophage engulfment is actually very low. So far, it has only been triggered once, which happened to save Yi Sha's life. This is the second time that the macrophage has started engulfment. This time, the swallowing did not trigger any ability activation, but only pitifully improved some physical fitness. However, the dizzy feeling disappeared in an instant. Obviously, due to the swallowing of macrophages, the nerve paralysis toxins in the body were cleared. More importantly, after being swallowed once, Yi Sha was immune to the same type of toxins. In this case, there is no need to hesitate. Yi Sha immediately waved the wings of the dark night, and then a large piece of black wings descended from the air. Boom, boom, boom. The wings landed on the ground, and immediately a loud noise was made, and the ground was shattered. Even though the 3 blood dogs were extremely fast, it was impossible for them to dodge all the attacks that covered a large area. After a while, the 3 blood dogs rushed out from the sand and dust, with more bloodstains on their bodies, and bared their teeth at Yisha in the air, and then a row of ribs pierced out from both sides of their bodies. Puff, puff, puff. The next moment, the ribs were ejected like missiles, flying towards Yisha. The 6th flower shield appeared in front of Yisha, but with just one strike, the 6 shields were completely pierced by a bone spur. Yisha sighed in his heart. The 6th flower shield was no longer useful. The 6th flower shield was actually a good defensive item, but as Yisha became stronger, the enemies he faced became stronger and stronger, and the attacks he endured became stronger and stronger. The defense of the 6th flower shield was obviously unable to withstand this intensity of attack. Find a chance to sell it, Yisha added helplessly in his heart, then grabbed the void snake spear in his palm and threw it towards the 3-headed blood dog. The void snake spear did not hit the 3-headed blood dog. The guy's speed was indeed terrifying. He quickly twisted his body to the side and avoided the void snake spear. But at this time, the corpse flower attacked again. For slightly smaller corpse flower vines suddenly stretched out from the ground and tied up the 4 legs of the 3-headed blood dog. Bang! At high speed, it was suddenly restrained, and the 4 corpse flower vines were torn off. But at the same time, the 3-headed blood dog was thrown out and fell to the ground. Yisha also jumped down at this moment, retracted the wings of the Dark Knight, and landed directly next to the 3-headed blood dog. Snake bite. Yisha made a fierce move and grabbed the chin of the 3-headed blood dog. Because of the force of the snake bite, the 3-headed blood dog couldn't help but open its mouth. The next moment, Yisha actually put his left arm directly into the mouth of the 3-headed blood dog. The 3-headed bloodhound was no longer polite and was about to close its mouth. But at this moment, puff, 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 Yisha's arm suddenly exploded with countless blood thorns, and then directly pierced one of the 3-headed bloodhound's heads from the inside out, leaving dense blood holes. The remaining 2 heads of the 3-headed bloodhound immediately roared in grief and anger, and the head pierced by Yisha's blood thorns fell down helplessly. Then, Yisha didn't want to fight anymore and jumped back directly. The zombie's weak spot is the head. Only when the head is smashed or cut off will it die. But the 3-headed bloodhound is an exception. In other words, it is not enough to blow up one of the 3-headed bloodhound's heads. To kill the 3-headed bloodhound, all 3 heads of the 3-headed bloodhound must be destroyed. Right now it's just the first one. Of course. Yisha raised the infinite bow. The second one will come soon. Yisha pulled the bowstring and put an ordinary-looking iron arrow on the bowstring. God's punishment arrow. This is one of Yisha's hidden treasures. It doesn't seem wise to use it now. But Yisha also has his own considerations. After entering the base, the role of the endless bow will be significantly weakened, because bows and arrows are more suitable for use in open areas. The corridors and rooms in the building are too small and not suitable for the use of bows and arrows. At that time, it is unknown whether there will be a chance to use the God's punishment arrow. In this case, let's hand over this trump card now. After all, the 3-headed bloodhound is indeed not easy to deal with. Puff! The next moment, Yisha's fingers holding the bowstring loosened, and the divine punishment arrow flew forward. As it flew through the air, its speed became faster and faster, and finally turned into a stream of light. The surrounding airflow was twisted, and the spiral energy slowly formed. And then the divine punishment arrow shot the head in the center of the 3-headed blood dog. Bang! The blood mist splashed, and when the divine punishment arrow hit, the head in the center of the 3-headed blood dog was directly crushed by the spiral energy, completely shattered, and then exploded. Yisha retracted his bow and looked at the 3-headed bloodhound. Now there is only one head left. Roar! The 3-headed bloodhound roared madly, then rushed forward and charged towards Yisha viciously. Yisha raised his arm, and a stream of smoke emerged from the dark curtain surrounding him, quickly condensed and formed in the air, and then turned into a night owl. Yisha stretched out his hand and sent it forward. Go! The night owl spread its wings and flew straight towards the 3-headed bloodhound. Chapter 488 Killing. The 3-headed bloodhound was very ferocious. Seeing the night owl flying over, It opened its mouth and bit the night owl, tearing it apart. However, this attack had no effect on the night owl. Even if its body was torn apart by the three-headed bloodhound, the black smoke quickly reunited and reshaped. In fact, the night owl could not be considered an alien creature. Otherwise Yisha's title of puppet master would have changed again. The night owl was just an illusion of black smoke. At the same time, the night owl regrouped, and Yisha threw out a strip of object. Shining stars. The next moment, a white-hot light exploded in front of the three-headed bloodhound, and the three-headed bloodhound roared, obviously in great pain. The flash of light temporarily blinded the three-headed bloodhound, and everything in front of it was white, and it could not see anything. But the shining stars had no effect on the night owl. The night owl had no entity at all. So how could it have vision? The night owl spread its wings and quickly passed by the three-headed bloodhound, cutting a wound on its side. At the same time, Yisha also rushed forward. Clang! The king's holy sword was unsheathed, and Yisha waved it and slashed forward. The king's holy sword swept across the body of the three-headed bloodhound, continuously cutting out bloody wounds. However, those wounds were very minor. Yisha's face was slightly gloomy. Sure enough, he had to start from the weak point. But to effectively attack the head, he had to wait for the three-headed bloodhound to open its mouth first. At this time, the three-headed bloodhound also recovered from temporary blindness, and swung its body directly, sweeping its tail towards Yisha. Yisha quickly crossed his arms. With a bang, the three-headed bloodhound's tail swept Yisha's arm, and it felt like being hit by a heavy hammer. Yisha's feet dragged 2 marks on the ground, and the whole person slid out. Roar! The three-headed bloodhound opened its mouth and roared, then rushed towards Yisha. While charging, the 2 rows of ribs on both sides of the three-headed bloodhound's body unfolded again, and then flew forward like a missile. Yisha raised his eyebrows, and dragon scales appeared on his body. He used the hard armor without hesitation. The ribs shot out by the three-headed bloodhound were no joke. If he didn't take any defense, Yisha's body would definitely be pierced by a blow. Moreover, Yisha still thought it was not enough. After the dragon scales appeared, a faint airflow appeared around, wrapping around Yisha's body. Nitrogen armor. This is a defensive move under the control of nitrogen, which can continuously condense nitrogen to form several centimeters of armor, wrap around the body, and defend in all directions without any dead angles. The next moment, a rib hit Yisha, and it felt like being hit by a heavy hammer, causing Yisha's body to shake. But the rib did not penetrate Yisha's double defense, and was directly blocked. Bang! Bang! Then, ribs continued to fly from behind, hitting Yisha continuously. But they were all blocked. However, the force of the impact also made Yisha feel uncomfortable, and his internal organs were trembling. Then the 3 bloodhounds rushed to Yisha, opened their huge mouths, and bit down on Yisha. Yisha raised his eyebrows. He was still thinking about how to make the three-headed bloodhound open its mouth. But this guy came to his door. In this case, Yisha would not be polite. Yisha punched the three-headed bloodhound without hesitation. Shock wave. Yisha's fist went straight into the mouth of the three-headed bloodhound. The teeth of the three-headed bloodhound actually tore through Yisha's double defense, first piercing the nitrogen armor, then piercing the dragon scale pattern, and biting Yisha's arm fiercely. Blood is flowing. Yisha felt the pain in his arm, but he clenched his teeth and said nothing. At this time, the invisible force of the shock wave also pushed forward. With a bang, a blood hole suddenly exploded in the back of the three-headed bloodhound, spraying out a blood mist. And then the huge body slowly fell down. You killed 3 bloodhounds. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, alloyed bones. A mysterious voice sounded, and Yisha's eyes lit up. The bones of the three-headed bloodhound are good things. This thing is an excellent material for making weapons, and the texture is far better than any metal material. Yisha immediately squatted down to dissect the body and take out the bones, then stuffed the bones into his backpack and walked back to the base. The arbitrator had already opened the gate of the base, and without receiving Yisha's order, he stood quietly by the door waiting. Yisha snapped his fingers at the arbitrator. Let's go in. Yisha entered the base first, followed by the arbitrator. After entering the base, the first thing is an empty parking area, which is divided into an area for external vehicles and an area for internal vehicles, because the base was so huge, just like the base we had entered in the snowy mountains. Tools were needed to move around inside. Things like electric bikes and balance bikes were parked in the internal driving area. In addition to these, there were zombies. After taking a quick look, Yisha confirmed that they were all ordinary zombies. So he pulled out his Black Star pistol without further ado. Bang, bang, bang. Yisha moved forward, pulling the trigger and shooting, blowing up the heads of those wandering zombies. For ordinary zombies, Yisha really doesn't need to worry too much. A pistol is enough. After killing the zombies around him, Yisha chose a balance car and went deeper into the base. After walking for a distance, Yisha found that there was nothing worth paying attention to on this floor, because this is not the core of the experimental area, and it doesn't even look like an experimental area. Most of the two sides of the corridor are office areas filled with desks and computers. This can be understood as the location of civilian offices, and the main work should be data analysis and data statistics, etc. There is no way there is an origin potion in such a place. Precious things like that are either in the core area of the experimental area or locked in a sturdy safe in the headquarters building. Speaking of which, Yisha was also very curious about the origin virus being in Compu. Considering that Compu has been focusing on the research of zombie viruses since the end of the world, Yisha couldn't help but wonder if Compu had created the zombie virus from the beginning. However, Compu had covered up the research on the zombie virus. After all, such research was too crazy. If it was exposed, Compu would definitely not have a good ending. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, when researching potions, the zombie virus was accidentally created, which is also possible. Chapter 489 Thermal Rays. While thinking, Yisha had already passed the first floor. It was true that the base was large, but Yisha had hardly made any search on the first floor. In fact, there was really nothing worth searching on the first floor. So Yisha passed the first floor smoothly. After entering the second floor, there was a corridor, quite spacious, with glass windows on both sides, and inside was a laboratory. Yisha knew the purpose of this place, which was used to test medicines, mainly to analyze the material components in the medicines. And the reason why Yisha knew this was because he also had such a set of equipment in his personal compartment. It is unlikely that there is an origin potion in this place, because the origin potion is so precious that it is unlikely to be placed in such an assembly line laboratory for testing. To test the origin potion, more advanced instruments must be used, and there will be special people to test it. Going forward, there are fewer zombies in the corridor on the second floor than expected. And then, Yisha suddenly stopped and frowned. In front of Yisha, there is a device installed on a section of the ceiling. The device was square, attached to the ceiling piece by piece, with a small cylindrical object at the bottom, releasing yellow rays. And on the ground, there were special moving grooves connected to the rays, helping the rays to move left and right, forward and backward. Yisha hesitated for a moment, walked into a laboratory, took out a metal chair, and threw it forward, almost in an instant. When the metal chair collided with the rays, the metal chair was cut into several pieces. Yisha frowned. Defense system? The presence of defense devices here is both good news and bad news for Yisha. The good news is that it is correct to ignore the first layer, because there is no so-called defense device on the first layer, which means that the first layer is indeed unimportant and does not even need to be defended. The bad news is that the defense measures of this base seem to have a very high security level. Yisha came to the edge and observed that the rays seemed to be cutting through thermal radiation, and the power was very terrifying. Yisha dared to guarantee that if he was slightly touched, his body would be cut open. The nitrogen armor can still be used, but the hard armor cannot be used for the time being. Moreover, even with double defense, Yisha has no confidence that he can survive. Yisha thought about it, took out the infinity bow, and shot an explosive arrow at the ceiling. In midair, the explosive arrow quickly split into 3, and then exploded. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions sounded in succession, and the fireball exploded. However, after the fireball exploded, there was nothing on the ceiling except a charred piece. What material is this? Yisha was surprised. So strong? Yisha frowned. Violent destruction seemed undesirable. In other words, it was not impossible to continue to increase the intensity of the attack to violently destroy it. But the noise was too loud, and it might attract the zombies lurking around, which would be even more troublesome. However, Yisha quickly found a way to pass through. The trajectories of those heat energy rays were all fixed, moving directly along the grooves on the floor. In this case, it is not impossible to avoid it. Just determine the trajectory and movement interval and pass through the gap. After observing for about a quarter of an hour, Yi Sha stepped forward and entered the thermal energy ray area. A thermal energy ray came horizontally, and Yi Sha immediately stopped. After the thermal energy ray passed, he moved forward one step, and then waited for the second thermal energy ray. The two thermal energy rays will intersect in a cross shape. Theoretically, they can be avoided from the side, but there are two horizontal thermal energy rays on the side to make up for this shortcoming. But is it really impossible to avoid it? No. It is only theoretically impossible to avoid it, unless the heat energy rays completely cover the channel. There must be gaps that can be used. Therefore, Yi Sha seized the gap. In the moment before the two heat energy rays intersected, Yi Sha dodged to the side, and then stood back at the moment of intersection and separation, avoiding the two horizontally moving heat energy rays on the side. In this way, Yi Sha directly moved forward about 3 meters. The process did not seem to be very troublesome, but a layer of fine sweat beads still oozed out of Yi Sha's back. This position requires extreme precision, and also requires considerable reaction ability and speed. If there is a slight mistake, Yi Sha's body will probably be broken into several pieces. However, after the first time, Yi Sha became more and more smooth. After all, those heat energy rays can find a fixed movement trajectory, and it is not too difficult to dodge them according to the rules. 10 meters to go. Yi Sha has walked halfway. Looking at the corner ahead, he will soon pass through this corridor. But, at this moment, the walls on both sides of the corridor suddenly opened, and then two beams of heat energy suddenly shot out, connected to each other, and then advanced towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha was startled, took 2 steps back, and then stopped suddenly. A beam of heat energy falling from the ceiling almost brushed past Yi Sha's back, making Yi Sha break out in a cold sweat. If he took half a step back, he would probably be 2 half people now. At the same time, the heat energy ray in front of him was pushing over. Yi Sha's face became serious, and then he suddenly jumped up. At the most dangerous moment, Yi Sha directly avoided the 2 heat energy rays that were pushed over with a posture of a fish leaping over the dragon gate, and avoided his body from being cut off. However, the good times did not last long. Yi Sha had just avoided the danger once, and the wall opened again, and new heat energy rays appeared. This time, the heat energy ray became oblique. Oblique heat energy rays are easier to avoid. Just move 1 step to the triangular space close to the ground on the side. Especially at this position, there are no heat energy rays falling from the ceiling. But as soon as he took a step, Yi Sha's cold sweat flowed down, as if he thought of something, and then he looked back suddenly and gasped. Sure enough, the 2 heat energy rays that just swept forward actually retreated back. This means that as long as both feet touch the ground, they may be hit by heat energy rays. Jump again? Yi Sha asked himself in his head, and then immediately rejected it, because if he wanted to jump to dodge, he could only jump backwards, and then he would inevitably hit the heat energy rays falling from the ceiling behind him. This seemed to be an unsolvable situation. In an instant, Yi Sha made a quick decision, suddenly jumped towards the side wall, then pulled out the night owl and the Alaskan harpoon, stabbed it hard through the gap in the wall's armor plate, and then stuck there like a gecko. The next moment, 2 thermal energy rays passed by Yi Sha's body one after another. Chapter 490 Corpse. Yi Sha found that his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. Even if he had to face a group of zombies once, he didn't want to encounter this thing again. It was too distressing. So, when the heat energy rays on both sides crossed, Yi Sha fell back to the ground and immediately increased his speed. Yes, he had to speed up. If he stayed in the same place, the intersecting heat energy rays would return again, and this would become a dead loop. At the moment when the heat energy rays in front began to freeze and then returned, Yi Sha took a step forward and dodged, then fell to the ground. Yi Sha immediately turned his body to the side, and a ray from the ceiling fell down and brushed past Yi Sha's body. The next moment, Yi Sha stood up again, took advantage of the gap to keep running forward, and rushed out of the area covered by the heat energy beam. Yi Sha sat on the ground next to the wall and breathed a sigh of relief. The location where the heat energy beams intersected just now was the most dangerous location. After rushing through that location, there were no more accidents in the next location. and Yisha finally rushed out, taking out mineral water from the backpack and pouring it on his head. Yisha took a short rest and calmed himself down. I have to say that although I have seen a lot of power beyond common sense on Doomsday Train, the power of technology cannot be ignored. This is the power of civilization generated by the evolution of human beings from birth to the present. And it must not be ignored. Is the evolution of the body powerful? Powerful. But the evolution of wisdom is more powerful. And technology is the embodiment of wisdom. Yisha really dared not neglect this base. After a short rest, Yisha continued to move forward. There was a door at the back of the corridor, with a yellow notice on the side, which read, "No entry for non-designated personnel." Obviously, the previous heat energy ray and the warning in front of him meant that Yisha was finally going to enter the core experimental area. Yisha said to the arbitrator, "Open the door." The arbitrator had easily passed through the previous heat energy ray. This is the difference between the human brain and the computer. The arbitrator's built-in supercomputer can calculate the trajectory of the heat energy ray in an instant, and then find the correct route to pass through. Then the arbitrator can mechanically follow the instructions to pass through. But Yisha couldn't do it. Yisha didn't have that kind of calculation ability. It would take too much time to calculate through the arbitrator, and then tell Yisha the route. An accident might happen in an instant. After a while, the arbitrator cracked the code and opened the door. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Yisha. Even though Yisha was extremely vigilant, he was still startled. But his body reacted quickly. Leaped back. Yisha's clothes on his chest were torn into 3 holes. But the other party did not hurt Yisha. Sharp Claw. Sharp Claw is the name of the zombie in front of him. It has 1-star diamond and is considered a relatively powerful zombie. But now it is placed in front of Yisha. Not good enough. Bang! At the moment of landing, facing the sharp claw that pounced on him, Yisha suddenly raised his foot and swept it horizontally, kicking the opponent's waist hard, sweeping the sharp claw to the wall. The next moment, Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it hard at the neck of the sharp claw. Clang! The sharp claw raised his claws and blocked the Alaskan whale harpoon. But at this moment, Yisha's left hand suddenly pulled out Night Owl and stabbed it into the throat of Sharp Claw. Puff! The muffled sound of the blade entering the flesh came out, and Night Owl stabbed it. And the arbitrator also stepped up from the side and directly pressed down the claws used by Sharp Claw to attack. Yisha immediately used force to cut Night Owl horizontally and directly cut off Sharp Claw's neck. Black blood quickly seeped out and flowed all over the ground. And then Sharp Claw fell to the ground. You killed Sharp Claw. Cumulative number, 1. Heavenly weapon reward, Sharp Claw x5. Yisha squatted on the ground and pulled off the claws. This nail has completely evolved into a claw shape. And it doesn't look like a nail at all. It feels more like metal. And it is also a good thing for making weapons. After packing up, Yisha entered the experimental field, where there are various instruments. Of course, with Yisha's knowledge, he certainly can't name them. And at the same time, there are also corpses. Yisha's brows tightened, and he squatted next to a corpse to check. Strictly speaking, the corpse was a zombie corpse. The body had been transformed into a zombie, with grayish-white skin, signs of decay, black teeth, bulging pupils, and wearing the clothes of a researcher. Yisha looked at the ID card hanging on his chest. His name was Li Dai, and his position was Technician in Biological Experiment Area 2. Yisha slowly stood up and pulled out the Holy Sword of the King. There were about 30 similar corpses. Almost all of them were staff members of the experimental base. This is definitely bad news for Yisha. If it is an ordinary corpse, there is no problem. But the problem is that all the corpses on this ground are corpses that have been infected and turned into zombies, which is a big problem. Will zombies kill each other? The answer is yes. But they will only kill each other under certain circumstances. For example, during the zombie tide, because there are too many zombies, they push and attack each other, and zombies kill other zombies. This situation exists. Similarly, in a small space, this situation occasionally occurs. Or, like the meat tree, a mutant zombie that evolves by devouring other zombies. Other zombies are its nutrients. And of course, it will attack other zombies recklessly. However, these are special cases. In general, zombies are monsters that pursue instincts and have no sense of companions. When scrambling to pursue their goals, they unconsciously kill other zombies. This phenomenon does exist. However, this experimental field obviously does not meet the conditions for cannibalism. Moreover, even if they kill each other, there will always be a winner. Right? Where did the surviving zombie go? So, the answer is obvious. These zombies were killed by people. Yi Sha couldn't help but think of the encounter with the Tianlong team during the last trial mission. Killing the Tianlong team was one of the trial missions. But there was no hostile group to be killed in this trial mission. And this was obviously a misunderstanding. Does the absence of a trial mission mean that there are no other people here? The boss lady's guarantee for the trial mission is that only the surviving humans on the Doomsday train will definitely not appear in the trial mission. But what else? It is hard to say whether the people from Compu will appear. Secondly, it is also hard to say whether the Apostles Walker, whose origins are quite mysterious, will appear. After all, Yi Sha went out casually during his vacation and ran into the Apostles Walker and almost died. God knows when those Apostles Walker will show up. Chapter 491 Red Tide. Yi Sha held the king's holy sword and slowly moved forward. Obviously very cautious. As Yi once commented, Yi Sha is an absolutely rational person. Sometimes even terrifyingly rational. Which is also the reason why Yi Sha can stay alive. Impulsive people often make wrong choices. Rational people are always calm. Which is why Yi Sha has avoided many crises. The calmer he is, the more cautious he is. In this regard, Yi Sha has not changed because of his improved strength. For those who have died once, it is clear how careful you need to be to survive in this world. Because danger is everywhere. It could be zombies, unknown people, or hypocritical companions around you. After walking around the experimental field, Yi Sha carefully searched every corner with his starry goggles, and was relieved after confirming that there were indeed no living creatures here. But this does not mean that there are no other people here. Yi Sha murmured, maybe after killing these zombies, they have left and gone somewhere else. After Yi Sha confirmed that it was safe, he had time to search the experimental site. There seemed to be many kinds of drug experiments going on here. Although Yi Sha couldn't understand it, he could probably guess it from the equipment. You got the MX drug. He opened a cabinet and found broken drug bottles. There were only 2 intact bottles in the corner. Yi Sha took them, and a mysterious voice sounded. MX drug, mutation originally a test version of the skin antioxidant essence drug. MX is a temporary name for the experiment. After contacting the zombie virus, it mutated, slightly enhancing physical fitness, and with a medium probability of mutating the body's skin. This stuff. Yi Sha tilted his head, not bad. Yi Sha didn't waste any words. Since it wasn't a deadly poison, Yi Sha unscrewed the bottle cap and poured it directly into his mouth. Your physical fitness has increased by 0.006. Your physical fitness has increased by 0.002. And the corrosion resistance of the epidermis has increased slightly. Yi Sha listened to the mysterious voice and felt powerless to complain. This was really a slight improvement in physical fitness. There were 2 zeros after the decimal point, which was almost the same as no improvement. As for the second bottle's anti-corrosion performance, it's pretty good. There are many mutant zombies that can spit out corrosive liquids. But the word slightly is another matter. Who knows how much the slight improvement can be? It's better than nothing. Yi Sha smiled bitterly, and then walked towards the corridor opposite the experimental field. There's really nothing worth mentioning in this experimental field. Entering the corridor again, Yi Sha's hair suddenly stood on end, and a sense of danger suddenly appeared. Then Yi Sha rushed forward and rolled on the ground. The next moment, 2 heat rays suddenly appeared at the ceiling, sweeping across the ground, leaving 2 burnt black marks. Damn it! Yi Sha cursed. Why is it this thing again? Yi Sha looked up and found that there were 2 rows of camera-like devices on both sides of the ceiling. This time, the heat rays were not continuous, but suddenly triggered. Yi Sha got up from the ground without hesitation and ran forward like crazy. Heat rays continued to appear, passing through the air, leaving a charred trail after hitting the ground, and closely followed Yi Sha's steps. About a quarter of an hour later, Yi Sha finally ran to the end of the corridor, looked behind him, and broke out in a cold sweat again. This thing is harder to deal with than zombies. After a long breath, Yi Sha continued to move forward. There was still a corridor in front, but there were pieces of glass on both sides, and there were laboratories behind the glass. Suddenly, with a bang, a black shadow suddenly hit the glass wall. Yi Sha couldn't help but take a half step back, and then look behind the glass. It was a zombie rabbit with many ulcers on its body, bloodshot eyes, and teeth that were 4 or 5 inches long. Yisha immediately understood that this place was used for injection experiments. Before the end of the world, Compu was seriously researching drugs, at least on the surface. Naturally, it was impossible to capture humans for experiments, but some small animals were still possible. In addition to the rabbit, Yisha found some dogs, cats and other animals in other compartments. They had all turned into zombies, but were sealed in the laboratory and could not leave. But at this time, Yisha suddenly stopped and listened. Faintly, Yisha seemed to hear some subtle sounds, and the sound was gradually becoming clearer. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the ground, and then a steel plate embedded in the floor was blown away, and then a vine of corpse flower jumped out, shaking continuously. Yisha was surprised. Rats? The vines of the corpse flower were covered with rats, and as the vines of the corpse flower shook, the rats fell to the ground. Yisha's heart tightened, and then he understood. Since animals were used for experiments, how could there be no mice? However, there was no trace of mice in the laboratory. It turned out that they had all gone underground, while the corpse flower had been lurking underground. At the same time, the rats also found Yisha's traces, so they not only attacked the corpse flower, but also rushed towards Yisha frantically. Almost in an instant, the corridor was covered with rats. Rat tide? This is undoubtedly a rat tide. Yisha immediately turned around and ran, but soon found that the rat tide behind him was extremely fast and caught up with him very quickly. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the Son of Wind's ability was very weak indoors. Seeing that he could not escape, Yisha immediately made a decision and turned around and punched out. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed out and directly exploded a piece in the rat tide, killing a large number of rats. Dive down. Yisha shouted at the corpse flower. Dive as deep as possible. Don't think about supporting me. Release the venom. The rat tide was terrifying, and it actually entangled the corpse flower. But the rats couldn't dig too deep into the ground. But the corpse flower could. As long as it dived deeper, it could avoid the rat tide, and the venom could help the corpse flower open a path. But Yisha looked at the rat tide gathering around him and said in a deep voice, I seem to be in trouble. The corpse flower dived deep into the ground, so it naturally couldn't help Yisha, and Yisha had to find a way to deal with the rat tide himself. Fortunately, Yisha did have a way to deal with the rat tide. Endless bow. Yisha stretched out his hand and grasped the endless bow in his hand, and without hesitation, he put on the explosive arrow and shot it out. Boom, 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 accompanied by the sound of the explosion. The flames quickly appeared and spread in all directions, engulfing the rat tide. Chapter 492 Escape. Yisha has never been satisfied with the explosive arrows after fantasy enhancement. But fantasy enhancement is a passive ability, and Yisha can do nothing about it. Moreover, in addition to the explosive arrows, the enhancement of other fantasy abilities and skills by fantasy enhancement is very good, which obviously raises these abilities and skills to a higher level. And now, Yisha is finally satisfied with the explosive arrows that he has always been dissatisfied with. And he is quite satisfied. In a small space, facing a huge number of targets, the explosive arrows finally exerted their power. An arrow was shot out, and then it split into 3, fell to the ground, exploded, and the flames roamed, quickly killing the rats. However, Yisha was not out of danger because of this. The nature of this rat tide is similar to the zombie tide. The zombie rats themselves are not strong. They look fierce, but they can be crushed to death with 1 foot. But there are too many of them. Once you are surrounded and crawl all over your body, those rats will definitely bite you to death. The explosive arrows did effectively stop the impact of the rat tide. But there were too many rats. Even if a large number of them were killed, there would still be more rats rushing up one after another. Yisha could only fight and retreat. The arbitrator followed behind Yisha. When Yisha attacked, the arbitrator retreated. When Yisha fled, the arbitrator quickly stepped forward to fill the position and began to raise the machine gun to fire. Thump, thump, thump. The machine gun sounded continuously. And then the rats in the rat tide were beaten to a bloody mess, and blood flowers continued to explode on the ground. It must be said that the strength of the arbitrator is weaker than the corpse flower, and is not as good as the liquid monster. But the cooperation with Yisha was the most tacit. Thanks to the Arbiter chip, the program inside the Arbiter input the combat data of the super soldier, making the Arbiter's combat literacy extremely high. After the Arbiter fired, Yisha pulled away. And this time, he did not release the explosive arrow, but caught 3 burning arrows at once and flew forward. The burning arrows fell to the ground and immediately burned with flames, setting up a wall of fire. Yisha said to the Arbiter, "Retreat," rushing out of the corridor quickly. Yisha looked around, and then locked his eyes on the ventilation duct above. The firewall could not always stop the rat tide, and running away blindly was obviously not a good choice. Yisha quickly pried open the iron gate of the ventilation duct, and then got in with the arbitrator. After a while, Yisha looked through the gap in the gate and watched the rat tide rushing past below. But because they had lost their target, the rat tide seemed a little mindless, and without too much delay, they rushed directly along the corridor to the front. Yisha let out a long sigh, and then crawled along the ventilation duct. He didn't know how long he had crawled, but the rat tide finally stopped making any movement. Yisha found a ventilation hole, removed the iron gate, and jumped down. Splash. When he landed on the ground, a splash of water started. Huh? Yisha looked at the ground, and there was a lot of water, almost half the height of his calf. Yisha walked forward, and suddenly, a zombie suddenly sat up in the water and appeared in front of Yisha, scaring him. And then the zombie pounced on Yisha with its fangs and claws. Hiss! Yisha's sleeves were torn into several cracks. The next moment, Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it into the zombie's temple. The zombie tilted its body and fell back into the water. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief, stepped on the chest of the corpse, and pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon. While wiping the blood on the Alaskan whale harpoon, he looked around. This seemed to be a laboratory, with a metal table in the middle, with computers and documents on it, and a huge glass cabinet on the side, which contained a mechanical arm and 2 box slots. Yisha looked up again. The fire alarm sprinkler was exposed. The water on the ground must be the work of that thing. While thinking, Yisha walked to the glass cabinet and raised his eyebrows. Maybe he found a valuable place. The glass cabinet is completely sealed. The box slot is used to hold medicine. If you want to take the medicine out of it, you must use a mechanical arm to pick up the medicine, put it into the box slot to seal it, and then take it out from the bottom. This is a device that is completely used for isolation. So, what needs such strict isolation? Zombie virus. Anyway, Yisha doesn't think that ordinary medicines need such measures. Yisha immediately fiddled with the mechanical arm, then took out the medicine test tube from the box slot, and then punched the glass cabinet hard. The medicine test tube in the box slot was empty, and the medicine here had been taken away. Okay. Yisha spread his hands, at least. There is such equipment here, which proves that the research is extraordinary. I should enter the core area of the experimental area. As Yisha thought about it, he retreated to the door and tried to open it, but found that the door of the laboratory was locked. And, perhaps because of the accumulated water, the electronic lock was no longer lit. In this case, there was no need to expect the arbitrator to decipher the password and leave, so he could only break it violently. Bang! Bang! Yisha raised his foot and kicked the iron door hard. After kicking twice, except for the loud noise, the door did not move at all. Yisha drew out the king's holy sword. It seems that we have to use more violent means. At this time, a surveillance camera flashed red behind Yisha. And then, with a click, Yisha raised the king's holy sword and was about to chop it down, when the door suddenly made a crisp sound and opened to the outside. Yisha grabbed the king's holy sword, froze for a moment, then put the sword down and walked out. Outside the laboratory was a passage, and on the other side of the passage was a large office area with office cubicles common in office buildings. What was more strange was the number of computers. Each table had at least 5 computers, or even more. And the tables were piled up to the point where they were almost invisible. And there are corpses everywhere. Yisha kicked the corpses with his feet, and then observed them. They were all researchers from the experimental base. They were wearing researcher clothes and had identity cards on their chests. They showed signs of zombies, but were killed. There were knife wounds on their necks and bullet holes between their eyebrows. Yisha murmured, "It seems that someone really got there first." Yisha hesitated, turned on a computer, and found that it was still usable. So he waved to the arbitrator. See if you can find any useful information. It would be best if you can find the structural diagram of the experimental base. The arbitrator followed the order, pulled out the connection cable from his body, connected it to the computer, and started working. Chapter 493 Diek. Yisha sat down on a chair beside him, took a short break, and picked up a photo frame on the table. A photo of a family of 3. A boy, a girl, and a girl about 7 or 8 years old. Yisha then looked at the body at his feet. It was the man in the photo. He had been dead for a long time and had begun to rot, create sin, and then be swallowed by sin. Yisha threw the photo frame on the ground. This is your research. At this time, the arbitrator stood up and turned the computer to Yisha. Oh! Yisha looked at the screen. The structural diagram of the experimental base? I can find this thing. That's convenient. Yisha fiddled with the computer, quickly determined his position, and then frowned. Staff canteen number 2? Yisha looked around. Is this a restaurant? Yisha carefully compared the location mark on the structural diagram. It was indeed the area where he was currently located, but the name marked was a restaurant. However, this place did not look like a restaurant at all. So that's it. Is this structural diagram a trick for outsiders? Yisha looked at the arbitrator. Are there any other gains? The arbitrator shook his head. Yisha, forget it. Let's keep going. Yisha stood up and walked towards the door on one side, then gestured to the arbitrator. But just when the arbitrator was about to step forward to crack the door password, click! The door made a crisp sound and then opened to the outside. Yisha's brows suddenly twisted. It seems that the door of the laboratory now opens by itself? Yisha immediately pulled out the Black Star pistol and looked around vigilantly. When the door opened earlier, Yisha thought that the 2 kicks he had made worked. But now it seems that he did nothing? The muzzle of the gun kept pointing at the surroundings. But the surroundings were quiet, and there was nothing. Yisha raised his head suddenly, and looked at the surveillance camera in the corner. The red light representing operation was flashing. Go! Yisha quickly retreated into the door, no longer paying attention to what was outside the door, but walked forward quickly. There are doors in front of the passage, one on the left and one on the right, connecting the 2 passages. When Yisha arrived, the iron door on the left suddenly opened. Yisha looked up again, and sure enough, there was a surveillance camera hanging on the wall. I see. Yisha, do you want to see me? Very good. Then I'll go see you. If it was just suspicion before, then now it is certain. At this point, Yisha still can't see anything strange. Then he is really a fool. Continue forward. All the defense measures in the passages that Yisha walks through will be invalid, and the door will open automatically. The surveillance camera was always on, flashing red, indicating that it was always running. After a moment, he walked through the passage again. Behind the door was a huge octagonal hall, full of technology, with a thick armored floor, metal square pillars, and densely packed screens on the walls, showing every corner of the base. After Yisha's eyes swept across those screens, he whispered, "Who is it? Come out. I'm here." A slight noise slowly appeared, and a wheelchair slowly moved out from the darkness on the side. A gray-haired old man sat on the wheelchair, looking at Yisha with bright eyes. The old man said, "Did you invade here?" Yisha looked around. If uninvited guests are considered invasions, then I did invade here. The old man continued, "Who sent you? The company?" Old man. Yisha paced to the side. "I have answered your question. Now it's your turn to answer me. Who are you?" The old man suddenly laughed. "You don't even know who I am?" Yisha, okay. Let me put it another way. As far as I know, there should be no living people in this base. Right? Yes. Old man, you are right. There are no living people here. Yisha, then. Who are you? The old man suddenly stretched out his right arm, and cracks slowly appeared on his arm. Countless flesh buds, like silk threads, stretched out from the cracks, swaying and wriggling constantly. The skin on the old man's left hand began to fester slowly, emitting a fishy smell. The old man sneered at Yisha. "Do you think I am still a human being?" Yisha showed a vigilant expression and stared at the old man. "Alien human?" The old man's left arm showed obvious signs of zombie transformation. But the old man was obviously not a zombie. His mind was clear, and he could talk to himself normally. There seemed to be only one possibility for this situation. That is, the zombie virus caused physical evolution. The body became similar to zombies, But it was not dead. That is, an alien human like Gao Fei. Alien human? What is that? The old man. Is it the company's new research? Yisha, who are you? Old man, Diek Luo. The director of this experimental base. If you go to the director's laboratory, you can still see my photo hanging there. Diek? Yisha whispered softly. And then? Let me ask another question. Do you know the origin of the zombie virus? Ha ha ha. After listening to Yisha's words, Diek suddenly laughed out loud, as expected. You are sent by the company to take away the origin virus. Unfortunately, my answer is... Diek's face suddenly became ferocious, and the speed of his arm's zombie transformation suddenly increased. He glared at Yisha fiercely. Never. Yisha slowly drew his sword. You got two things wrong. First, I am not asking for your consent. Second, I am not just planning to take away the origin virus. After saying that, Yisha suddenly swung his sword. Nitrogen slash. With a loud bang, the ground in front of Diek made a loud noise. And then the gravel exploded. Yisha has two trial tasks. Trial Mission 1. Get the origin virus. Trial Mission 2. Kill the origin zombies infected by the origin virus. If Diek is the only living target here, and can be transformed into a zombie, then only he can be the origin zombie. So, this is Yisha's target. Roar! In the dust, Diek's roar suddenly came. And then Diek's originally disabled and even twisted legs swelled up and became extremely strong. And then pushed the wheelchair away and stood up directly. Do you know how many people will die if that thing leaves this place? Diek roared. I won't let you take the thing away. Hey, how many people died? Yisha laughed. You are asking the wrong question. Isn't it that many people survived? Chapter 494 Battle. Yisha said as he leaped back, then stretched out his hand and threw the void snake spear forward. Diek let out a low roar and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab the void snake. This move shocked Yisha. The power of the void snake spear is actually very ordinary, and its strength lies in speed and hit rate. The void snake spear can directly cross space and appear in front of the target. Therefore, the speed is naturally very fast, no matter how far away. When Yisha throws the void snake spear, he will appear in front of the opponent in the next moment, which also makes the hit rate of the void snake spear almost 100%. No one could avoid it. No one could take it. But Diek took it. Roar! After taking the void snake spear, Diek roared, and then threw the void snake spear back with his backhand. However, he could not use the effect of the void snake spear, and Yisha turned his body to avoid it. At the same time, Diek's body was still changing. After his legs, Diek's upper body was also expanding, and his muscles directly tore his clothes. The skinny old man who was only 1.6 meters tall suddenly turned into a strong man over 2 meters tall, and his muscles were as sharp as granite. However, apart from that, Diek's body did not change in any other way. It just became stronger, which made Yisha feel relieved. The mutation of pure physical fitness usually only appeared in weaker mutant zombies. However, the next moment, Yisha didn't think so. Roar! Diek roared and punched forward. The fist was at least 10 meters away from Yisha, but it blasted out a wind cannon, and the armor plates embedded on the ground were all blown away by one blow. And then Yisha felt a huge force coming. Bang! Yisha's body flew straight out, across the entire octagonal hull, and hit the wall hard. Puff! Yisha covered his chest and spurted blood from his mouth. The force of that punch was unimaginable. The last time he was hit by such a heavy punch was when he was walking with the apostle wearing the Steel King's arm and facing Martel. And Diek's punch was not inferior to those two. No, Diek's punch should be heavier, because when Diek punched, he was about 10 meters away from Yisha, and his punch did not really hit Yisha. It was just a fist wind. If the frontal attack hits, the power is unimaginable. This is an opponent that must be used with all one's strength to survive. This thought quickly flashed through Yisha's mind. It seemed that he had no room to hold back against Diek. At the same time, Diek's legs bent, and he rushed forward again. Yisha roared, "Kill him!" Boom! Suddenly, there was a boom. Boom sound from the ground. And then the corpse flower vines broke out of the ground and smashed towards Diek. Bang! Diek punched out and hit the corpse flower vine, which exploded directly and turned into countless fragments, splashing around. However, the corpse flower finally helped Yisha by some time. At this moment, Yisha had taken out the bottle of liquid monster, poured the liquid monster on the ground, and then took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and poured it on. The liquid monster expanded rapidly. Its body continued to grow, and then it squirmed and met Diak. The tricks are not old. Diak did not hesitate or stop, and punched out again, hitting the liquid monster directly. The liquid monster ended up with the same fate as the corpse flower. After Diak punched, a piece of the liquid monster's body was immediately shattered, and the body could not help but collapse several points. However, the liquid monster is not like the corpse flower. The strong defense and regeneration ability are the biggest characteristics of the liquid monster. The liquid monster squirmed its body, and the broken part quickly regenerated and condensed, and even transformed into a big hand, and slapped Diak fiercely. Bang! Diak suddenly punched out, colliding with the big hand of the liquid monster, smashing the big hand to pieces again. But at this moment, Yisha had somehow circled behind Diak. The sword of the king's holy sword emitted a golden halo, covering the blade, and then the golden halo madly pushed around, forming a circle, the domain of the king. The next moment, Yisha chopped down with a sword. Although Diak's body became extremely huge, his reaction ability was still excellent. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind, he turned his body suddenly and punched the king's holy sword. However, Diak soon found that his fist seemed to have pierced through the king's holy sword. Puff! The king's holy sword slashed Diak's chest, directly cutting a wound on Diak's body. The wound on Diak's body showed no signs of healing, but at the edge of the wound, there were red, silk-like granulations wriggling. This surprised Yisha a little. Such a powerful physical mutation actually had no self-healing and regeneration abilities. This is extremely rare. At the same time, after Yisha succeeded in his attack, he did not want to fight and quickly pushed back. Seeing Diak rushing over, Yisha swung his arm forward without hesitation. Nitrogen slash. The speed of the nitrogen slash was extremely fast, and it was invisible and difficult to dodge and block. Puff! Diak raised his hand, and then a wound appeared on his arm, which was directly cut open by the nitrogen slash. At the same time, the corpse flower vines also came back. This time, 3 corpse flower vines attacked together, falling towards Diak from different directions. Diak immediately leaped up, and 3 corpse flower vines pierced the ground, making a huge bang and piercing a big hole in the ground. But Diak still didn't avoid the attack. In midair, the liquid monster had recondensed a giant palm and pulled it hard. Bang! Diak was directly slapped away and fell hard to the ground. Before Diak could get up from the ground, the arbitrator quickly ran past from the side, holding a machine gun in his hand, and fired at Diak. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of machine gun fire rang out, and bullets kept falling on Diak. With the degree of Diak's body mutation, it was difficult for bullets to cause any damage to Diak, but it was definitely not without damage, and there were also attacks on weak points. Therefore, Diak blocked the position of his eyes at the first time. Other parts could ignore bullets, but the eyes would still be shot through by bullets. Yisha raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. He was waiting for this moment. How could Yisha not know that bullets could not cause any damage to Diak? What Yisha wanted was the moment when Diak sealed his vision. The next moment, Yisha charged forward, and the king's holy sword stabbed horizontally and stabbed, which was a rush and stab. Chapter 495 From Your Dead Body. Diak's reaction was not slow. When the king's holy sword was still 2 meters away, Diak reacted, but it was too late. Yisha was in the king's domain at the moment. Poof! A blood flower suddenly appeared on Diak's neck, and then a blood flower slowly cracked on his neck. TSK! Yisha curled his lips. Did it miss? Roar! At the same time, Diak roared, but Yisha was so slippery that he didn't stay for long after the strike. He immediately jumped back and quickly distanced himself again. The corpse vines also fell from the sky at the right time and hit Diak. Boom! Under the huge force, the ground cracked again, and the dust was blown up. Then Diak's roar sounded again, tearing the surrounding corpse flower vines to pieces, and then stepped out, gasping for breath. Yisha frowned slightly. His physical strength ran out so quickly? Physical fitness is enhanced through mutation, which is a comprehensive improvement. Simply put, if physical fitness is enhanced, strength, speed, agility, resistance to blows, etc. will all be improved. And there is one thing that cannot be ignored. That is physical strength. As physical fitness improves, physical strength will also increase. In theory, the stronger the physical fitness, the longer the fighting time can last. But now, only more than 5 minutes have passed, and Diek is already tired. Isn't this fighting time too short? Yisha felt a little weird, but the thought only stayed in his mind for a moment. Yisha didn't care why Diek suddenly became weak. Anyway, the principle of taking advantage of your illness to kill you is always right. With a fierce wave of his hand, the corpse flower and the liquid monster attacked at the same time. Put pressure on him, Yisha said in a low voice. No need to attack directly. Contain, oppress, and hold him back. Speaking of which, it was extremely dramatic. In this life, Yisha had never thought of relying on anyone, let alone forming his own team. However, Yisha had some companions around him inexplicably. Although these so-called companions were just alien creatures, they also prevented Yisha's command ability from being wasted. Almost at the moment when Yisha gave the order, the vines of the corpse flower directly formed a circle around Diek, and small thorns continued to emerge on the vines, attacking Diek. This level of attack is not lethal enough, and it is difficult to cause substantial damage to Diek. But the attack frequency is high, the number is dense, and it is very annoying. At the same time, a piece of the liquid monster's body suddenly peeled off, and then suddenly exploded in the air, and began to bombard downwards, densely packed, and actually rained green rain indoors. This kind of attack is similar to the plant thorns released by the corpse flower. Although the attack intensity is not high, it is very dense. Yisha wants to drag Diek down. Roar! Diek roared and punched like crazy. With one punch, the raindrops that had been peeled off from the liquid monster in the sky were blown back by the punch. Then Diek kicked horizontally again, and the strong wind alone split a corpse flower vine. Hold on. Yisha took a deep breath. By time. As Yisha spoke, he spread his arms to both sides, and the whole person suddenly floated in the air. And then the airflow in front of Yisha gradually began to change. Nitrogen control. Auxiliary type. Use nitrogen to interfere with the airflow, and then control the flow of the airflow to create a storm or vortex airflow to enhance the power of the nitrogen blade. This is what Yisha is doing now, using the nitrogen in the air to control, and then push the airflow to rotate. Soon, a tornado is slowly forming in front of Yisha. Along with the rotation, the tornado is getting bigger and bigger, and then pushed forward. When the tornado was pushed out, the corpse flower vines and liquid monsters dispersed at the first time. And then the tornado enveloped Diek. Roar! Diek roared again, squatted down slightly, and relied on his physical strength to forcibly shake the force of the tornado. His legs were rooted to the ground. However, nitrogen control is not just about pushing out tornadoes. The wind force of the tornado can also push the air blades cut out by the nitrogen slash. The next moment, Yisha slashed forward continuously, and then shouted softly, "Explode!" when the nitrogen air blade entered the tornado. The tornado exploded, and countless air blades swung around. Then, Diek's body was covered with wounds and blood flowed. Diek took 2 steps back. Yisha's move was very fierce. It was very lethal and extremely fast. It covered a large area and was impossible to take on or dodge. Of course, there were still some disadvantages. It was necessary to condense a tornado or storm first, which took time. It took about a minute and a half to basically form. If the power was to be greater, it would naturally require a greater wind flow, and the condensation time would also be longer. However, Yisha had the corpse flower and the liquid monster to buy time, and it was obvious that he could quickly make up for this disadvantage. Yisha walked with a sword and stood about 5 or 6 meters in front of Diek. "You can't beat me. Take out your things." Looking at Diek bleeding and panting, Yisha actually had some doubts. Diek was probably the first human to be infected by the origin virus. He did not become a zombie, but became an evolution of the zombie virus, like a different species of human. Because of the infection of the origin virus, Yisha believed that the zombie virus at that time did not have so many tricks. So it was just like ordinary zombies, only improving physical fitness. However, simply improving physical fitness also has different strengths. And Diek obviously belongs to the type whose physical fitness has been greatly improved. If Yisha were to estimate, Diek's physical fitness would be at least above 18 points. And it is likely close to 20 points. This physical fitness is much higher than Yi Sha's. In fact, in Yi Sha's previous life, he had not seen many surviving humans with physical fitness higher than 20 points. They were all guys who pursued the ultimate evolution of the body. Therefore, Diak should not be defeated so easily in theory. Yes, Yi Sha always felt that something was missing. With such a strong physique, he should be stronger. Even though Yi Sha didn't like to be abused, he still felt that he won too easily. It felt like Diak could be stronger. But Diak couldn't do it. But anyway, I had the last laugh. Yi Sha raised his sword again. If you don't want to take out the things, I will take them from your body. Chapter 496, The Hidden One. Yi Sha said, and leaped forward fiercely, raising the king's holy sword and slashing forward. Diak crossed his arms, trying to block the king's holy sword. But at this moment, Yi Sha whispered, "My sword is unstoppable." Puff! The king's holy sword swept forward, as if piercing through Diak's arm, and a heavy slash fell on Diak's chest, slashing out another terrifying sword body. What's more, Yi Sha murmured in his heart, such a strong physical fitness. But there is no regeneration ability, which is already a completely unreasonable thing. On the other side, Diak was hit by another sword, and he seemed even more angry and irritable. He let out a whimpering roar from his throat and raised his fist to punch Yi Sha again. The next moment, the vines around him surged quickly and built a wall in front of Yi Sha, blocking Diak's fist. Boom! After a loud bang, a big hole was directly blasted out by Diak in the wall built with vines. Diak passed through the vine wall and rushed towards Yi Sha again. Cough! Cough! With a light cough, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Diak's mouth. And then he rushed towards Yi Sha. This guy. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. Is he injured from the beginning? This thought flashed through Yi Sha's mind. If this is true, Diak's unsatisfactory performance is understandable. Then, a bigger problem seems to have appeared. Who hurt Diak? Yi Sha's thoughts did not last long, and were interrupted, because Diak had come to him, shifting positions. Feeling the strong wind caused by his fist, Yi Sha's figure suddenly disappeared, and the huge body of the liquid monster suddenly appeared where Yi Sha had stood. Bang! Diak's fist was still so powerful. After punching forward, a big hole was opened in the body of the liquid monster. But at the moment when the big hole appeared, tentacles like jelly emerged at the edge of the big hole, quickly wrapped around Diak's arm, and bound Diak tightly. With Diak's power, such a restraint is destined not to last too long. But it only takes a moment, which is enough. Puff! Yi Sha's figure appeared behind Diak, and the king's holy sword in his hand slashed forward, golden and dazzling, and people couldn't open their eyes. Then, a bright blood flower bloomed in the golden halo, adding a bit of blood and beauty to this dazzling color. Ah! Diak screamed, holding his shoulder, and quickly retreated, and his entire arm fell to the ground. At the edge of the incision, countless small red buds were wriggling there. An arm is broken. Yi Sha, what else can you do? Yi Sha took a step forward and made a thrust again, charging towards Diak. Diak gritted his teeth and punched out. But just like before, the king's holy sword in Yi Sha's hand seemed to disappear suddenly when it collided with Diak's fist. Puff! The next moment, the king's holy sword pierced directly into Diak's lower abdomen. Yi Sha said viciously, "When I ask you to take something out, you should take it out immediately. Understand?" Puff! The second muffled sound of the blade entering the flesh sounded again. Yi Sha swung the king's holy sword horizontally, cutting a wound in Diak's abdomen. At the same time, the blade swung over, bringing out a stream of blood. Blood spilled. A faint smell of blood. A bit pungent. Diak coughed lightly and kept retreating. These two blows were definitely a heavy blow to Diak. One arm was broken, and the cut on the lower abdomen almost completely cut the body apart horizontally. If you look into the wound, you can even vaguely see the internal organs. Ah! Ah! Diak screamed frantically, as if he was making his last struggle. The muscles on his body jumped slightly, and then began to swell again little by little. Obviously, Diak was making a last-ditch effort to use the zombie virus to strengthen the mutation of his body. But would Yi Sha give him such a chance? With his legs slightly bent, he suddenly straightened them. Yi Sha rushed forward like a hunting cheetah, and came to Diak, swinging the holy sword of the king forward again. Diak tried to punch out, but he didn't expect that Yi Sha's sword was just a feint. At the moment when Diak punched out, Yisha suddenly lowered his body, and his fist passed over Yisha's head. Boom! The wall in the distance was hit by the fist wind and exploded. The twisted armor plate was shaken away and stuck diagonally on the ground. Yisha also took the opportunity to move forward and came to Diak. The Alaskan whale harpoon was unsheathed. Poof! The Alaskan whale harpoon brought out a sharp edge, swept forward, and pierced directly into Diak's neck. Yisha shouted softly, and continued to move forward, while Diak retreated step by step. Old man, Yisha roared, you deserve to die. Poof! Diak was forced into a corner, and the king's holy sword was sent forward, piercing directly from Diak's heart. Diak's pupils suddenly contracted, and he opened his mouth and spit out blood. No, we can't. Diak grabbed Yisha's collar and said with difficulty, we can't let the virus leave the experimental base. Puff! Before Diak finished speaking, Yisha drew his sword fiercely, bringing out a blood flower. Yisha, sorry. You don't have the final say. Diak slid down slowly along the wall, leaving a blood mark on the wall, and then fell to the ground. His head tilted, and gradually he lost his voice. Yisha squatted in front of Diak's body and quickly searched. Soon, he found a metal box in the pocket of Diak's underwear. When he opened it, he saw a test tube filled with yellow liquid medicine. You got the Origin virus and completed the trial mission 1. You killed the Origin zombie number 3 and completed the trial mission 2. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing that Yisha had completed the trial mission. Of course, the premise of all this was that Yisha returned to the Doomsday train. Yisha smiled and threw the metal box into his backpack, then walked towards the entrance of the octagonal hall. Soon, Yisha's figure disappeared at the entrance of the passage. Then, duh, clear footsteps sounded, and in the silent hall, there was a bit of weirdness. Then a man came to Diak's body and cut Diak's chest with a light scratch of his fingernails. The man reached into the body and kept groping. After a while, he dug out a bloody red stone from Diak's body. On the surface of the stone, countless red granulations were wriggling there. Chapter 497 Invisible Confrontation. The man took the red stone and examined it carefully, then took out a metal box from his arms, opened it, put the stone in it, and then took out the phone and dialed, Apostle number 3. Recovered. Is it going well? Not bad. Man, there was a troublemaker. But thanks to that trash, I saved a lot of trouble. Well, do you want to deal with that trash? No. Your task is to recover Apostle number 3. Now that you have it, come back. Don't worry about other things. In addition, since Apostle number 3 has been recovered, the experiment can be abandoned. But I think it can still be used before abandoning it. Man, make the best use of it? Well, it's good to cause some trouble to those guys. Got it. The man hung up the phone, then picked up the metal box and quickly left the octagonal hall. Experimental base. Outside, Yisha stood on the roof of the experimental base, but did not leave immediately and returned to the Doomsday train. After a while, a vine stretched out from below, twisted in front of Yisha, and formed words one by one. Sure enough, my guess was right. Diak was injured before, and there are other people here. Yisha murmured, and waved his hand towards the corpse flower vines. Go hide. Don't expose yourself. The corpse flower vines quickly retreated and sank into the ground. Yisha crossed his arms and waited patiently. After a while, a man walked out of the experimental base. Yisha was puzzled. Apostle Walk? Yisha used a question. The Apostle Walk's costume is relatively easy to recognize. In summary, there are several characteristics: cloak, mask, and red scarf wrapped around the arm. The man who came out of the experimental base wore a mask, which was very similar to the type of mask worn by the apostles. But he did not wear a cape, nor did he have a red scarf wrapped around his arm. In fact, apart from the mask, the man's dress was not special. He wore a gray-white shirt, a pair of casual trousers, a pair of white gloves, and carried a metal box in his hands. Yisha was in a state of hesitation. Take action? Don't take action? After a while, the man walked away a little, and Yisha fell from the roof of the experimental base and followed him. Yisha's choice was not to take action. Yisha has always been very interested in the origin of the apostles, and wanted to know where this group of guys came from. Judging from the situation of the battle, the other party seemed to have weapons. props, abilities and skills similar to those provided on Doomsday Train. But this group of people are obviously not the surviving humans on Doomsday Train. Yi Sha has always believed that solving the mystery of the origin of the apostles may also help us understand the secrets of Doomsday Train. This might be a good opportunity. Although Yi Sha was not sure whether the other party was an apostle. Walking along the green belt in front of the test base, Yi Sha quietly followed it under the cover of the greenery, and walked out of the test base. The other party did not seem to be looking for a car, but walked forward along the street, killing some zombies that blocked the way. Because they were all ordinary zombies, it was not difficult to kill them, and it was difficult to judge the strength of the other party by their actions. Then, the man disappeared. After turning a crossroad, Yi Sha suddenly found that he had lost the other party's trace. After frowning, Yi Sha took 2 steps back, and disappeared after turning the corner. In a moment, the man suddenly walked out of a small alley, with a smile on his face, and then continued to walk forward. But he did not notice that there was a figure standing by the window on the 2nd floor of the store on the side. Is he really discovered? Yi Sha murmured, staring at the other party through the glass window. Then followed closely, and put on the Xingye goggles. After a while, the mall reached the end, but the street did not. Yi Sha quickly walked into the fire escape, then climbed down the fire stairs on the outer wall, and then walked onto the street. But the other party had disappeared. Yi Sha walked forward along the street, but at this time, on the roof on the side, the man poked his head out with a sneer, then retracted his body, quickly jumped down from the roof on the other side, and then hid in the alley. The man quickly changed direction, but not far away. A corpse flower vine broke out of the ground, poked its head out to observe, and immediately retracted. This is a battle without gun smoke. Tracking and counter-tracking. The two played hide-and-seek. Since he found out that the other party had discovered him, Yi Sha could no longer completely capture the other party's route. But at the same time, the man never completely got rid of Yi Sha, and Yi Sha could always catch up with him unexpectedly. This feeling is not good. Yi Sha rarely feels a little irritated. If he had known this, he should have killed the other party directly when leaving the experimental base. What Yi Sha didn't know was that the other party had similar ideas. If it weren't for the more important thing in his hand, the man really wanted to stop and kill Yi Sha first. Just wait until night. Yi Sha looked at the sky and said coldly, just wait until night. You can't escape. At night, it is theoretically more difficult to track. But at night, he can launch a night attack. He can use the wings of the dark night to look down from a high position and summon the night owl at the same time. After mastering the advantage of the air, Yi Sha believes that he can definitely lock the man's whereabouts. At this time, the ground beside Yi Sha cracked, and a small section of a corpse flower vine was exposed, swaying left and right. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. Lost? The corpse flower vine paused for a moment, and then swayed back and forth. Damn it! Yi Sha cursed, and then punched the wall on the side. The corpse flower seemed to be wrong, and the vines wrapped around Yi Sha's calves, rubbing constantly. It has nothing to do with you. I'm not angry with you. Yi Sha stretched out his palm and stroked the corpse flower vine. It's just a pity that I missed an opportunity to dig out the secrets of the Apostles' Walk. But it doesn't matter. There will always be a next time. The vines of the corpse flower swayed and rubbed against Yi Sha's palm. Yi Sha smiled and said, let's go back underground. Since we lost, forget it. Let's go back to the Doomsday Train. This war without gunpowder ended with Yi Sha's defeat. The two of them entangled with each other for several hours. But in the end, Yi Sha still lost the other party. Since he had already lost, Yi Sha naturally had nothing to delay. He pried a car and drove towards the Doomsday Train platform. Yi Sha was a little disappointed, but he was not angry. Moreover, he quickly calmed down. In terms of emotional regulation, Yi Sha has always done a good job. As Yi Sha himself said, it was just a waste of an opportunity. Anyway, there will always be the next time. Chapter 498 Dragon Transformation. It took much less time to get back to the Doomsday Train than Yi Sha had imagined, including the time spent strolling around the town. Only about a week had passed. Far from the departure time of the Doomsday Train, the proprietress watched Yi Sha sit down and put a bottle of healing potion on the bar. Congratulations on completing the trial. Yi Sha nodded, then looked at the effect of the 12 trials of immortality. 12 trials of the undying imagination ability each time you pass a trial. you will get a chance to revive your body. If you succeed in the 3rd trial, you will get hard armor. If you succeed in the 6th trial, you will get strength. If you succeed in the 9th trial, you will get frenzy. If you succeed in the 12th trial, you will get the unyielding warrior's will. Currently, you have completed the trial June 12th. Number of resurrections, 4 out of 6. Contents of the 7th trial, kill zombies, 0/3000. Kill 1 star or higher mutant zombies, 0/2. Kill 1 star or higher ancient species, 0 out of 1. Kill humans, 10 out of 10. Strength, stimulates all cells in the body with special means. Improves physical fitness by 15% within 15 minutes. And increases strength by an additional 15%. Without sequelae. And the interval between uses is 120 minutes. The 12 trials of the Immortal have undergone new changes. The content of the 7th trial has appeared, with the number of zombies that were not accumulated before, as well as the killing of mutant zombies and ancient species. What surprised Yisha was that killing humans appeared. But this item has been completed, which should be accumulated from the number of killings before. But the killing itself is still worth paying attention to. Yisha has definitely killed a lot of people, but they were basically due to conflicts, or the other party came to him. Yisha did not kill people on his own initiative very often. Secondly, the more troublesome thing is that after becoming a train attendant, the chances of conflict with people in ordinary carriages have obviously decreased. However, Yisha soon discovered that the mission content is to kill humans, not to specifically target the surviving humans on the Doomsday train. That is not difficult. The apostles are also considered humans, and the people of Comp Corporation and the survivors' human camps can all become targets. Yisha thinks that this one mainly tests the cruelty and darkness of one's heart, and the difficulty lies in interrogating human nature. But is this a problem for Yisha? Yisha does not think that this level can make him waver. Next is the second ability of the 12 trials of immortality. Strength. Strength is very good. Simply put, it is a 15% increase in physical fitness and an additional 15% increase in strength, which is a cumulative increase of 30%. If the numerical value is calculated, it seems that the increase is not much. But the terrifying thing about the percentage increase is that the stronger Yisha is, the higher the value will be. So Yisha is quite satisfied with the strength. Yisha, the last reward will be randomized. After bringing back Mike Whiteos and the special operations team that killed Comp Corporation, Yisha got a random weapon and random skills as a reward. The proprietress took out a tablet as usual, and the cursor began to move rapidly. Yisha's luck was not very good this time. The weapon he finally got was a pistol, which was average, not as good as Black Star. And the skill was the fighting skill Ancient Martial Arts Bajun Fist. A pistol was naturally unnecessary. One was enough. And the Ancient Martial Arts skills were not bad. But Yisha's Comprehensive Martial Arts was about to be upgraded to the advanced level. So why practice Bajun Fist? Not to mention that there was also the Martial Arts Supreme at the critical moment. Yisha, sell it. And then give me the treasure list. The 2 items helped Yisha accumulate 185 gold skull coins, which was enough to pick a very good item from the treasure list. The lady boss handed the treasure list to Yisha, and Yisha flipped through it patiently. There were a lot of things in the treasure list, and while Yisha was flipping through it, he was thinking about what he needed. Weapons. Yisha didn't think he needed them. For close combat, he had Night Owl and Alaskan Harpoon. For melee, he had the Holy Sword of the King. For long range, he had the Infinity Bow. And the Arbiter used a sniper rifle to assist. And the Corpse Flower Vine was actually a long-range attack. So Yisha had the most means in this regard. Yisha thought about it, and finally locked his target on the 2 aspects of fantasy ability and fantasy skills. After a moment, Yisha pointed to one of the abilities. Can this be changed back? The lady boss looked down and said, after the duration is over, it can be changed back. This ability is a temporary genetic alienation to promote species change. When the genes are no longer continuously stimulated, you will turn back into a human. The ability that Yisha pointed to is Dragon Transformation, a fantasy ability worth 150 gold skull coins. Yisha thought for a moment. I'll choose this one. The lady boss nodded. As you wish. Dragon Transformation, Imagination ability, Racial Genetic ability, Cell Regeneration ability can cause body mutation. After Dragon Transformation, it enters the half-dragon state. It can imagine double dragon spears for combat. Physical fitness is improved by 50%. The duration is 60 minutes. And the interval between uses is 12 hours. How long flame break? In the dragon state, it can continuously release dragon breath fire to attack. If it accumulates strength, it can release how long flame break to increase power, distance, and coverage area. Dragon 2 soldiers, in the dragon state, use your own blood to invade the corpse and create Dragon 2 soldiers. Dragon realm, in the dragon state, use the unique perception of the surrounding situation and use unique techniques to make your existence disappear and blend into nature. After being completely hidden, it is almost impossible to be discovered. Dragon roar, in the dragon state, use sound waves to attack a large area, with a terrifying shock effect, which can destroy everything. The interval between uses is 15 minutes. Last dragon might, it can be activated when the dragon state enters the last 30 seconds, and the physical fitness is strengthened by 200%. The pain sensation is lost, and it has advanced regeneration ability. Each use will bring a great burden to the body. Long-term use will cause incurable permanent damage. This is a very terrifying fantasy ability. While possessing the dragon transformation ability, it is also equipped with 5 additional fantasy skills that can be used in the dragon transformation state. The most important thing is the 5 fantasy skills, which cover long-range attacks, puppet assistance, cover attacks, lurking, and melee bursts. It can be said to be very comprehensive. The price of 150 gold skull coins is indeed not a joke. The higher the price, the stronger the thing you can get. The transaction of 150 gold skull coins is indeed not a joke. The boss lady confirmed again. Have you decided? Do you want to buy this ability? Yisha decided. The boss lady nodded, then took out the oil pen and drew a big cross on the dragon transformation page. This means that the dragon transformation ability already belongs to Yisha, and it is impossible for a second person to get the dragon transformation ability from the boss lady. Chapter 499, Seaside City. Yisha, human, male, 23 years old. Level, 1-star king. Privileges, member of the Death Carriage. Character profile information query. Personal carriage use rights. Crew pass rights. Position, crew. Strength, 208. Physical fitness, 200. Agility, 178. Mental strength, 155. Number of skull coins, 35 gold. 92 silver. 109 bronze. Weapons carried, infinity bow, number of arrows, unlimited. Advanced tactics. Alaskan harpoon survival knife. MSG-90 automatic sniper rifle. Black star. Brilliant King's holy sword. Void snake spear. Silver blue spear. Night owl. Equipment, starry goggles. Radio wave exploration device. Water purification device. Items, stab-proof vest. Tactical gloves. Tactical belt. Red flame bomb. Colorful clouds covering the moon. Shining stars. Antidote. 6-flower shield. Parasitic cell. Eagle pattern pupil. Radiant sword. Zombie chip. Jade potion. Puppets. Corpse flower. Complete form. Planted in space flower pots. Arbitrator. Cyborg. Mutated creature. Carrier of alienated plant genes and plant viruses. Liquid monster. Mutated creature. Mastered skills. Intermediate mixed martial arts mastery. Master archer mastery. Primary automobile structure mastery. Primary automobile mechanics mastery. Primary mechanics mastery. Primary biological gene mastery. Snake bite. Shock wave. Collapse. Wind chase. Dragon capture and crane control. Mastered abilities. 12 trials of the immortal. Hard armor, hardness. Virus swallowing, small probability. Martial arts supreme. Bloodthorn. Fantasy enhancement. Bloodthorn bomb. Adrenaline. Primary regeneration ability. Nitrogen control. Dragon transformation. Warehouse. Night hidden bow. IBZ-type metal blade, unusable. New Z-virus cell. Noah's steel. Biomecha, broken, unusable. Alloyed corpse. Yisha opened his personal information and took a look. Then took a deep breath. Finally I became a king. Being a king is a watershed, and one needs to greatly improve his strength to be promoted from Star Diamond to King. Yisha did not become a king even when he got the liquid monster at Star Diamond 5. It was not until now that he learned to transform into a dragon that he crossed this threshold. Moreover, Yi Sha is confident that even if his previous self could travel through time and space to fight with him, he would definitely win. Under the same level in star, Yi Sha firmly believes that no one can be his opponent. Yi Sha currently has 3 things from the treasure list, namely the King's Holy Sword, Liquid Monster, and Dragon Transformation. In his previous life, Yi Sha entered the level of the King and only had the King's Holy Sword. Of course, at that time, Yi Sha had much more things than now, and he increased his strength by quantity and piled up the level. But Yi Sha is more focused on quality in this life. At the same time, his physical fitness improved slightly, but it was not very obvious. It was naturally because of the loss of the 2 bottles of potions. But it was better than nothing. In addition, what made Yi Sha lament was that he became a poor ghost again. The gold skull coins were sharply reduced to 35. But there were gains and losses. This was a normal equal exchange. And there was nothing to be unhappy about. Yi Sha closed his personal information, and then asked, how many days are left before the next departure? The boss lady, 7 days, 6 hours and 55 minutes. Yi Sha nodded. There was still a week left, and he could finally have a good rest. Then, Yi Sha stood up. See you at the next stop. The lady boss smiled. Goodbye. Yi Sha returned to his personal compartment, took a shower, and then entered the studio. The instrument was still working, constantly scanning the Noah's steel. Yi Sha checked the scan results, but the sound of the waves remained, and there was still nothing worth mentioning. Yi Sha could only let the instrument continue to scan the Noah's steel. Whether there would be a result seemed to be left to fate. Then, Yi Sha walked aside and took out the alloyed corpse bones, which were very good weapon materials. Yi Sha planned to make a pair of double blades for the arbitrator. At the same time, in the corner of the studio, there was a biological mecha. Although it was damaged, Yi Sha still let the corpse flower drag it back. How to repair the biological mecha is also Yi Sha's next job. Of course, this project is not small. This biological mecha is much more complicated than Yi Sha imagined. It is not an easy task to repair it, especially the material problem. The front of the biomech was completely destroyed. If you just repair the cockpit inside, it is actually not very useful, because the weak spot is obvious, and you can just hit the cockpit. At that time, don't even think about using this thing to fight. It will cost you your life. As for whether to repair it or not, Yi Sha has no idea. Anyway, repair it first. Yi Sha did not delay, and began to scan the structure of the biomech while making double swords with alloy fossil bones. It is not difficult to make a pair of swords. All the equipment is available. It is nothing more than shaping. The other steps are not troublesome. Yi Sha spent 2 days to make a pair of double blades. Alloy bone blade, a double blade made of 3-headed bloodhound, with excellent texture. Special effect. There is a certain probability of tearing the target's defense equipment or objects made by defense ability and skills. Special effect 2. When attacking zombies, there is a certain probability of triggering blood poison, which will kill the zombies directly. Mutated zombies of star diamond level or above can only cause weakening effects. Yi Sha was quite satisfied with the effect of the alloy bone blade. But since he had the King's Holy Sword, this thing was naturally useless. So Yi Sha threw it to the arbitrator. There was no good news about the Noah's steel. The structure of the biological mecha was complicated, and it was still being scanned. After the scan, the instrument would automatically form a module, and then it could decide how to repair it through the module. The alloy bone blade was also manufactured, and Yi Sha could finally take a short break. In the next few days, Yi Sha let himself be completely relaxed. At the same time, Yi Sha also planned to go to the dining car to see if he could trade and exchange the 6-flower shield. There are also Black Star pistol and Void Snake gun, which can also be included in the trading list. But they are not as strong as Yi Sha. The idle items include zombie chips, parasitic cells, and antidotes. Unfortunately, it is not a holiday. The crew did not gather together, and the humans in the ordinary carriages are returning to the Doomsday train one after another, and there is no special trade fair. So Yi Sha can only give up. On the 7th day, the mysterious voice finally appeared, announcing that the Doomsday train will start again. I don't know if it's because Yi Sha has a strong sense of crisis, or because people are always a bit mean. With too much free time, Yi Sha is not very comfortable. When he heard the news of the departure, Yi Sha was relieved. And this time, after a long time of not being able to overlap with the memory of the previous life, The destination finally welcomed a place that Yi Sha had been to in his previous life. The Seaside City. Chapter 500 Alarm. The Doomsday train will arrive at the Seaside City in 7 hours. Release Mission 1. Find the Mania artificial virus, marine species, developed by Compu. Release Mission 2. Kill 2 ancient marine species. Release Mission 3. Enter the Compu experimental base and kill the director. Devisler Matey. Of the 3 missions, you must successfully obtain the Mania artificial virus to get back on the Doomsday train. Complete 2 of the 3 tasks, and you will receive a special reward. Complete 3 of the 3 tasks, and you will receive a special reward and 8 random items. Team Attendant Task 1. Get the rare mermaid specimen and bring it back to the Doomsday train. Team Attendant Task 2. Get the ancient civilization stone box found in the underwater ruins. The carriages entering the coastal city this time are Carriage 25, Death Carriage 3, Carriage 170, and Death Carriage 7. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing the destination. And Yi Sha couldn't help but laugh. This mission was too friendly for him. The carriage mission had little to do with Yi Sha. But since Yi Sha had been to the Seaside City in his previous life, he naturally knew how to do these missions. The important thing was the 2 crew missions. The crew mission had nothing to do with Yi Sha in his previous life, because at that time, Yi Sha was not a crew member. However, by coincidence, Yi Sha knew where the 2 things to be found in the crew mission were. Yi Sha had seen a mermaid specimen in a laboratory at the Compu Company's experimental base. It was actually completely different from the mermaids commonly seen in stories. Nor was it a so-called dugong. The lower body of the mermaid specimen was indeed a fish tail, and the upper body was similar to a human. But the so-called similarity was actually still a fish body, but in a form similar to a human body. As for the ancient civilization stone box, Yi Sha also knew where it was. It was kept in a secret room vault by Director de Weissler. Yi Sha had mistakenly entered that secret room in his previous life. Therefore, as long as there is no emergency, Yi Sha feels that it is not difficult to complete the 2 crew tasks this time. After all, he has completely saved the effort of searching and collecting intelligence. When the time is almost up, Yi Sha leaves the personal compartment and enters the waiting compartment. There are actually 6 crew members who set off this time, and Yi Sha actually knows most of them. Yi Yu appeared. Gan Lin was also there, and the third person he knew was Wan Likuan, who participated in the battle with the apostles at that time. The biggest advantage of Wan Likuan's group of people found from the ordinary compartment is that they are counted as crew assessments. Obviously, no matter how much effort Wan Likuan put in or how he performed, Yi Sha completed the task and got the Noah's Stone tablet, which meant that he had completed the assessment and should indeed be a crew member. The 4th person Yi Sha knew was Xia Yuran. Xia Yuran was very strong in the number 1 death carriage. If Yi Sha had to choose, Xia Yuran should be second only to himself in strength. Therefore, if anyone in the number 1 death carriage could become the 2nd crew member, Yi Sha would definitely choose Xia Yuran. After Xia Yuran, it was Bai Xiling. As for the little fat man, he was still lacking in experience, and his strengths and weaknesses were obvious. In addition, the little fat man was not suitable for acting alone. He was a team player. But what Yi Sha did not expect was that Gan Lin actually got ahead of the 3 and became the 2nd person to become a crew member in the number 1 death car. Of course, the selection criteria for crew members are difficult to understand, and it is not purely based on strength. But anyway, it is not surprising that Xia Yuran appeared here as a crew member. As for the last one, he was a fair-skinned man, and surprisingly, he looked a little thin. This was very strange. With the improvement of physical fitness, he might not become like a bodybuilder, but he would definitely have sharp lines on his body. Even the little fat guy was a strong fat guy after taking off his clothes. In addition to his protruding belly and chubby face, his limbs also had obvious muscle lines. Moreover, his protruding belly was no longer the kind of flabby fat. At this time, Yi Yu's voice sounded beside Yi Sha. Curious? His name is Zhong Lingxiu, and he is a superhuman like me. Yi Sha suddenly realized that superhumans do not pay much attention to strengthening their physical fitness. Yi Yu immediately said, "Old rules? Yi Sha, I can complete the 2 flight attendant tasks by myself." Yi Sha did not lower his voice, and everyone else could not help but look at Yi Sha. Gan Lin smiled. "Are you ignoring us too much? Yi Sha, if you are not afraid of death, you can try." Gan Lin spread his hands. You still can't stand jokes. Xia Yuran, when we get back to the Doomsday train, we'll know the result. Wang Likuan smiled innocently, not caring at all. Zhong Lingxiu glanced at Yisha, then stood in the corner silently, as if she didn't know anyone. Yi, so confident? Yisha glanced at Xia Yuran and smiled. Didn't she say that? We'll know the answer when we get back to the Doomsday train. Yi pouted, even if you eat meat, at least give me some soup. I don't want the crew mission. I'll go with you to catch ancient species. Is that okay? Oh. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Do you know that there are many ancient species in the seaside city? Yisha knew this. The ancient species in the seaside city were far better than other places. In fact, the comp base in the seaside city mainly studied ancient species in marine life rather than zombies. Yi, don't you know this rule? Whenever there is a task to kill ancient species, there are generally more ancient species in that place than in other places. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then thought carefully. It was really the case. Yisha thought for a while. I kill it, and the things belong to you. How about that? Yisha was still thinking that there was a quota for killing ancient species in his trial mission. Okay. No problem. Yi nodded. And then, as long as I have the things. Gonlin smiled. How about counting me in? Yisha sarcastically. What do you have to do with it? Gonlin seemed to have long been accustomed to Yisha's bad attitude towards him, and didn't care about it at all. He just glanced at Yi meaningfully, but didn't show any emotion, hiding it very well. Boom! Just then, the carriage of the Doomsday train suddenly shook, and everyone staggered. Yi was stunned, then looked at the time. We've arrived. There's still an hour. No! Yisha was extremely alert and frowned. It's not the station. It seems something went wrong. Woo! Woo! As soon as Yisha finished speaking, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. Chapter 501 Invasion and Attack. The Doomsday train is being invaded. Unknown creatures are attacking. Please enter combat mode. Repeat. The Doomsday train is being invaded. Along with the sound of the alarm, a mysterious voice also sounded abruptly, and everyone was suddenly startled. Can the Doomsday train be invaded and attacked? In everyone's head, there are probably a bunch of question marks. This situation is completely beyond everyone's imagination, including Yisha. This had never happened to Yisha in his previous life. However, Yisha was still the first to come to his senses and immediately said, I'll go out and take a look. Yisha quickly left the carriage, walked through the carriage passage, came to the door at the connection between the carriages, and opened the door. The fierce wind rushed in, making Yisha shiver. Then Yisha got out of the carriage, jumped upwards, and jumped onto the roof. The next moment, Yisha was stunned. Under the thick night, a huge monster was floating in the sky. The monster looked like a huge oval disc, with a black outer ring and a grayish-white center. In the grayish-white area, a reddish corrosive liquid was dripping continuously, falling onto the Doomsday train, and immediately corroding the top of the carriage with large holes. Then, the corrosive liquid fell into the carriage, and happened to fall on a person. The person immediately screamed miserably, and his body quickly dissolved. In just a few seconds, not even a bone residue was left. At the same time, around the disc monster, something like a piece of meat was wriggling, and then countless tentacles grew out, attacking the Doomsday train below. Bang! 2 tentacles hit the roof of a carriage, and the roof creaked and sank directly. Fear is spreading. Almost everyone in the carriage of the Doomsday train felt the feeling of being dominated by fear again at this moment. All along, everyone firmly believed that as long as they boarded the Doomsday train, they would be safe. There are no zombies here, no danger, and there is plenty of food and water. As long as you are on the Doomsday train, you will definitely live well. This is also the reason why everyone keeps completing tasks and fighting. They spend 10 days fighting hard, and then spend the remaining 5 days enjoying peace. Doomsday train is like an absolute umbrella. But to use this umbrella, you must risk your life first. It seems that it is not unacceptable. However, at this moment, everyone suddenly realized that this umbrella did not seem to be absolutely safe. Many people who were not strong-willed even had their psychological defenses shattered at this moment, knelt on the ground, and began to cry bitterly. What on earth is this? At this time, Yi Yu's voice suddenly sounded beside Yisha. Yisha looked back and said, Why are you here? Not only you, Gonlin, Xia Yuran, Wang Likuan, But even Zhong Lingxiu came and lined up to climb onto the roof. Yiyu, what can we do if we don't come? We don't even know what's going on. Are we waiting to die in the carriage? A carriage at the back was flattened. Xia Yuan climbed onto the roof, although I climbed up. I don't know what's going on. But at least I know what the enemy looks like. Yisha nodded, then slowly drew out the king's holy sword. No matter what happens, it seems that we only have one way to go now. The next moment, the king's holy sword in Yisha's hand emitted a dazzling golden glow. Yisha didn't quite understand the current situation. But one thing was very clear. The monster was attacking the Doomsday train. If the Doomsday train was destroyed, they would die. So, kill the monster. It's that simple. Control the corrosive liquid. Yisha whispered, cover me. Yiyu nodded, closed her eyes, and then her pupils showed a stream of light. Even at night, Yiyu's pupils were as bright as stars. Then, the corrosive liquid that kept falling from the sky suddenly hung in the air. At this time, Yisha rushed forward. Nitrogen slash. Yisha shouted softly, swung his sword towards the air, and a wriggling tentacle quickly rushed towards Yisha. With a puff, a dull sound appeared, and then the tentacle was cut off by the nitrogen slash. However, at the moment the tentacle was cut off, the cut surface surged, and countless meat bags bulged out. Puff, puff, puff. The meat bags suddenly exploded. Countless sticky green liquids dripped down, and then new tentacles grew out. What a strong regeneration ability! Yisha was also shocked. This regeneration ability was too terrifying. It grew out immediately after being cut off. And in just this moment of distraction, the tentacles suddenly fell. More than a dozen tentacles rushed towards Yisha from all directions. Yisha immediately swung his sword and chopped them off. Puff, puff, puff. The tentacles that rushed over were quickly chopped off by Yisha. But there were too many of them. The golden sword light chopped off several tentacles in a row. But Yisha was always unable to do so. Suddenly, at the moment when one tentacle was chopped off, a second tentacle suddenly pierced out from the back. Bang! The tentacle hit Yisha's chest and knocked him back. Yiyu was startled because Yisha was flying towards him. At this time, Xia Yuan stepped forward, supported Yisha's back, and caught him before he hit Yiyu. Xia Yuan, it seems that you alone are not enough. Yisha nodded. It is very powerful and has a stronger regenerative ability. We must always maintain a high frequency of attacks to destroy this thing. Fortunately, others seem to think so too. Looking up, you can see that there are figures on the roofs of many carriages. Not only Yisha's side. Many people began to attack the monster together. The monster was actually very huge, covering at least a dozen carriages. Which means that the people in more than a dozen carriages can attack at the same time. Boom! At this time, a tentacle fell down again. And with a bang, the roof of a carriage was smashed down again. And even the carriage was shaking continuously. If it was not the Doomsday train, but an ordinary train, I am afraid that this attack would have completely destroyed the carriage. Let's get on too. Yisha shouted softly. Attack! Yisha walked with a sword, stepped on the roof again, and quickly rushed forward. Nitrogen slash. Yisha did not hesitate at all, and slashed out another nitrogen slash with a wave of his hand. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grasped the Void Snake Spear in his hand. Chapter 502 Disc Monster. In the distance, on the high ground, the man picked up the phone. The attack has begun. This experimental product seems to be pretty good. Isn't it a waste to use it like this? After all, it's just an experimental product. Since Apostle number 3 has been recovered, there is no need for the experimental product. Besides, do you really think it's pretty good? At least it made a lot of noise. Did the conductor take action? No. Where's the deputy conductor? No. That means it's still a long way to go. They don't even bother to take action. They just make some noise. Hey, that seems to be the case. Come back when you've had enough of the excitement. There's still a lot to do. Understood. Doomsday train. Yisha rushed forward, waving the king's holy sword, cutting off the tentacles that surged around him one by one. But the monster's regeneration speed was unimaginably fast. No matter how many were cut off, they would always grow back quickly. Suddenly, two broken tentacles squirmed behind Yisha, bounced up, and hit Yisha's back. Feeling the strong wind coming, Yisha turned his head suddenly. The two tentacles were already in front of him. But at this moment, a dark red spear stabbed out from the side, picking up the two tentacles and flying away. At the same time, Zhong Lingxiu stepped forward and suddenly stretched out his hand. Countless swords, spears, swords and halberds inexplicably appeared behind Zhong Lingxiu, flew forward, and collided fiercely with the tentacles in the air. Yi Sha looked at Zhong Lingxiu in surprise. This guy is quite strong. Moreover, his brain ability seems to be different from Yi Yu's. He has the ability of fantasy brain. Yi Yu, it is said that his ability can materialize things imagined. It is very powerful, but it consumes a lot of energy. Yi Sha nodded. And then, cover me. Yi Yu, isn't it always covering me? While Yi Yu said, he waved his hand forward, and the corrosive liquid falling from the air was immediately pushed to both sides by the invisible force, and fell to the ground on both sides of the train. Yi Sha rushed forward again, swinging his sword and slashing at the tentacles around him, charging forward continuously. Xia Yuren ran quickly, carrying his spear on his back, and followed Yi Sha. Do you think the center position is a weak point? Yi Sha looked up and took a look. Reason? Xia Yuren, actually, if you look closely, the structure of this thing is still very simple. The circle in the center is the only different place, so it is likely to be the weak point. Yi Sha pondered for a moment. The structure of the monster was indeed very simple. It was a huge oval disc with tentacles growing out of the outer edge. Only the circle in the center was grayish-white, and could drop corrosive liquid. If you think about it this way, Xia Yuren's speculation is not without reason. Yi Sha nodded. Let's go and try. Xia Yuren, I'll cover you and send you over. As Xia Yuren spoke, he flicked his wrist and stabbed out a beautiful gun flower, quickly knocking away the tentacles on both sides. Xia Yuren seemed to have a unique ability or skill in terms of speed. He kept jumping left and right, and his speed was surprisingly fast. Like a ghost, he switched positions around Yi Sha and knocked away the tentacles around him, with Yi resisting the corrosive liquid and Xia Yuren helping to deal with the tentacles on both sides. What Yi Sha needed to do became simple. That is, go forward bravely. Yi Sha moved forward all the way, jumped over several carriages, and finally approached the area directly below from the edge. But at this moment, puff, 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 the edge of the monster bulged out countless meat lumps again, and after cracking, the tentacles grew and suddenly fell down. Damn it! Yi Sha cursed. This growth rate is too fast. Yi Sha swung his sword and chopped off the tentacles. Then he took out the Void Snake Spear and threw it towards the center. The Void Snake Spear was out in a flash, and when it appeared again, it was already below the monster. Puff! The next moment, the Void Snake Spear pierced into the center of the monster. Did it work? Yi Sha looked up, but he didn't expect to kill the behemoth with one strike. However, no matter how he chopped the tentacles before, he couldn't cause any substantial damage to the monster. As long as this strike could cause damage, it meant that Xia Yuren's judgment was correct. Then, you can continue to attack the center to cause damage to the monster. In the distance, high ground, the man looked at the Doomsday train in the distance. Well, it's almost time to leave. The man murmured, let's make everything more violent. The form is released. At the same time, Yi Sha was still watching the disc monster. The Void Snake Spear had returned to Yi Sha's hand, and it seemed that it did not cause any damage. But Yi Sha felt that the attack was useful, because, at the moment when the Void Snake Spear hit, the tentacles around it obviously stagnated for a moment. Maybe, Yi Sha, should I strike harder? Yi Sha tightly grasped the king's holy sword, intending to strike again. But at this moment, suddenly, a mournful scream rang out from all around. The scream was particularly piercing, like a baby crying, and like a woman's scream, piercing the eardrums and trembling. Then, the gray-white area in the center of the disc suddenly began to wriggle. Layers of flesh waves spread out, rolling continuously. And then, faces one by one. In the center of the disc monster, faces suddenly appeared one by one, densely packed. Fear, terror, hatred, disappointment, pain. The expressions on those faces were different. The only thing in common was that the expressions on those faces were all negative emotions, lifelike, and made people feel chilled. At the same time, accompanied by the screaming sound like ghosts and wolves howling. The people in the surrounding carriages all showed pain and fell on the roof. Some people banged their heads against the roof in pain. Some endured it, and some roared in pain. Yisha also half knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth and enduring it. There was a tearing feeling in his head, as if there was a chisel constantly hitting his head. Yisha, it's a brain attack. Yiyu stepped forward. That guy is using a brain attack. Yiyu also felt uncomfortable. But the superhuman was originally a brain developer and a user of brain abilities. Naturally, the brain attack was just discomfort, unlike other people, who did not feel painful. Yiyu continued, it's a very strong brain attack. I can't use my brain ability to help you offset it. So it seems that the attack will be left to us. Chapter 503 Falling into the River. Behind Yiyu, Zhong Lingxiu took a step forward, opened his palm, and pushed forward without saying a word. Behind Zhong Lingxiu, hundreds of long swords were imagined to be materialized, floating in the air, shaking constantly. Yiyu, since the opponent uses brain attacks, then we will also use brain attacks to counter. The moment Yiyu finished speaking, the long swords behind Zhong Lingxiu suddenly flew forward, and then continued to entangle, twist, condense, and splice in the air, and finally turned into a metal sword dragon more than 10 meters long. The metal stegosaurus roared and galloped, with an indomitable momentum and ferocious fangs, rushing towards the disc monster in the sky. However, at this moment, the screaming sound from the sky suddenly stopped. The tearing pain in Yisha's brain gradually disappeared, and the other people on the roof also gradually recovered. Give up the brain attack? Yisha looked at the sky in surprise. The brain attack was obviously very effective. Why give it up? At the same time, the metal stegosaurus made by Zhong Lingxiu had rushed into the air and crashed into the center of the disc. But at this moment, the tentacles all around suddenly emerged, entangled with each other, and then smashed fiercely towards the metal stegosaurus. With a bang. It was just one blow. The body of the metal stegosaurus was smashed to pieces, and turned into countless long swords falling from the air. Before they hit the ground, they were completely smashed again and disappeared without a trace, because those long swords themselves were imaginary invisible things. Puff! Zhong Lingxiu opened her mouth and spurted out blood, and her already pale face became even more bloodless. Yisha stood up, surprised. The strength and power are obviously much higher than before. No, it is doubled. What on earth is this? At this time, in the center of the disc monster, the faces of the people surged wildly again, their expressions twisted, and at the same time, white light slowly appeared. And then, boom! A huge roar suddenly sounded, like the sound of countless thunders resounding through the sky. And then a white beam of light suddenly fell from the center of the disc monster. Everyone was stunned. When the white light fell, the carriage below was completely covered. And then, the carriage disappeared. In the white light column, the carriage was completely annihilated, turned into dust, and disappeared bit by bit. The surviving humans in the carriage howled in pain. And then under the illumination of the white light column, their bodies began to burn and were burned into a pile of ashes. Gulp! Everyone couldn't help but move their throats. The emotion called fear began to spread again in the hearts of everyone who witnessed this scene. Moreover, this is not the end. It's expanding. Yisha was the first to come to his senses and took a breath. The light column is expanding. The range covered by the light column is constantly expanding, spreading to the surroundings, and everything that the light column passes by is instantly annihilated. Yisha gritted his teeth, then opened his hand to imagine the endless bow, then pulled a bowstring and aimed at the light column. The advancement of the light column must be stopped. The moment the bowstring was pulled, Yisha directly gave the divine punishment arrow to the fantasy, and directly used one of his trump cards. The next moment, Yisha released the bowstring. The divine punishment arrow flew forward, spinning wildly, bringing out spiral energy that wrapped around the arrow body, and then flew faster and faster, and finally turned into a stream of light. But it was useless. The divine punishment arrow flew cleanly into the light column, but did not tear the light column apart at all. Instead, under the illumination of the light column, the divine punishment arrow quickly disappeared, shattered, and completely disappeared without a trace. Without the slightest hesitation, Yisha turned around and ran. That thing was not something they could fight against. But where to run? Because of the attack of the light column, the Doomsday train was directly cut off, and the carriage in front flew away, as if it had escaped from the coverage of the light column. But the carriage in the back, after being cut off, naturally slowly stopped. There was nowhere to escape. Yi was nervous. What should I do? Yisha looked around and saw that the Doomsday train was passing through a rail bridge above a canyon in the middle. On both sides were canyons tens of meters high, and directly below was a turbulent canyon river. Yisha gritted his teeth. Jump! Yi glanced. This height? You will die. Yisha, you will die if you stay. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will never give up. Yisha quickly sheathed the king's holy sword, then ran forward, and then jumped. Jumping forward 4 or 5 meters, Yisha stretched out his hand, grabbed the bracket on the edge of the iron bridge, stabilized his body, and then watched the light column on the side push. The range continued to expand, and the iron bridge was already wrapped in it. Yisha gritted his teeth and resolutely let go. The body began to fall downwards, and the whistling wind around him made his face hurt. Yisha gritted his teeth and then tightened his muscles. Hard armor. Nitrogen armor. Dragon-like scales slowly emerged from Yisha's body, wrapping his whole body. And then the crazy airflow around him quickly gathered around him, looming and wrapping him up, forming a double defense. Plop! The next moment, Yisha fell into the river. Even with the buoyancy, he could not reach the huge impact force. Yisha's head hit the bottom of the river directly, and the severe pain began to hit his brain, issuing an urgent temporary mission. Temporary mission. Go to the coastal city and reboard the Doomsday train. If you cannot reboard the Doomsday train before the next departure, all your identities on the Doomsday train will be completely stripped away. At this time, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded, repeated the reminder 3 times, and then gradually disappeared. Damn it! Yisha gritted his teeth and cursed. Who has time to care about this now? Surviving is the most important thing. The river water kept pouring into Yisha's mouth and nose. Because of the impact, Yisha also felt dizzy. But the instinct for survival still drove Yisha to keep reaching out and paddling, constantly going up. Just a little bit. Just a little bit more. Puff! The river surface suddenly splashed with waves, and Yisha poked his head out. However, right in front of Yisha, a huge rock stood on the river's surface. Bang! Being constantly hit by the water, Yisha had no time or space to dodge, and crashed into it fiercely. After a muffled sound, a piece of the rock was smashed, and blood flowed from Yisha's forehead. The previous brain attack still had sequelae, and after 2 consecutive collisions, Yisha finally felt that his consciousness was blurred again. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a dark color. Chapter 504. Either you kill or you are killed. Yisha slowly opened his eyes and felt a pain on his forehead. However, when Yisha reached his hand to his forehead, he soon found that there was something on his forehead, which seemed to be a piece of white cloth, covering the wound. Shaking his head, Yisha looked around. This seemed to be a cave-like place. There were some dry leaves under him, and a sheet covering his body. It was very wrinkled and old, and there was a strange smell. Yisha began to look around. There were some things in the cave, all of which were simple living utensils, pots and pans, jars, and a harpoon made of branches. Then, Yisha saw a person. For a moment, Yisha's vigilance was raised to the highest level, but he quickly relaxed. It was a little boy about 5 or 6 years old. Although he was dirty, he could not hide his cuteness. His eyes were particularly charming, very big, and blinking. Yisha tried to talk to the little boy. Here. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the cave entrance, interrupting Yisha's words. You must throw that guy out. Yes, you must throw him out. Who knows if he is infected with the zombie virus? No. I checked his body. They are all scratches. Not bite wounds. Nonsense. I saw a lot of scars on the guy's body. Maybe he was bitten a long time ago. But it's just in the incubation period. Yisha looked down at his body. Is he talking about himself? Anyway, don't be a pushover. That guy must be driven away. We don't take in people whose origins are unknown, and whose safety is unknown. Yes. Throw that guy out. Support? Don't forget. In addition to being infected with the zombie virus, our own food rations are very tight. If there is one more mouth, we will have to share everyone's food. Drive him away. Yisha glanced at the little boy. The child kept staring at the cave entrance and seemed a little nervous. Yisha, are the man and woman arguing your parents? The little boy seemed a little shy, and nodded after hesitating for a long time. Yisha tried to show a warm smile. and then said, I understand. I won't make it difficult for them. Yisha stood up, picked up his things that were placed aside, and walked towards the cave entrance. A man and a woman stood at the entrance of the cave, probably in their 30s, blocking the way into the cave. And the man and woman were also surrounded by 7 or 8 people, looking quite ferocious. Hey, do you understand? Don't make things difficult for everyone. Drive that person away. The person you want to drive away. Yisha suddenly said, Is it me? Yisha said as he walked out of the cave, looking at everyone coldly. The man in the middle of the man and woman was happy. You woke up? Is everything okay? Yisha nodded. Nothing. A strong man. Leave if you are fine. We don't welcome you here. Yisha glanced at the other party again. And then, did you escape from the city? The woman next to the man. It's not a city. It's a nearby town. There are zombies everywhere. After we escaped, we have been trying to live nearby. Yisha looked up and looked outside. Relying on the river. Built a simple building. Not far away there were some empty cans thrown on the ground, in addition to some fish bones. This river is not polluted. It's quite strange. Yisha, did you save me? The man and woman, it's not a matter of saving or not. We saw you lying on the river bank, so we just fished you out. But we didn't do anything. Yisha nodded. I won't make it difficult for you. I don't plan to stay here. While speaking, Yisha opened his backpack and began to take out food. Biscuits, dried meat, bacon, mineral water, and even 2 bottles of red wine. These are for you as a thank you. Yisha, although they are soaked in water, they should all be edible. Almost instantly, the people around him showed greed in their eyes. Yisha took out a lot of food. The dried meat alone was at least 3 or 4 pounds. If you eat it sparingly, it would be enough for half a month. Yisha, then I'll take my leave. After Yisha finished speaking, he simply walked to the side. Almost at the moment when Yisha walked away, someone shouted, Quick! Quick! Take these things and dry them. We have meat to eat. Puff! Suddenly, a golden sword light flashed, and the sound stopped abruptly. The shouting man's pupils widened. A large piece of blood splashed on his neck, and then his body tilted to the ground. It seems that you don't understand what I mean. Yisha, the you I said only includes 2 people. The people around the food were silent. Suddenly, a man who looked quite strong raised his fist and growled, Little brat. What are you so arrogant about? Puff! Before the man's fist fell, he suddenly felt his face was a little wet. The bright red blood looked extremely dazzling. Then the man cried out in pain, and his right arm fell to the ground. Yisha turned his head and looked at the man and the woman. Do you want me to help you kill them all? Ah? The man and the woman were obviously scared, took a step back, and spoke incoherently. No. No. Food. No. That food. Yes. The food should be shared with everyone. Hey! Yisha sneered, then took out the Black Star pistol, grabbed the man's arm, put it in his palm, and then took out 2 boxes of bullets and put them in the man's other palm. This era is called the end of the world. Yisha pressed the man's shoulder. If someone wants to steal your things, kill him. If someone wants to kill you, kill him. In this world, you either kill or you are killed. Do you understand? The man moved his Adam's apple and nodded reluctantly. Yisha let go of the man's shoulders. Live well. Even if not for yourself, but for your wife and your son. Yisha turned around and left along the river. This time, Yisha really left. Yisha thought he had said everything he should say. With guns, even if the other party had 6 or 7 people, they would be helpless. If the food was still taken away, it could only mean that the man was not suitable to survive in this doomsday. And death was not a bad thing. At least it was a relief. This was just a small episode for Yisha. What Yisha needed to do now was to go to the coastal city. At the moment of falling into the river, Yisha seemed to hear a mysterious voice. I don't know what happened to the Doomsday train, Yisha murmured, but the mysterious voice appeared. Which means that the Doomsday train should be fine. Chapter 505 The Traces of the Arbitrator. The sudden appearance of the monster seemed a bit puzzling. What kind of ancient species was Yisha? However, none of this mattered. There was no point in dwelling on the past. Check the map online, Yisha said as he looked behind him, and then suddenly froze. The arbitrator was not there. Damn it! Yisha cursed. The arbitrator always followed him faithfully. So Yisha knew very well that the moment he jumped into the river, the arbitrator would definitely jump down as well. Moreover, with the arbitrator's physical fitness, there should be no big problem. There was also the matter of hitting his head. Although the arbitrator had evolved into a different species, his main thinking mode still relied on the built-in computer calculations. So it was no problem even if he hit his head. In short, Yisha deduced that the arbitrator was probably fine. However, in such a turbulent river, the arbitrator could not control his body, and probably didn't know where he was washed away. Yisha immediately took out his PDA, but couldn't open it. He didn't know if it was because it had been soaked in water. This is a bit troublesome. Yisha rubbed his hair. Do we have to find a way to find the arbitrator first? Although Yisha had been to the seaside city in his previous life, he was only in the city, and had never been to the surrounding areas of the city. Besides, this place should not be considered as the surrounding areas of the city. Right? Although the Doomsday train was only 1 hour away from the seaside city when it was attacked, it only takes a few hours for the Doomsday train to go anywhere, and at most only a dozen hours. The speed and time are obviously not normal. This hour may be several days, or even more than 10 days for Yisha. So, Yisha had to face a problem. Where should the damn coastal city go? Yisha took a deep breath. If there is an arbitrator, I can try to connect to the satellite network and search the map. While thinking, Yisha took out the space flower pot and released the corpse flower. Stroking the vines of the corpse flower. Yisha, go find the arbitrator. Tell me if there is any news. The corpse flower rubbed against Yisha, and then quickly burrowed into the ground. Then, before finding the arbitrator, Yisha looked around. According to the situation when jumping off the Doomsday train, the river was directly carried forward, not against the current. So at least it should be right to follow the flow of the river first. Yisha judged the situation, then nodded, and continued to move forward. This is a very majestic canyon, with towering rock walls on both sides, like mountains, and a river in the middle of the canyon. Wide, turbulent, and with no end in sight. Other than that, it seems that no zombies were seen. That's right. Yisha, this place is sparsely populated, and there are no wild animals. There are naturally not many zombies in such a desolate wilderness. Otherwise those people would not have nested there before. This is good news. Yisha continued to move forward while thinking. About a quarter of an hour later, Yisha stopped and saw a person lying on the edge of the river. His body was blocked by a huge rock, and was washed by the river. Yisha stepped forward to sniff his breath. He was already dead. Judging from his attire, he looked like a surviving human on the Doomsday train. Yisha pulled out the sword hanging on the other person's body. It was just an ordinary sword, and it did not show any effect. Sure enough, only by killing the apostles can you get items from the other person at will. Yisha threw the sword aside. As for the people on the Doomsday train, they cannot get items without a mission. However, Yisha did not gain nothing. After pouring out the things in the other person's backpack, Yisha found a lot of food, which just filled the gap left by the food he had given away before. But at this moment, roar! A roar similar to the whimper of a wild beast suddenly sounded, and the corpse's eyes suddenly opened, and the corners of its grinning mouth stretched all the way to its ears, as if its entire face suddenly split open. And then it opened its mouth and bit towards Yisha. This sudden attack frightened Yisha, and then he was quickly thrown to the ground by the zombie. Seeing that bloody mouth was about to bite him, Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed the other's neck. Poof! Blood splattered. After Yisha pierced the zombie's neck with one blow, the zombie's body collapsed to the ground. Yisha pushed the corpse away, took a long breath, and then had a hint of doubt. Is there a zombie virus here? Didn't this guy jump off the Doomsday train and die? Yisha was basically sure that the other party came from the Doomsday train, because the food and water found were all packaged on the Doomsday train. But falling to death shouldn't infect the zombie virus. Right? Yisha thought about it while taking off the man's clothes, and then found a wound on the man's waist caused by the corrosive solution. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Was this caused by the corrosive liquid of the disc monster? The disc monster is not a monster, but a zombie? This is too weird. How can it mutate into that kind of appearance? Yisha had a lot of question marks in his head, but he didn't bother much. What the disc monster was no longer important. At least not for now. Yisha packed up his things and continued on his way. There were indeed few zombies in the canyon. At least Yisha had not seen any along the way. The river water was rare and not polluted, and was very clear. Of course, this refers to the previous situation. If the disc monster carried the zombie virus, the river water would be dangerous after the corpse was soaked in the river. This is the horror of the zombie virus. It will spread if you are not careful. However, Yisha has enough water sources, and there are also water purification devices, so this aspect is not a big problem. Yisha walked until dark, but he didn't leave the canyon. However, the corpse flower came back. Yisha looked at the corpse flower's vines. Have you found the arbitrator? The corpse flower's vine swayed for a moment, and then swayed rapidly. The arbitrator is in danger? Yisha showed a surprised expression, and then watched the corpse flower right in the air with its vines. Besieged? Yisha was stunned. Who would besiege the arbitrator? Yisha didn't have time to think about it, and said directly, "Take me there immediately." The corpse flower quickly sank into the ground, leaving only a vine on the surface to show Yisha the way. Yisha didn't waste any words, and took out the night owl directly, entered the night attack state, spread out the dark night wings and flew into the air. The flying speed of the dark night wings was already very fast, and in the air with the wind flow, it could also maximize the effect of the Son of Wind's ability. Yisha rushed forward almost instantly. Found it. Soon, under the guidance of the corpse flower vines, Yisha saw the arbitrator in battle below. The enemy is the survivors of Doomsday Train. Chapter 506, Overestimating Your Own Capacity. There were 4 survivors from the Doomsday Train, and they probably chose to jump out of the train just like me in order to survive. Stop! Yisha dropped from the air and shouted softly, stopping the 4 from attacking the arbitrator. Yisha's shouting did some effect, and the 4 stopped at the same time, looking at Yisha in confusion. Yisha, what do you want to do with my stuff? A young man, yours? The arbiter walked out of the battle circle and stood faithfully behind Yisha. Yisha, do you understand now? The other party frowned. An alien creature. Not a zombie? Yisha really couldn't refute this. The arbiter did look like a zombie. No, strictly speaking, except for the internal mechanical structure. The arbiter was originally made of zombies. It's not surprising that such a misunderstanding occurred. Yisha, he is my thing. Not a zombie. So it's just a misunderstanding. Let's stop here. Yisha waved his hand, asked the arbitrator to withdraw, and then planned to leave. But at this moment, someone on the other side suddenly said, "Leave." Of course. But you can't leave so easily. Yisha raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? The man, your thing hurt us. Look at the wound on my leg. It's his doing. Do you want to take him away like this? Yisha laughed. Do you mean you want compensation? The man, if a dog bites someone, the owner must be responsible. Right? Yisha laughed even more happily, stretched out his finger and waved. Then why don't you think about why you are not even as good as a dog? That's why you were bitten by a dog. The man was angry. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. I don't want to fight meaninglessly. Yisha, we are all on the Doomsday Train. There is no benefit in fighting each other. But if you want to cause trouble... Boom! The ground suddenly made a loud noise, and the corpse flower vines pierced through the ground and suddenly drilled out. Yisha, then I don't mind killing you and taking my stuff back. The vines of the corpse flower suddenly fell down and smashed down on the 4 people. The 4 people immediately jumped in different directions, and one of them said angrily, Boy, you are looking for death. Yisha sneered, Kill them. Boom, boom, boom. The ground made a series of loud noises, and the vines of the corpse flower continued to surge out from the ground and swept towards the 4 people. Bang! One of them was swept by the vines of the corpse flower and was immediately knocked out. Then the ground around him cracked again, and smaller vines of the corpse flower drilled out and quickly tied him up. The next moment, the giant vine dancing in the air fell down fiercely. The man screamed, No! Bang! The vine fell, and the man was smashed into a pulp. His body was bloody. Yisha showed a contemptuous expression. The 4 of them couldn't take down the arbitrator. How dare they be so arrogant with such strength? If you want to survive in this world, you must at least have the most basic judgment. Yisha, you 4 can't even beat the arbitrator. So why do you think you can beat me? The master. Yisha walked forward, then suddenly stopped. Oh! Sorry. Yisha, the dead can't hear. For corpses were lying around Yisha, and the corpse flowers easily took them away. Yi Sha picked up the other person's backpack from the ground and took food and water from the backpack. After packing up, Yi Sha hooked his finger at the arbitrator. Let's go. By the way, let's try to connect to the satellite network. I need to determine my current location and the direction of the coastal city. The arbitrator's eyes flashed with light, and he quickly entered the working state. Downstream of the canyon river, Yi Sha dug some bushes to light a bonfire. The arbitrator sat aside, then suddenly stood up and walked to Yi Sha. Yi Sha done? Use projection. The arbitrator's eyes radiated light, and the map was projected directly onto the ground. Yi Sha squatted aside and observed the map. According to the location projected by the arbitrator, there was no trace of the coastal city at all. Then the arbitrator slowly reduced the scale of the map, and Yi Sha finally found the coastal city. Yi Sha breathed a sigh of relief. The distance was not short, but it was slightly better than Yi Sha had imagined. The distance between the canyon and the coastal city was 572.6 kilometers. If the road was smooth, it would take about 6 or 7 hours to get there. However, not having a car was the problem. Walking nearly 600 kilometers would take a lot of time. Yi Sha, check around to see if there is a place where I can get a car? District? Town? Any place where people used to live. The arbitrator quickly scanned the map, then zoomed in on it, and finally locked onto a town. The name of the town is Sakmer, not far from the canyon. About 15 kilometers. At the same time, after determining the location, Yi Sha finally knew where he was. Before the end of the world, this canyon was a tourist attraction, and it was a famous scenic spot. This canyon area located on the plateau has the longest canyon in the world. After leaving the canyon, walking southeast along the river, you can also see a very rare canyon waterfall. The town of Sakmer is located near the waterfall, and is also built at the exit of the canyon. In fact, the town is actually a transit station and rest stop, because hiking through this kind of canyon terrain has always been a favorite of backpackers, and the town relies entirely on the tourism industry. Go here. Yi Sha waved his hand and asked the arbitrator to turn off the map projection. The route can be basically confirmed. First go to Sakmer to find a vehicle, and then drive to the coastal city. If the Doomsday train is not affected by the attack and still has to carry out the mission as usual, it should stay for about 15 days, which is still plenty of time in theory. At this time, Yi Sha suddenly stood up and looked not far away. Who is it? Some gravel fell from the rock wall on the side, and the sound was very slight, but Yi Sha still noticed it. Yi Sha? Yi Yu's voice came from the top of the rock wall, revealing a hint of joy. Come and help. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows and said to the arbitrator, throw me up. The arbitrator came to Yi Sha's side, held Yi Sha's feet, and threw him up with force. Yi Sha flew upwards, then twisted his body in the air and landed steadily on the top of the rock wall. Yi Yu looked a little embarrassed, dirty and covered in blood. When he saw Yi Sha, he immediately said, hurry, help kill this guy. Chapter 507 Encounter. Yi Sha looked up and saw that not only Yi Yu was there, but also Wang Likuan. Wang Likuan looked even worse than Yi Yu. His clothes were tattered. His left arm was holding up a tower shield and constantly defending. His right arm was almost useless. Blood completely dyed his arm red, and the whole arm was drooping weakly. And the two were fighting. A sand lizard. Sand lizards are mostly found in deserts and highlands, with a petite body, a bit like a gecko. Of course, the sand lizard that was attacking Wang Likuan was not small. It was over 5 meters long, with sword thorns on its back. It was broad and thick, and extremely strong. That was not a sand lizard at all. It was a giant crocodile. But it's just huge. Yi Sha drew out the king's holy sword. You can't even deal with something of this level now? Yi Sha said as he stepped forward with the sword, and then planned to chop down the sand lizard. But at this moment, Yi Yu shouted, be careful. That guy is a corpse-transformed ancient species. The moment Yi Yu finished speaking, the giant sand lizard suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and there were 3 human brains the size of a baby's head in its mouth. One of the heads opened and then spit out a sharp thorn. The sword thorn was dark black, with a faint poison, and was covered with some smaller barbs around it, like a thorn. Yi Sha reacted very quickly. When he heard Yi Yu shout that it was a corpse-transformed ancient species, he immediately became alert. Seeing the sharp thorn coming, he quickly held the king's holy sword horizontally. Dang! After a crisp collision, The spike hit Yisha's king's holy sword directly. What a strong force! The next moment, Yisha gritted his teeth. The force of the spike was much greater than he had imagined, and he was actually unable to resist it. Then, suddenly, the giant sand lizard twisted its body and swept its tail over, sweeping it fiercely towards Yisha. Bang! Yisha was hit in the chest, and then the whole person flew backwards and hit a huge rock directly. Boom! The rock cracked with a loud noise. The giant sand lizard roared and raised its head. Wang Likuan rushed up from the side, picked up the tower shield and smashed it on the head of the giant sand lizard. The giant sand lizard's body was not crooked, and then it angrily hit Wang Likuan with its head, pushing him aside. On the other side, Yisha pushed away the stone pressing on him and said to Yiyu, "How did you provoke this thing?" Yiyu looked aggrieved. "When we met it, it was just an ordinary ancient species, drinking water by the river. But it suddenly turned into a corpse while fighting." River water? Yisha suddenly realized that the river in the canyon was originally clear, but now it has been polluted because of the floating corpses. Obviously, the giant sand lizard was infected with the zombie virus for this reason. Bang! At this time, a dull collision sound sounded, and Wang Likuan's body was directly pushed into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Yisha immediately stood up and said to Wang Likuan, "Get out of the way. Go to the side to scout the formation." Wang Likuan nodded, hugged the tower shield and quickly rolled to the side to avoid the giant sand lizard's trampling attack. Yisha raised his hand and made a sword flower, and met the giant sand lizard again. The spikes in the giant sand lizard's mouth stabbed out again, and Yisha immediately dodged sideways, and then slashed the spikes with a sword. So hard, Yisha felt a sore and numb feeling in his right palm, and the king's holy sword slashed on the spikes, only cutting a hole. The next moment, the giant sand lizard swung its body, and the spike came across, sweeping Yisha's shoulder. The barbs on the spike hooked Yisha's arm, and then left several bloody marks on Yisha's arm. Yisha gritted his teeth and quickly retreated. At this time, the giant sand lizard's bloody mouth opened again, and the three heads in the mouth kept shaking. Then the second head suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed out a piece of poisonous water. Wang Likuan rushed out quickly, raised the tower shield to meet it, and blocked the poisonous water. Even so, Wang Likuan's shoulders and calves were still stained with some poisonous water, almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Likuan's body was burned. Yisha frowned and swung his sword backhandedly. Nitrogen slash. Puff! A crack appeared on the head of the giant sand lizard, and blood flowed out. Roar! After being injured, the giant sand lizard suddenly showed anger and ferocity, opened its bloody mouth, and continuously sprayed poisonous water. Yiyu immediately took a step forward, and 3 colors of light flashed in his pupils, and then he stretched out his hand to support it. "Get up!" Accompanied by Yiyu's light shout, the poisonous water floated in the air, as if time had stopped. Yisha shouted, "Kill him!" Boom! A corpse flower vine suddenly pierced out from under the giant sand lizard, directly throwing the giant sand lizard away. The corpse flower finally arrived, because the battle took place on the rock wall. The corpse flower had to drill out of the ground, and then penetrate the inside of the rock wall before appearing above the rock wall, which naturally caused some delays. After the attack, the corpse flower did not stop. 3 thick vines drilled out of the ground and smashed down fiercely towards the giant sand lizard. Roar! The giant sand lizard roared again, then turned its body in a circle, swept its tail out, and collided with the corpse flower vines, smashing them to pieces. Boom! 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 Although the corpse flower's vines could not be said to be countless, it was obvious that destroying only 3 vines was far from enough to defeat the corpse flower. With the roar of the earth, the surrounding ground kept breaking apart, and countless new vines kept coming out from the ground. The giant sand lizard roared continuously, and faced with the siege of the vines, it kept moving its body, and its tail covered with spikes kept sweeping out, and as long as it collided with the vines, it would immediately tear the vines apart. The giant sand lizard couldn't easily deal with the corpse flower, and of course, the corpse flower couldn't easily deal with the giant sand lizard. But at this time, Yisha had already completed the detour and quietly touched the back of the giant sand lizard. Suddenly, Yisha leaped up and directly jumped above the giant sand lizard, and then swung the king's holy sword with force. Puff! The power of the nitrogen slash was not bad, but the giant sand lizard's defense was also extremely high. After one blow, Yisha only cut a slight crack on the giant sand lizard's back. However, Yisha's attack was not over. The next moment, at the moment of his body falling, Yisha punched down again. Shock wave. Boom! The invisible force fell and pressed on the giant sand lizard's body. The giant sand lizard's body sank, and the ground was instantly crushed and cracked. Chapter 508 Giant Sand Lizard. The giant sand lizard was hit hard continuously, and it became irritable and angry. Suddenly, the spikes on the back of the giant sand lizard shot out into the air like bullets, heading straight for Yisha. Without any foothold in the air, it was naturally impossible to dodge the attack. The only thing Yisha could do was to shrink his body into a ball to reduce the area of his body that was attacked and avoid the vital parts at the same time. The next moment, Yisha fell to the ground, with several bloody wounds on his body, which were cut by the triangular spikes. But the wounds were not deep. At the same time, the giant sand lizard turned around and walked towards Yisha again. Wang Likuan rushed out at the right time and waved the tower shield from the side without hesitation. Shield strike. With a bang, Wang Likuan's sudden attack directly knocked the giant sand lizard over. Wang Likuan is indeed not a smart type, and his strength is not strong. As a flight attendant, he is just a rookie flight attendant with a new identity. With the identity of a flight attendant, he has no chance to get any rewards with this identity. But Wang Likuan also has advantages. That is, he faithfully executes tasks and orders. Yisha asked him to support the battle, so he supported the battle. Wang Likuan knew very well that his strength was not enough, and he could not do too many things. So he did what he could do well, defending and interrupting the attack of the giant sand lizard. This is what Wang Likuan can do. After preventing the giant sand lizard from attacking Yisha in the first place, Wang Likuan immediately raised the tower shield and retreated. Except for suddenly attacking and defending, Wang Likuan could actually cause little damage to the giant sand lizard. At this time, Yisha jumped up from the ground. When he stood firm, Yisha had already grabbed the void snake spear in his hand and threw it forward with force. The body of the corpse flower also drilled half of it out of the ground, revealing the flower. The petals opened, and the plant thorns under the petals flew forward, surrounding the giant sand lizard one after another with the void snake spear. The giant sand lizard twisted its body violently and opened its bloody mouth again. The third head in its mouth suddenly let out a sharp scream. Yisha couldn't help but cover his ears. The attack from the third head was actually a sonic attack. Hearing the scream, Yisha felt a pain in his head. But, Yisha said in a deep voice, "Sonic attacks can't stop attacks." The next moment, the void snake spear first pierced the giant sand lizard, and then the plant thorns of the corpse flower fell and pierced the back of the giant sand lizard. The giant sand lizard roared crazily, then shook its body and threw away the plant thorns. But it's not over yet. Yiyu suddenly took a step forward, stretched out her hand and pressed the air, and the plant thorns that were shaken off turned in the air. Under Yiyu's control, they fell towards the giant sand lizard again, and they were faster and sharper. Puff! Puff! The plant thorns pierced the giant sand lizard again, and even two plant thorns directly pierced the giant sand lizard's body. Roar! The giant sand lizard roared again. Yisha immediately shouted, "Attack together! Focus fire!" The continuous injuries definitely had an impact on the giant sand lizard. At least the accumulation of injuries and the continuous bleeding were enough to weaken the giant sand lizard. Wang Likuan rushed up immediately. As a meat shield, Wang Likuan knew that he should always be on the front line. With the tower shield raised, Wang Likuan ran forward, and his body was actually wrapped in a faint blue light. And then, he was about to crash into the giant sand lizard. Yiyu's pupils slowly dispersed and became double pupils. The three-color light in her eyes turned into 5 colors. And then, boom, 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 the ground made loud noises continuously, and then cracked inch by inch, and huge rocks turned up from the ground one by one. Then those huge rocks seemed to be alive, and pushed directly in the direction of the giant sand lizard, as if to crush the giant sand lizard into meat paste. Yisha was also attacking, and he used nitrogen slash again. However, this time was different. Yisha also used nitrogen control to drive the airflow around to promote nitrogen slash. This time, the power of the slash would increase exponentially. The corpse flower danced with its vines, and 5 thick vines flew into the air, then merged together, like a plum blossom, and then fell downwards. Boom! With a loud bang, all the attacks hit the giant sand lizard. Then the ground collapsed directly, as if the ground was hollowed out, and the ground fell directly downwards. A deep pit of 4 or 5 meters suddenly appeared, with a terrifying diameter of more than 10 meters. This was a very terrifying concentrated fire attack, both in terms of power and lethality. It's time to die? It's time to die. Everyone thought so. But, roar! The mysterious voice did not prompt, but the roar of the giant sand lizard sounded. And then the giant sand lizard slowly walked out from the swirling sand and dust. Yisha took a breath. Mutated again? The body of the giant sand lizard mutated again at the critical moment, and its body became even larger, reaching a length of 10 meters. Its back was covered with wide triangular thorns, like a saber-toothed dragon. The tail of the giant sand lizard is particularly huge, with a tumor on the end of the tail, which is covered with dense spikes, like a mace. Does the lizard have dinosaur bloodline? Yisha couldn't help thinking in his head that the current form of the giant sand lizard no longer looks like a lizard, but more like a dinosaur. However, after all, it is an ancient species. If there were ancient sand lizards similar to the Jurassic period, it would not be too strange for it to have dinosaur bloodline in its body. In fact, these things are not important at all. What is important is that the giant sand lizard seems to be more difficult to deal with than before. At this time, the giant sand lizard roared again, and then the tail suddenly swept out. This attack seemed a bit inexplicable. The one closest to the giant sand lizard was Wang Likuan, but after completing the shield collision, Wang Likuan retreated and was still a certain distance away from the giant sand lizard. The giant sand lizard launched an attack at this position, and no one could hit it. But at this moment, the spikes on the tumor at the end of the tail suddenly shot out. Behind the spikes, there were white bones like spines, one by one, swinging continuously. After flying into the sky, they bloomed like smoke and fell to the surroundings. Yisha's face was stern, and he immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Yisha's reaction was very timely, but it was still too late, because the giant sand lizard's attack came very quickly. Boom! 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 The spikes kept falling, and then kept piercing big holes on the ground. Chapter 509 Dragon Transformation. After a while, the dust gradually dispersed. Yiyu fell to the ground, holding her right arm, blood constantly seeping out from her fingers. However, she was already pretty good. At the critical moment, Wang Likuan saved her life, and the price Wang Likuan paid was a bloody hole in his waist. Otherwise, with Yiyu's physical fitness as a superhuman, this blow would be enough to kill her. Yisha was also covered in dust. Although he avoided the attack, he was smashed away by the flying stones. Several vines of the corpse flower were broken, but it was not a big deal. The complete corpse flower has a strong vitality. At this time, the giant sand lizard attacked again. The huge tail swept along the ground frantically. Boom! 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 The ground was shattered with a roar, and the tail continued to smash the ground, shaking the gravel in all directions. Wang Likuan raised his shield, and still wanted to resist on the front line. The only thing he could do was to defend. However, as soon as he moved his body, the pain from his waist made him grimace, and bend down involuntarily. Yiyu took a step forward, and the five-colored light flashed in her pupils again, and then the stones hovered in the air. Yisha took a deep breath. It seems that I have to play a trump card to kill this guy. But it's not bad. This guy should be at the level of a king. Killing him will just complete the killing requirements of the trial task. Yisha murmured while taking a deep breath. Ah! The next moment, Yisha raised his head and roared wildly. Yisha's body slowly stretched a little, becoming more slender, and then dragon scales slowly emerged on the surface of his body. This time, it was not the virtual scale pattern when using the snake bite, but the real dragon scale, grayish-white, with golden lines on the edge, growing out of Yisha's body. The dragon scale even slowly spread to Yisha's face, and then on Yisha's forehead. 2 dragon horns suddenly grew out, bringing out 2 blood flowers. Yiyu was surprised. You also took the kind of potion that can make the body mutate? With your strength. Is it necessary? Yisha said in a low voice. Shut up. Yisha didn't like the dragon form, which made him look like a monster. It had nothing to do with strength or good looks. But this form would reduce his sense of existence as a human being, and he felt like he had lost himself. Fortunately, Yisha had asked the proprietress that he could change back after the dragon form ended. But it was not unacceptable to fight in this form. Yisha took a deep breath, watched the tail of the giant sand lizard sweep over again, and suddenly reached forward. In front of Yisha's palm, Dragon's breath fire continued to emerge and flew forward. Boom, boom, boom. As the dragon's breath fire danced, the flying boulders around were smashed piece by Yisha. Then, Halong Yinpa, Yisha shouted in a low voice, and the flying fireballs around suddenly gathered together, as if being pulled by some force, merged together, and turned into a burning fire dragon, crashing towards the giant sand lizard. Boom! The moment the Halong Yinpa hit the giant sand lizard, it immediately caused an explosion, and the flames burned fiercely on the giant sand lizard's body. At the same time, the impact of the explosion directly blew the giant sand lizard away. Not enough. Not enough. Yisha suddenly rushed forward, stretching his hands to both sides, dragon spear. The next moment, 2 dragon spears were materialized by fantasy. The dragon spears were one black and one white, with the structure of a Western-style cavalry spear, about 3 meters long, with golden dragon patterns around the handle, and golden patterns on the edge of the pointed body. The black spear was engraved with a white relief of a white dragon, while the white spear was engraved with a black relief of a black dragon, which looked majestic. Bang! Yisha stepped hard, accelerated again, and jumped forward. He came to the side of the giant sand lizard, raised the dragon spear, and smashed it down fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a column of smoke condensed from sand and soil came straight from the sky. With a pick of the spear tip, the body of the giant sand lizard was picked up and flew out. Yisha threw a dragon spear without hesitation, and when he caught it, it turned into a throwing posture. Puff! The next moment, the black dragon spear flew into the air, turning into a black stream of light. Then, with a muffled sound, a blood hole was opened in the abdomen of the giant sand lizard. Yisha's legs were slightly bent, and he immediately rushed towards the falling giant sand lizard again. At the moment when the giant sand lizard landed, Yisha's dragon spear came again. The giant sand lizard opened its bloody mouth, and the 3 heads in its mouth appeared at the same time, and launched an attack at the same time. Puff! The thorn-like spikes flew out, and a mouthful of poisonous water sprayed out. The 3rd head began to scream continuously, using sound waves to attack, making Yisha's head feel extremely painful. However, there was no retreat, because this was the best time to kill the giant sand lizard. Although the giant sand lizard was an ancient species, it had the characteristics of a zombie after it turned into a corpse. Although attacking the body of the giant sand lizard could cause damage, it was not enough to kill the giant sand lizard. To kill the giant sand lizard, you must attack its head. But the giant sand lizard's head had been hit several times, but it did not have any fatal effect. The answer was obvious. The giant sand lizard's weakness was not the exposed head, but the 3 human brains in the giant sand lizard's mouth. Puff! The thorn-like spike pierced through Yisha's shoulder blade, and the poisonous water fell on Yisha's chest, causing obvious burns on his chest. The sonic attack made Yisha headache, dizzy, and nauseous. Relying on the strong defense in the dragon state, Yisha gritted his teeth and endured it all. Then, puff! The dragon spear pierced through the giant sand lizard's mouth and smashed one of its heads. Purple-black dirty blood splashed out, covering Yisha's face. The giant sand lizard roared and struggled, but Yisha obviously didn't want to give it a chance to break free. Ah! Yisha roared, raised the dragon spear directly, and at the same time lifted the giant sand lizard's body into the air, and then twisted the dragon spear hard, crushing the remaining 2 heads of the giant sand lizard. Bang! The giant sand lizard's huge body fell to the ground, twitching continuously, and finally became motionless for about half a minute. You killed the Drama giant crocodile lizard. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, alien egg. You killed the Drama giant crocodile lizard. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, alien cell of ancient lizard species. Huh? Listening to the familiar mysterious voice, Yisha took a deep breath, and then sat on the ground. The dragon state on his body slowly lifted. The dragon scales and dragon horns disappeared, and Yisha turned back into human form. Chapter 510 Small Town. Yi walked to Yisha. Are you okay? Yisha, no big problem. I won't die. Yi threw a bottle of cell activity treatment potion to Yisha. Did the mysterious voice appear? Yisha nodded. It appeared. Yi Yu showed a relaxed expression. I can breathe a sigh of relief now. Yi Sha, why? Yi Yu. The appearance of the mysterious voice means that we have not been abandoned. If we are really kicked out of the Doomsday train, the voice will not appear again. Yi Sha, when you jumped into the river, didn't you get the hint from the mysterious voice? Let's rush to the seaside city by ourselves. Yi Yu, I heard it, but I have to try to prove it again before I can be completely relieved. Yi Sha shrugged his shoulders, then cut open the belly of the giant sand lizard. This giant sand lizard turned out to be a female, with a huge egg in its belly, which Yi Sha could take away. Yi Sha, as agreed on the Doomsday train, I will kill it and you take the things. But I want this egg. I will compensate you later. And the alienated cells of the ancient lizard species will belong to you. Yi Yu spread her hands. It doesn't matter. You decide. Yi Sha nodded, took out a syringe and drew a tube of blood, then threw it to Yi Yu. Coming to Wang Likuan. Yi Sha, is it okay? Wang Likuan smiled. Not bad. Let's go. Yi Sha, go to the bottom of the rock wall. My backpack is still down there. And by the way, let's discuss how to get to the coastal city. The three of them returned to the bottom of the rock wall. Yi Sha relit the bonfire, and then repeated his plan. Yi Yu, your plan is pretty good. Besides, are there any other options? Do we really have to walk to the seaside city? The idea of getting a car is correct. Let's do it. Yi Sha nodded and said nothing more. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, the three of them packed up and continued their journey. With Yi Yu joining, the journey became much simpler. Yi Sha picked up a few pieces of corpse flower vines that were broken during the battle last night, and then pieced them together to make a simple raft. Of course, this kind of crude stuff can be easily washed away by the river, but Yi Yu can control it with her brain power, so that the vines always stick together. With the help of the river, they can quickly leave the canyon. 2 days later, the three arrived at the town of Sakmer. This is a typical Western-style town. The wooden houses have traces of time, but they are very characteristic. It is hard to say whether it is comfortable to live in, but as a tourist town, it is indeed very distinctive. Walking into the town, the surroundings are eerily quiet, with occasional wind blowing and blowing up dust. Yi Yu, are all the people here dead? Yes. Yi Sha, be careful. I don't know if there will be powerful mutant zombies. Yi Yu, we just need to find a car. We don't need to go too deep. What do you think of that jeep? Okay. Yi Sha nodded, but we still need to go deeper. Not only do we need a car, we must also collect gasoline, so that the car can reach the coastal city smoothly. Yi Yu nodded. That makes sense. Wang Likuan, I'll clear the way. Yi Sha, no. Just split up. If there's anything troublesome, give me a signal and I'll go over. Wang Likuan nodded. Okay. The three of them dispersed. In addition to collecting gasoline, they also had to spare a few tires, some car parts, and some car repair tools. These things may not be used, but it's always better to be prepared. Yi Sha walked along the street. The town was very quiet. In theory, everyone here should be dead, but it was still a bit weird. If everyone died, they would become zombies after being infected. Right? Then, what about zombies? Then, zombies came. Yi Sha opened a door, and the moment he opened the door, 2 zombies rushed out directly. Yi Sha was extremely alert, and the moment the zombies appeared, he jumped back. Clang! The king's holy sword was unsheathed. The golden sword light swept forward, and then the heads of the 2 zombies fell down and rolled to the side. Yi Sha didn't care much about the headless corpses. Just 2 ordinary zombies. Not worth mentioning. After entering the house, Yi Sha searched for a while and found a car in the backyard. He opened the fuel tank and saw that there was still gasoline in it. Fortunately, there was a plastic bucket for filling gasoline next to the car. Insert the plastic tube into the fuel tank and squeeze the rubber head at the back to suck the gasoline into the plastic bucket. However, there was not much gasoline left, and only about 1/3 of the plastic bucket was filled. Yi Sha carried the plastic bucket and prepared to look for the next car. There are many cars in the town. Almost every household has one. Some parked on the roadside, some in the backyard. What Yi Sha has to do is to collect all the gasoline. On the other side, Yi Yu also gained something, and soon got almost everything she needed. Gasoline, repair tools, and 2 spare tires. Hello. Yi suddenly, I feel like something is missing? Yi Sha was stunned. Where is Wang Likuan? The two of them realized at this time that they had been busy for nearly half an hour. But Wang Likuan had never appeared. Yi, nothing should happen. Right? If there is danger, he should scream. Yi Sha frowned. What if he doesn't even have a chance to scream? Yi was stunned. He can't be that weak. Right? Yi Sha thought for a while. Which direction is he going? I'll go and see. Yi pointed forward. That location. Yi Sha said to the arbitrator, who was moving boxes, guard the car and be ready to drive at any time. Yi Sha was still cautious and asked the arbitrator to prepare to start the car in advance, so that if there was any trouble, he could rush into the car and leave at the first time. After instructing the arbitrator, Yi Sha and Yi walked forward along the street. After walking for several hundred meters, they still did not see Wang Likuan. Yi Sha casually drew his sword and chopped off the head of a zombie, saying, actually, this town looks a bit problematic. Yi nodded. There are very few zombies. There are zombies in the streets and houses of the town, but the actual number is obviously far lower than the population of the town. Moreover, as a tourist town, there should be outsiders, so the proportion of zombies is obviously not right. Yi, do you mean there are some troublesome guys hunting zombies? Who knows? Yi Sha, at least no danger has been found for the time being. Wait a minute. Yi Sha suddenly stopped talking and pointed to the street. There was a trace of dragging. And then following the trace of dragging, Yi Sha looked up at a wooden house on the street. Chapter 511 Giant Spider. As soon as Yi Sha and Yi entered the room, they smelled a strong rotten smell. Then, when they looked up, they saw Wang Likuan stuck to the wall, with circles of extremely thick spider silk wrapped around his body. He was bound up, leaving only a pair of eyes. Even so, Wang Likuan still signaled Yi Sha and Yi with his eyes, desperately looking to the right. Yi Sha felt something in his heart, picked up Yi and jumped to the side. Boom! The next moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped down from the wall and hit the ground with a loud noise. Yi Sha looked back and saw that the black shadow was a huge spider, with a body as big as a millstone and 8 ferocious legs. Ha! Yi shouted softly, and threw out 7 small swords in advance, stabbing at the spider. Yi Sha was very familiar with this small sword, which he had snatched from the apostle and then gave to Yi. The 7 small swords flew out, circled in the air, and quickly flew towards the spider, turning into cold light points, stabbing at the giant spider. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, the spider's claws opened and closed, and then spewed out white silk threads, which wrapped around the small swords. Yi immediately found that the connection between her and the small swords disappeared. With a series of clangs, the small swords fell to the ground. Yi frowned. The spider silk seemed to be able to cut off the connection with her brain ability, which was not very friendly to her. At the same time, Yi Sha flew forward. Clang! The king's holy sword was unsheathed, and a golden sword light slashed down at the giant spider. After the sword swept past, a crack was cut on the back of the giant spider, and dirty blood with a strong fishy smell flowed out. The giant spider kept baring its teeth, and then rushed towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha quickly turned his body, but was still hit. His body flew backwards and hit the wall hard. Then the giant spider's body suddenly raised up, and its 2 front legs stabbed down towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha saw it and quickly rolled to the side, and then the 2 front legs pierced through the wall directly. Opportunity! Yi Sha's eyes lit up. The giant spider's body leaned against the wall, and its 2 front legs were directly embedded in the wall. With such a good attack opportunity, Yi Sha had no hesitation. Puff! Puff! Yi Sha raised his hand without hesitation and swept the 2 side legs of the giant spider down. Then Yi Sha moved his body and was behind the giant spider again. The king's holy sword swept again and cut off 2 more legs. The giant spider had 8 legs in total, 2 of which were still embedded in the wall, and the remaining 2 legs were not enough for the giant spider to break free from the wall. Yi Sha immediately took advantage of the situation and slashed with his sword again. Nitrogen slash. With a puff, a cut appeared on the back of the giant spider, and then Yi Sha raised his sword without hesitation and stabbed it through the crack. The giant spider immediately struggled, constantly turning its body, and finally broke through the wall and fell to the other side of the wall. After twitching for a while, it finally stopped moving. Yi Sha frowned. then turned around and cut off the spider silk wrapped around Wang Likuan. Wang Likuan fell down from the wall, cleaned the spider silk, and looked distressed. Yi Yu said, "This guy has some restraint on my brain ability, but it's not that strong. You can't even deal with this thing?" Wang Likuan was helpless. "I was covered in spider silk as soon as I entered the door. What can I do?" Yi Sha stopped talking. "Let's go. This place is a bit tricky." Yi Yu was puzzled. "What?" "Yi Sha, I killed the spider." And there was no mysterious sound. "Ah?" "Yi Yu, isn't this spider an ancient species or a zombie? Is it an ordinary spider?" Yi Sha rolled his eyes. "Have you ever seen an ordinary spider grow so big? Is it a spirit?" Yi Yu also frowned. "What do you mean?" There seems to be only one possibility in this situation. Just like Yi Sha's corpse flower and liquid monster, this spider is an alien creature, and it is raised by people. Yi Yu, the surviving humans on the Doomsday train? Yi Sha, it's possible. But don't forget that in addition to the surviving humans, there are other people who may have alien creatures. Yi Yu's face became more solemn. The apostles? Yi Sha nodded. Yi Yu, even if ordinary apostles appear, we won't be afraid. Yi Sha, but it's not a good feeling to be stared at by others. And, after killing the spider, the other party hasn't appeared yet. And it's possible that they have already stared at us. Yi Yu, let's go, since we have prepared everything we need. Wang Likuan scratched his head embarrassedly. Sorry, I can't help much. Yi Sha, nothing. After leaving the wooden house, Yi Sha put on the starry goggles and looked around carefully. But he didn't find anything suspicious. After returning to the town, Yi Sha jumped into the passenger seat and said to the arbitrator, Let's go. Yi Yu is behind the car. Are we going directly to the seaside city now? How long will it take? Yes. Yi Sha agreed. And then said, How long it will take to arrive depends on the road conditions. About a few hours. But it's not over once we get to the seaside city. We have to find a boat. As the name suggests, the seaside city is a city by the sea. However, the base of Compu is not in the city of the seaside city, but in the sea. Yi Sha is not sure whether he will need to complete the mission after arriving at the seaside city, or whether he can go back to the Doomsday train directly. But it is still necessary to think ahead. If the mission still needs to be completed, the time is a bit tight. And naturally we have to find a ship to go out to sea. Yi Sha, no matter what, let's get to the coastal city first. The arbitrator drove and left the town quickly. Yi Sha was very vigilant along the way. The origin of the giant spider was a haze for Yi Sha and his friends. The hidden enemy was the most terrifying, because you never know when the other party will jump out and attack you. However, Yi Sha never found anything, which made Yi Sha wonder, is the other party so good at hiding and tracking? Or, is the owner of the giant spider actually dead? It is also possible that the other party knew that the strength was insufficient, so he gave up the giant spider and fled directly, without any intention of fighting? There are many possibilities. All Yi Sha can do is to stay alert. And then, the coastal city is finally here. There is a faint smell of sea salt in the air, which is probably the characteristic of the coastal city. Looking at the road sign in front, Yi Sha said, There is still half an hour, and we will enter the city after passing the ring road. Chapter 512 Entering the City. Yi Yu, now that we are in the city, what is our destination? The harbor? To find a ship, we have to go to the harbor. Yi Sha looked at the time. We can sleep in the harbor tonight and go out to sea tomorrow. Yi Yu, but what if we don't have to complete the mission and can go back to the Doomsday train directly? That's a possibility. Yi Sha frowned. Then, but where is the platform entrance and exit of the Doomsday train? Yi Yu was stunned. This is really a problem. In the past, when getting off the train normally, after leaving the platform, you just need to remember the place you left. And when you need to go back, you can return the same way. Yi Yu, why not catch someone and give it a try? The Doomsday train platform never said that each person must have an entrance. Yi Yu's idea is not bad. Yi Sha nodded. If he saw other surviving humans, he could indeed try this method. Moreover, if he really met other surviving humans in the seaside city, most of them had successfully survived the crisis and arrived in the seaside city. He could also ask about the situation of the Doomsday train. Just thinking about it, the arbitrator suddenly stepped on the brake and stopped the car. Yi Sha looked up and saw that he had already arrived at the toll booth. Behind the toll booth, There was a large group of zombies, and there were many crooked vehicles parked around. Yeehaw, maybe when the end of the world comes, people who want to escape from the city will just crash into it. With Yeeshaw's order, the arbitrator naturally no longer hesitated and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. With a bang, a zombie was hit and flew out directly, falling heavily to the ground. Perhaps they heard the noise, and the surrounding zombies immediately staggered over. Without saying a word, the arbitrator drove forward again until a zombie was crushed into meat paste, and blood splashed, staining the car window red. Yeeshaw, get out of the car and kill them. The road ahead is blocked by cars, and it's not convenient to continue driving. Yeehaw nodded, waved her hand casually, and the heads of several zombies blocking the car door exploded one after another, and then fell to the ground. Superhumans are a powerful weapon against weak zombies. With a thought, they can get rid of those zombies. Of course, overuse of brain power is the same as physical exhaustion, and the brain is more easily overused than the body. So the biggest disadvantage of superhumans is that they can't fight for a long time. Moreover, physical strength can be trained and strengthened by taking physical fitness potions. But there is no such method for the brain. It can only rely on the special situation when Yeehaw was in the ruins last time, and occasionally improve. However, Yeehaw got the 7 Dust Sword from Yeehaw. When used, it can restore the brain, just like blood-sucking healing. Now Yeehaw is not as cautious as before when using the brain ability. Yeehaw, the arbitrator, and Wang Likuan also opened the car door and got out. Wang Likuan took out the tower shield. I will lead the way. Yeehaw nodded. Go! Wang Likuan agreed. And then he knocked down a zombie with a shield strike, and then pushed the tower shield forward. Wang Likuan's strength is actually not weak, but it is a bit extreme. He used all his resources on defense, and he seems to have the ability to be immune to the zombie virus, or he has been injected with high-end antidotes. He doesn't care about the bites of ordinary zombies, and will not be infected at all. Pushing forward all the way, the 3 of them formed a triangle formation in front, and the arbitrator pressed behind, and continued to move forward along the road. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Likuan kept swinging the tower shield, pushing away the zombies around him, and then moving forward. Yeehaw, don't go in the middle. Go through the gaps between the cars. The zombies can't squeeze in. Wang Likuan nodded. On the road in front of the toll station, cars were lined up in a long line, and there were many zombies at the same time. Because of the blocking of those vehicles, it was not easy for the zombies to gather in groups. Wang Likuan was just a little silly, but not stupid. With Yeehao's reminder, he tried to pass through the gaps between the cars. In this way, the number of zombies he needed to deal with each time naturally became less. At the beginning and the end, at most 2 or 3 would squeeze in. In this way, the 3 of them kept moving forward, and as they kept moving forward, they gradually became anxious. Yeehaw was quite impatient. When will this end? They had already walked 300 or 400 meters, but the long queue of cars had not yet reached its end, and the zombies around them were inexplicably increasing. Yeehaw turned over and jumped onto a truck on the side. There were zombies on the roof, and they rushed directly towards Yeehaw. Yeehaw suddenly turned his body to the side, pressed the zombie's head, and smashed it directly on the roof. Then he pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it down fiercely, piercing the back of the zombie's neck. Throwing the corpse aside, Yeehaw stepped back a few steps, leaped a little, and then jumped up again, grabbing the top of a road sign in front of him, and then turned over and stood on it. The long line of cars was indeed longer than expected, but after standing higher, he could see the end, which was about 500 meters away. However, Yeeshaw's expression was not very good. Jumping down from the road sign, Yeehaw said, "It's about 500 meters away, but there is a group of zombies behind, and the scale is not small." Yeehaw was surprised. Even if there are zombies, they should be at the end of the toll booth. How could they be behind the traffic jam? The places where zombies are entrenched are usually related to places of death. If these people intend to leave the city, even if they abandon their cars and flee, they should be heading out of the city, not behind the traffic jam, because that is the direction of entering the city. This has nothing to do with us. Yeehaw, the only thing we need to think about is how to fight our way out. Yeehaw, fortunately, it's just a zombie group, not a zombie tide. Yeehaw nodded. The difference between a zombie swarm and a zombie tide is not only in size, But the latter is terrifying because it keeps coming. The zombie swarm Yisha saw before was almost as big as a zombie tide. But the road was wide and stretched forward. No matter how many zombies there were, they would not cover the entire road. So they were not continuous. Yisha, but you still have to be careful and keep going forward. Wang Liquan agreed and continued to push the tower shield forward. After about half an hour, Yisha and the other two finally approached the end of the long queue of cars. And then the zombie group that Yisha mentioned appeared. Yi took a breath. Is it so large? The entire road was full of zombies, huddled together horizontally, looking up and looking back. There was no end to the zombie group. However, as long as it is not a zombie tide, if the strength is strong enough, a gap can always be broken. Yisha patted Wang Liquan on the shoulder. You have worked hard, and I will take care of it next. Chapter 513 Fight Out. Snap! Yisha walked to the front and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the ground cracked, and the vines of the corpse flower emerged from the ground. Corpse flowers are obviously the most suitable for dealing with zombies. They are not afraid of zombie bites, will not be infected by zombie viruses, and have a wide range of attacks. Almost instantly, when the corpse flower vines fell, the surrounding zombies were all knocked out. And then new zombies came one after another, opened their mouths, showing a mouthful of smelly black teeth, and bit down on the corpse flower vines. Hiss! The corpse flower vines were constantly torn off by the zombies' teeth. But at this moment, countless spikes suddenly grew on the vines and stabbed fiercely around. Puff! 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 Some zombies were pierced through the head. Some zombies were pierced through the throat. And some zombies were pierced through the body. Countless corpses were just hanging on the vines. Then, the corpse flower vines swung forward with force, and the corpses of the zombies were thrown forward. The gap in the zombie group has been opened. And Yisha waved his hand. Go! Following the corpse flower, Yisha entered the zombie group, without drawing his sword, and slashed left and right with his 5 fingers. 2 nitrogen slashes were pushed forward, killing a large number of zombies. Yiyu's toes touched, and her body floated up, half a meter off the ground. Then the 7 dust sword behind her suddenly flew out, and with a flash of light in her eyes, the 7 dust swords suddenly rushed forward. The 7 swords turned into 7 streams of light, flying forward, and when they encountered zombies, they directly opened blood holes on the bodies of those zombies. While attacking, Yisha said to Wang Liquan, You and the arbitrator look behind you. Wang Liquan nodded, raised his tower shield, and moved to the back. The arbitrator picked up the machine gun, held the ammunition belt, and relied on Wang Liquan's tower shield defense to quickly start shooting at the back. Good rhythm. After a round of attack, Yiyu took back the 7 dust sword and hung it beside him. You left. I right? Yisha, okay. Yiyu didn't waste any words. The light in her eyes reappeared, and then the 7 dust sword flew out again. Sword pierces the sky, Yiyu shouted, and the scattered 7 dust swords suddenly merged together, and then formed a sword light that was 7 or 8 meters long, flying forward. Wherever the sword light passed, all the zombies that blocked the way were cut off, and the bodies were broken into 2 pieces, like mowing grass, and kept falling to the ground. Yisha took a deep breath on the other side, then spread his hands flat, allowing the zombies to pounce on him. The corpse flower immediately separated a vine, swept across fiercely, and swept forward, knocking the zombies away. At this moment, Yisha suddenly made a move. The airflow in the air continued to rotate, and slowly, a wind flow suddenly appeared around. Nitrogen control. Using nitrogen control, Yisha disturbed the wind flow and gathered it in one place, then pushed it forward, and the surroundings immediately became windy, blowing the zombies on the left to the left and right. But is that all? Of course not. Yisha also mixed nitrogen slashes in the wind flow, and along with the strong wind, the nitrogen slashes also frantically cut the bodies of those zombies. Yisha and Yiyu exerted their strength at the same time, and instantly killed a large group of zombies. Yisha immediately waved his hand. Go! Speed up. This is where the zombie group is not as good as the zombie tide. As long as the means are ruthless enough to open a gap, the zombies will not have time to quickly fill the gap. So you can kill your way out of the zombie group. At this time, Yiyu suddenly said, Hey! Look to the right front. Huh? Yisha looked in the direction Yiyu pointed, and then found a group of zombies gathered together. And at the same time, there was a sound of fighting. and zombies could be seen falling continuously in the encirclement. Someone. Yisha raised his eyebrows. And then, help! The corpse flower vine immediately changed direction and rushed in that direction, suddenly attacking from the back and sweeping away the zombies. A gap was opened in the encirclement, revealing the scene inside. Sure enough, someone was besieged. It was a man in his 30s, dressed like a survivor on the Doomsday train, with wounds all over his body. His body was completely stained red with blood, and he looked quite weak, holding on, constantly waving two sabers to resist. Yisha, take him with you. The corpse flower's vines rushed into the encirclement and directly wrapped up the man. Then Yi 7's sword attacked again, turning into a giant sword light and sweeping forward, killing the zombies that chased and bit the corpse flower vines. Yisha, keep moving forward. As Yisha spoke, he used nitrogen control to disrupt the wind flow again, gathering the strong wind again, blowing it forward frantically, mixed with nitrogen slashes, and attacking the zombies in front. For a whole hour, Yisha and the other two fought desperately. Even with Yisha's current physical fitness, he felt quite tired. The continuous attacks were very stressful both physically and mentally. Fortunately, the number of zombies was getting smaller and smaller, and they finally rushed out of the zombie group. Unfortunately, there was no car. After leaving the zombie group, the zombies behind were still chasing them. There were no vehicles around. So Yisha simply jumped directly onto the vines of the corpse flower, and let the corpse flower move the three of them quickly until they got rid of the zombies behind them. Take a break. After being completely safe, Yisha heaved a sigh of relief. Let corpse flower put the man on the ground, and patted his face. You're not going to die, are you? Thank you, the man said weakly, and then took out a bottle of healing potion from his tactical waist bag. Thank you for saving me, Pa. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly raised his hand and knocked the potion in the other's hand away, dropping it to the ground and breaking it into pieces. You seem to have made some mistakes. Yisha, I saved you. Not because I'm kind. The man looked at Yisha in astonishment, obviously not understanding what Yisha meant. Now it's time for questions and answers. I ask you questions and you answer them. Yisha, with your injuries, if you don't answer quickly, you will have to report to the King of Hell. Understand? Man, what do you want to ask? Yisha, did you get off after the Doomsday train arrived? The man nodded. Yisha, I want to know the current situation of the Doomsday train. The man said concisely, it arrived smoothly, and then announced to continue the mission. There was a commotion for a while, because the Doomsday train was attacked before, and some people were panicked, and some people wanted to resist, and all died. Resist? Yisha, refused to get off the train? Chapter 514 Platform. In the hearts of the people, the Doomsday train has always been the only hope in the end of the world. Food, water, and most importantly, strength. The Doomsday train can give everyone everything. Over time, people will naturally become dependent on it, and become a reliance in everyone's hearts. Therefore, the Doomsday train was attacked and suffered heavy losses. A large number of people died. The blow to the spiritual level was absolutely huge, because the only hope had a crack. Everyone suddenly realized that the Doomsday train might not be able to protect everyone. Even Yisha was greatly shaken when he saw the Doomsday train being attacked. What about others? Of course there are strong and rational people, but there are indeed people who will collapse their psychological defenses because of this. But no matter what, it is stupid to resist the Doomsday train, especially after so long. Everyone should know what the consequences are of refusing to get off the train and refusing to complete the mission. But the man shook his head. And then, no, it's not that they refused to get off the train. But, when the man said this, he suddenly showed a look of fear, as if just the memory made him extremely afraid, and his body even trembled because of it. Yisha urged, but the man moved his Adam's apple. They attacked the dining car. About a dozen people in the carriage attacked their own dining cars together. They wanted to rob the things in the dining car and then escape from the Doomsday train. Yisha was stunned for a long time before saying, "They are crazy." The man said in pain, "Yes, they are crazy. These crazy people are also fools. Everything they have comes from Doomsday train. How can they be the opponent of Doomsday train?" Yi was curious. What was the result? All their heads were cut off? It was worse than that. Man, I don't know the situation in other carriages. In our carriage, Only I and another woman did not participate. Then, we saw the boss lady take action. In an instant. It was really an instant. All those people were burned to death. Yisha, burned to death? Man, yes. The boss lady only attacked once. And all those people were burned to a bloody mess. But they couldn't die for a while. And then, they were thrown out of the Doomsday train one by one. And they wailed in pain on the platform for several hours before gradually dying. When the man said this, his face was already very pale. Obviously, words were not enough to describe the tragedy at that time. Those charred, half-dead bodies left a deep mark in the man's mind. Yisha was not very moved. Whether in the previous life or this life, Yisha had seen some people who wanted to challenge the Doomsday train. In fact, Yisha had seen a 5-star supreme strongman in his previous life. He was convinced that his strength was strong enough and wanted to escape the control of the Doomsday train. As a result, his head was directly cut off without any chance to struggle. This is the Doomsday train. It will give you a chance to survive. But it will also take your life in an instant. For the rebels, the Doomsday train has always had only one way. That is to suppress them with thunder. Yisha continued, so, what about the Doomsday train itself? Is it seriously damaged? Man, no damage. Yisha was stunned again. And then, what do you mean by no damage? When Yisha jumped into the river, he saw with his own eyes that 4 carriages were engulfed by the white light column and completely turned to ashes. Moreover, the monster was not dead at that time and should have chased the Doomsday train. In this case, how could it not be damaged? Man, it was not damaged. When the Doomsday train arrived at the station, the destroyed carriages reappeared. But the carriages were empty. Yisha held his chin and pondered for a moment. This was interesting. In other words, the Doomsday train was not afraid of attacks at all? However, the carriage could reappear. But the people were really dead. Did the Doomsday train fail to protect the people in the carriage? Or did the Doomsday train deliberately not protect them? Yu said. Then everything was as usual? There were no new prompts or instructions. Just let you continue to complete the task? The man showed a painful look on his face and nodded. Yes. After the rebels were dealt with, a mysterious voice appeared and asked us to continue the task. Everything was the same as before. But he added that those who didn't want to leave could leave on their own. Hey, give me the healing potion. I can't hold on any longer. Yisha nodded and waved his hand casually, indicating that the man could do as he pleased. The man immediately showed a look of relief, and hurriedly took out a new bottle of medicine from his waist bag and quickly poured it into his mouth. Yu said to Yisha, what do you think? Yisha, since everything is the same as before, and there is no mysterious voice here to give new hints, it is probably the same as before. We have to complete the task of the crew and then return to the Doomsday train. Well, it is very likely. But why not try to see if we can go back directly first? Yu kicked the man. Hey, where is your platform entrance and exit? Man, after passing the ring road, there is a gas station at the end of the highway. The main entrance of the gas station supermarket is the entrance and exit of the Doomsday train platform. This is not worth hiding. It's not like Yisha and the other two have entered, so he can't enter. The man seems very straightforward. Yisha is surprised. It should be not far from here. Why did you leave the city? The man hesitated for a while. I don't want to go back to the Doomsday train. I don't want to do the mission. Yisha showed a look of realization, and then said, I think I can survive in this world with my own strength, without relying on the Doomsday train. Hey. Yisha showed some contempt, wanting to leave the Doomsday train. But he almost died in the zombie group not long after leaving, which is really ironic. In fact, Yisha did not want to be controlled by the Doomsday train, doing endless tasks. And in order to survive, he had to risk his life first. But people know themselves. If you want to challenge the Doomsday train, you must first have enough capital. Yisha knows that he is not enough. If you want to challenge the Doomsday train, you must at least have the ability to challenge the train conductor first. Let's go! Yisha, since we can just follow the road, let's go to the gas station first. Yisha led the way. Following the road, they did not encounter large-scale zombies. Only a few zombies, which naturally did not pose any threat. About 2 hours later, Yisha and the other two saw the gas station the man mentioned, pushed the door and entered, and indeed went directly to the Doomsday train platform, where the Doomsday train was parked on the track on one side. Yi Sha looked at the Doomsday train. Although the Doomsday train was endless, the place that was attacked was the first dozen carriages near the front of the train. In other words, if the Doomsday train was damaged, there should be only a dozen carriages left. However, the Doomsday train still had no end. Chapter 515 Going Out to Sea. The Doomsday train always shows many magical things. Yi Sha didn't seem too surprised, but he always felt that this matter was a bit strange. But he didn't think much about it, but walked towards the door. Then, an invisible force blocked Yi Sha and the door, preventing Yi Sha from boarding the Doomsday train. Yi Sha shook his head at Yi Yu and Wan Liquan. Yi Yu, I'll try. Yi Yu walked towards the door, but was treated the same as Yi Sha, blocked by the invisible force. Of course, it was okay to force her way on the train, but she didn't know what the consequences would be. Yi Sha, let's go! It seems that everything remains the same. We have to complete the mission before we can return to the Doomsday train. Yi Yu nodded, and the two returned to the gas station. After looking at the sky, Yi Yu said, let's rest here tonight? Yi Sha, okay. Wang Liquan, I'll keep watch. It was getting dark, and the three of them found a place at the gas station to eat something, and then began to rest. After fighting among the zombies for an hour, they were indeed quite tired. The night was peaceful. Nothing annoying happened, and the three of them rested peacefully. The next day, when the sun rose, Yi Sha woke up Wan Liquan and Yi Yu, and then entered the city. After entering the city, it was easy to find a car, and then the three of them went straight to the harbor. For most people, the coastal city is also a place to find clues. After finding the clues, they confirmed the location of the Compu Company's base, and then started to carry out the mission. Of course, for Yi Sha, this step can be omitted. It is rare to come across the map he experienced in the previous life again. He knows that the relevant location of the mission is still the Compu Company's experimental base, and the Compu Company base in the coastal city is on an isolated island overseas. In addition, when we experienced the mission before, even if we entered the Compu base, it was mostly an abandoned experimental base. But the base in the seaside city is different. This base is still in operation, probably because it is located on an isolated island. The zombie virus did not spread to the isolated island in the first place, and the people of Compu learned about it and immediately took defensive measures to protect the isolated island. Later, the end of the world came, and the experimental base on the isolated island still operated normally. But the experimental goal changed. It began to capture ancient marine species and conduct genetic evolution research on ancient organisms, as well as research on the fusion of ancient species genes and viruses. As he was thinking, a desolate harbor appeared in front of him. This was not an industrial port, but a tourist port specially set up for offshore cruise ships. There were more than 100 islands outside the coastal city, many of which were developed tourist attractions. Almost all ferries docked at this port. However, for Yi Sha and the other two, the ferry was obviously too big. Yi Sha suddenly pointed to the side. There are many yachts there. Yi Sha, that is the area of the yacht club, all of which are private yachts of wealthy people. The size of the yacht is just right for us, so let's take that one. The arbitrator is particularly useful at this time. Apart from the arbitrator, no one else can drive a yacht. Of course, there are related skills for sale on the Doomsday train. But if you want to master a large number of transportation tools, such as driving a car, a helicopter, and a yacht, you need to accumulate a lot of skills. The price is not a problem, but it is too troublesome. There is no arbitrator to use. After selecting a yacht that looks quite new and checking the fuel tank and other equipment to make sure it can still be driven normally, the arbitrator drove the yacht and slowly left the harbor. Yi Yu sat at the bow and took out an apple from her backpack and started to eat it. Of course, only the people on the Doomsday train had such a treat. How could ordinary people find fresh fruits? Yi Yu said while biting, "It's time to show your magical ability again. What's the meaning of this mission?" Yi Yu always felt that Yi Sha had some ability to predict the future. Back in the Ice and Snow City, Yi Sha was inexplicably very clear about the situation of the Compu Company base. Later, he encountered danger because of the Apostles walking, which had nothing to do with the base itself. Therefore, if it weren't for the Apostles, Yi Yu believed that the mission would have been extremely easy. Yi Sha leaned aside and blew the sea breeze. "Don't worry about the situation of the base. I will naturally have a way. Now there are two problems." Yi Yu, which two? Yi Sha, first. We left the Doomsday train halfway. But the mission went on as usual. In this way, the time of our mission was actually compressed. But the Doomsday train did not make any statement. Wang Likuan wondered, what statement is needed? Yi Sha, the Doomsday train has always been fair. Giving and receiving. Equal exchange. This time the Doomsday train was attacked. What does it have to do with us? But there is no compensation and no extension of the mission period. It's weird. Wang Likuan scratched his head honestly. If the mission can be completed before departure, there is no need to be so fussy. Right? Yi Sha shook his head. Wang Likuan's thinking was a bit simple. But Yi Sha thought more deeply. Although relying on the Doomsday train to grow stronger, Yi Sha's position has never been on the side of the Doomsday train. Yi Sha has always wanted to explore the secrets of Doomsday train, rather than simply entrusting everything to Doomsday train. But Yi Sha didn't want to discuss this with others too much. And continued, second question. We are already late. So, did someone get to the island first? Was it exposed? Yi Yu, what do you mean? Oh, did I forget to say? Yi Sha, the isolated island base is operating normally, and is still under the control of Compu. Yi Yu was surprised. Ah? Yi Sha continued, if we can be the first to land on the island, we will obviously have the most advantages, and can sneak into the base to complete the mission. But it is impossible for us to be the first to land on the island now. Yi Yu added, if the people in front are exposed, Compu will definitely strengthen its defense force. And things will naturally be much more troublesome. Yi Sha nodded. And then, let's land on the island first. Boom! Before Yi Sha finished speaking, there was a loud noise from the side of the yacht. And then the yacht shook violently. Yi Sha immediately grabbed the railing to steady himself. While Yi Yu rolled and hit the railing, Wang Likuan lay on the other side, looked at the sea, and then shouted, over here. There is something in the sea. Yi Sha immediately ran towards Wang Likuan. And when he looked out, he saw a black shadow swimming in the sea. Yi Sha immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed the void snake spear in his hand, and then threw it hard at the black shadow. With a puff, ripples appeared on the sea, and then some bright red blood floated in the ripples. Chapter 516, The Gap Shark. Did you kill it? Yi Sha looked at the sea, and suddenly, a column of water rose from the sea, and then a black shark jumped out of the sea. The shark looked no different from an ordinary shark. But if you look closely, you will find that there are two mouths on the shark's back. When it opens, there are pieces of blood mist on its back. Yi Sha raised his hand without hesitation, and imagined the infinite bow. Yi Sha grabbed the infinite bow in his hand, and then ran quickly along the edge of the yacht, pulled the bowstring, and then imagined the arrows that penetrated and shot continuously at the shark in the sea. Puff, puff, puff. Ripples continued to explode on the sea surface. Suddenly, the shark floated to the surface again. From the two big mouths on its back, two black water arrows with a strong fishy smell suddenly spurted out. Yi Sha quickly turned over. The two water arrows hit the guardrail of the yacht, breaking the railing directly and flying towards Yi Sha. But at this time, Wang Likuan took a step ahead and blocked in front of Yi Sha, waving his shield and sweeping away the two water arrows. Yi Sha stood up. Be careful. Don't let the water arrows touch you. It's a corrosive liquid. Yi Sha saw clearly that the two water arrows did not directly break the railings, but corroded the railings and then broke them. Wang Likuan nodded, don't worry. My shield is not afraid of corrosion. Yi Sha nodded and said nothing more. On the other side, Yi Yu also threw out the 7-dust sword, and a light flashed in her pupils, and 7 small swords stabbed towards the sea surface. But, like Yi Sha's piercing arrows, all of them missed. Yi Yu showed a bit of helplessness. This thing is too hard to hit. The corpse shark is not that strong, which can be judged from the strength of its attack. It barely jumped over the level of Star Diamond and reached the level of Star Diamond 1. However, facing creatures in the sea, strength is not absolute. In terms of terrain, Yi Sha and his men are at an absolute disadvantage. In the sea battle, Yi Sha and his men can't even exert half of their strength. On the yacht, using long-range attack means, it is not easy to hit, but the speed of the shark in the sea is extremely fast. At this time, Yi Sha said, don't use the 7-dust sword. Find a way to control that guy. Yi Yu suddenly realized that this was her specialty. However, after having the 7-dust sword, her frequency of active attacks gradually increased, and she almost forgot that she had this skill. At the level of Star Diamond 1, Yi could control it, but she couldn't control it continuously. But for Yi Sha, just a moment was enough. After Yi nodded, she looked at the sea. We must let the guy go out to sea, so that we can control him. If we can look into each other's eyes, we can control him for a while longer. Yi Sha, then I'll force him out. After Yi Sha finished speaking, he jumped up directly on the side guardrail, came to the top of the yacht, and then pulled the bowstring. This time, he put on the explosive arrow. Shooting the explosive arrow into the sea is ineffective. But Yi Sha didn't intend to shoot the arrow into the sea to kill the shark. Yi Sha pinpointed the interval of the explosion and shot at the sea surface. The next moment, the explosive arrow flew out and split into three. The arrow tip did not reach the sea surface, but it suddenly exploded, and then the sea surface was continuously blown out of water. The shark was hit by the shockwave of the explosion, and a piece of its back was torn, bloody and mangled. This made the shark extremely angry, and it suddenly approached the yacht and hit it hard. With a bang, the side of the yacht made a loud noise, and then it kept shaking. Although his feet were shaking, Yi Sha still tried to stabilize his body and shot the arrow towards the sea again. Boom! 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 The explosive arrow flew out again, bursting on the sea, creating waves and pushing in all directions. The shark finally couldn't stand it anymore and jumped up. After leaving the sea, the shark jumped as high as the deck of the yacht, and then it sprayed corrosive venom from its mouth again, shooting towards Yi Sha. But at this moment, Yi suddenly made a move. A flash of light flashed in Yi's eyes, and then the shark floated directly in the air. Although its body kept struggling in the air, it couldn't fall back into the sea. Yi Sha drew his bow and arrow without hesitation. And this time, what Yi Sha shot was God's punishment arrow. It was a bit of a waste to use the God's punishment arrow to kill this shark. But Yi Sha had no choice. He couldn't kill this shark with one blow without using his trump card, and Yi couldn't control it for a long time, so it would be difficult to lure the shark out of the sea again. Moreover, the worst thing was that this shark didn't come out of the sea and was determined to hit the bottom of the yacht. That would be a real big trouble. The power of the corpse shark was so huge that it would sooner or later crash through the bottom of the yacht. At that time, it would be really finished. Swoosh! The arrow broke through the air, making a muffled sound. With the appearance of spiral energy, the divine punishment arrow nailed the shark's body, piercing through the shark's body directly, and exploded in the shark's body at the same time. The shark's body was immediately broken into two pieces. You killed a rift shark. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, shark meat. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing the death of the shark. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be a rift shark? Good stuff. Fish out the body. Yi was curious. Isn't it just a star diamond level corpse shark? Yi Sha, this is an ancient species that has been transformed into a corpse. The slit-mouthed shark is an ancient species, and its level is very low. Only silver level. It has skyrocketed to star diamond because of its transformation into a corpse. But there are many treasures on the ancient species, and it cannot be calculated by level alone. The meat of the slit-mouthed shark contains mutated omega-3 fatty acids, which can reduce blood fat and promote cell mutation. Although it cannot improve physical fitness, it can improve immunity. In fact, the effect is similar to the so-called fish oil. But because the zombie virus has been mutated, the effect is hundreds of times higher. This yacht seems to be used for sea fishing. There is a fishing net in the cabin. After Wang Likun agreed, he immediately took it and fished the corpse onto the yacht. Yi Sha cut off a small piece, and then said, "Go to the kitchen and cook it." Wang Likun did as he was told, and then the three of them shared the food. Although the effect would not be immediate, Yi Sha knew that this was really a good thing. He had heard of it in his previous life. At the same time, the isolated island also appeared in front of him. The isolated island was crescent-shaped. After Yi Sha picked up the telescope to observe it, he said directly, "Drive the yacht around and stop in the inner bay of the island. There is a sea cliff there, so stop there." "Yi, is there anything special?" Yi Sha was too lazy to explain and said directly, "Just listen to me." Chapter 517 Cave. Yi Sha had come to the seaside city to complete a mission in his previous life, and had done a lot of work to sneak into the base of Comp Corporation. Comp Corporation's technological power should not be underestimated, such as the biological mecha. And the Comp Corporation base on the isolated island has not been announced to the public. so everyone thought it was just an isolated island. In order not to let the base's information be leaked, Comp Corporation naturally made a lot of preparations and monitored almost the entire island. But no matter how it monitored, there would always be blind spots. Below that sea cliff was a blind spot. In the previous life, Yi Sha and his team observed it for a whole week and made careful calculations before they came to a conclusion. Later, they successfully sneaked into the base. Of course, there was no need to waste this effort in this life. Yi Sha not only knew the blind spot, but also had a general impression of the route inside the base, because the seaside city was the second to last stop before his death in the previous life. The time interval was short, so he naturally remembered it clearly. Wang Likuan did as he was told, and quickly drove the yacht around the back of the island. Yi Sha pointed to the bottom of the cliff. There is a cave there. Move closer to it. Wang Likuan moved the yacht closer. And sure enough, there was a cave below the cliff. Yi Yu couldn't help but look at Yi Sha strangely. Wang Likuan didn't react. But Yi Yu was not stupid. Yi Sha had never been here, so how could he know there was a cave? Moreover, just knowing there was a cave was not enough. The cave seemed to be a passage. Even if he had been to the isolated island before the end of the world, could he have entered the base of ComQ Corporation? At this time, Wang Likuan had already docked the yacht. Of course, they had to swim for a while. If the yacht got too close, it would run aground. There were also many reefs near the island, and the yacht would be ruined. Yi Sha didn't want to swim back directly when he went back. After a while, they swam to the sea cliff. After landing, Yi Sha took the lead and walked towards the cave. The entrance of the cave was not big, only about 3 or 5 meters high. But the deeper they went, the wider it became. Then several large ships appeared in front of the 3 people. Yi Yu was surprised. What on earth is this place? Yi Sha, this place was originally occupied by a group of pirates. Well, of course, it was hundreds of years ago. Didn't you see that these ships are all made of wood and rotten? Later, ComQ bought the island, but didn't find this place. Yi Yu, you know it very well. Yi Sha didn't explain, and smiled. In addition, what's more interesting is that ComQ's base is right next to it. Yi Yu was stunned. This is too coincidental. Yi Sha smiled but said nothing. When he reached the end, he found a mountain wall, knocked on it and said, "Chisel." This mountain wall has a crescent-shaped protrusion and a corrugated depression below, which is very distinctive. Therefore, Yi Sha easily found the place based on his memory of his previous life. Wang Likuan, let me do the hard work. As Wang Likuan said this, he took out a folding engineer shovel from his backpack and started chiseling on the mountain wall. Yi Sha didn't waste any words and went to rest with Yi Yu. The two of them were the main force in the battle. Naturally, they would save as much hard work as possible to save physical strength. Even if Wang Likuan didn't do it, Yi Sha would let the arbitrator do it instead of doing it himself. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Likuan suddenly shouted, "It's really the base of ComQ. There is a wall." Yi Sha and Yi Yu went over to take a look, and saw a steel wall. Yi Sha waved his hand, "Smash it open." Yi Yu, it's not good to destroy it directly. I'm afraid we will be discovered as soon as we go in. Yi Sha, don't worry. We will definitely not be discovered. Yi Yu, then I will do it. Yi Yu stretched out her hand, and the steel wall made a creaking sound, and then it twisted directly, turned into a spiral state, and directly tore a piece. After a while, a large hole was opened in the wall that was at least half a meter long. It was pitch black behind the hole. Yi Sha took the lead and went in, lighting up the surroundings with a flashlight. This place was where waste items were piled up. Although there were surveillance cameras, they were not tight, because there was really nothing to guard against. When the base was built, no one thought that there was nothing behind the wall. This was why Yi Sha was so confident. He entered the base from here in his previous life and didn't encounter any trouble. Yi Sha walked along, lowering his voice, "But you have to be careful when you leave this place." Yi Yu nodded, "I know." Yi Sha walked forward and soon found the gate. But before he opened the door, he frowned. What a strong stench! The stench was a little fishy and moldy. Having dealt with corpses many times, Yi Sha was 100% sure that this was the stench of a rotting corpse. At the same time, Yi Yu and Wang Likuan also frowned. It was obvious that they had smelled it and knew the source of the smell. Yi Sha made a gesture to silence, then quietly walked to the door and opened it. Roar! As soon as the door was opened, A zombie opened its bloody mouth, let out a sharp scream, and rushed towards Yisha. Yisha was stunned at first. He guessed that there was a corpse outside the door, but he didn't expect it to be a zombie. Then he was shocked, because there was more than one zombie. Puff! Yisha raised his hand and pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon. At the moment when the zombie was about to bite him, he stabbed the Alaskan whale harpoon into the zombie's neck and killed the zombie. But this is not the end. Zombies kept pouring in from the door, pushing and waving their arms, grabbing Yisha's clothes, shoulders, and even hair, and refused to let go. Wang Likuan hurried to the door and pushed the iron door, trying to close it. But no matter how strong he was, how could he resist the impact of a group of zombies? Yi Yu immediately shouted, "Close your eyes." Yisha quickly closed his eyes, and then Yi Yu's mind moved, and the heads of the zombies exploded one after another. Blood and brain matter were everywhere, and also splashed on Yisha's body. But it also allowed Yisha to finally break free from the zombie's hand. Yisha immediately raised his foot and kicked a zombie in front of him away, and then drew out the king's holy sword. Puff! The king's holy sword swept forward and chopped off the head of a zombie. And then Yisha stepped out. There were about 20 to 30 zombies entrenched at the door, very concentrated, almost all gathered at the door, which caught Yisha off guard. As Yisha walked out of the room, Wang Likuan also ran out, raised his shield and smashed it hard, knocking the zombie on the side to the ground. With Wang Likuan's cover, Yisha's pressure was naturally reduced, and the king's holy sword in his hand stabbed continuously to the left and right sides. Chapter 518, Crawler Group. After about 5 minutes, all the zombies around fell down and were finally killed. Yisha walked to a corpse and looked at it, and then his brows frowned more and more, because the corpse was wearing the clothes of a researcher at the base, and there was even an identity card on the chest, which was easy to identify. Yi Yu smiled at the side. "It seems that you also make mistakes sometimes." Yisha murmured, "It shouldn't be." Yisha knew very well that this experimental base should not have been abandoned, and not being abandoned meant that the base was operating normally, and the employees of Comp Corporation were still working here. So how could they become zombies? Yisha couldn't help but murmur again, "This really shouldn't happen." "Yi Yu, stop nagging me. You know how terrifying the zombie virus is when it spreads. Even if it was operating normally before, it's normal for the zombie virus to leak and infect people suddenly." Yisha pondered. The base was suddenly abandoned, and all his plans were disrupted. However, thinking back to the crew mission, which was a mermaid specimen and an ancient civilization stone box, both of which were dead objects, and they wouldn't grow legs and run away. They should still be in their original places. Yisha felt better. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, a dull sound suddenly appeared, coming from all directions. Yisha immediately looked up and looked around, and Wang Likuan raised his shield vigilantly. Yisha looked around and then, "It's the ceiling." Boom. Suddenly, a piece of the ceiling fell off, and a skinless crawler suddenly fell from the ceiling. Then, the second head, the third head, the fourth head. The crawlers were so dense that more than a dozen fell in the blink of an eye. Yi Yu screamed, "Why are all the creepers coming out?" No matter how strong or weak, mutant zombies usually rarely appear in groups, because, no matter how strong or weak, mutation is not so easy to produce. Of course, the frequency of weak mutant zombies will definitely be higher, but it is not possible for more than a dozen zombies to mutate into creepers at the same time. Right? Generally, it is good enough if 2 or 3 appear. Besides, how can all of them mutate into creepers? However, Yisha did not have time to think deeply. Although creepers are not strong, it is still quite troublesome for more than a dozen to appear at once. "Back off. Yisha, back off." Yisha quickly backed off, then pressed forward with a palm. Shock wave. A crawler just jumped up, was hit by an invisible force, and flew backwards. The crawler behind dodged left and right, climbed up the wall directly, and rushed towards the 3 people without slowing down. Wang Likuan immediately turned around and raised the tower shield. With a bang, a crawler hit the tower shield and was pushed away by Wang Likuan. Then Wang Likuan grabbed the tower shield and swept it across. Shield strike. As Wang Likuan knocked the second crawler to the ground, the 3 retreated to the corner of the passage. But at this moment, bang! A huge bloody hand stretched out from behind the corner. No. It should not be called a hand, but a giant claw shaped like a hand, directly grabbing the edge of the wall. The huge force even shook the passage, and the armor plates on the surrounding wall shook slightly. Slowly, another crawler stretched out from the side of the corner. Hiss! Yisha looked at the newly appeared crawler and couldn't help but take a breath. This crawler was extremely huge, with a body length of more than 5 meters. It crawled and was 5 meters tall. Its skin was torn and blood was constantly flowing from its body. As soon as it appeared, it filled the entire passage. The king of crawlers. Yisha took a breath. Blood liquor. Yisha finally understood why so many crawlers gathered together. Because this was the ability of the blood liquor, which could summon crawlers together and command them. Therefore, when many people refer to the blood liquor, they always like to call it the king of crawler. But in fact, the blood liquor has little to do with the crawler. And the blood liquor is not the evolution of the crawler. Yisha held the king's holy sword horizontally. You deal with the crawler. I will kill this big guy. Yi nodded. And Wang Likuan raised his shield. Watch me. As Wang Likuan spoke, he took a step forward, and then another shield strike, knocking a crawler to the ground. In the narrow passage, Wang Likuan's strength can be well demonstrated. He swings the huge tower shield in front of him. No matter how flexible the crawlers are, they can't go around and can only choose to collide head-on. And defense happens to be what Wang Likuan is best at. Yi stands behind Wang Likuan and releases the 7 dust sword. Under Yi's control, the 7 small swords quickly turn into sword light, fly out from the back, and stab forward. Wang Likuan is in charge of defense, and Yi is in charge of attack. The two of them fight in this way in the passage, which complements each other and is extremely efficient. On the other side, Yisha tilted the king's holy sword and ran quickly, rushing towards the blood liquor. The huge claw was raised and smashed down without hesitation. Boom! The huge claw smashed to the ground, making a huge bang. The steel plate embedded in the ground twisted instantly, exploded in all directions, and hit the wall. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly jumped up, dodged the attack, and then attacked. The king's holy sword slashed forward with panic and power. The golden light on the sword was extremely dazzling, and then it slashed towards the head of the blood liquor. Puff! A gash was cut directly on the blood liquor's forehead, and blood continued to ooze out as the blood liquor screamed. Yisha landed on the ground, and seeing the blood liquor was angry, he raised his claws to hit him again. But suddenly his body shrank, and then he slid directly under the blood liquor. At the same time, the king's holy sword stabbed upwards and directly pierced into the blood liquor's abdomen, and cut the blood liquor's abdomen open with one blow. The huge intestines mixed with sticky blood were dragged outside the body. But it's not enough. This level is not enough to kill the blood liquor. The head must be smashed. In a moment, Yisha slid out from behind the blood liquor and pressed his 5 fingers into claws on the ground. After stabilizing his body, he jumped up again, but jumped directly onto the back of the blood liquor and ran towards the head of the blood liquor. Roar! The blood liquor roared, turned his body to the side, and directly hit the side wall. With a bang, the wall kept shaking, the steel plate broke, and dust kept falling. Yisha was also hit hard by this blow. The bones on his back seemed to be broken. His expression was distorted, and then he slid to the ground along the wall. Roar! The blood liquor roared again. The passage seemed a bit narrow for its body, and it couldn't turn around easily. It simply relaxed its body and fell directly to the ground, intending to crush Yisha to death. Chapter 519 Blood Liquor. At this time, the problem of the narrow passage was revealed. Of course, the huge body of the blood liquor would be restricted by the passage. But because of this, Yisha could not avoid this attack at all. Yisha gritted his teeth, and then airflow surged around him. Nitrogen armor. Yisha used the nitrogen armor to wrap his body, and then his body suddenly jumped up, and he actually drilled into the wound on the blood liquor that he had cut earlier. After entering the blood liquor's body, it was pitch black all around, and he felt sticky all over, which was extremely uncomfortable. Yisha didn't want to stay here any longer, so he slashed upward with nitrogen, directly cutting a hole in the blood liquor's back, and then jumped out. Die for me! Yisha climbed onto the blood liquor's back again, just not far from the blood liquor's head. He immediately shouted and rushed forward, grabbing the king's holy sword with both hands, and exerted force downwards. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out from the wound, covering Yishaw's face. Roar! The next moment, the blood licker roared, feeling great pain, and ran madly forward. Bang! 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 The blood licker's body kept hitting the walls around it, knocking the armor plates off the walls. Hey! 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 Yi retreated and shouted to Yishaw, "Don't let this guy hit me." Ah! Yishaw gritted his teeth, growled, veins in his neck throbbing, and then stabbed the king's holy sword down again. Puff! The muffled sound of the sword entering the flesh appeared again. This time, the king's holy sword completely penetrated the blood licker's head and went all the way in. Boom! The huge body of the blood licker fell to the ground, then slid forward 2 or 3 meters and fell in front of Yu. You killed the blood licker. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, mutant red blood cells, initial state. After the blood licker died, the crawlers shook their heads, as if stimulated by something, and rushed around randomly, and then quickly ran away. Yu took back the 7 dust sword. Too many zombies are troublesome, Yishaw murmured, but the problem is that there shouldn't be zombies here. Yu rolled her eyes. Why are you still entangled in this matter? If there are zombies, there are zombies. What's the big deal? As long as we can complete the task, it's fine. Yishaw nodded helplessly. Yu's words were not without reason. As long as the crew mission could be completed smoothly. But with Yishaw's personality, he had to think carefully about the sudden situation that was different from his previous life. But at the moment, he seemed to have no clue. Yishaw waved his hand. Then let's go. After Yishaw finished speaking, he turned around the passage and walked forward. Originally, Yishaw was planning to sneak in, and he had outlined the route in his mind, as well as ways to avoid surveillance and base personnel. But now all of them were useless. Anyway, they had all turned into zombies, so there was nothing to avoid, so he just killed them. After walking through the passage, Yishaw walked forward and pointed to the end. The canteen is in front. The area where Yishaw and the other 2 are currently located is the mechanical area of the base. Some unimportant mechanical rooms are located in this area, so zombies wearing research clothes are not very common. Most of them are zombies transformed after the death of mechanics. Moreover, these zombies wearing mechanic clothes, although ordinary zombies, seem to have some differences, because these zombies are holding weapons. The so-called weapons are hammers, wrenches, screwdrivers and the like, most of which are mechanic tools. It is not strange to find them in this place, but it is quite rare for zombies to use weapons. This type of zombie is also the first time Yishaw has seen it, but it is rare. Yu casually blew up a zombie's head. It is not very strong. Maybe the infected virus type is a bit special. Yishaw nodded. Probably similar to the zombies that he had seen before, which could run fast. The cafeteria is very simple, with a dozen metal tables and chairs. This place is specially for mechanics to eat, so naturally they are not treated as well as researchers. After passing through the cafeteria, there is a huge machine room. After entering the door, both sides are filled with huge machines, and there is only a narrow path to the front. At this time, Yishaw suddenly reached out and stopped Wang Likuan and Yu. Be careful. Yu, what's wrong? Yishaw, the sound of water drops. Wang Likuan and Yu listened attentively, and sure enough, there was a very subtle sound of water dripping. Yu didn't care. What's wrong with the sound of water dripping? Yishaw, look at the machinery around. Although I don't know what it does, it is obviously not related to water. In this case, how can there be a sound of water dripping? On the contrary, we should be on guard against water. Right? Wang Likuan nodded. That makes sense. Yishaw, so, be careful. Yishaw pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and the king's holy sword, held them with both hands, and slowly moved forward. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of the water drops was rhythmic and became clearer and clearer. And then, Yishaw suddenly saw a corpse lying in the middle of the aisle. He walked up and saw that the corpse was broken into 2 parts, and the waist and abdomen seemed to have been eaten by something. There was a pool of sticky liquid next to the corpse, and water drops kept dripping from above. Yishaw looked up. His pupils shrank suddenly, and then he swung his sword without hesitation. Above the 3 people's heads, there was an iron bridge used to inspect the machines above. But now, the iron bridge was densely packed with zombies. Those sticky liquids were the saliva dripping from the zombies' grins. When Yisha swung his sword, the zombies also jumped down from the iron bridge, falling one by one towards the bottom. The king's holy sword swept out and immediately cut the zombie's body in half. Yu raised her head and stretched out her hand. And then the zombies that fell from above automatically separated and hit the machines on both sides. However, perhaps the noise of the battle alarmed more zombies. After 5 or 6 zombies fell from the iron bridge, the number did not decrease, but increased. In the blink of an eye, the iron bridge was covered with zombies. Go! Yisha, rush out. Wang Likuan nodded first, raised the tower shield, hit the 2 zombies left and right, and then ran forward. Yisha and Yu followed closely behind. The arbitrator raised his machine gun and swept the iron bridge. After sweeping down the zombies, he quickly followed. However, the arbitrator's shooting could only slow down the speed of the zombies falling from the iron bridge. Chapter 520 The Splitter. The zombies kept falling off the iron bridge. Some of them broke their legs, but they still crawled forward tenaciously, looking very fierce. Yisha said to Wang Likuan, "Lend me your shield." Wang Likuan threw the tower shield over without saying a word, and Yisha threw it to the arbitrator behind him. The arbitrator raised his shield and charged, pushing back the zombies that were chasing him, then moved the shield away and shot forward again. Thump, thump, thump. The gunshots rang out again, and bullets poured out in front, continuously shooting the zombies to the ground. As the corpses piled up, the zombies wanted to continue chasing, but they were naturally blocked, and it was no longer so easy to speed up. The arbitrator turned around and caught up with Yisha and the other 2. But at this moment, Wang Likuan suddenly stopped, causing Yisha and Yu to almost collide with him. Yu was angry. "What are you doing?" Wang Likuan pointed to the front. "There are people." Yisha looked up and saw a man in his 30s standing at the end of the aisle. He had a scruffy beard and a big bag on his back. He also had tactical waist bags on both sides of his waist, and 2 grenades hanging under his ribs. This outfit was obviously a survivor on the Doomsday train. After all, the people of the Apostle Walk and Compu usually wore the same clothes. Even if they were not uniform, they were similar to each other. Wang Likuan shouted, "Hey, buddy, there are zombies behind." Before Wang Likuan finished shouting, Yisha pressed his shoulders and stood in front. That man, not a living person. Roar! Suddenly, the man opened his mouth and let out a roar similar to that of a wild animal. Then, the man's mouth actually split into 4 pieces. No, it should be said that his head split directly. This was not over yet. The man's chest made another puff sound. Then a big crack appeared in his chest, which turned into a big mouth. Then the shoulders, arms, thighs, calves. Cracks continued to appear on the man's body, and the flesh split to both sides, revealing the white bones. Puff! The muffled sound reappeared, and a fist-sized head suddenly emerged from the man's mouth. The facial features were blurred, but there was a clear outline, and it could be seen that it was a human face. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. Body splitter. Body splitter? A star diamond 3-star mutant zombie, whose flesh and blood are all weapons, and has a highly contagious blood zombie virus. Yisha was not too surprised. The surviving humans on the Doomsday train were usually infected and mutated after death because of their strength, and they were relatively strong because of their strength before death. After all, the advantage of physical fitness is there. After ordinary people are infected with corpse transformation and become zombies, their strength will increase several times. Not to mention the surviving humans on the Doomsday train, after experiencing more than 10 platforms, each of them has inhuman physical fitness. Huh? Yisha exhaled and said to Wang Likuan, "Old rules. You deal with the ones behind. Don't let the zombies rush up." The arbitrator returns the tower shield to him. Wang Likuan took the shield and nodded. "Okay. The aisle of this machine room is narrower than the passage, only 1.5 meters wide, and it is too crowded for 2 people standing side by side. Such a venue is most suitable for Wang Likuan to perform, even if there is a wave of zombies chasing behind. Wang Likuan is confident that he can withstand it for a few hours, because he does not have to face too many zombies at a time. On the other side, after the split body completed its transformation, it suddenly rushed towards Yisha. Yisha did not make a move, but waited until the opponent was close, then stretched out his hand and pressed forward. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed forward and directly covered the entire aisle. The split body had no way to avoid it, and was blown away. The split body rolled on the ground for several times, then got up again. But at this time, Yisha raised his hand and punched again, and the second shock wave flew out. With a bang, the body splitter was smashed out again. After finally getting up, Yisha's third shock wave arrived again. The body splitter didn't even have a chance to stand firm, and was directly blasted back to the end of the passage. In fact, such an attack is meaningless. The power of the shock wave is indeed good, but even if the body splitter is knocked down hundreds of times, it can't kill him. But in fact, it is meaningful. Yisha is buying time. When the body splitter was knocked out for the third time, a faint airflow appeared on Yisha's body, wrapping Yisha's body. Nitrogen armor. Nitrogen armor is a good defensive ability, similar to hard armor. It will weaken after continuous defense. The only disadvantage is that it needs to compress the nitrogen in the air, which takes a certain amount of time. After condensing the nitrogen armor, Yisha no longer stopped and waited for the body splitter to rush over, but leaped forward in a step and came directly to the body splitter. With a sweep of the king's holy sword in his hand, it brought out a golden sword light and slashed towards the body splitter. Clang! The torn parts of the body splitter were covered with fine teeth, as hard as iron. Yisha slashed with his sword, and the collision with those teeth made a sound of metal clashing. Roar! The body splitter opened his mouth and roared, and the torn body closed, trying to clamp Yisha, but was blocked by the nitrogen armor. This is also the reason why Yisha condensed the nitrogen armor in advance before starting the battle. It is very difficult to fight the body splitter in close combat. This guy's torn flesh and blood is a weapon. If you get close, you will be attacked, and it is extremely difficult to dodge. At the same time, after blocking a blow with the help of the nitrogen armor, Yisha raised his sword without hesitation and stabbed directly at the little head in the mouth of the split body. This is the only head of the split body. Only by smashing the head, the split body, no, the zombie will die. But the little head of the split body was very slippery. It suddenly shrank back and actually retracted into the body. Yisha's sword naturally fell into the empty space. Roar! The split body roared again and rushed towards Yisha. With a bang, Yisha was knocked back half a step, then gritted his teeth and held on, and then stabbed the split body's chest again. The next moment, with a clang, the splitter saw the opportunity and opened and closed the giant mouth on his chest, biting the holy sword of the king. The holy sword of the king was not easily destroyed, but Yisha felt the huge force. He tried to pull out the sword, but he couldn't pull it out. Yisha simply stopped pulling hard, but pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it into the neck of the splitter. Although the head of the splitter was split, the neck was intact. After Yisha's attack, the splitter immediately roared wildly. The little head hidden in the mouth kept twisting and struggling, and a few strands of blood could be seen faintly spilling out. Obviously, the blow also injured the head, but it was not enough to directly destroy the head. Chapter 521 Mermaid Specimen. However, Yisha's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood that the head had hidden in the throat. If that was the case, it would be easy to attack the throat. As Yisha spoke, he swept the Alaskan whale harpoon horizontally, and swept it towards the opponent's neck again. But the body splitter was indeed very sensitive, and slightly turned his body to avoid the blade. The next moment, the body splitter's big mouth suddenly bit towards Yisha. Yisha hesitated for a moment. Then a bit of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced and let the body splitter bite him. When two sides meet in a narrow road, the bravest wins. You can't retreat in this narrow corridor. As long as you don't retreat, the opponent will have no chance to dodge. Puff! Yisha took a hit and approached the body splitter again. And then the Alaskan whale harpoon pierced into the body splitter's throat. The body splitter roared again, and taking advantage of the moment when the other party roared, Yisha reached out and put his left palm directly into the body splitter's mouth. Seizing the opportunity, he pinched the head in the body splitter's mouth. Go to hell. Snake bite. Yisha suddenly launched the snake bite, and the shadow of the purple-scaled python quickly wrapped around Yisha's arm. Then, with Yisha's strength, with a bang, the fist-sized head was crushed by Yisha. Blood gushed out of the body splitter's mouth like a fountain. You killed the body splitter. Cumulative number 1. A mysterious voice sounded, and Yisha did not get any reward, and directly pushed the body of the body splitter away. While running forward, Yisha shouted, "Go!" Wang Likuan tilted the tower shield directly, lifted up a zombie, and threw it forward with force, then turned and ran. When Wang Likuan, Yiyu, and the arbitrator ran out of the machine room, Yisha quickly closed the door. Dong, dong, dong. There were constant banging sounds behind the door, but the zombies couldn't get out. Yiyu, do you know where the thing we are looking for is? I don't know how big this place is, how long it will take to search. This base is not big. Yisha, before the end of the world, we mainly collected deep-sea fish specimens and then developed health products. The main research direction is health products such as deep-sea fish oil. We already have a mature assembly line process. The research and development efforts are not great, and the investment in the base is naturally not large. There are only 2 floors. Yiyu, then what are we looking for? Yisha pointed to the top of his head, the upper floor. This floor is mainly the mechanical area, the power room and so on. You can just follow me. Yisha continued to walk forward while talking. After passing through the corridor, he soon saw an old-fashioned elevator. After Yisha signaled everyone to disperse a little, he opened the elevator. The zombies had previously been entrenched in a small space. The sudden attack taught Yisha a lesson and made him more cautious. Fortunately, there were no zombies in the elevator. The 3 of them entered smoothly and went to the next floor. After the elevator was opened, there were a lot of recycling boxes piled up outside the door, and there were also signs for recycling biochemical products. Yisha, this is the research item recycling area. It was originally a difficult point, with a lot of surveillance, but now there is no need to worry. Crash! Before Yisha finished speaking, several boxes on the side were suddenly turned over, and a group of zombie dogs suddenly broke through the boxes and rushed out. Yiyu was impatient. It never ends. The light in Yiyu's eyes flashed and disappeared, and then the zombie dogs stood in place. Their bodies exploded one after another, but the zombie dogs were just the beginning. With the appearance of the zombie dogs, zombies once again swarmed around and kept walking towards the 3 people. Yiyu, the frequency of zombies appearing in this place is really high. This means that the base has been infected for a short time, so there are many zombies. Otherwise some zombies will escape. Yisha, hurry up and kill them. While Yisha was speaking, he had been swinging the king's holy sword continuously, killing the 2 zombies around him. There were quite a few zombies, about 20 or 30, but this place was quite open and could be dodged. Yisha and the other 2 had no pressure in dealing with those zombies. After a round of shooting by the arbitrator, the number of zombies decreased by 1/3. After a while, after clearing the zombies, Yisha led the way out of the room where the abandoned research products were piled up. Perhaps because there were so many zombies in each room, there were not many zombies in the passage. After discovering this, Yisha deliberately avoided the room and gave up searching the base room, and went forward along the passage. We're here. About half an hour later, Yisha came to a research room. The mermaid specimen is here. The arbitrator began to decipher the code, and then Yisha pulled the door handle, signaling Yiyu and Wang Likuan to get ready. If nothing unexpected happened, there must be zombies in this damn place. The next moment, Yisha opened the door, and sure enough, there were zombies blocking the door, and they immediately jumped out. Bang! Wang Likuan raised his tower shield and hit the zombie hard, smashing its head. The arbitrator was ready with a machine gun, holding the machine gun in one hand and the ammunition belt in the other, and then pulled the trigger. Thump, thump, thump. As the gunshots rang out, the zombies behind the door kept falling. Yiyu entered the laboratory first and began to clean up the remaining zombies. When he glanced at the remaining zombies, they exploded and died one after another. Yisha walked into the laboratory. The laboratory was of average size, about 50 square meters, with a slightly smaller isolation room in the middle. Inside was a metal table with a metal box on it. Blue, white, and black light was constantly sweeping through the isolation room, scanning the metal box. Yisha, turn off the X-ray scanning. Wang Likuan walked to the side of the isolation room and punched the switch, and the isolation room immediately became dark. Yisha walked into the isolation room. This is the mermaid specimen. Wang Likuan and Yiyu entered curiously and looked at the mermaid specimen. The mermaid specimen had already dried up, but the outline could still be seen. It had a fish tail, and the upper body was somewhat like a human torso, but without hands. The head also had the outline of a human head, but it was pointed, like a shark. As for the facial features, it really didn't look like it. They were all shriveled, like a fish or a human. In short, this thing was not the same concept as the beautiful mermaid in fairy tales. It could be understood as a fish, but with some outlines similar to humans. Wang Likuan, move it out. Yi Sha, it will weather if you touch it. Just take it away with the research box. As Yi Sha spoke, he tore off the cable connecting the metal box to the metal table, then tied a knot and let Wang Likuan carry it directly on his back. Chapter 522 The Disappearing Stone Box. Yi Yu held her chin up. Why is it like carrying a coffin on your back? Even though Wang Likuan was honest and didn't care about being teased, he couldn't help but frown. Yi Sha, it's okay as long as the thing is right. Why are you talking so much? Let's go and find the next one. The director of this research base is called De Weisler, and the so-called ancient civilization stone box was found in a shipwreck when Compu was organizing deep-sea hunting. The shipwreck came from the mid-16th century, after it was discovered. The name of the ship and the captain at the time were even confirmed. As for the square stone box, it was also in the news at the time. It was said to be related to the legendary underwater city Atlantis that was submerged by prehistoric floods. At that time, ships were actually sent to find Atlantis. However, this kind of thing is mysterious. Ancient civilization may really exist, but there is indeed no solid evidence. In the end, the scientific expedition team to find Atlantis ended up in vain. The ancient civilization stone box was supposed to be sent to the museum, but because the scientific expedition team wanted to use the stone box to find Atlantis, and the scientific expedition team was sponsored by Compu. After a circle, the thing returned to Compu, because they wanted to find out if they could find anything related. The ancient civilization stone box was sent to the island again. Comp did send people to the shipwreck to look for related things again, but nothing was found. Finally, the ancient civilization stone box was thrown into the safe of Director De Weisler. These two things have little to do with the research of the Institute. The mermaid specimen is also mainly for species research, and has little to do with the zombie virus and the research of the Institute before the end of the world. Therefore, the defensive power of these two things is very ordinary. Yi Sha had seen these two things in his previous life, but he didn't care at all and left directly. However, since it was what Doomsday Train wanted, Yi Sha concluded that whether it was the mermaid specimen or the ancient civilization stone box, both things would not be so simple. Especially the ancient civilization stone box, which made Yi Sha think of Noah's steel involuntarily. Is there any connection between the stone box and Noah's steel? Judging from the ancient text on Noah's steel, it should also be something from ancient civilization. In any case, it is definitely impossible to be a modern item. A few hundred years of history is the minimum, and 1,000 years of history is not surprising. It may be even longer. Yi Sha even wanted to deduct the ancient civilization stone box. However, the ancient civilization stone box was different from the Noah's stone tablet. There was a loophole in the task issued by the Noah's stone tablet. It did not say that the Noah's stone tablet must be exchanged for the liquid monster. Although Yi Sha finally got the liquid monster, he always felt that the train conductor did it deliberately. As for the ancient civilization stone box, it really could not be deducted. The task was clear. If you don't hand in the stone box, you can't return to the Doomsday Train. While thinking, Yi Sha had brought others to the end of a passage, and then asked the arbitrator to open the door. Yi Yu looked around. Is this the director's or deputy director's office? The room is beautifully decorated, with expensive furnishings, and a bedroom directly connected to the side. And there is also a separate bathroom. This treatment is not available without a certain status. Yi Sha nodded, then walked to the cabinet, fiddled with it for a while, and pushed the cabinet aside, revealing a secret passage. Yi Sha's actions were as if he had known about the secret passage, but Yi Yu was a little accustomed to it now. Yi Sha had shown too many incredible things in this regard. But everyone has secrets. Yi Sha didn't say it, and Yi Yu was too lazy to ask. After entering the secret passage, go down all the way. There are about a dozen stone steps, and then you will reach the bottom. There is a small door at the bottom, and after entering it is a small room, where some important research materials that cannot be lost are placed. And there is also a safe, and the ancient civilization stone box is inside. Yi Sha grabbed the handle of the safe and forcibly removed the door of the safe. However, the next moment, Yisha's expression froze. There was some cash in the safe. A dozen gold bars. And several sealed important documents. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The ancient civilization stone box is not here. This. Yisha was stunned for a long time before he could not help but say, impossible. Yiyu, your ability is flawed again? Yisha frowned. Then looked at the door. And then checked the safe. Yisha cursed, damn it. Yiyu, why? Yisha, someone got there first. While speaking, Yisha pointed to the marks on the door. And then pointed to the safe lock. Yisha, no one has been here for a long time. So there is dust accumulation. When you open the door, it will leave marks. At the same time, the wind from the door pushes the dust away. Look carefully at the door. The dust is pushed farther than expected. Maybe someone opened the door before us. Yiyu, it's hard to say. Right? Maybe you used too much force when you opened the door just now. Yes. Yisha pointed to the safe, but what about the lock? I pulled it open violently. So the lock should still be locked. But look at this lock. The structure is very simple. Turn it in circles according to the password. And the card slot here will align with the copper wire. And the door will open. Yiyu suddenly realized, you pulled it open violently. The copper wire and the slot should not be aligned. But now they are aligned. Which means that when you pulled the door of the safe was not locked at all. Yisha nodded. That should be it. Yiyu held her chin. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that the reward is missing. Yisha, you mean? The other flight attendants? Yiyu nodded. Yisha remembered that the flight attendants who had the task this time were himself. Yiyu, Wang Likuan, Xia Yuran, Gan Lin, and the one called Zhonglingxiu. At that time, everyone was on the roof of the train, blocked by the white beam of light. If they didn't run, they would surely die. Yisha said to Yiyu, did they all jump into the river? Because Yisha was the first to jump into the river. He didn't know who jumped after him. How many people the beam of light killed? And what happened to the Doomsday train that was cut off? Wang Likuan shook his head. I jumped second. Yiyu, I used my brain power to float down. I saw Zhonglingxiu leave the Doomsday train in the same way as me. But I don't know about the remaining two women. Yisha pondered for a moment. Gan Lin and Xia Yuran probably jumped into the river. Otherwise it would be difficult for them to survive in the spreading light column. In other words, one of them and Zhonglingxiu arrived at the base first and took away the ancient civilization stone box. No, it can't be so absolute. Yisha frowned. Don't forget. It's possible that someone else took the ancient civilization stone box. Yiyu understood. Apostle Walk? Chapter 523 Leaving the Base. In fact, there is no evidence that the apostles have also come to the seaside city. But everyone who has become a crew member knows that the apostles must be added to the list of enemies. And the apostles must be ranked first. What if the apostles come here? Besides, it is not surprising that Yisha thinks so. The huge disc monster may have been created by the apostles. All signs show that the apostles and the Doomsday train are hostile. In this case, it's not surprising that the apostles would attack the Doomsday train. Right? Then, if the ancient civilization stone box falls into the hands of the apostles, it means that their hope of returning to the Doomsday train has been cut off. And it must be snatched back. Yiyu, but this cannot be confirmed. Yisha nodded, originally. Because we left the Doomsday train and rushed back. We have already wasted a lot of time. If we return to the platform and find that we can't return to the Doomsday train, we will have to rush back again. Don't let that delay us in time. Wang Likuan, can't we contact each other? In fact, we just need to make sure it's in the hands of the flight attendant. Right? Yisha's eyes lit up. He did have Gan Lin's phone number. And then asked, do you have Zhonglingxiu's contact information? Yiyu shook her head. I know her. But I'm not familiar with her. Yisha, then I'll try to contact Gan Lin first. Yisha took out the phone from his backpack. This thing was also soaked in water. But it was surprisingly strong and could still be used. Unlike the PDA that was broken. But Yisha dialed the number several times, but it didn't go through. Which means this method is useless. Yiyu, what should we do now? After thinking for a while, Yisha looked at Wang Likuan. Can you go back alone? Yiyu, you mean we search on the island? And he goes back to see if he can get on the Doomsday train? Yisha nodded. Wang Likuan told the truth. As long as nothing goes wrong at sea, I think it's not a big problem to get back to the platform alive. Wang Likuan is at the 1-star level, but all his resources are invested in defense, which makes him look not very strong. But the fact is that Wang Likuan has invested a lot of resources in defense, and his survivability is very good, and he is also very suitable for this job. But Wang Likuan really has no way to deal with the attack of sea creatures at sea, which depends entirely on luck. Wang Likuan continued, secondly, I can't drive a yacht. Yisha, this is not a big problem. I will let the arbitrator go back with you. As for the problems at sea, it depends on luck. Now the two major forces under Yisha are Corpse Flower and Liquid Monster, and the arbitrator has turned to reconnaissance and assistance. In terms of combat power, the arbitrator is indeed weaker than Corpse Flower and Liquid Monster. Of course, it does not mean that the arbitrator is useless. In other aspects, the arbitrator is very important to Yisha. For example, driving helicopters, yachts, cracking password locks, searching for information online, etc. These things are all done by the arbitrator, and they are irreplaceable. So, Wang Likuan simply said, then I'll go. Anyway, I can't help much if I stay. Yisha nodded. This was the most time-saving method at present, since the ancient civilization stone box was gone. Yisha and the other two did not stay any longer and left along the secret passage. Wang Likuan, leaving the base now. Returning the same way? Yisha, no. I'll take you out. Yisha knew the route map of the base very well, although he left the same way in his previous life. It was to avoid people. But now there are only zombies here, so there is no need to go through so much trouble. After leaving the director's office, Yisha walked along the passage. There were still not many zombies in the passage. Yi Yu suddenly said, the previous splitter was a mutated human survivor on the Doomsday train. Right? Yi Yu, then it stands to reason that there must be a lot of people on the island. Although the people in the ordinary carriages have nothing to do with our mission, there should be a lot of people searching here to complete the mission. But where are the people? After Yi Yu said this, Yisha also felt a little strange. Apart from the previous splitter, he had not seen any other zombies that survived human mutations, nor corpses, and even no living ones. If the base was large, it would be fine, and they would not bump into each other. But Yisha knew that the scale of this isolated island base was not large. Yisha, now that you mention it, it's really weird. Yisha actually wanted to add that this base, which should have been operating, suddenly became full of zombies, which was already very weird. Yi Yu held her chin. I always feel that something happened in this base. Yisha rolled her eyes. Nonsense. If nothing happened in the base, would the people have turned into zombies? The ancient civilization stone box would not have been taken away. Yisha, it's useless to think so much now. Do you know what happened in this place? Send Wang Likuan out first, and talk about other things later. It would be best if we can catch someone to ask. Yi Yu nodded. That's the only way. As they spoke, the three of them walked through the passage, and soon arrived near the main gate of the base. Because there was no business open to the public, and no outsiders came in and out, there was no grand lobby, or so-called service desk at the main gate of the base. There was a small space after the passage. And then, there was the main gate for entering and exiting. The main gate was not closed, but was open. Yisha pushed it and opened it. The next moment, a large blue light suddenly appeared in front of Yisha. It's so dazzling. Yisha couldn't help but raise his hand. What is that? Yisha half closed his eyes to adjust, then slowly moved his hand away. The base was built on the edge of the woods on the island, with its back against the sea cliff outside the woods, and on the edge of the island. Therefore, there was a stone staircase in front, and a large forest below the stone staircase. At the moment, in the center of the forest, a large area of blue light could be seen, like the aurora, located above the woods, spreading out in all directions, like a huge canopy, covering half of the island. At the same time, the light was extremely dazzling. It was not close to the base, but it was so far away that it still pierced the eyes of Yisha and the other two. Yi Yu, is this a natural phenomenon? Yisha, what is this natural phenomenon called? Yi Yu, is it man-made? Yisha spread his hands. How would I know? Yi Yu, you are talking nonsense. I am right. Something must have happened on this island. What should we do now? Yisha frowned and pondered for a moment. Let's go over and take a look. Wang Likuan and the arbitrator should go back to the seaside city, as planned, to see if they can get on the Doomsday train again. Wang Likuan nodded. Okay. Then I will go this way. Behind the base is the sea cliff. As long as they go around it, they can reach the place where they docked their yacht before in more than half an hour. Chapter 524 Snake Man. Yi Sha waved his hand. Go! Watching Wang Likuan leave, Yi Sha and Yi Yu quickly left the base and ran into the woods. Stop! As soon as they entered the woods, Yi Sha stopped Yi Yu and murmured at the trees around. These trees. Yi Yu, what? Yi Sha pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Nothing. The trees gave Yi Sha a very strange feeling, and a sense of déjà vu. Yes, the trees in this forest are very similar to the strange trees that Yi Sha saw in the ruins. They don't look like wood, but rather like resin. But after touching it, it was indeed wood, which made Yi Sha think that he had an illusion. Maybe it was because of the light covering the sky above the forest that the color of the trees changed. Yi Sha waved his hand. Let's go. Keep going. Yi Yu, I think it won't be that easy for us to move forward. Yi Yu did not move, but looked ahead solemnly. Yi Sha, perception? As soon as Yi Sha asked, he knew what was hidden in the woods without Yi Yu's answer, because he heard a hiss. His sound. Slowly, a few shadows flashed behind the trees in front of them and blocked the way of the two. Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. What is this? Ancient species? The thing that appeared in front of the two was not a human, and it didn't look like a zombie. They were sea snakes, but they walked upright, had hands and feet, and were covered with a layer of scales, similar to human hands and feet. But their bodies were pure sea snakes, very thick, with a waist that was 1 meter wide. A long tail was constantly swinging on the ground. The snake head was slightly open, and it kept spitting out snake tongues. The most amazing thing was that those snake people actually had weapons in their hands, either guns, swords, spears, or axes, with simple shapes. Yi Yu, I wonder whose alien creatures these are? They don't look like zombies or ancient species. Maybe they are monsters created by Compu? Yi Sha nodded. The snake men in front of them were beyond their knowledge. It was hard to say what they were. But it doesn't matter what it is. Yi Sha slowly pulled out the king's holy sword. We can't move forward without killing these guys. Right? Yi Yu stood beside Yi Sha, guarding against the snake men on the side. Then, suddenly, a strange color flashed in Yi Yu's pupils, and then stones floated around and smashed towards the snake men. Yi Sha said. Then, kill him. Yi Sha also quickly jumped forward, wielding the king's holy sword, and came to a snake man, and chopped him down with force. Clang! The snake man used an axe, and after swinging the axe horizontally, he blocked the king's holy sword. Oh! Yi Sha looked at the axe. It seemed stronger than expected. The weapon in the snake man's hand is simple in shape, which is a more pleasant way to say it. To put it more directly, it is tattered and looks like something from a long time. I always feel that it will be completely broken if it is chopped by the king's holy sword. But the fact is that the weapon in the hands of the snake man seems to be stronger than expected. At the same time, another snake man rushed towards Yi Sha from the side, waving a big sword and sweeping towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha suddenly jumped up, avoiding the big sword sweep while jumping up, and then kicked down with both feet, stepping on the big sword on the ground. Get out of my way. Yi Sha raised his leg and kicked the snake man away. And then the king's holy sword was swung to the side. Clang! A crisp sound resounded. The giant axe and the king's holy sword collided again. And then Yi Sha suddenly stretched out his left hand. Snake bite. A shadow of a purple-scaled python wrapped around Yi Sha's arm, opened its bloody mouth, revealed its ferocious fangs, and bit the snake man's head. The next moment, the snake shadow disappeared. But it was Yi Sha's palm that tightly grasped the snake man's head. Puff! As Yi Sha's palm suddenly exerted force, the snake man's head made a muffled sound. And then the whole head suddenly exploded, and blood was scattered everywhere. Then, the headless snakeman began to emit wisps of black smoke. And then his body shrank and suddenly turned into a pile of bones, falling to the ground. Yi Sha frowned, without any mysterious voice prompting him, and then looked at the bones on the ground. This really didn't look like a normal death. There was not even a corpse, but just bones. Moreover, judging from the appearance of the bones, they seemed to be human bones. Right? Yi Sha fell into a brief contemplation. And then a sudden gust of wind brought Yisha back to his senses. He looked sideways, and saw that the snakeman who had been kicked away earlier was rushing over again. Yisha quickly dodged to the side. The snakeman failed to knock Yisha to the ground. Instead, it passed in front of Yisha and then crawled on the ground, with its tail swung violently behind it. Yisha quickly crossed his arms, and then with a bang, Yisha blocked the tail, feeling the power coming, and then stepped back several steps. Then the snake turned around, got on all fours, and actually ran like that, rushing towards Yisha again. How on earth does this look like a snake? Yisha couldn't help but, this is simply a beast. Seeing the snake man rushing towards him, Yisha took 2 steps back, seized the opportunity, stretched out his hand suddenly, grabbed the snake man's head, and then pressed the snake man against the big tree on the side. With a bang, the tree trembled and countless leaves fell. The next moment, the sword fell. Yisha raised the king's holy sword without hesitation and chopped at the snake man. Then the snake man's head fell and rolled to the side. Then the snake man's body also emitted black smoke. And then, like the previous snake man, with the black smoke rising, the body quickly shrank, and almost in the blink of an eye, it turned into a pile of white bones and fell to the ground. Similarly, there was no mysterious voice prompt. Yisha frowned, then looked back. You just killed the last snake man. These snake men were a little strange, but their strength was ordinary and not too difficult. You came over. These things are so strange. How can they turn into bones after death? And these are all human bones, right? Yisha nodded and shook his head. He nodded because Yi-Yu's words were strange, and he also found them. The reason for shaking his head was that Yisha didn't know what these snake men were. Yisha couldn't help but sigh. It was rare for him to encounter a place he had been to in his previous life. But Yisha found that his memory was completely useless. This isolated island and base were completely different from what Yisha remembered. As Yi-Yu said, something seemed to have happened here. Chapter 525 Apostle Walks. But no matter what, the only way we can choose is to move forward, Yisha said solemnly. Besides, I think as long as we follow the woods to find the green light, perhaps all our doubts will be answered. Yi-Yu nodded. Then let's go. Yisha directly carried Yi-Yu on his shoulders, and then ran into the woods. Suddenly, Yi-Yu pointed to the bushes on the side. Look there. Yisha looked in the direction Yi-Yu pointed. There were several piles of bones there, the same as the bones that appeared after killing the snake before. There were also traces of fighting and dropped weapons around. Obviously, someone had fought with the snake man here. Yisha nodded, didn't say much, and continued to run forward. The deeper into the woods, the stronger the light in the woods became. The light was like the aurora, like water, like fog, like silk, floating among the trees. At the same time, as they continued to go deeper into the woods, the piles of bones around them increased, all of which were left by the snake men who were killed. Yisha, we didn't see many surviving humans in the base. Is it because they were all fighting the snake men in the woods? Is there really something in the green light? It's possible. Yi-Yu nodded, and then wondered, but why are there only piles of bones left by the dead snake men? Even if these guys are not strong, they seem to be numerous. They shouldn't be unable to kill even one surviving human, right? Yisha shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? But at this time, a burst of fighting suddenly startled Yisha and Yi-Yu. The clanging sound of weapons colliding, as well as the sound of low shouts and roars. Obviously someone was fighting. Yisha slowed down. Go and have a look? Yi-Yu nodded, and Yisha immediately changed direction. When they found the place where the sound came from, they were both surprised. The Apostles' Walk. The two sides of the battle. One side is naturally those snake people. There are quite a lot of them, about a dozen, and the other side has only one person, wearing a large cloak, a mask, and a red scarf on his shoulders. This is a typical apostle's outfit. The apostle looked a bit miserable, as if he was seriously injured. There was a crack on his mask, and blood was constantly flowing out from under his cloak. He held a sword in his left hand to defend himself, while his right arm was limp and could not move at all. It was obvious that he was disabled. At the same time, when he moved, it was obvious that the apostle was limping. Yi-Yu was puzzled. Is this guy so weak? In everyone's cognition, the apostle is still very strong, and as the main opponent in the crew mission, It is completely understandable that the weakest apostle should also have the level of a crew. With such a level, it shouldn't be that miserable to be beaten by a dozen snake men. This is a situation that is completely life-threatening. Yiyu, what should we do? Yisha said without hesitation. Kill them. As Yisha spoke, he drew out the holy sword of the king. Like natural enemies in the food chain, the flight attendants and the apostles will fight to the death as long as they meet. Moreover, when the apostles die, their belongings can be taken away at will, which also means huge benefits and gains. You control those snake men first. Yisha, I kill people. Yiyu nodded and jumped off Yisha's back. The next moment, Yisha bent his body, kicked his legs hard, and jumped forward like a beast. Get out of the way! Rushing into the snake men, Yisha waved his arms left and right, and waved away 2 snake men. The other snake men turned around and stopped staring at the apostle. They also came towards Yisha. But at this time, Yiyu's 7 dust sword was used, turning into sword light, intercepting those snake men. Yisha rushed to the apostle, raised the king's holy sword and slashed at the apostle. Clang! A crisp metal clang sounded, and the apostle raised his sword and collided with the king's holy sword, barely blocking the king's holy sword. However, at this moment, Yisha suddenly stretched out his left hand and pressed it on the opponent's lower abdomen. Shock wave. The invisible force was stimulated forward, and the apostle was directly blown away, hitting a tree that required 2 people to hug. And after a loud noise, the tree was broken. Yisha half closed his eyes, then stretched out his left hand and suddenly bent it, 5 fingers forming claws. Catch the dragon and release the crane. Catch the dragon in one move. Before the apostle landed, a huge suction force suddenly appeared, sucking the apostle back directly. And then Yisha stretched out his hand and pinched the apostle's neck. As Yisha gradually increased the strength in his palm, the feeling of suffocation soon appeared, and the apostle kept kicking his legs and struggling, and then raised his sword to stab Yisha. Clang! Yisha casually swung the king's holy sword and swept the opponent's weapon aside. If you behave yourself, you can die more easily. Yisha fiercely smashed the apostle to the ground. Do you understand? Bang! Yisha directly pressed the apostle to the ground, and the ground roared, cracking a large spider web crack. Cough! Under the mask, a light cough sounded, and then bright red blood flowed out from the bottom of the mask, staining the color red. Yisha raised his sword. I'm sorry to attack you when you are seriously injured. Puff! The next moment, Yisha held the sword with both hands and stabbed it downwards with force, piercing the heart of the walking apostle. You have killed walking apostles. Cumulative number, 26. Yisha did not linger for too long, and immediately turned around and pounced on the snake man. The walking apostle was seriously injured, and could not be Yisha's opponent. This was not a battle, but Yisha was simply killing people. So, in comparison, I'm afraid that the dozen snake men would be more troublesome. Puff! Yisha quickly killed a snake man who was fighting with Yiyu, and swept the king's holy sword fiercely, bringing out a golden sword light. And then a snake head flew into the air. Shock wave. Yisha succeeded in one strike, and then pressed out with one palm, and the invisible force of the shock wave pushed forward, pushing the 2 snake men out. Yiyu immediately moved her mind, and the 2 7-dust swords turned into sword lights and stabbed down from the air, nailing the 2 snake men to the ground. At the same time, Yisha joined the battle, and also attracted many snake men to turn around and attack Yisha. But just when they were about to approach Yisha, boom! The ground suddenly cracked, and a corpse flower vine emerged from the ground, knocking the 2 snake men away from the side, while Yisha flashed and quickly chased after them. Swift pursuit. Yisha's speed was as fast as a ghost, and he quickly caught up with the 2 snake men, and the king's holy sword swept towards the 2 snake men with force. Chapter 526. The stone box appears. Puff! Puff! The 2-headed snake men were beheaded by Yisha, and their heads fell to the ground, turning into 2 headless corpses. Their bodies emitted black smoke, and soon turned into white bones, like the snake men they had encountered before. Yisha stood up, and the corpse flower had already pounced on the remaining snake men. Yisha did not delay, and his figure flashed quickly, rushing towards those snake men. About a quarter of an hour later, all the snake men finally fell to the ground and turned into white bones. Huh? Yisha exhaled, then slowly put the king's holy sword back into the sheath. But at this moment, Yi Yu looked behind Yisha, suddenly showing a surprised expression. Stunned for a moment, and then shouted loudly, "Be careful behind you." At the same time, Yisha also felt a strong wind coming from behind. Instinctively sensing the danger, he subconsciously helped Yisha to make a move. Quickly pounced forward, and then Yisha pressed the ground with one hand, and then rolled forward. Bang! At this time, the sound of weapons hitting the ground reached Yisha's ears. Yisha looked back and saw that there was a snake man behind him, holding a rusty ancient sword in his hand, and slashed it hard on the ground. Yisha couldn't help but frown. He should have killed all the snake men. So how could there be one left? Gudu! Yi Yu moved his throat. That apostle is walking. Yisha was stunned. What? Yi Yu said again, apostle is walking? This snake man is the apostle who just walked. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction where the apostle fell. And then, he was greatly surprised. Sure enough, the body of the apostle, who was stabbed to death by him, was gone. At this time, the snake man had already killed him, waving his long sword, and fell towards Yisha. Yisha came to his senses, and without thinking too much, he immediately raised the king's holy sword to block. Clang! Yisha held the opponent's weapon with his sword, and then kicked the snake man away with a sweep. Before the snake man's body fell to the ground, Yisha swung the holy sword of the king of dance forward with a mid-air slash. Nitrogen slash. The invisible slash flowed in the air at an extremely fast speed, which was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. One could only see a faint airflow passing through the air at a high speed. Then, puff! The snake man's left arm flew directly into the air, and blood spurted out of his shoulder, which was all over the ground. It turned out that an arm was cut off by Yisha. TSK! Yisha curled his lips, missed. While Yisha was talking, his movements were not slow at all. He quickly ran forward again. The moment the snake man stood up again, the king's holy sword in his hand swept forward. In the golden light, Yisha watched the head fall off, and then the headless body was filled with black smoke. The flesh and blood shriveled, and it fell apart into a pile of bones. Yisha frowned. Is this the previous apostle? In theory, the apostle should have something on his body, and Yisha could get those things from the body. Of course, Yisha was not sad about his loss. He was not so obsessed with money. Yisha was wondering. The apostle turned into a snake man, and then the snake man died and turned into bones, and even the things that the apostle brought with him disappeared? At this time, Yi Yu walked to Yisha's side. Yisha couldn't help but ask, what happened just now? Yi Yu, blue light. Those blue lights are the lights covering the woods. Suddenly, blue light appeared on the apostle's body, and then the form changed, and he directly turned into a snake man. Yisha, did the clothes change as well? Not just the body. Yi Yu nodded affirmatively. Besides, this is easy to confirm, because there are indeed no cloaks and masks worn by the apostles left at the scene. Those things seem to have disappeared. If only the body has changed into a snake man, we may understand it as a mutation, or a biological evolution phenomenon that has appeared for some reason. Yisha, but what if the clothes are gone as well? Yi Yu, clothes mutated? Yisha rolled his eyes. You seem to be in the mood to tell such a joke. Yi Yu, at least we know how these snake men came. Didn't you say before that there were no surviving humans on the island in the base? Since the apostles' walks have become like this, what about the surviving humans? Yisha nodded. This inference is reasonable. Perhaps many of the snake men they saw before were surviving humans who died, and now they have all turned into bones. Some doubts have been solved. It seems that because of something going on, the main battlefield this time is not the experimental base on the isolated island, but the entire island. But the bigger doubts still remain. What on earth is that damn green light? Yisha thought for a moment, then continued, let's go to the center of the light. Only when we go there can we know what the light is, and what happened on this island. Yi Yu nodded, tiptoed, and floated into the air, sitting on Yisha's shoulder. Yisha took a deep breath and ran again, continuing to move deeper into the woods. We can see more and more bones piled on the ground, and the traces of battle are becoming more and more obvious, with knife cuts, axes, and fallen trees. Of course, there were no corpses. Knowing that the snake men were transformed from corpses, it was natural that there were no corpses, because the snake men were corpses. Then, slowly, the light became stronger and stronger. The closer to the center of the forest, the stronger the light became. It was not only above the forest, but also filled the forest, like smoke, wandering among the trees. It's almost there. Looking at the sky, the light was already extremely strong. At the same time, through the shade of the trees, the light like a canopy could be seen. Then, Yisha suddenly heard shouts of killing. Yisha slowed down his pace and listened carefully. He then found that the shouting and killing were not from one or two people, but from many people. There was also the sound of weapons colliding, which was also very loud. Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar sounded. And then he looked up and looked forward. He could see an explosion not far away. The fireball and smoke were mixed together and were spreading all around. Yisha and Yi Yu looked at each other and said nothing. Then Yisha ran forward again. We are about to reach the center of the forest. After a while, following the light drifting in the forest, Yisha passed through the forest and came to the place where the light was the strongest. This is a stream. At the same time, this is also the center of the forest. Looking up and forward, Yisha and Yi Yu shouted in unison, Ancient Civilization Stone Box. Chapter 527 Fighting. In the middle of the stream, there is a stone box about the size of a human head. It is simple in shape, rectangular, and has a stone cover. However, there are exquisite patterns carved around the stone box, and ancient characters are engraved on the top of the stone cover. Even though it is the first time Yi Yu has seen the Ancient Civilization Stone Box, she can conclude that this thing is what they are looking for. It is really the shape and feeling that match the name of the Ancient Civilization Stone Box. Unless there is a second similar box on this island. Yisha's eyes lit up. This thing really has something to do with Noah's steel. Yisha couldn't understand the words on the stone cover, but he was sure that the words were the same as those on Noah's steel. There was no doubt that even if the two were not related, they were definitely related. At least they were the products of the same ancient civilization. However, Yisha and Yi Yu's eyes did not stay on the Ancient Civilization Stone Box for too long, because there was a battle around them. The Ancient Civilization Stone Box was open, and the brilliant light was released from the stone box. At the same time, with the Ancient Civilization Stone Box as the center, snake people continued to appear in the light. Around the stream, there are many surviving humans, at least 20 people, and 3 or 5 apostles walking, fighting with the snake men. And they all seem to want to get close to the Ancient Civilization Stone Box. Or in other words, to take the Ancient Civilization Stone Box into their pockets. Yisha and Yi Yu were very surprised. Those snake men were actually created by the Ancient Civilization Stone Box. Is there any strange power contained in the stone box? The dazzling light is the power of the Ancient Civilization Stone Box. Some questions were solved again. The Ancient Civilization Stone Box was not in the base, but appeared here. It should have been brought out by someone. And then, that person may have opened the Ancient Civilization Stone Box and released the power inside, creating those snake men. This is Yisha's inference. Of course, there are some other doubts, such as how did the people in the base become zombies? For example, it is natural for the apostle to want to rob the Ancient Civilization Stone Box. After all, this thing looks similar to the Noah's steel. The apostle wants the Noah's steel, so of course, he wants the Ancient Civilization Stone Box. But why do the surviving humans on the Doomsday train also want to rob? However, these are not important, because that is also what Yisha wants, since it is right in front of him. What is there to hesitate about? Of course, grab it first. Yisha and Yi Yu looked at each other again, and saw what was in each other's eyes. What's the importance of those damn questions? What's the importance of the Ancient Civilization Stone Box being able to produce snake people? The important thing is to get the Ancient Civilization Stone Box. Yisha and Yi Yu quickly entered the battle circle. The two peoples joining did not attract any attention, because no one had time to pay attention to them. With the Ancient Civilization Stone Box as the center, there were densely packed snake people around, more than the white bones seen in the woods before. About 300 or 400, almost filling up a large stream around. Obviously, those snake men seemed to be protecting the Ancient Civilization Stone Box, and did not want anyone to get their hands on it. Others rushed in from all directions, constantly fighting with those snake men, trying to get close to the Ancient Civilization Stone Box. To get the Ancient Civilization Stone Box, you must kill these snake men first. Of course, killing all the snake men would not be the end. By then, The people who were fighting with the snake men now would probably change their targets immediately and attack the people who got the ancient civilization stone box. The greed and cruelty of human nature should never be underestimated. Especially, this is the end of the world. Either you kill or you will be killed. After entering the battle circle, Yi Sha whispered, "Don't show too much strength." Yi Yu nodded, understanding what Yi Sha meant. If you show too much strength, you will definitely attract attention and be targeted. Then, if you get the ancient civilization stone box, you will definitely be attacked at the first time. Yi Yu hid 5-7 dust swords and only released 2. Using telekinesis to control them, he drove them forward and nailed a snake man to death. And then, even if we can get it, it will not be easy to take it away. Do you have a plan? Yi Sha whispered, "Corpse flower." Yi Yu tilted her head, not quite understanding. Yi Sha did not explain too much. In fact, he meant to let the corpse flower swallow the ancient civilization stone box and then transport it out. In fact, Yi Sha can do this now. The corpse flower lurks underground and directly enters the stream below. It can suddenly appear and swallow the ancient civilization stone box. However, Yi Sha is a little afraid of the light in the ancient civilization stone box. The unknown power is the most frightening. God knows whether the corpse flower swallowing the ancient civilization stone box will have any impact. Therefore, Yi Sha's plan was to first approach the ancient civilization stone box. Put the stone cover back on. Stop the ancient civilization stone box from emitting light. And then create the illusion that the corpse flower attacked him. And then let the corpse flower take the ancient civilization stone box and sneak into the ground to escape. In this way, no one would know that it was Yi Sha who got the ancient civilization stone box. And it would not be easy to chase the corpse flower that sneaked into the ground. And there was a great probability that it could run away with the things. While swinging the sword, Yi Sha cut down another snake man to the ground. And with the blood flowing, the snake man quickly turned into bones. While killing the snake men, Yi Sha did not forget to pay attention to the battle situation. The snake men were not very strong. In general, they could be considered strong men who could use weapons and knew some fighting skills. If we use the zombie standard, these snake men are definitely stronger than ordinary zombies, barely reaching the level of low-level mutant zombies. Probably between bronze 5 stars and silver 1 star. If it was a single snakeman, whether it was the surviving humans on the Doomsday train or the apostles, it could be easily killed. But just like the zombie swarm and the zombie tide, even if the individual strength is not strong, if the number is too large, it can still cause certain threats and troubles. Of course, at this level, the snake group obviously cannot stop everyone. Yi Sha silently calculated in his mind that it was only a matter of time before the snake group was broken and killed. What Yi Sha needed to do was to hide among the crowd, and then find the right time to take action with thunder, get the ancient civilization box, and then execute his plan. But at this moment, Yi Sha suddenly felt something fall on his shoulder. Looking sideways, it turned out to be a paper bird folded with paper. Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. And then the king's holy sword was sent forward. With a puff, the king's holy sword pierced the heart of a snake man and killed the snake man. Yi Sha then separated his hands and took the paper bird off his shoulder. Chapter 528 Aperture. Yi Sha opened the paper bird and saw a word written inside. Run! Yi Sha frowned. Who was reminding him on purpose? Who would remind him to run away? Believe it? Don't believe it? Yi Sha immediately made a decision. Rushed towards Yi Yu. Clamped Yi Yu under his ribs. And then turned around and ran out of the battle circle. Yi Yu shouted, "Hey! Hey! What are you doing?" Yi Sha ignored it. He didn't believe the word written on the paper bird. And he didn't think who would remind him at this time. But Yi Sha had already weighed the pros and cons in his heart. If he didn't run, there might be some danger. Even fatal danger. If he ran, Yi Sha would not suffer any loss. At present, the battle circle had only advanced halfway to the center of the stream. No one could get close to the ancient civilization stone box in a short time. If he escaped and nothing happened, he could just turn around and kill it back. So, Yi Sha took Yi Yu out of the battle circle without hesitation, and even ran back to the forest. Then, suddenly, the light emitted from the ancient civilization stone box was several points stronger than before, and it continued to spread around, forming a circle of light, like ripples, pushing around crazily. The light circle quickly passed over the snake man and pushed out to the surroundings. Then, when it approached the surviving humans and the apostles, as long as the light circle swept through their bodies, those people immediately showed pain. Ah! Ah! Help! Damn! What is this? The faces of the people showed pain. And then, their bodies were wrapped in light. Their skin was torn. And fine scales grew on their bodies. And then the light completely devoured those people. In a moment, the light that enveloped everyone gradually dissipated. And when the light dispersed, Yisha suddenly saw that whether it was the apostles walking or the surviving humans, they all turned into snake people. Yes, without exception, they didn't even have a chance to struggle. And all turned into snake people. The originally noisy stream suddenly became quiet at this moment. Only the ancient civilization stone box was still tirelessly releasing strange light. And there were a lot of snake people, silently pacing and wandering around the ancient civilization stone box, loyally protecting the ancient civilization stone box. Hiss! Yisha couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It seems that the strange power contained in the light has nothing to do with strength. As long as you are swept by the light in the stone box of ancient civilization, you will definitely become a snake man. Damn it! Yisha couldn't help but curse. What kind of weird thing is this? Yi was also extremely surprised. If they were still in the battle circle, they would probably have become two-headed snake men like everyone else. The light was simply unstoppable, and they could only run. Yi couldn't help but ask, "How did you know?" Yisha handed the note to Yi. "Someone reminded me. I don't know who it was." At this time, a voice sounded behind Yisha. "It's me." Yisha looked back and frowned. It turned out to be Gan Lin, who came out from behind the tree. Yisha would rather believe that the train conductor would suddenly appear to save him than believe that this woman would save him. This woman is a typical example of someone who will not do anything without profit. In her eyes, there are only people who can be used and people who cannot be used. So, does that mean that I can be used now? Yisha laughed at himself, and then asked, "Why did you remind me?" Gan Lin looked pitiful. "I just saved you. Why do you think so badly of me?" Yisha sneered. "Don't use the word save casually. Are you sure I will die without your reminder?" Yisha was telling the truth. In theory, he could not die. He just wasted a chance to revive in the 12 trials of the undead. Of course, he still had some lingering fears. After all, Yisha was not sure whether turning into a snake man was considered death. If it is not considered death, the resurrection opportunity will not be activated. Gan Lin smiled, "But no matter what, I helped you escape a disaster. Didn't I?" Yisha, just be straightforward. Don't talk nonsense. Gan Lin spread his hands. "Well, if you die, I can't get the ancient civilization stone box." Yisha, it seems that you know more than us. Gan Lin, I brought the ancient civilization stone box here. Yisha raised his eyebrows. You brought it from the base? Gan Lin nodded. I wanted to leave here with the ancient civilization stone box, but was attacked by the apostles. During the battle, the ancient civilization stone box fell there, and then the stone cover was shaken open. And then it was just like what you saw. Yisha thought for a while. The power inside the ancient civilization stone box was stimulated, turning people into snake men? Gan Lin nodded again. The 3 apostles who attacked me all turned into snake men. I was lucky. When the ancient civilization stone box fell, I was hit by an apostle and was on the edge, so I escaped. Yisha continued. Everyone in the base turned into zombies. Is it related to the ancient civilization stone box? Gan Lin, that has nothing to do with the ancient civilization stone box. A surviving human who ran off the Doomsday train was infected with the zombie virus. The virus broke out in the base and turned into a mutated zombie, biting a large number of people to death, causing the virus to spread. Yisha suddenly realized, body splitter? Yes. It seems that you have been to the base. Gan Lin, that was just an accident and has nothing to do with our mission. If there is any useful information, it can probably be concluded from this that the monster that attacked the Doomsday train before may be a zombie, or at least carry the zombie virus. Yisha nodded. He knew this because he had met a surviving human who had turned into a zombie by the stream. But this information was actually useless. What good would it do to know that the disc monster carried the zombie virus? Yisha, let's continue talking about the ancient civilization stone box. Gan Lin, this is a fair deal. Only by getting the ancient civilization stone box can we return to the Doomsday train. We have a common goal and need to work together. Yisha, The next sentence is, the ancient civilization stone box belongs to you. Right? Gon Lin, of course. This is the only way to make a deal. Isn't it? I reminded you. To prevent you from becoming those monsters. In exchange, I took the ancient civilization stone box. And then found the mermaid specimen and gave it to you. Then we can go back to the Doomsday train. Everyone is happy. Isn't it? The mermaid specimen has been sent to the Doomsday train. Yisha thought for a moment. I agree to the deal. Gon Lin obviously knows something about the ancient civilization stone box, and can take it back. If you don't agree, no one can go back to the Doomsday train. Chapter 529 Plan. Of course, Yisha can break up. Anyway, Gon Lin can't get the ancient civilization stone box without his help. In the end, no one can return to the Doomsday train. Someone will always compromise. However, it is childish to do so. The main reason is that the ancient civilization stone box cannot be withheld. A reward skill is not taken seriously by Yisha. Yisha, just do as you say. But judging from the situation just now, it seems that it is not easy to get close to the ancient civilization stone box. No. There is a way. Gon Lin, the light ring does not appear continuously, but intermittently. I have tried to find scapegoats many times. Otherwise, how do you think those people would gather here? Yisha, kill all the snake men within 3 minutes? Or kill a way out? Gon Lin, of course it is not that simple. How do you think those snake men came? I led the surviving researchers in the base here, but they all died. Then I led the surviving humans to walk with the apostles. There were 5 groups of people in total. Yisha, so there were no snake people around the ancient civilization stone box at first. If there was only 3 minutes as the trigger condition, you would have taken it long ago. It seems to be a very simple thing to get close to the ancient civilization stone box within 3 minutes. Gon Lin, yes. The second trigger condition is to get within 15 meters, and the light circle will appear. Yiyu, doesn't that mean it's impossible to get close? With the speed of the light circle, it's impossible to arrive in an instant after getting close to 15 meters. I can't. Gon Lin smiled and pointed at Yisha. He can. Can't he? Yisha nodded. 15 meters trigger. Approach before the light circle disperses, and cover the stone cover. It can still be done with my own speed. But the problem is that if it is at the beginning, it is indeed no problem. However, now the ancient civilization stone box is surrounded by snake people, and the ability of the Son of Wind is only to increase speed, and it can't pass through people. Yisha couldn't help but glance at Gon Lin. It was this woman who complicated things. However, if Gon Lin wasn't ruthless enough and took so many people as sacrifices, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to test the law of the light circle. Then, there is only the second method. The Sword of Glory. Using the Sword of Glory, Yisha can instantly move to the vicinity of the ancient civilization stone box, and then cover the stone box. Of course, this requires the use of the Sword of Glory once. Yisha, let's do it this way. Gon Lin glanced at the time. Another aperture has appeared just now. We need to wait for 2 minutes and 49 seconds, so that we can gain the maximum time. Yisha nodded and said to Yiyu, sense if there is anyone around to avoid accidents when taking action. Yiyu agreed, then walked forward a few steps and began to sense. Gon Lin came to Yisha and smiled. You have changed. Yisha glanced at Gon Lin. Gon Lin, my plan only needs you. As long as you are there, I can get the ancient civilization stone box. So I only reminded you. But you took her away with you. If you were the old you would not do this. Yisha snorted coldly, but did not answer. Is she so valuable? Is it worth saving her? Gon Lin continued, or what benefits can she bring to you? Don't you never do things that have no benefits? Equivalent exchange and the law of the jungle are your creed, aren't they? Shut up. Yisha glanced at Gon Lin. Maybe it's because I still have some humanity. Gon Lin was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, and then lowered his voice. You told me how to survive in the end times. You can guard against me and be afraid of me. But you think I'm vicious and inhuman? These are all taught to me. Yisha looked at Gon Lin for a long time and said, since you have learned it, then use what you have learned to live well. After Yisha finished speaking, he looked at the time. It's time to do it. Yisha came to the outer circle where the snake men gathered, imagining that he could materialize the infinite bow. But the first thing he put on was not the radiant sword, because there were snake men gathered there. to get past those snake men and shoot the radiant sword around the stone box of ancient civilization. He could only use projectiles, which was not safe. Even if Yisha had the mastery of a master archer, he did not have full confidence. Projectiles require precise calculation of the landing point, which will have some errors. Secondly, there are too many uncontrollable factors. For example, a sudden gust of wind can change the trajectory of the projectile. Therefore, Yisha must first clear a gap in the snake group so that he can accurately shoot the sword of glory to the edge of the ancient civilization stone box. Yisha put on a very ordinary iron arrow. But this arrow only looks ordinary because this arrow is called divine punishment. The next moment, when the divine punishment arrow was put on the bowstring, Yisha took a half step back, then pulled the bowstring into a full moon, aimed slightly, and suddenly released the fingers holding the bowstring. The divine punishment arrow shot out of the air. The divine punishment arrow flew forward, spinning continuously, with the arrow body wrapped in circles of spiral energy. And then the speed became faster and faster, and finally turned into a stream of light moving forward. Puff, puff, puff. Muffled sounds continued to appear, shooting out the bodies of the snake people, making blood holes one after another. And the moment the blood holes appeared, black smoke immediately came out of the snake people's bodies, and finally turned into piles of white bones. Relying on the divine punishment arrow, Yisha quickly cleared a gap in the group of snake people, and that gap was naturally facing the ancient civilization stone box. Yisha immediately drew out the radiant sword and placed it on the bowstring without hesitation. As Yisha's fingers loosened, the radiant sword flew forward, directly passed through the group of snakes, and landed next to the ancient civilization stone box. Yisha also said in his heart that it was good. The position was close to the ancient civilization stone box, and he could touch it with a stretch of his hand. But it was not too close to hit it. The next moment, Yisha immediately felt that the surrounding scenery was moving rapidly, and then his body moved in front of the ancient civilization stone box. At the same time, the moment Yisha appeared, the light in the ancient civilization stone box was bright. The light was like mercury, overflowing from the ancient civilization stone box crazily, forming a halo and pushing it to the surroundings. Yisha immediately grabbed the stone cover of the ancient civilization stone box and moved it quickly, trying to cover the ancient civilization stone box. However, there was a huge force that seemed to be pushing and blocking Yisha from covering the stone box. Even because of the continuous force and resistance, Yisha's hands trembled slightly. Chapter 530 to Weisler. Close it for me, Yisha growled, and then his muscles suddenly swelled up, and a huge force was flowing in Yisha's body. Strong power. This is the new ability that Yisha got after reaching the 6th trial of the 12 trials of immortality. Click, click. The stone cover made a sound of friction, and finally moved slowly, covering the ancient civilization stone box. When the stone cover was closed, the released light was compressed back, and the terrifying light circle did not overflow after all. However, even though the ancient civilization stone box was covered, the surrounding snake men did not disappear, and they all rushed towards Yisha. Yisha immediately drew his sword and slashed at the snake men, then took the opportunity to pick up the ancient civilization stone box. Donlin shouted, "Don't worry about those guys. Take the things and go." Yi's pupil shone with brilliant colors, then stretched out her hand and pressed forward, and the snake men were imprisoned in place. And Yisha immediately took the opportunity to run out. After running out of the battle circle, Yisha casually threw the ancient civilization stone box to Gonlin. "Go to the beach." Yi floated beside Yisha. "We have to find a boat." The yacht was driven away by Wan Likuan. "Gonlin, I have one. Southeast." "Yisha, can you drive a boat?" Yisha suddenly remembered that the arbitrator also left with Wan Likuan. He didn't know how to drive a boat. "Gonlin, how do you think I got to the island?" Yisha nodded, and both problems were solved. At the same time, the snake men behind him chased after him, as if they wanted to snatch the ancient civilization stone box back. Suddenly, Gonlin took out a few small bottles from his arms, and threw them behind him. Those small bottles were filled with green liquid, which flowed all over the ground after breaking. However, it was not medicine, but Yisha, perfume? The strong fragrance floated in the woods. It didn't seem to be an ordinary perfume. Ordinary perfume should not spread so quickly anyway. The next second, the snakeman in the front suddenly went crazy. turned around and started fighting with his companions. Chaos perfume. Gonlin smiled. It can cause chaos in any species. But it doesn't last long. Only 30 seconds. But it's enough to delay it. Yisha nodded. Without saying anything nonsense. What they need to do now is to run like crazy. At the same time, while running, Yisha quickly buried more than a dozen bloodthorn bombs. And when the snake men caught up, these bloodthorn bombs would be given to them as gifts. With these two lines of defense, it should be possible to effectively block the snake men. Or at least completely slow them down. They haven't caught up. About a quarter of an hour later, Yi looked behind her. I think they can't catch up. The snake men are not slow. But they are not very fast either. Yisha nodded. And after running for about another quarter of an hour, the three finally rushed out of the woods. The golden sand beach appeared in front of them. This was an inner bay of the island. Gonlin pointed to the side. My yacht is there. The yacht couldn't be docked too close. Otherwise it would run aground. So they could vaguely see a yacht on the sea. And they needed to swim about 200 meters away. Fortunately, the snake men had been thrown off. So there was no need to worry about pursuit. Yisha and the other two boarded the yacht smoothly. I'll go drive the boat, Gonlin said with a smile. And the wet clothes fully set off her graceful figure, which was really hot. Unfortunately, Yisha turned a blind eye to all this. Arriving at the deck of the yacht, Yisha silently looked at the sea. Yi wiped her hair with a towel and walked to Yisha. What? Although we haven't returned to the Doomsday train yet, at least we have got the things. Don't be so serious. Right? Yisha shook his head. I have a bad feeling. Uh-huh. Yi smiled. You are talking about premonition with a superhuman? When it comes to the ability to perceive, naturally no one can be stronger than superhumans. The brain area ability is very powerful in this regard. Yisha shook his head. I hope I'm just too cautious. Yisha sat down on the deck and leaned against the guardrail while speaking. Slowly, after raising the anchor, the yacht started to move. It takes about 3 hours to get back to the coastal city from the isolated island. It's not a long distance. But it's not short either. Yisha gradually thought that he was too cautious. There were no accidents or dangers in the more than 2-hour voyage. Even the ancient species that are relatively common in the ocean did not appear. In less than half an hour, we will be able to reach the port of the coastal city. Even though Yisha was careful enough, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this time. Yisha laughed at himself. It seems that I am just overthinking. But at this moment, Gonlin suddenly poked his head out of the cabin. Hey! Look to the left front. We seem to be in trouble. Yisha had been leaning against the guardrail, and was not clear about the situation behind. After hearing Gonlin shout, he immediately stood up, and looked forward to the bow. The sea was very calm. Just like the saying calm and peaceful. But in the front left position, there was a white wave rising up. And, strangely, those white waves did not spread out in all directions, but gathered together. After a while, a snake man slowly stood up from the white waves. The snake man was bigger than the snake men I had seen before, reaching a height of 3 meters, with fine black scales on his body, holding a shield in his left hand, and a war hammer in his right hand. It's De Weisler, Gonlin said solemnly. This guy actually caught up with us. Yisha felt that the name was familiar, and then showed a look of realization. De Weisler was the director of the isolated island experimental base, and one of the mission targets of the ordinary carriage. Yisha, how did you recognize him? Gonlin, I saw him turn into a snake man. And, unlike ordinary snake men, De Weisler's snake man form is very strong, with terrifying power, and can spit water arrows, poisonous water arrows mixed with bile, etc. Yiyu, I don't think these are problems. Yisha nodded in agreement. The biggest problem is that this is on the sea. At the same time, De Weisler was already close to the sea surface, and his speed was terrifying, like a car driving at 200 miles per hour. Huh? Yisha exhaled. I'm afraid it's hard to get rid of this speed. So let's fight. Yisha stretched out his hand and grasped the endless bow in his hand. Then imagine the piercing arrow, and quickly opened the bow and shot it forward. The next moment, the piercing arrow pierced the air. Chapter 531 Killing. Dang! The piercing arrow flew forward, and at this moment, De Weisler suddenly raised his shield, and then bounced the piercing arrow away. Yisha raised his eyebrows. As Gonlin said, De Weisler seemed to be much stronger than other snake men. The shield that could block the penetration of the piercing arrow was obviously not an ordinary item. But if that was all, it would only prevent the piercing arrow from penetrating. In order to resolve the piercing arrow, it must be able to withstand the force of the arrow. Ordinary snake men can't do it. At this time, Yiyu said, "The trouble is not here. These snake men seem to be good at water battles." While Yiyu was talking, De Weisler jumped forward and dived directly into the sea, turning into a black shadow and flying forward at a speed more than twice as fast as before. Approaching the yacht at high speed, Yisha gritted his teeth. It's really troublesome. Boom! The next moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the bottom of the boat, and then a large wave of water exploded on the side of the yacht, and the yacht began to shake violently. Yisha held the guardrail tightly, steadied his body, and pulled out the piercing arrows and shot them continuously towards the sea. Yisha's arrows were very accurate, worthy of the master archer's proficiency. Even if De Weisler was extremely fast in the sea, Yisha could accurately capture the black shadow. But it was useless. When an arrow enters the water, no matter how strong it is, it will always deviate from some direction due to the water flow. And at the same time, due to resistance, the speed will slow down. In just a moment, De Weisler swung a snake tail and quickly bypassed the arrow. Damn it! Yisha couldn't help but curse. He hated the ocean. If it was on land, even if De Weisler was stronger than the average snakeman, Yisha would have full confidence in killing him. But Yisha was on the deck, and De Weisler was in the sea. Even if Yisha had great abilities, he couldn't use them. Bang! At this time, a violent noise appeared again. De Weisler directly hit the hull on the other side, splashing a large piece of white waves, and the yacht began to shake continuously. Yiyu, this guy is much smarter than the shark last time. He wants to sink the yacht directly. Yisha nodded. The yacht can't withstand too many collisions, and a hole will be gouged out soon. Yiyu, can we use the method we used last time? Yisha shook his head. He won't leave the sea so easily. De Weisler must leave the sea so that Yiyu can implement mental control. Moreover, the bad thing at the moment is not here. But even if Yiyu controls De Weisler, Yisha can't kill De Weisler with one blow, because the arrows of divine punishment had been used up when the ancient civilization stone box was taken away. Yisha had many trump cards, but none of them were suitable for use at sea. Boom! Just as Yisha was thinking, the yacht shook violently again, causing Yisha to slip and fall directly to the ground. The entire yacht tilted over and then rose and fell with the waves. Gan Lin shouted, "We can't get rid of this guy. We must think of a way." Yisha gritted his teeth. He also knew that he needed to think of a way. But what way was there? Wait a minute. Yisha suddenly said, "Maybe we can give it a try." Yiyu, what are you going to do? Yisha shouted to Gan Lin, "Where is the ancient civilization stone box? Give it to me." Gan Lin did not hesitate. The current situation did not allow her to hesitate. She quickly took the ancient civilization stone box out of her backpack and threw it to Yisha. Yisha took the ancient civilization stone box, placed it on the ground, then drew out the king's holy sword, raised his hand and chopped it on the ancient civilization stone box, which scared Yiyu and Gan Lin. "Come on!" Yisha roared at the sea. "You want to take the things back, right? Then come up and grab them, or I will smash this thing to pieces." Boom! De Weisler angrily crashed into the yacht again, causing the yacht to shake violently. Yisha stabbed the king's holy sword into the deck, stabilized his body, and suddenly drew the sword and chopped the ancient civilization stone box again. Yisha shouted, "Believe me, I can definitely destroy this thing before you sink the yacht." Yisha raised his sword without hesitation and chopped it continuously, leaving sword marks on the stone box of ancient civilization. Suddenly, De Weisler roared angrily, and then countless bubbles appeared on the sea surface, and De Weisler suddenly jumped out of the sea. At the moment of flying into the air, De Weisler spit out a water arrow from his mouth, which rushed towards Yisha's wrist, and at the same time wanted to use the water arrow to knock the stone box of ancient civilization away. As long as the stone box of ancient civilization fell into the sea, no matter how powerful Yisha was, he could not snatch it back. But, at this moment, Yisha's mouth curled up obviously, and then he stretched out his hand suddenly, with his 5 fingers slightly bent. Catch the dragon and release the crane. Catch the dragon in one move. Although De Weisler jumped out of the sea because of anger, he just wanted to knock the ancient civilization stone box away and save it from Yisha's hands. However, a huge suction force suddenly appeared at this time, sucking De Weisler directly, and De Weisler had no chance to resist at all. Bang! The next moment, De Weisler fell directly on the deck and rolled continuously. After getting up from the ground, De Weisler twisted his body and wanted to escape back to the sea without any hesitation. But would Yisha let him do this? The supreme martial artist in heaven and earth. Yisha's aura suddenly changed, and he blocked De Weisler with a flash, and then punched him. Bang! De Weisler raised his shield to block, and then Yisha's fist was imprinted on it. The shield was indeed extraordinary. After being hit by a punch, there was not even a mark left. However, Yisha used the hidden power. Puff! De Weisler's left arm holding the shield suddenly burst into a blood flower, and the flesh of the forearm was directly torn apart by the hidden power that penetrated the shield, and the flesh and blood were blurred. Bang! Yisha jumped up without hesitation and kicked De Weisler out with a sweep, leaving the ocean. It was Yisha's world. Tail! Yisha shouted, "Attack the tail!" Yu immediately manipulated the seven dust sword, turning it into a sword light and falling down quickly, piercing De Weisler's snake tail and nailing it to the deck. De Weisler howled in pain. Yisha, you used that tail to swim, right? Now the tail is useless. Even if you escape back to the sea, what can you do? As Yisha spoke, he strode towards De Weisler. Sorry, Yisha, I forgot that you are already a monster. You should not understand human language. As Yisha spoke, he twisted his body violently, swung his arms, and chopped down De Weisler's head. Oolong Panda. Chapter 532 Gathering. De Weisler's head exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief. This method was indeed a bit risky, and it might not necessarily work. But judging from the fact that the snake people fought desperately to protect the ancient civilization stone box, they would not allow the ancient civilization stone box to be destroyed. Fortunately, De Weisler really jumped out of the sea. The next step was to get the guy on the deck and kill him. Although the arrow of divine punishment could not be used to kill him in one blow, as long as he got on the deck, he could use other thunder methods to control De Weisler. Yu, I hope this is the last trouble. Of course. Gon Lin put away the ancient civilization stone box, except for De Weisler. There should be no other snake people who can catch up. And we are already at the port. Because of De Weisler's pursuit, the yacht is moving at full speed. But the port can already be seen. Huh? Yisha breathed a sigh of relief and sat back on the deck. Back to the seaside city. The troubles came to an end. After returning to the previous gas station, he successfully entered the Doomsday train platform. This time, the Doomsday train did not stop Yisha from entering, but let him go. You are finally back. Wang Likuan had been waiting at the station, and then returned the mermaid specimen to Yisha. I want to rush back to the island, but I don't know how to deal with this thing. Yisha nodded. It's all done. After entering the Doomsday train, the group went directly to the dining car, and then placed the ancient civilization stone box and the mermaid specimen on the bar. The proprietress smiled. Congratulations on your return. You really worked hard on this trip. These are all minor questions. Yisha, can I ask what that monster is? Why did the Doomsday train encounter an attack? The landlady, I'm sorry. Okay. Yisha interrupted directly. When I heard these three words, I knew the answer. The position is not enough. Right? I'm just a crew member. The landlady smiled. In fact, it won't take long for you to know. Yisha was puzzled. Oh? Suddenly, the aura of the landlady changed. Dark, low, and fear. It was a kind of heavy oppression that was hard to describe. The proprietress, who always wore a warm smile, was like a killer crawling out of a sea of blood and corpses. The aura on her body made people feel terrified. Instinctively, Yisha took a half step back, drew out the king's holy sword. Wang Likuan took out the shield, and Yu floated into the air. Some things, once done, have to pay the price, the proprietress said gloomily. And then the fierce momentum on her body suddenly disappeared. The warm smile returned to the proprietress's face, and she tilted her head towards Yisha and the others. Anyway, you will know soon. Yisha agreed dryly, and then sat down again. Then, let's settle the accounts? The proprietress smiled. Of course. You brought back a mermaid specimen, and the reward you got is a random item. The proprietress took out the familiar tablet, then listed the list and started to randomly select. This time, Yisha's luck was obviously not very good. The random item he got was a bag of dried fish. Although it was only the size of 2 palms. There were 30 kilograms of dried fish in it, and he could take out continuously until all 30 kilograms were eaten. Yisha shook his head in disappointment. Food is good, but there is no shortage of food on the Doomsday train. This thing only costs 2 silver skull coins. However, random rewards are like this. You can't always expect good luck to be with you, especially for random props. The upper limit is very high, and the lower limit is terribly low. For example, random weapons, skills, abilities, and items in the treasure list do not appear in random rewards. However, random props will appear in the treasure list, because they are consumables. The number of props is relatively large. The price in the treasure list is not that high, and the rarity is relatively weak. Correspondingly, the lower limit of random items is also low. Not to mention the items that can be calculated with a few silver skull coins. Even things calculated with copper skull coins will appear. Yisha reluctantly collected the dried fish and stood up. Well, that's it for now. I need to rest. Yisha said goodbye and returned to his personal compartment. He simply cleaned his body, threw away the blood-stained clothes, took a shower, took out new clothes from the closet and put them on, and then walked into the studio. The scanning of Noah's steel was still going on, and there was still no good news in the material analysis. But Yisha fell into deep thought. If nothing unexpected happens, based on the text on the ancient civilization stone box, Yisha can be almost 100% sure that the ancient civilization stone box and the Noah's steel are products of the same civilization. In this case, does the Noah's steel also contain some strange power, like the ancient civilization stone box? Yisha is looking forward to finding the power in the Noah's steel, which may give him a surprise and greatly improve his combat power. Unfortunately, Yisha has no clue. It would be great if I could get the ancient civilization stone box. Yisha sighed. The power of the ancient civilization stone box seems to be sealed inside the stone box. It is easy to explore it. Just open the stone box. Therefore, if we can study the power contained in the ancient civilization stone box, we may be able to draw out the power in the Noah's steel. Unfortunately, the ancient civilization stone box is a transaction with a clear price tag. Only by handing over the stone box can we be allowed to return to the Doomsday train. Yisha has no way to deal with it. Therefore, Yisha could not get the ancient civilization stone box. What a trouble! Yisha sighed and stopped thinking about it for the time being. Of course, it was useless to think about it. He really had no idea about the research of Noah's stone tablet. Perhaps, if he could get something like the ancient civilization stone box again, and the ownership belonged to Yisha, Yisha would have a chance to study something. In the following days, Yisha had a short rest time. Only 4 days. And the Doomsday train issued a departure information, notifying all those who had not returned to the Doomsday train to return to the Doomsday train. 4 days passed in a flash, and those who could return to the Doomsday train returned here one after another. Even though the Doomsday train was attacked, many people doubted it. But, so what? The Doomsday train is still a shelter for everyone. Only by returning to the Doomsday train can we regain a little peace. And if we don't return to the Doomsday train, we may face death in the next moment. At the same time, a mysterious voice sounded in Yisha's ears. Please go to the dining car immediately. A very simple sentence. Chapter 533 30 Days. Yisha left his personal carriage and headed for the dining car. The moment he entered the dining car, Yisha was slightly stunned. The dining car had completely changed in appearance. Or rather, it looked nothing like a carriage, but like a small banquet hall, with the space expanded at least 3 or 4 times, and luxurious decorations everywhere, with long tables and lots of food on them. However, this did not seem to be something that was too surprising, as the Doomsday train had many magical places. The existence of the Doomsday train alone was incredible enough. And there were countless carriages, and even if they were destroyed, they could be restored. In this case, it seems not worth making a fuss about the dining car suddenly becoming a banquet hall. Yisha looked around. There were many attendants gathered in the dining car, at least close to 30. Yisha saw many familiar faces among them, even including Lin Xueme. Their eyes met in the air, and they could read each other's eyes. Obviously, Yi Sha was on Lin Xuemei's death list. Of course, Lin Xuemei was also on Yi Sha's death list. The two of them had already had a conflict and hatred. If Lin Xuemei didn't die, Yi Sha wouldn't feel at ease. If Yi Sha didn't die, Lin Xuemei would also be afraid of Yi Sha's revenge. So, one of them was destined to die. It's just that it's not now. On the Doomsday train, no one can do anything. Hi! Yi Yu raised the cup to Yi Sha. This way. Yi Yu stood on one side, and Wang Likuan stood faithfully behind Yi Yu. Smiling honestly, the two seemed to have reached some tacit understanding and became partners. At the same time, Xia Yuran stood with Yi Yu for some unknown reason. Yi Sha looked at the others. The flight attendants did have small circles. Those who knew each other well and had established a certain level of trust would gather in groups of 3 or 5 to form small groups. Yi Sha naturally did not belong to any of them. Not even Yi Yu. However, if we talk about people who knew each other well, Yi Yu is the one Yi Sha was closer to. Yi Sha walked to Yi Yu's side and asked, "What are you doing?" Yi Yu said mysteriously, "It seems like there will be a big move." Yi Sha was puzzled. Huh? Yi Yu is a veteran among the attendants. And unlike Yi Sha, she prefers to be alone. She will not form a team unless necessary. So Yi Yu is well informed. But when it comes to the specific content, Yi Yu spread her hands. I don't know the details, but I heard that the conductor is very angry. Yi Sha tilted his head, and the image of the conductor appeared in his mind. Yi Sha, are you referring to the last time the Doomsday train was attacked? Yi Yu nodded. Yi Sha, it seems that we need to fight back. But to fight back, we must first confirm who the enemy is. Who created the disc monster? Is it the Apostle? Or is it a monster created purely by the zombie virus? Yi Yu, there will be an answer. Yi Sha nodded, took a glass of wine from the long table, and waited quietly. More and more attendants entered the dining car. And soon, there were about 50. The crew members are carefully selected elites, and their number is definitely not large. Usually, only 3 to 5 crew members will participate in a platform mission, and rarely more than this number. Like the last time at the ruins, it was extremely rare to mobilize crew members on a large scale. That was a special case. Perhaps because the Noah's steel was more important, or because the apostles were also mobilized on a large scale. Now, there are about 50 crew members gathered in the dining car. This may mean that all the crew members on the Doomsday train will be summoned. Yi Sha couldn't help but glance at Wang Likuan and Xia Yuran. Regardless of their strength, judging from the time they became flight attendants, they should definitely be classified as rookies. So, since even Wang Likuan and Xia Yuran are here, Yi Sha's speculation is likely correct. After a while, no one entered the dining car anymore, and the proprietress suddenly walked to the front. Everyone. The proprietress smiled. Please be quiet. Everyone suddenly fell into silence, looking at the proprietress in front. At this time, the door of the other carriage opened, and the conductor entered the carriage first, followed by 2 men in white uniforms. The older one was over 50 years old, and the younger one was probably less than 30 years old. Yi Yu whispered, the one in the middle is the conductor, and the 2 next to him are deputy conductors. The older one is Malfarian, and the younger one is Dongfang Yu. Yi Sha nodded to indicate that he heard it. At this time, the conductor had walked to the front, and the proprietress stepped aside. Ahem. The conductor coughed lightly. I think everyone knows about the Doomsday train being attacked a while ago? No one spoke. Many people had guessed that the reason for the gathering of the crew members was probably to talk about the Doomsday train being attacked. This is a provocation, the conductor said in a deep voice. The provocateur must pay the price. So there is only one thing we can do, and that is to fight. Someone wanted to speak, but was stopped by the boss lady with a gesture. At the next stop, we will declare war on those who provoke us and make them pay a heavy price. Train conductor, but in order to make everyone fully prepared, you will have a 30-day vacation. During these 30 days, you can recuperate or go anywhere. Everything you bring back to the Doomsday train will be repurchased at the selling price, so that you can improve yourself. Of course, the basic rules remain unchanged. Remember to return to the Doomsday train within 30 days. Even if it takes more than 1 minute, you will not be able to return to the Doomsday train. If you don't want to join the battle, you can choose to quit now and leave the Doomsday train forever. If you choose to join the battle and survive afterwards, everything you have done will be converted into contributions, and you will be given rewards of equal value, and even promoted to a higher position. The details will be announced in 30 days. Finally, the timer starts now. Remember that you have 30 days to make yourself stronger. The conductor just spoke and did not intend to explain anything to anyone. Nor did he tell everyone who the enemy was. After speaking, he left the dining car directly. When the train conductor left, everyone naturally started talking and discussing. The lady boss stood in front and clapped her hands. Okay. How to decide? I believe everyone has their own plans. If you want to leave the Doomsday train, you can hurry up. The time has already started. Yisha held his chin and pondered. Yiyu was on the side. What do you think? Yisha, it's hard to say. Yiyu, what do you mean? Chapter 534, The Divine Mountain. The Gate of Hell. Yisha, do you think 50 crew members can deal with the disc monster? Yiyu thought for a moment. It's hard to judge. The situation was too abrupt and too urgent. The most important thing is that the terrain is very unfavorable for our battle. The roof space is too narrow. Yisha, but the disc monster is very strong. Isn't that a fact? Yiyu nodded. Yisha, so? I think this is the origin of 30 days. The crew members are not strong enough. But it's hard to say what they can do in 30 days. Secondly, will the train conductor participate in the battle? Will the deputy train conductor participate in the battle? These are hard to say. Yiyu, so? What you mean is that the situation is unclear and difficult to judge. Yisha, yes. But it is basically certain that the enemy is the apostles. Yiyu was puzzled. Huh? Yisha, the conductor used the word provoke. Do you think that a monster infected by zombies would need such a word? The other party just attacked instinctively. Besides, revenge on a monster that has no wisdom and only attacks instinctively is meaningless. Xia Yuan interrupted. What do you think? Yisha, participation is necessary. But I believe it will be a fierce battle. It is very necessary to improve yourself. Make good use of these 30 days. Although you can choose to recuperate without leaving the Doomsday train. No one would be stupid enough to waste time. Right? Yiyu, where are you going? I haven't thought about it yet. And I don't plan to act with you. Yisha, it seems that our relationship is not a team. Right? I will do it according to my own ideas. And you can do it according to your own ideas. Yisha's attitude was very cold. But he was just stating the facts. Yisha and Yiyu had indeed cooperated many times. But Yisha didn't want Yiyu to misunderstand that he and her were in the same group. Some things can be explained directly to save a lot of trouble. Yiyu spread her hands. I thought I could get your trust. Yisha pouted. The only person I can trust in this world is myself. After Yisha finished speaking, he left the dining car directly. Back in the personal compartment, Yisha sat on the sofa and continued to ponder. Let's not think about other things for now. Just talking about joining the war and leaving. There is nothing to think about. Yisha doesn't think he is qualified to leave the Doomsday train now. So he can only join the war. Therefore, these 30 days must be used well. So, where should I go? A city I have been to before? A city I have been to in the last life. But not in this life? No. None of them are enough. To make good use of these 30 days, I must go to a place that can bring me huge gains. The first thing that emerged in Yisha's mind was a desert. Dareen Wilderness. This is the place where Yisha had been in his previous life. And there, Yisha found a gas-upon machine. And got the piece of paper in the gas-upon machine. The words come again on the paper gave Yisha a new life, and returned to the beginning of the end of the world. So, should I go find the gas-upon machine again? This is a very tempting idea. However, Yisha is not sure. It turns out that although you have the memory of your previous life, the development of many things may not be exactly the same as in your previous life. For example, the coastal city. Although it is the same place, the process is completely different from the previous life. History is not unchangeable. If I return to the Dareen Desert again, can I really find the capsule machine again? Secondly, although there is a note saying come again, whether my return to the end of the world is really related to the note is just Yisha's guess. Not an absolute conclusion. Although Yisha can't think of any other reasons except the magical capsule machine. It is not a 100% guarantee. Yisha gently stroked his forehead and felt a slight headache. The personal compartment was quiet, only behind the door of the workshop. There were constant sounds. The machine was still working, constantly scanning the Noah's steel. Do you want to take a chance on this? Yisha murmured, leaning on the back of the sofa, and did not move for a long time. Going to find the relics of ancient civilization seems to be a good idea. The conductor wanted to get the relics of ancient civilization. And the Apostle Walker obviously wanted to get them too. Which shows the extraordinariness of the ancient civilization stone box and Noah's steel. If I can get the mysterious power in it, my combat power may be greatly improved. To put it another way, the Noah's steel is equivalent to a liquid monster in exchange. If I can find something similar, I can at least exchange it for a mid-range item in the treasure list. This seems worth a try? Yisha gradually made up his mind. But there are still some questions. Where should I look for it? In fact, there are many places to look for. There are some legends in every corner of this world. These stories may be fictional, or they may be traceable. Moreover, there are many unknown phenomena in this world, some of which can be explained by science, and some of which cannot be explained by science. Of course, there are also some things that can be explained and some things that cannot be explained. For example, the Weeping Island, the Doomsday Sinkhole, the Eye of the Sahara, the Undersea Pyramids, the Crop Circles, the Bermuda Triangle, Atlantis, etc. Some are true and some are false. But there are indeed things related to ancient civilizations left in them. What Yisha needs to do is to distinguish the true from the false and choose a place to go. This is not a matter of luck. But there are real traces to be found. For places related to natural phenomena such as the Doomsday Sinkhole, the Eye of the Sahara, and the Crying Island, there is no need to go. It is a waste of time to go there. The best you can do is to find scientific evidence to prove that the wonders of these places can be explained by science. The underwater pyramids are related to rumors of ancient civilizations, although people later believed that they were fictional because there was no evidence. It is still worth going to see them. However, the value is not great. Finally, there are places like Lulon Ancient City and Atlantis, which are also related to ancient civilizations. There is no definite evidence to prove their existence, but there is no evidence to prove their non-existence. On the contrary, some related relics and remains can be found, which is worth visiting. After a while, Yisha stood up from the sofa, took the Noah's stone tablet, and quietly left the personal car and went to the dining car. The dining car has returned to its original appearance. No longer the banquet hall. It was probably because the dining car could not accommodate so many people before, so it expanded into the appearance of a banquet hall. Yisha came to the bar. I'm going to leave. The proprietress smiled. Where are you going? Yisha, Shinshan. The Gate of Hell. Chapter 535 Go. Shinshan is about 2,500 kilometers long, with an average altitude of 5,500 to 6,000 meters, a width of 130 to 200 kilometers, and a total area of more than 500,000 square kilometers. There is a poem that says, "White clouds intentionally hide the traces of immortals. The snowy mountains have not melted the ancient ice, and the body is far away from the secular world, and the haze in the heart has been cleared." This poem is about Shinshan. At the same time, Shinshan has another nickname, called the ancestor of dragon veins. There are many mythological stories, ancient civilization legends, and natural phenomena circulating in Shinshan. In Yisha's opinion, this is a very suitable place to explore. After all mysterious and inexplicable things are available here, as long as a few of them are true and not fictitious. He may be able to gain something. Of course, the sacred mountain is too vast. It is absolutely impossible for Yisha to explore it in 30 days. In fact, he should be satisfied if he can explore a small part of it. Therefore, the place Yisha chose is the Gate of Hell. The Gate of Hell is of course another name. The Gate of Hell is also known as the Death Valley of Hell. The nomadic people living in the ancient sacred mountain would rather let the cattle and sheep starve to death in the Gobi Desert because there is no fat grass to eat, rather than let them enter the ancient and silent valley in the sacred mountain with lush grass to eat. The valley is full of wolf fur, bare bones, hunter steel guns, and lonely graves on desolate hills. All these signs convey a gloomy and terrifying breath of death to the world. It is rumored that a herdsman once entered the Death Valley because he lost his horse, so he went to look for it, but he disappeared. Later, the body was found on a hill. His clothes were torn. His feet were bare. His eyes were wide open. His mouth was wide open. And he was still holding a hunting rifle. He looked like he had died with his eyes wide open. What is puzzling is that there were no scars or signs of being attacked on his body. There are also rumors that a geological expedition team once entered the Death Valley, and a thunderous roar of an animal appeared. The sound alone paralyzed the whole body. When they woke up, the earth turned charred, and all the animals around were shot dead. The Gate of Hell is one of the most dangerous and mysterious places in the sacred mountain. This kind of deep mountain valley is the favorite hiking place for backpackers. Before the end of the world, many people came to the Gate of Hell every year, but no one had ever successfully walked the whole way. Most people only dared to admire the style of the Gate of Hell from outside the valley. This is the place chosen by Yisha. Yisha intends to look for things left by ancient civilizations here. However, this is only a possibility. Things like the ancient civilization stone box and Noah's steel can be found. It depends entirely on luck. You may find it or not. Therefore, the second reason why Yisha chose the Gate of Hell is that there are many wild beasts here. In the deep mountains and old forests, where there are many wild beasts, there are also many awakened ancient species. In fact, there are many legends about strange beasts in Shinshan. These legends have been passed down for thousands of years. Yisha believes that they are definitely not all groundless. There must be some truth in them. And these so-called strange beasts, Yisha believes that many of them should have survived in ancient times and then became extinct. In today's terms, they are ancient species. Even more likely, it is a powerful and rare ancient species. The second reason why Yisha went to the Gate of Hell was to hunt for the ancient species. In this way, even if he didn't find things like the ancient civilization stone box and Noah's stone tablet, Yisha could still hunt the ancient species and still have a lot of gains. So he wouldn't waste 30 days. The proprietress stared at Yisha for a long time before she said, "You really picked a good place. Yisha, it seems that you know something about that place. Do you have any information to sell?" The lady boss shook her head. "No. After all, this is your own choice. Not a normal platform arrival. Without a mission, there is no information to sell." Yisha, then just chat casually. "Lady boss, I can only tell you that you chose a dangerous place. From the perspective of hunting and training, it is indeed a good place. The more dangerous the place, the greater the profit may be. But why not look at it the other way around?" Yisha smiled. "The greater the profit, the more dangerous it is. Is this a warning?" The lady boss said frankly, "Yes. This is a warning. You may lose your life. It is a dangerous and terrifying place before the end of the world, let alone after the end of the world." "Yisha, of course I know this. But that's why I chose the Gate of Hell." "Lady boss, then I can only wish you good luck. The only thing I can remind you is that if you can survive, and if you are lucky, you may be able to gain a huge reward." "Thank you. This sentence is enough." Yisha stood up. "Goodbye." "Goodbye. The lady boss, I hope we can meet again." Yisha smiled. "I believe we will." The lady boss didn't tell her anything, but her words revealed some information, which made Yisha believe that his choice was correct. As for the danger, Yisha didn't care. If you want to get something, you have to pay for it. What is the most precious thing to you? Of course it's your life. If you don't risk your life, why do you expect to gain anything? Yisha left the Doomsday train and walked along the platform. When Yisha crossed the stairs of the Doomsday train platform, he found himself on a small hill. Quiet, silent, without any human habitation. Just after leaving the Doomsday train platform, Yisha felt the feeling of death. Everything here was dead silent, like a cemetery where bones rest for a long time. Yisha raised his head and looked into the distance. The dark mountains, which seemed to have been burned, were shrouded in brilliant light similar to the aurora, surging and connecting the mountains with the sky, like a road to heaven. Of course, it could also lead people to hell. So, this is the origin of the Gate of Hell. Behind the bright light is the terrifying Death Valley. And the entrance to the Death Valley is naturally the Gate of Hell. Once you enter the Gate of Hell, you can only see death. This is the meaning of the name of the Gate of Hell. Yisha suddenly laughed. Not bad. It takes a long time to walk to enter the sacred mountain and reach the Gate of Hell. At least several days of journey. Yisha didn't expect that the Doomsday train would actually send him directly to the front of the Gate of Hell, near the entrance of the Death Valley, which saved him a lot of trouble. Yisha took another look at the sky. It was gradually getting dark, and it was about to fall at night. "Let's rush to the Gate of Hell today," Yisha murmured, after a night's rest. "Enter the Death Valley tomorrow morning." Chapter 536 Wolf Pack. After Yisha muttered, he walked down the hillside and headed towards the Gate of Hell. The so-called Gate of Hell is the entrance to the Death Valley. which means that passing through the gate of hell will only bring death. The real horror is the Death Valley, not the gate of hell. However, Yisha was wrong. When he came to the entrance of the Death Valley, looking at the towering mountains on both sides, and the valley mouth known as the Gate of Hell, Yisha realized that the Gate of Hell itself symbolized horror. The deep and secluded path winds forward, and there is nothing here except dense weeds. It seems that it is nothing big, and it is the same in deep mountains and old forests. However, Yisha feels that behind the Gate of Hell, there seems to be an invisible force, full of dead silence, and even if you look at it for a second, you will be swallowed into the abyss. Behind the Gate of Hell is where Yisha wants to go. Yisha took a deep breath, then slowly approached, stepped on the branches, and made a crackling sound. Then, in front of the Gate of Hell, Yisha stopped. There were a few simple houses here, which were left by the scientific expedition team that came here before. They were just simple wooden houses built with trees, and a few tents that had long been dilapidated and completely destroyed. In the center, there was a pile of charred black, probably where the bonfire was lit. In addition, there were some camping equipment, grills, hanging pots, etc., which were thrown everywhere at random. In the surrounding mud, you could vaguely see some footprints of wild animals. Yisha came to the door. He planned to enter the Death Valley at night. He originally wanted to camp in the wild. Now he found a house, which was not bad. At least there was a place to shelter from the wind and rain. However, after stopping in front of the door, Yisha frowned and took out the Alaskan whale harpoon. Yisha smelled a rotten smell. The smell was very unpleasant, but Yisha was very familiar with it. It was the smell of zombies. Rotten flesh, fishy, and with a faint smell of blood. Yisha carefully grasped the handle of the wooden door, and then suddenly opened the door. As expected, the moment the wooden door was opened, Yisha saw a zombie with its back to him, wearing the clothes of a scientific researcher. At the moment the door opened, it suddenly turned its body, tilted its head, and opened its mouth wide to bite Yisha. Puff! Since Yisha had expected it, how could he let the zombie bite him? The Alaskan whale harpoon suddenly swept forward and pierced into the zombie's neck. There were more than one zombie in the house. After Yisha killed one, the rest also came towards Yisha. Yisha quickly moved aside, and the tall body of the arbitrator directly blocked the door. Thump, thump, thump. The arbitrator picked up the machine gun and pulled the trigger forward without hesitation. The bullets flew forward, and the bodies of the zombies trembled and quickly fell to the ground. Yisha held a dried fish in his mouth and waited for the arbitrator to clean up the zombies before entering the house. A very simple wooden house, almost square, about 30 to 40 square meters, with a long table and a few chairs, and a simple stove on the side. This is probably a place for people to rest. And behind this wooden house, there is a second wooden house. Yisha nodded to the arbitrator, and the arbitrator walked quickly towards the wooden house. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be something that needs to be cleaned up in that wooden house. After a while, gunshots rang again. The arbitrator quickly cleaned up the zombies in the second wooden house. And this wooden house was the bedroom. There were 6 beds in total. Yisha walked to the head of a bed, picked up the photo frame, and took a look. There was a man in his 40s, a gentle and virtuous wife, and a very energetic little boy. This was originally a happy family. Sometimes, Yisha also lamented the horror of the zombie virus. Even in such a barren place, it could spread. If this continues, will there really be a peaceful place for humans in this world? Perhaps. Boarding the Doomsday train can give you a moment of peace. But the Doomsday train is definitely not a peaceful place. Putting down his backpack, Yisha casually laid down on a bed, chewing dried fish and biscuits, and drinking water from time to time. Take this room as the center. Yisha, prevent some creatures and zombies from approaching, and sound the alarm when entering combat mode. The arbitrator faithfully followed the order, and then went on patrol. After nightfall, this place is very cold. The snow on the sacred mountain does not melt all year round, and snow will fall from the sky from time to time. The temperature difference between day and night is terrible. Fortunately, with Yisha's physical fitness, even in the ice and snow, a thin t-shirt is enough, and the temperature does not affect him much. Before entering the Gate of Hell, Yisha wanted to have a good sleep. After all, after passing through the Gate of Hell and entering the Valley of Death, Yisha felt that it would be difficult for him to sleep well. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. In the middle of the night, Yisha felt a tremor in his waist. And then he immediately stood up alertly, opened his waist bag, and took out his PDA. The broken one had been thrown away, and this was the new one Yisha replaced. At this moment, the PDA screen showed the alarm message of the arbitrator. Yisha immediately stood up and pushed open the door. He didn't see the arbitrator standing guard around. Yisha took out his PDA and found that the arbitrator was behind the house. Yisha immediately dodged and ran to the back of the house, and then vaguely saw a figure flashing in the bushes behind the house. Bang! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and the tall body of the arbitrator flew out of the bushes and fell directly to the ground. The arbitrator quickly turned over and climbed up, half knelt on the ground, and then raised the machine gun and started shooting. Thud, thud, thud. As the arbiter fired, blood flowers continued to bloom in the bushes ahead. And in the blood flowers, one after another black shadows continued to step out of the bushes. Yisha finally saw clearly what was fighting with the arbiter. It was wolf pack. There were about a dozen wolves in the pack. But the wolves in the pack were not ordinary wolves. All of them were corpses, with pieces of rotten meat hanging on their bodies. There were 2 bone spurs on the spine of their backs that exploded to the side. The firepower of the arbitrator temporarily suppressed the wolves, but since the corpse transformation phenomenon occurred, it was impossible to kill those corpse wolves without hitting their heads. Yisha stretched out his hand without hesitation and imagined the infinite bow, put a burning arrow on it and flew out. The burning arrow landed in front of the bushes and immediately burned fiercely, building a wall of fire. However, those corpse wolves were not afraid at all. After howling, they suddenly ran forward, then jumped up and passed through the wall of fire. After landing, they shook their bodies and slowly approached forward. Chapter 537 Lost Tracks. Yisha licked his lips. It seemed that after becoming a corpse, even the instincts of animals were lost. Most animals were afraid of fire. At the same time, the machine gun fire of the arbitrator also stopped, but the bullets were used up. The next moment, the surrounding corpse wolves immediately pounced on him. Yisha immediately picked up the infinity bow and swung it forward like a stick. With a bang, he knocked a corpse wolf to the ground, and then quickly drew the bow and pulled the string, since the flames of burning arrows are not enough to scare corpse wolves. Then, boom, an arrow was shot out, split into 3 in the air, and then there was a loud roar. The 3 fireballs were connected in a line, and the impact of the explosion directly lifted several corpse wolves out, and they rolled on the ground continuously. Then, Yisha quickly ran to the side, bypassing the wolf pack, and imagined shooting arrows again. Ice arrows! Yisha raised his hand and aimed slightly, and the ice arrow flew forward. After landing on the ground, a large piece of frost emerged, spreading to the surroundings, freezing the claws of the 3 corpse wolves. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, a sharp ice spike grew on the ice surface, piercing the belly of the corpse wolf from bottom to top. At the same time, the arbitrator also abandoned the machine gun and rushed directly into the wolf pack. Bang! The huge fist fell, and the corpse wolf was pierced and frozen by the ice spike, unable to move at all. Then there was a muffled sound, and the head was smashed to pieces by the arbitrator's punch. Ah! At this time, a wolf howl sounded behind the arbitrator, and 2 corpse wolves suddenly jumped up from behind the arbitrator. But at this time, an arrow flies from the east, with 2 sounds of pu. The piercing arrows pierced through the heads of 2 corpse wolves in succession, and then pierced through the big tree in the distance. The arbitrator did not delay at all, and swung his fist again, smashing the heads of the remaining 2 frozen corpse wolves. There are still 3. Yisha looked at the remaining 3 corpse wolves, then slowly drew out the king's holy sword and leaped forward. Clang! The king's holy sword slashed on the bone spurs on the back of a corpse wolf, making a crisp sound. And then the corpse wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit down at Yisha. Yisha's expression was stern, and he directly put his palm into the corpse wolf's mouth. Shock wave. With a bang, the corpse wolf's head, like a balloon that was inflated with too much air, exploded directly, turning into a pile of mincemeat, scattered all over the ground. Yisha did not stop, but turned around suddenly, and kicked out with a kick, kicking away a corpse wolf that was trying to sneak attack him from behind. The last one. Yisha moved his body again, and looked at the last corpse wolf. The corpse wolf let out a whimpering animal cry from its throat. Saliva kept dripping from the corners of its mouth. And suddenly roared, ready to rush towards Yisha. But at this moment, the arbitrator appeared behind the corpse wolf without knowing when. Suddenly raised his hand to grab the corpse wolf's head and pressed it hard to the ground. Boom! The ground made a mournful cry and cracked inch by inch. And the corpse wolf's head also turned into a bloody mess in an instant. I haven't even walked through the gate of hell. And I've encountered these things. It seems that this place may be more troublesome than I thought. Yisha muttered. Then walked to the side of the wolf corpses, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and began to dissect. There was no mysterious voice, no hint, and no so-called apocalypse reward. In the next 30 days, Yisha will become a hunter, and all prey will be under his control. Anything he finds will belong to Yisha himself. Since there are no restrictions, there will naturally be no mysterious voice hints. Yisha swiftly cut off the bone spurs of the corpse wolf, knocked off the teeth, and then dug out the wolf gall of the corpse wolf, and discarded it after confirming that it did not contain toxins. After a while, the ground was full of things. Yisha knocked on the ground directly, and the main flower of the corpse flower emerged directly from the ground. With one petal, it swallowed everything. Yisha smiled. This is the first batch of harvest. After muttering, Yisha looked at the sky. Because of the tossing of those corpse wolves, the sky had already brightened. Yisha gave up resting and prepared to cross the gate of hell. The gate of hell is of course not a real door. As the entrance to the Death Valley, it actually does not even have a strict boundary. But in fact, it was an indescribable feeling. When Yisha walked towards the Death Valley, when he reached a certain point, Yisha suddenly felt a chill. And then Yisha looked back, and could still vaguely see the two wooden houses in the distance. However, Yisha knew that he had walked through the gate of hell. Obviously, this door was actually called out by someone and did not exist. But Yisha had a feeling that there was really a transparent door standing there. Outside the door, inside the door, two worlds. Yisha took a deep breath, then turned around and continued to move forward. After slowly going deeper inside, Yisha winked at the arbitrator, and the arbitrator suddenly accelerated, leaving Yisha behind, and went to explore the way ahead. It was quiet all around, except for the slight sound of stepping on the sandy land. Nothing could be heard around, and there was a dead air everywhere. Then, Yisha stopped. Not far from Yisha, there was a skeleton that looked like the skeleton of a bison, half kneeling on the ground, with only an empty skeleton left. Yisha walked to the side of the skeleton, reached out and touched it, and suddenly with a crash, the skeleton completely fell apart and collapsed to the ground. Yisha glanced at the skeleton, shook his head, and continued to walk forward. Why is there still no news? After walking for about an hour, Yisha suddenly realized that something was wrong. The arbitrator went to explore the way ahead. According to Yisha's order, every half an hour, the arbitrator would send a message back to Yisha, indicating that the way ahead was safe, and would also provide a route map based on the situation of the exploration. However, half an hour had already passed, but the arbitrator had not sent any news back. Yisha took out the PDA and took a look, and then wanted to curse. The screen of the PDA was actually pitch black. After Yisha fiddled with it for a few times, he found that he could not restart the PDA at all. Obviously, this thing was broken. Damn it! Yisha couldn't help but curse. This PDA was a new one he bought after returning to Doomsday train. How could it be broken? Without the PDA, he could not give remote commands to the arbitrator, nor could he receive messages from the arbitrator. However, Yisha was not too worried. Once the contact could not be established, the arbitrator would turn around to look for him, or wait for him at the original place. Therefore, Yisha just had to catch up. Chapter 538 Giant Salamander. Without the guidance of the arbitrator, Yisha could only identify the direction by himself. However, when Yisha took out the compass, he couldn't help but frown. The compass needle was spinning rapidly and shaking constantly, and it couldn't point to the direction at all. Yisha murmured, "Is it the magnetic field?" Yisha had indeed heard of this saying. In Death Valley, there is a magnetic field beyond normal conditions. The strong magnetic force makes all electronic devices unusable in Death Valley. The compass will also fail due to magnetic interference. Yisha could only put the compass back, then looked at the snow-covered mountains in the distance, vaguely recalled the direction of the mountains when entering the Death Valley, and then ran forward. At this moment, Yi Sha can be said to have completely lost contact with the arbitrator. What he had to do now was naturally to find the arbitrator first. Run forward all the way. Half an hour later, Yi Sha felt something was wrong again, because there was no trace of the arbitrator. Assuming that Yi Sha's direction is wrong, it is normal that he cannot meet the arbitrator. But if Yi Sha's direction is correct, it is obviously abnormal. In the case of losing contact, the arbitrator will not continue to move forward without authorization. Without Yi Sha's order, the arbitrator will only wait and will not take action unless attacked. Then, half an hour is enough for Yi Sha to catch up with the arbitrator. But now Yi Sha has not even seen a ghost. Yi Sha murmured, "Do you want to change direction?" Boom! Boom! At this time, there was a loud noise from the ground. Yi Sha looked down and felt the ground under his feet shaking. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and a corpse flower vine suddenly sprang out from the ground, swaying constantly, followed by the second, third, and fourth, and about a dozen corpse flower vines poked out from the ground. Yi Sha was surprised. Corpse flowers are fighting? Boom! The loud noise appeared again, more violent than before. The ground cracked a huge gap in the roar, and then a huge claw poked out from the crack. Slowly, a huge creature emerged from the ground. Is this a salamander? Yi Sha looked at the huge creature and was surprised. It's so big. The one fighting with the corpse flower underground was a huge salamander. The salamander was orange-red with black stripes on its back. It was so big that it was terrifying. It was lying on the ground, about 4 or 5 meters high, and its body length was terrifyingly close to 10 meters. This was not a salamander. It was simply a giant dinosaur. However, Yi Sha's surprise did not last long, because this was one of the reasons why he chose to come to the Gate of Hell. Ancient species. There is no doubt that the giant salamander in front of him is definitely an ancient species. Yi Sha immediately shouted, "Kill it!" The vines of the corpse flower immediately rushed towards the giant salamander. The guy in front of him attacked underground, which had already angered the corpse flower. Now that he received Yi Sha's order, the corpse flower did not delay any more and immediately attacked the giant salamander. Watching the vines falling around it, the giant salamander opened its huge mouth, sucking its tongue, and suddenly twisted its body, swung its red tail behind it, and swung it forward. Bang! The corpse flower vines collided with the giant salamander's tail, making a loud noise, which felt like an earthquake. The next moment, the corpse flower's vines were directly thrown away and fell to the ground. Obviously, the first collision ended with the corpse flower's failure. In terms of strength, the corpse flower seemed to be obviously inferior to the giant salamander. However, the corpse flower would not retreat so easily. Soon, the dozen corpse flower vines surged and gathered together, becoming extremely huge, and then smashed towards the giant salamander again. Boom! The giant salamander swung its tail and rushed forward again. But this time it could not easily shake the corpse flower vines. The vines and the tail intertwined and entangled, pushing each other, but it was difficult to determine the winner. At this time, Yi Sha also ran quickly and approached the giant salamander from the side at high speed. The giant salamander's huge size made it difficult for Yi Sha to attack easily, even if he drew out the king's holy sword and chopped it. It felt like stabbing with a toothpick. This did not mean that the king's holy sword could not break the giant salamander's defense, but the wound caused was too small, and the damage to the giant salamander was limited. Therefore, Yi Sha immediately imagined the infinite bow and chose to provide long-range support. Boom! 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 The explosive arrow flew out and landed on the side of the giant salamander, and then exploded with a bang. 3 fireballs exploded in succession, blowing off a piece of flesh from the back of the giant salamander. The giant salamander opened its huge mouth, looking extremely angry, trying to struggle out of the corpse flower vines. But at this moment, the main flower of the corpse flower suddenly rose from the ground, and a circle of plant thorns around the petals suddenly shot forward and continuously pierced into the body of the giant salamander. Blood flowed from the giant salamander's body, which was actually orange-yellow. After falling to the ground, the blood actually burned fiercely. The bloody mouth opened again, and then a burst of flame spewed out directly from the giant salamander's mouth. Oops! Yi Sha immediately yelled, "Retreat!" The biggest weakness of the corpse flower is fire. Yi Sha really didn't expect that the giant salamander could actually spit fire. In the blink of an eye, the flames were raging, The flame spewed out by the giant salamander directly dyed the sky red. At the same time, in the flames that filled the sky, orange-red blood kept dripping down. It was hot and fell to the ground, and white smoke kept coming out. Yisha frowned. The giant salamander could spit fire, which was obviously related to its blood. At the same time, the vines of the corpse flower were retreating rapidly. Fire was indeed what the corpse flower feared most. But even though the vines of the corpse flower retreated quickly, several vines were still caught in the flames and burned fiercely. Yisha continued to move to the side, saw the opportunity, and pulled the bowstring again. The explosive arrow flew upward. Although the explosive arrow would be split into 3 in the air after being strengthened by fantasy, making it difficult to control the trajectory. The giant salamander was large enough as a target, and the explosive arrow still fell into the giant salamander's mouth very accurately. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions sounded in succession, and the giant salamander's huge head was blown to one side. The direction of the flames in its mouth was also tilted, and it fell directly to the ground, scorching the ground. The corpse flower vines immediately took advantage of this moment to come back and rush towards the giant salamander again, quickly wrapping around the giant salamander and tightly wrapping it. The next moment, countless spikes suddenly grew on the corpse flower vines, which directly pierced into the body of the giant salamander. Chapter 539 Red Beetle. The giant salamander seemed unable to make a sound, but its silent roar was full of pain. You have to know that this giant salamander is a pure ancient species, not a corpse. This means that even if you don't attack the head, as long as you inflict enough trauma, you can kill the giant salamander. After roaring, the giant salamander lowered its head and sprayed flames downwards. The flames swept across the corpse flower vines, burning them off, and finally struggled out. But at this moment, an arrow came. With a puff, the piercing arrow pierced through the giant salamander's forehead, leaving a bloody hole on the giant salamander's forehead. The strong spiral energy crushed the flesh and blood around the wound. TSK. Yisha, did it deviate a little? Yisha wanted to shoot at the eyes, but because of the giant salamander's struggle, it deviated a little. However, Yisha had already put on the next arrow. Puff! The piercing arrow broke through the air again, and this time, it accurately nailed into the giant salamander's eyes. The giant salamander roared again. Blood spurted out of its eyes. White smoke came out of it. A sizzling sound was heard, and then it evaporated quickly. The temperature contained in the blood of the giant salamander seemed to be gradually rising. This meant that the giant salamander was getting more and more seriously injured, and that the fire it spewed was becoming more and more powerful. The pain made the giant salamander angry, and the anger made the giant salamander crazy. The giant salamander didn't even hold on to its target anymore, but spewed out fire frantically, one after another, forcing the corpse flower vines not to approach easily. A ball of blood suddenly fell from the sky, and then burned in midair, falling towards Yisha like a meteorite. Nitrogen slash. Yisha waved his hand without hesitation, splitting the fireball in 2, and then raised the infinite bow again. Puff! The piercing arrow flew out again, from bottom to top, landing in front of the giant salamander, making a beautiful arc. The next moment, the remaining eye of the giant salamander was pierced by Yisha's arrow, and the hot blood spilled out again. Call! Both eyes of the giant salamander were destroyed by Yisha, which means that this battle is almost over. Yisha is the winner. Without both eyes, the giant salamander can no longer attack effectively, and can't even catch the target. It can only spit out flames more frantically. Corpse flower vines suddenly dived into the ground and pierced through the abdomen of the giant salamander. If the eyes were not destroyed, the giant salamander could dodge this attack. After all, the giant salamander can also burrow into the ground and know how to avoid attacks from the ground. However, the giant salamander was unable to react at all, because it could not see and had no idea that the corpse flower vines had sneaked into the ground to attack. Puff! The giant salamander's abdomen was torn apart by a blow, and the corpse flower vines pierced through its abdomen and then pierced out from its back. The giant salamander raised its head and roared silently again. And then, boom! The giant salamander's huge body finally fell to the ground. Yisha walked towards the giant salamander's corpse. Such a large giant salamander should be a relatively rare ancient species. Maybe he could find something good from the corpse and take it back. However, the size seems a bit too huge. The corpse flower alone can't hold much. When Yisha approached, the corpse flower vines pulled out from the giant salamander's body. At this moment, Yisha suddenly felt the danger approaching, and his sixth sense told him that he should never get close to the giant salamander. Is this guy not dead yet? This thought flashed through Yisha's mind, and then he instinctively jumped back. At the same time, a large hole was torn in the body of the giant salamander by the corpse flower vines, and the body was completely turned over. The next moment, countless insects suddenly crawled out of the blood hole. Some of those insects looked like beetles, but they were orange-red all over, and they were really big. Each one was as big as a wash basin, and the number was even more terrifying, which could definitely drive people with trypophobia to death. The red beetle that emerged first suddenly spread 2 pairs of fiery red thin wings, then flew up and rushed towards Yisha frantically. Yisha drew out the king's holy sword without hesitation and chopped it forward. A fiery red beetle was split into 2 by Yisha's sword. The next moment, the beetle's body, which was split into 2 halves, suddenly caught fire. Bang! The sound of an explosion sounded, and the chopped fiery red beetle exploded in front of Yisha. The flames and the impact pushed Yisha away, tumbling in the air. Yisha supported the ground with one hand and stabilized his figure. The explosion was not very powerful, so Yisha was not hurt. However, looking at the fiery red beetles pouring out in front of him, Yisha still took a breath of cold air. The explosion of one fiery red beetle did not cause any harm to Yisha. But what if there were tens of thousands? Yisha felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. At this time, the corpse flower vines swept in from the side and swept directly into the insect tide. Those fiery red beetles were not vulnerable at all and were instantly crushed to death by the corpse flower vines. But, boom, 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 the dead red beetles exploded one after another, blasting out fireballs. The corpse flower vines quickly burned up. The fire was not small, and it was spreading wildly. The corpse flower vines slapped the ground wildly, as if trying to extinguish the flames. Yisha rushed to the side of the corpse flower vines, raised the king's holy sword and chopped forward, cutting off the corpse flower vines. Retreat! After saving the corpse flower from the flames, Yisha turned around and ran without hesitation. The red beetles behind seemed to have identified Yisha, chasing him frantically, quickly spreading out in all directions, forming a dense mass, or directly flying into the air, chasing Yisha. Dive underground. Yisha shouted, "Don't worry about me." The corpse flower was too afraid of fire. If it was caught up by those red beetles and attached to the vines or even the main flower, it would definitely be severely damaged. The corpse flower hesitated for a moment, then quickly drilled into the ground, and Yisha took out the red flame bomb, pulled out all the crystal bars inside, and threw them hard to the back. Boom, boom, boom. The red flame bomb exploded, and the flames quickly engulfed the red beetles. The red beetles were very fragile, and the terrifying thing was the explosion after death. Although they were resistant to fire, they could not withstand the power of the explosion, and were soon burned to death one by one. Chapter 540 Bear. The explosion of the red flame bomb and the explosion after the death of the red beetle formed a chain reaction and became a cycle, causing continuous explosions, killing large groups of red beetles. This caused a large number of red beetles to be killed. But they were not completely killed, because new red beetles were constantly crawling out of the giant salamander's body. Yisha couldn't help but want to curse. What is the structure of the giant salamander's body? So many red beetles. Must they completely fill the giant salamander's body? As Yisha thought about it, he continued to throw the red flame bombs and threw out the colorful clouds covering the moon, which caused a large amount of smoke to spread around him and concealed his figure. In this way, he didn't know how long he ran. When Yisha had thrown all the red flame bombs, he finally disappeared from behind him. He didn't know whether they were all killed or Yisha had increased the distance. On a towering boulder, Yisha sat down, took out a kettle and drank it, then took out dried fish and bread and started eating. After a short rest, Yisha finally had time to look around. The snow-covered mountains in the distance were still there, and the surroundings were barren. Not far away there was a stream, very shallow, not deep, and full of stones. Yisha got up and walked to the stream to wash his face. Suddenly, a small fish jumped out of the stream, with teeth as sharp as a shark, and opened its mouth to bite Yisha. Yisha quickly dodged to the side and grabbed the small fish. Snake bite. with the force in Yisha's palm. The small fish was crushed by Yisha. The danger in this place is really everywhere. Yisha couldn't help but sigh. There are countless mysterious creatures in the deep mountains. The end of the world has come. And these ancient creatures have been resurrected. Of all kinds. Throwing away the crushed fish corpse, Yisha washed his hands. And then began to move forward along the stream. Slowly, the stream gradually became wider. At the same time, the stream seemed to run through the mountains. The originally empty and boundless land began to have continuous peaks, standing on both sides of the stream. After that, he did not encounter any strange creatures. Yisha spent all his time on the road. Until the evening came. Yisha showed a helpless look. On the first day of entering the Death Valley, Yisha had no gains and lost the arbitrator. Because of the sudden appearance of the giant salamander, Yisha was completely separated from the arbitrator and had no idea where the arbitrator was. Of course, Yisha still wanted to find the arbitrator. But where should he find him? Yisha really had no clue. So he could only give up for the time being. What was more, Yisha sighed about this place. The proprietress's warning was not without reason. It was only the first day, and he was already in a very bad state. After finding some dry branches, Yisha lit a bonfire by the stream and casually took out some dried meat to roast. Yisha had already had a certain understanding of the dangers of this place. In this case, he should not wander around at night. Humans are not as mobile as wild animals at night. At this time, Yisha suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He reached out and touched it. But it was wet. Yisha looked up and was shocked. It's snowing? Yisha cursed the weather in his heart. Death Valley is really as famous as it is. The snow fell as soon as it was said. Yisha was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would have been frozen to death overnight. No wonder no one dared to pass through the gate of hell. After adding some firewood to the campfire, Yisha rubbed his hands and laid down diagonally. He was about to rest for a while. But at this time, Yisha suddenly saw a surge of bushes on the opposite side of the stream. Slowly, the bushes were pushed aside, and a giant bear came out. Yisha looked at the crescent-shaped white hair on the giant bear's chest and blurted out, "Crescent-shaped bear." Yisha immediately drew his sword and looked at the crescent-shaped bear vigilantly. This crescent-shaped bear was much bigger than the one Yisha had seen in the desert. It was almost 2 meters tall on all fours, and almost 4 meters tall if it stood upright. This was definitely a ferocious monster. The crescent-shaped bear seemed to come to the valley to drink water. After licking it twice, it soon discovered Yisha's presence. The man and the bear stared at each other across the stream. After a stalemate, the crescent-shaped bear took the lead and stepped directly into the stream. Yisha did not hesitate to strike, swinging his sword forward. Nitrogen slash. As Yisha slashed through the air with his sword, a cut was made on the crescent-shaped bear's shoulder. A deafening roar suddenly sounded, and the pain and blood angered the crescent-shaped bear. It no longer walked slowly, but suddenly ran. Many people think that bears are not fast because their huge bodies seem to be a burden. Then, they must have never seen a bear running. The speed of the crescent-shaped bear in front of them is not only fast, but also quite fast. Its huge body is like a bulldozer, running quickly towards Yisha. Yisha waved his hands gently. Nitrogen control. Suddenly, a violent wind appeared around, sweeping towards the crescent-shaped bear, splashing water from the stream and continuously spraying towards the crescent-shaped bear. At the same time, in the water, after using the water to cover the side of the crescent bear, Yisha also continuously slashed out nitrogen slashes and slashed towards the crescent bear. The crescent bear's body kept making muffled puff sounds, and wounds were constantly cut on its body. Blood flowed down and dyed the stream red. Finally, the huge crescent bear rushed across the valley, came to Yisha, and stood up suddenly. After the huge body stood up, it felt like it was covering the sky and the sun. The next moment, the huge bear paw fell towards Yisha. Boom! The bear's paw hit a boulder, which was shattered by the palm, and Yisha jumped to the side to avoid the attack. The golden sword light of the king's holy sword was particularly dazzling at night. After sweeping forward, it swept around on the waist of the crescent bear. The crescent bear roared again in anger and turned around to attack, but was avoided by Yisha again. Yisha stepped back and looked at the crescent bear. Although his attacks had hit several times, the crescent bear had thick skin and flesh, and this degree of injury could only be considered a minor injury. To kill the crescent bear, this degree of attack was obviously far from enough. It seems that the attack should be more fierce? Yisha curled the corners of his mouth, then waved the king's holy sword and provocatively hooked his finger at the crescent bear. The next moment, the crescent bear raised its paw high again and slapped it towards Yisha. Chapter 541 Silverfish. Yisha showed no fear. This crescent bear was much stronger than the one Yisha had encountered before. However, it was far from being something Yisha could not handle. In Yisha's memory, the strongest crescent bear did not seem to exceed the diamond level. In other words, Platinum 5 stars was almost the upper limit of the crescent bear. The figure of this crescent bear was indeed terrifying. It might be improved on this basis. But if it was just a stronger body, it would be at most the diamond 1-star level. Yisha is now a king. Looking at the huge bear paw falling towards him. This time, Yisha did not even choose to dodge. Bang! Yisha raised his hand and directly pinched the wrist of the crescent bear, and then simply relied on strength to catch the bear paw of the crescent bear. Yisha said fiercely, "What does fresh bear meat taste like when roasted? I'm really looking forward to it." Puff! The moment Yisha finished speaking, the king's holy sword swept forward, from bottom to top, sweeping across the chest of the crescent bear, directly cutting a huge wound, and spilling blood on the ground. The next moment, Yisha immediately stretched out his hand and pressed forward. Shock wave. With a bang, the huge body of the crescent bear was blown away and hit a rock hard, smashing it to pieces. Yisha immediately rushed forward, swinging his arms continuously and performing nitrogen slashes while running. Puff! Puff! The crescent bear had 2 more wounds on its body, and then Yisha rushed to the front of the crescent bear. Puff! The king's holy sword fell again and chopped on the crescent bear's arm. And then Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it into the crescent bear's neck. The crescent bear roared and swung its arms violently, sweeping Yisha away. With a splash, Yisha fell into the stream. After the blow, the crescent bear also rushed into the stream, running and splashing a large amount of water. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly leaned out of the stream, lowered his body, swept the Alaskan whale harpoon forward, swept across the crescent bear's ankle, and then rushed forward with his whole body. With a bang, the man and the bear fell into a ball and rolled in the stream. After finally stabilizing his body, Yisha thrust the king's holy sword in his hand and pierced the crescent bear's abdomen directly. Yisha shouted, "You beast! You deserve to die!" Puff! Yisha pulled out the king's holy sword with force, raised the Alaskan whale harpoon, and stabbed it into the crescent bear's head with force. Then Yisha pressed in the stream. Shock wave. Using the recoil force of the shock wave, Yisha jumped up directly, and then landed on the back of the crescent bear, holding the king's holy sword in both hands, and stabbed it downwards with force. Puff! The king's holy sword pierced through the crescent-toothed bear's neck, and the crescent-toothed bear's huge body finally fell into the stream. Blood flowed, gradually dyeing the surface of the stream red. Huh? Yisha breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed one of the crescent-toothed bear's legs, and dragged the crescent-toothed bear back to the shore. There are many good things on the crescent-toothed bear. The teeth and claws can be used to make weapons, and the gall can improve physical fitness. As for the bear meat, bones, and even internal organs, they can also be used to feed the corpse flower and continue to strengthen the ancient bloodline of the corpse flower. So, after dragging the crescent bear ashore, Yisha also dissected it skillfully. Finally, I got something. Yisha packed up the things, and then threw the things he needed into the corpse flower, and let the corpse flower eat the things he didn't need. At the same time, Yisha left a bear paw and a piece of bear meat to improve his diet, roasted them, and stuffed them into his mouth. But he spit it out after taking only one bite, and then swore that he would rather eat biscuits than bear meat again. This thing is too dry. Although I often hear that bear meat is expensive and delicious, the fact is that bear meat is very dry and juicy. It tastes good, but it is too fishy and has a strong smell of soil. It can't be called food. Of course, it may also need special processing before it can become an ingredient. After tasting the bear meat, Yisha asked the corpse flower to be alert, and then leaned against a rock and fell asleep. On the first day, there were many dangers, but not much gain. While thinking about how to move forward tomorrow, Yisha's thoughts gradually dissipated. Nothing happened that night. When Yisha woke up the next day, there were some small pieces of ice on his eyebrows and hair. This place was indeed cold enough. Without enough warming equipment and warming measures, most people would lose their lives just because of the temperature. After a little cleaning, Yi Sha continued his journey. The arbitrator could not be found for the time being, and Yi Sha did not know where to find him, so he could only give up for the time being. In the worst case, Yi Sha would completely lose the support of the arbitrator during this journey. After returning to the entrance of the Gate of Hell, he would follow the route he came from and find the arbitrator. As for now, Yi Sha had difficulty even confirming his position, so he could only move forward along the stream. The stream seemed to flow deep into the mountains, with majestic peaks on both sides and vaguely visible snow on the top of the mountains. The ancient species did not appear throughout the morning, until noon, when Yi Sha decided to take a short break. Suddenly, a splash of water appeared in the stream, and a small silver fish jumped out of the stream. The silver fish was about half an arm long, with a long and narrow body. What was amazing was that the scales on its body were shaped like dragon scales, and on both sides of its lips, there were two long silver whiskers with golden lines. Yi Sha immediately became interested and reached out to grab the silver fish. Unexpectedly, the silver fish was extremely slippery. It twisted its body and escaped from Yi Sha's palm. Then it aimed at Yi Sha and sprayed a water arrow. The six-flower shield automatically emerged and blocked Yi Sha, blocking the water arrow. Interesting. Watching the silver fish flee back into the stream, Yi Sha suddenly pulled out the king's holy sword and swung it into the water, creating a large splash of water and sweeping the fish out of the water. The next moment, Yi Sha stretched out his hand and grasped the air. Catch the dragon and release the crane. Catch the dragon in one move. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, sucking the fish in midair and holding it firmly in his hand. Run. Run again for me and see. Yi Sha sneered. Just give me a snack. Yi Sha caught the small fish and returned to the shore. He beat the silver fish to death on the rock, then found some branches, skewered the silver fish, set up a bonfire, and started grilling. The silver fish did seem to be a little special. After being slowly roasted, it actually exuded a strange fragrance, which seemed to be that sweet fragrance. Chapter 542 The Apostle Walks. Yi Sha tore a piece of fish meat and stuffed it into his mouth, then showed a happy expression. This thing is much better than bear meat. Although it has a little fishy smell, it is completely acceptable. The meat is fresh and tender, and it will fall apart at the first bite. Even with chewing, there will be a faint sweetness in the fish meat. Yi Sha ate the grilled fish clean inside. This is called a snack. Except on the Doomsday train, there is almost no fresh food to eat at other times. It is either dried meat or biscuits, or compressed food, which is at best just to fill you up. Although it takes time to adapt in order to survive, it would still be quite good if you can have more food. After eating, Yi Sha got up and moved around, but suddenly felt a burning sensation in his stomach, which then began to spread and quickly spread throughout his body. Yi Sha felt that his skin was scorching hot. His face turned red, and fine beads of sweat began to ooze out of his body. Yi Sha took a breath of cold air. Could this thing be poisonous? The silver fish was definitely not infected with the zombie virus, and there was no sign of corpse transformation, but it was hard to say whether it contained toxins. Yi Sha would not be so stupid as to eat it without checking it, but used an instrument to test for toxins to confirm that there were no toxins in the fish meat. But at the moment, Yi Sha's body temperature was indeed rising. After gritting his teeth, Yi Sha jumped directly into the stream. The cold stream water made Yi Sha feel a lot more comfortable, as if to suppress the scalding feeling. After a while, special genes are integrated into the blood, and your physical fitness is slightly enhanced. Special genes are integrated into the blood, and your dragon transformation ability is enhanced. The mysterious voice suddenly sounded, and Yi Sha was shocked. According to the mysterious voice's prompt, the interval for using the dragon transformation ability was originally 12 hours, but now it has become 8 hours. In addition, all the skills attached to the dragon transformation have been slightly enhanced in power. That fish, Yi Sha murmured, showing a look of surprise. The scales of the fish looked like dragon scales, and the two golden whiskers at the corners of its mouth also looked like dragon whiskers. Does this mean that the ancient silver fish has dragon blood? Of course, this is not what Yi Sha was surprised about. But if the silver fish really has dragon blood, it means that the legendary creature dragon does exist? Dragons are actually ancient species? This, Yi Sha couldn't help but, it shouldn't be possible. Ancient species refers to creatures that existed in ancient times and then became extinct for some reason. It is too hard to imagine that legendary creatures like dragons really existed. For example, the ability to transform into a dragon is a fantasy ability, which means that all of this is fantasy. However, Yi Sha thought about it carefully. Even vampires and werewolves can exist. So maybe there really are dragons. Anyway, no matter what, Yi Sha felt that he had picked up a treasure this time. Yi Sha couldn't help but laugh. This is the biggest gain so far. Yi Sha smiled and climbed out of the stream. With the sound of the mysterious voice, Yi Sha's body temperature began to drop, and the hot feeling gradually disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Yi Sha did not leave in a hurry, but waited by the stream, hoping to find a second similar silver fish. Unfortunately, Yi Sha was doomed to be disappointed. Occasionally, he could see some fish in the stream, but they were all ordinary fish. The silver fish he saw before never appeared again. After waiting for more than an hour, Yi Sha had to give up, packed up his things, and continued to move forward along the stream. Although the first day in Death Valley was not satisfactory, the harvest of silver fish gave Yi Sha more confidence. But at this moment, the ground in front of Yi Sha suddenly cracked, and a corpse flower vine suddenly emerged from the ground, swaying gently in front of Yi Sha. Someone. Yi Sha understood the meaning and was surprised. Where? The corpse flower vine twisted and pointed to the mountain on the side. The arbitrator was temporarily missing, so the exploration work was temporarily handed over to the corpse flower. The corpse flower can sneak into the ground, then release small vines to drill into the ground, blend in with the grass to disguise, and even cling to some trees. It is also good at exploring areas, and is extremely difficult to be discovered. Yi Sha looked at the direction pointed by corpse flower, and immediately said, "Lead the way. Let's go and have a look." Even before the end of the world, Death Valley was almost uninhabited, and no one dared to step through the door of hell. After the end of the world, it is naturally even more uninhabited. Who would run to this uninhabited place to seek death? Especially after the end of the world. The ancient species appeared, and the living environment of Death Valley became even worse. So, who is the human that Corpse Flower found? Is he a surviving human who chose to come to Death Valley like himself? Or, the apostles are walking? Yi Sha's eyes suddenly lit up. If the Corpse Flower really discovered the apostles, then this trip would be really worthwhile. Following the direction pointed by the Corpse Flower, Yi Sha quickly climbed up the mountain on the side, stepped on the snow and quickly climbed to the top of the mountain. Lying on a raised platform, Yi Sha took out the telescope and looked forward. On the opposite connected mountain, he saw a figure. Yi Sha slowly increased the magnification of the telescope and then raised his eyebrows. It's really the apostles. There are 3 apostles climbing up the side of the mountain, wearing cloaks, masks, red scarves on their hands, typical apostles' attire, and a fur ring around their necks. Did they really catch a big fish this time? Yi Sha murmured. Why did the apostles come here? Yi Sha could only think of one possibility. Looking for something. Generally, the apostles appear either to fight against the Doomsday train or to look for something. The Noah's Steel and the ancient civilization stone box are both objects of contention between the two sides. Now that the crew has entered the holiday period, although the ordinary carriages will continue to arrive at the next stop, the Holy Mountain is not among the destinations of the next stop. Then, these apostles obviously cannot come to the Holy Mountain to fight against the Doomsday train. Therefore, there is only one other possibility. These guys intend to find something in the Holy Mountain. According to the clues that Yi Sha has mastered so far, the apostles seem to have been looking for Noah's Steel, ancient civilization stone boxes, and other related things. Even if the black sand that Yi Sha snatched back last time seemed to have nothing to do with ancient civilization, but with meteorites. After Yi Sha brought the black sand back to the Doomsday train, the Noah's Steel absorbed all the black sand. This means that there should still be a connection between the black sand and the Noah's Steel. Chapter 543 Camp. Yi Sha pondered for a moment and summoned the corpse flower vines. Follow them. Be careful not to be discovered. Just enough to determine the direction they are moving. Understand? The corpse flower vine shook for a moment, then quickly dived into the ground, heading in the direction the apostles were walking. The surrounding mountains were bare and covered with snow. Against the white background, the human figures would appear particularly obvious, so Yi Sha could not follow too closely. In order not to lose them, he could only send out the corpse flower. In Yi Sha's opinion, If the other party was looking for something, it must be something similar or related to Noah's stone tablet, ancient civilization stone box, and the like. And isn't this exactly the reason why Yisha came here in the first place? It would be great if someone could lead the way, Yisha murmured, watching the other party disappear over the hill, then slid down the snow to the bottom of the mountain, and then began to climb the opposite peak. Although the other party's trace was lost, the corpse flower would monitor it, and at the same time, it could follow it all the way through the footprints left in the snow. The most important thing is, Yisha looked up at the sky. In 3 or 4 hours, it will be night. While murmuring, Yisha quickened his pace and began to climb the mountain. The target of the apostles walking seemed not to be in the Death Valley, but in the mountain range known as the Holy Mountain. Although Yisha did not follow the apostle, he did not lose his trace. The corpse flower had always left a mark, indicating the direction in which the apostle had walked. Until night fell, Yisha's land cracked, and the corpse flower vines came out. Why did they come back? Yisha tilted his head and thought for a moment. Did they stop? The corpse flower vines swayed back and forth, indicating that what Yisha said was right. Yisha looked at the sky, which was gray, and the light had gradually faded. It was already night. The air was a little cold, and the clouds were very low. It looked like it might snow again. At night, with wind and snow, it was not surprising that the apostles chose to rest. But at this moment, the corpse flower vine was crawling on the ground, outlining the shape of a valley. And then the front end was lit up in the snow, with countless small dots. Yisha thought for a moment. You mean, they are not going to rest, but have reached their destination? The corpse flower vine swayed back and forth again. Yisha, what do these dots mean? Suddenly, Yisha took a breath of cold air. Yisha, do these dots mean people? The corpse flower vine swayed back and forth again. Yisha got a positive answer, and couldn't help but take another breath of cold air. Those small dots should not represent how many people there are, but a lot of people. If there are really so many apostles walking, then Yisha is not running to rob things, but to die. There were only 3 apostles walking before, and Yisha felt that he was not without hope if he tried. But if there were a large group of people, this was definitely bad news. But what happened to the 3 apostles walking before? Why did they leave the team? Did they come out to look for food or something? In addition to concerns, Yisha was more unwilling. He had come this far. Should he give up? No. He couldn't give up. Yisha gritted his teeth and decided to take a look no matter what. He was too unwilling to give up. Not to mention, Yisha looked up at the sky. It was already night. As long as it was night, he would be able to escape unscathed even if something unexpected happened. Show me the way. Yisha immediately made a decision. Take me there to have a look. The corpse flower vine nodded and quickly moved close to the ground, while Yisha took out the night owl. This was what Yisha relied on. As long as it was night, he could use the night owl's night attack, the wings of darkness plus the son of wind ability, and the nitrogen control to change the wind flow. Yisha was confident that even if there were so many apostles walking around, he would be able to escape unscathed. Soon, a black curtain enveloped Yisha's body, and then condensed behind Yisha to form a pair of black wings. The next moment, Yisha floated into the air and flew forward quickly. After flying over several mountains in succession, Yisha vaguely saw a faint light. So he quickly landed and climbed to the top of a mountain. Taking out the telescope, Yisha looked in the direction of the light, and then was surprised. Comscope? There were many tents in the valley. On the side of the tents, you could see the logo of Compu. Obviously, those tents belonged to Compu. In addition, many people were busy walking around in the camp, including many wearing biochemical suits. What was particularly eye-catching was that there was a circle of large holes in the center of the camp, and outside the holes, there was a machine similar to a drill, which was constantly running. Yisha knocked on the ground, and the corpse flower vines immediately drilled out. Yisha, are these the people you're referring to? Not the apostles? The corpse flower vine swayed back and forth, and Yisha was relieved. He had misunderstood that there were a bunch of apostles, which made things complicated. But they were just ordinary humans from Compu, so Yisha naturally didn't take them seriously. Yisha continued, so, what about the apostles? The corpse flower vine swayed left and right, and then drew a circle on the snow. Yisha, you only know that those guys are nearby? The corpse flower vine swayed back and forth again. Yisha pondered for a moment. You should hide underground first. The corpse flower vine quickly retracted underground. Yisha looked at the camp not far away, and couldn't help wondering why Compu appeared here. Judging from the large amount of equipment they brought, they were obviously well prepared. Was there anything Compu was looking for underground? Then, what about the apostles? The apostles got the traces of Compu, so they chased here. Did they want to rob something? Or maybe it was just a coincidence. What Compu was looking for was what the apostles wanted to find. Now the apostles seemed to be hiding. It seemed that they wanted Compu to take action. And then snatch it? Several question marks flashed through Yisha's mind. And then he suddenly laughed. The mantis stalks the cicada. And the oriole is behind? Yisha laughed. This game is interesting. We have both the mantis and the cicada. But let the oriole do it. Yisha murmured in his heart. Then adjusted his position and stared at the direction of the camp. From the current situation, the drilling instrument seems to be still running. That is to say, if there is anything underground, at least it is definitely not accessible underground for the time being. So, what Yisha has to do is to wait patiently. Just like the apostles. Chapter 544, the Arbiter reappears. Yisha was very patient. But even though he was very patient, he did not expect that he would have to wait for 2 days. He stuffed a few biscuits when he was hungry, and stuffed a handful of snow into his mouth when he was thirsty. He never dared to leave the camp, even when he was sleeping. The corpse flower would monitor him on his behalf. After 2 days, cheers finally broke out in the camp. Countless people cheered around the huge pit. And then the drilling machine stopped and was slowly moved away. There were quite a few staff members from Compu who came here. After the drilling machine was moved away, they began to install the elevator in a hurry and put up guardrails around the pit. Then the armed personnel began to prepare. There were about 50 or 60 armed personnel, all wearing special biochemical suits. Boxes of weapons were dragged out of the tent. After being armed, these armed personnel in biochemical suits boarded the elevator and went underground one after another. There were 10 batches in total, and all the armed personnel went underground. Then, there were more than 30 staff members left on the ground, who were also not idle. Some tents were filled with instruments, and the staff immediately took their positions. Except for the staff, who were only responsible for daily life. Everyone else had to receive messages at any time, analyze the messages sent back from underground, and even transmit them back to the headquarters. Yisha did not move, but continued to stare at the camp. Patience is indispensable if you want to be a yellow bird. And Yisha believes that there will be people who are more anxious than Yisha. Sure enough, about a quarter of an hour later, a figure appeared around the camp. Yisha's expression suddenly changed. Surprised, arbitrator? The figure that appeared around the camp was not the apostle, but the arbitrator. The arbitrator entered the camp directly with a machine gun, and was soon discovered. Hey, who are you? Someone stopped in front of the arbitrator and shouted, Hey, come here. There is a person here. Before the man finished speaking, the arbitrator suddenly reached out and grabbed the other person's neck, lifted him up in the air, and then the man's head tilted, but his neck was crushed by the arbitrator. The arbitrator picked up the machine gun and loaded the ammunition belt. His eyes flashed red as he was scanning the organisms. Then he immediately pulled the trigger. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of machine gun shooting rang out, and the bullets penetrated the tent directly. The staff in the tent had not even reacted before they were riddled with bullets. The instruments on the table were pierced by bullets and exploded one after another. The arbitrator strode forward and kept wandering in the camp. After about 10 minutes, the arbitrator killed about 20 to 30 living humans in the camp. The area around some tents was already stained red with blood. Yisha's heart was in turmoil. Why was the arbitrator here? Moreover, the arbitrator's actions were obviously not in accordance with his orders. Who was manipulating him? As for the arbitrator himself, although Compu might have other arbitrators, after all, the arbitrator was developed by Compu. Yisha could still tell that the arbitrator in front of him was his own through the clothes. At the same time, after killing all the humans in the camp, the arbitrator stood in the camp, like a stone sculpture, and entered standby mode. About 10 minutes later, the 3 apostles that Yisha had seen before appeared and walked into the camp. The arbitrator actually followed the 3 apostles faithfully. Yisha's face showed surprise again. Did the arbitrator listen to the apostles? Could it be? Yisha murmured, Chip? Although the arbitrator has transformed into an alien creature, the essence of the arbitrator is still partly mechanical. And the arbitrator chip is the core of all this. Just like the human brain. If the Apostle Walker replaced the arbiter chip, it is indeed possible to command the arbiter. At this time, after taking the arbiter, the three Apostles Walker walked towards the elevator. And after starting the elevator, they quickly entered the underground. Sure enough, Yisha murmured, the goal of these guys is the same as that of Compu. It seems that there really is something underground. While thinking, Yisha quickly flipped out from behind the top of the mountain and slid down the slope of the mountain. After entering the valley, Yisha also quickly entered the camp. The camp was filled with the smell of blood. Yisha strolled around the tent. The arbitrator was indeed faithful in executing orders, and not a single person was left alive. Then Yisha checked the instruments in the tent that were not broken by the arbitrator. The instruments are roughly divided into three categories. The first category is communication tools, which are used to communicate with armed personnel and outside the sacred mountain, because the sacred mountain has a strong magnetic force. Electronic equipment will be damaged or unusable in most areas, so these devices are specially made. The second type of instrument was a camera, which was brought along by the armed personnel. At this moment, images were constantly being transmitted back. Yisha stared at the screen, which was a long and narrow stone passage. Ruins? The passage exuded the breath of time, and was built with black stone bricks. Some moss could be vaguely seen. Yisha couldn't help but think of Noah's steel, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The last type of instrument classification was safety instruments, such as dangerous material detection, etc. The armed personnel who entered the ruins carried equipment, and the instruments here would scan and analyze the data. If there was any danger, an alarm would be issued. It seems that I should take action as well. Yisha grinned, then left the tent and came to the side of the elevator. Because the elevator did not rise back, Yisha simply summoned the corpse flower and slid down to the ground by grabbing the vines. After reaching the bottom of the cave, the first thing Yisha saw was a huge karst cave, with towering stone pillars and upside-down stalagmites everywhere. The space was not very large. In the front left, there were two caves that could lead to deeper depths. Yisha checked the cave entrance. There were marks on both sides. Nails were nailed on the side, and emergency lights were hung. It seemed that the people from Compu were not sure where the caves on both sides could lead to, so they split into two routes. So, which way did the apostles go? Or did they also split into two paths? Yisha held his chin and pondered for a moment. He certainly couldn't explore separately, unless he split his body in half and let the corpse flower go to one of them. Yisha was not very reassured. Yisha murmured, then it depends on luck. Chapter 545 Relics. Yisha took out a coin and threw it into the air. After receiving it, he entered the cave on the left. The cave still looked like a karst cave, but the deeper he went, the fewer stone pillars and stalagmites there were. Then the walls around no longer looked like a cave, but had become artificially built. This passage was very similar to the one Yisha had seen on the screen before. It was built with black stone bricks and seemed very long with no end in sight. Yisha walked forward patiently. After an unknown amount of time, Yisha suddenly stopped. There were faint lights ahead. Yisha stood close to the wall, completely hiding his figure in the shadows, and then leaned forward to look. At the end of the passage, there was a stone door, which had been opened. Two men stood outside the stone door, wearing biochemical suits but without helmets, leaning against the wall to smoke, and seemed to be arranged to guard here. Yisha used the night cover of the night owl to completely wrap himself up, and after hiding himself, he quietly moved towards the two men. The moment he approached, the blade flashed. With a puff, Yisha held the Alaskan whale harpoon in his backhand and stabbed it into the neck of one of them. Before the man could react, blood spurted out of his neck, and he slowly slid down the wall. The other man was stunned. And then Yisha suddenly appeared, raised his palm forward, and grabbed the other person's neck. Life is always full of choices. Yisha whispered, life or death. Choose. The feeling of suffocation made the other person's face turn purple. He kept struggling, and then said with difficulty, live? I want to live. Yisha dragged the man away, and then said, if you shout and scream, you can indeed attract people. But, believe me, at that moment, you will die. Understand? The other person nodded with difficulty. Yisha let go of the other person. People from Compu? The other person's face was full of fear, and he stuttered yes. Yes, Yes. Yisha, what are you looking for? The other party, I don't know. Yisha suddenly covered the other party's mouth. And then the Alaskan whale harpoon stabbed into the other party's thigh. The man wanted to howl in pain, but Yisha covered his mouth in advance, so he could only make a whimpering sound and his body kept twitching. After a while, the man slowly gave up struggling, and Yisha let him go. Yisha, I don't know, in my opinion, is not the correct answer. Understand? The other party nodded, but I really don't know. We were ordered to follow the orders of Dr. Luo Jin. Those researchers probably know something. I am just an armed personnel, responsible for protecting the researchers. Yisha, where is Dr. Luo Jin? Other party, he took people to the front. Yisha, then why are you two staying here? Other party, the doctor said that the deeper you go, the thinner the air is, and it must be filled with toxic substances. He wants to install an air purification device in the front. The two of us are there to make sure that the air is flowing normally after the device is installed. Yisha nodded, suddenly raised the Alaskan whale harpoon, and stabbed it into the opponent's throat. The opponent widened his eyes, revealing strong resentment, and stared at Yisha. Yisha, I only let you choose whether to live or die. But I never said that the ending is up to you. Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, wiped it on the opponent's clothes, and then stood up and walked deep into the passage. When he came to the door, Yisha carefully poked his head in. This is a small stone hall, not very large, about 20 to 30 square meters, and there is a stone door on the other side that goes deeper inside, which has been opened. There was no decoration in the stone hall, and no one was seen. Probably the people from Compu had gone further inside. Yisha walked out boldly and looked at the stone hall around him. Although there was nothing in the stone hall, there were some wall carvings on the walls, which showed some men and women in ancient costumes kneeling in front of something like an altar, as if they were offering sacrifices to the heavens and praying for blessings. In the sky, there were thick clouds carved, and there seemed to be something hidden in the clouds. A pair of huge pupils looked at the people praying below. Yisha held his chin and pondered for a moment. Ancient wall carvings like this usually don't look good, but have symbolic meanings or tell stories. Yisha could probably understand the content of the stone carvings, but he didn't know what the meaning was. I thought the carvings in a stone hall were not very complete. Rumble. Rumble. At this time, the door on the other side of the stone hall suddenly made a mechanical sound. Yisha was stunned for a moment, and then quickly stepped aside. Puff! The dark gray dust suddenly poured out from the other side of the door. Yisha quickly covered his mouth and nose and watched the dust pour out. After a while, when the dust passed through the passage on the other side, and then spread out in all directions, Yisha clearly felt that there seemed to be airflow circulating in the air. Originally, there was always a musty smell in the air, similar to that of something rotting. But now the smell has obviously faded. Is this the air purification device? Yisha waved his hand, swept away the dust still floating around, poked his head into the passage, and after confirming that there was no one, he continued to move forward along the passage. The terrain of the passage suddenly became a little inclined, gradually forming a slope downwards. About a quarter of an hour later, Yisha reached the end. There was no stone door blocking the way, but an arched cave entrance. Yisha came to the cave entrance and saw that the outside of the cave entrance was empty, and below was a nearly circular space filled with densely packed crystals, which seemed to be naturally formed crystals. However, there was a stream of energy bodies, like smoke and fog flowing in the crystal, mostly yellow, with a few orange and red. The armed personnel in biochemical suits faithfully guarded every corner, and some people who took off their biochemical suit helmets looked a bit older, and seemed to be researchers, fiddling around with instruments around the crystal, looking very excited. After a while, at the instruction of the researchers, an armed person came to the side of a crystal and hammered hard, chiseling a crack in the crystal. The next moment, a little energy from the crystal flowed out, and then the whole space began to tremble. Seal it! Seal it! Seal it quickly! An old researcher immediately shouted, "This is naturally formed, the purest energy material. We can't let it leak. Otherwise this place will collapse." Another researcher, "Are you sure?" "Of course." The old researcher, "If you don't believe it, check the data." A young man in the back nodded. Just now, the energy fluctuation increased by about 125%. Chapter 546 Dragon-Shaped Statue and Stone Ball. A group of researchers all showed excitement on their faces. Energy bodies are not rare, such as electrical energy and wind energy, which can actually be considered a form of energy body. However, naturally formed pure energy body? Yi Sha had never heard of such a thing. Wind is also naturally formed, which is the kinetic energy generated by the flow of a large amount of air on the surface of the earth. But it should not be considered a pure energy body. Most of them require devices to use wind flow to start. In short, Yi Sha had never seen or heard of the energy body contained in the crystal, and it was basically certain that it did not exist before the end of the world. Perhaps it was due to the changes caused by the end of the world, just like the revival of those ancient species that should have been extinct. This was itself a change caused by the chain reaction caused by the end of the world and the change of the environment. So, are these energy bodies also caused by environmental changes? At this time, the researchers had taken out some research devices that Yi Sha did not recognize and placed them around the crystal, as if absorbing those energy substances. Yi Sha was a little disappointed. If Compu and the apostles came for these energy bodies, then this was obviously not what Yi Sha wanted. Even though judging from the expressions of those researchers, these energy body materials seemed to be of extraordinary value. But, even if they could be snatched, what would it matter? Yi Sha had no idea what these things were for. Anyway, when it came to energy bodies, the first thing Yi Sha thought of was kinetic energy. What about generating electricity for the entire city? And huge machinery running? Was it useful? It was quite useful. But what can Yi Sha do with it? Contribute to the power output of the Doomsday train? At this time, the devices have been installed. But what surprised Yi Sha is that, after leaving a researcher to look after the devices and 2 armed men to guard them, the others did not seem to plan to stay any longer. At this time, Yi Sha discovered that there was a hole on the side of the space that could lead to a deeper place. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. It seems that we have to continue exploring? No. These guys are not here for those energy bodies. The number of researchers and armed personnel was about 50. In this case, only 3 people were left behind? This seemed too careless. So the energy body material was probably just a surprise? Yi Sha smiled. This is interesting. The people from Compu moved slowly, because they brought a lot of instruments and some ammunition boxes. After a long time, they slowly began to enter the passage. Yi Sha seemed very patient. He didn't want to alert the enemy. After waiting for everyone to enter the passage and another half an hour, Yi Sha took action. On the side of the cave entrance, there is a winding stone path that leads to the bottom. Yi Sha crouched down and slowly slipped out. The researcher was excitedly testing the data of energy substances, while the other 2 armed personnel seemed a little bored. At this time, Yi Sha quietly touched down along the stone path. Yi Sha opened his hand, and the infinite bow was imagined by Yi Sha. The next moment, Yi Sha suddenly pulled the bowstring. Puff! The piercing arrow suddenly broke through the air, and an armed person had no reaction at all. Suddenly, a long arrow appeared on his head, and then the long arrow went from top to bottom and pierced directly from the top of the armed person's head. The other armed man was stunned. At this moment, Yi Sha jumped down from the stone path, pulled the bowstring in the air, and shot the second arrow, which pierced the throat of the second armed man. The researcher was also shocked. He didn't expect that someone would suddenly appear. But Yi Sha killed 2 people in a row, which gave him enough time to react. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. But at this moment, Yi Sha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and swung it forward. Ah! The researcher screamed. His palm was completely pierced by the Alaskan whale harpoon, and the walkie-talkie naturally fell to the ground. Yi Sha walked forward, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and wiped the other person's throat, killing the researcher cleanly and neatly. After dealing with the 3 people, Yi Sha looked at the devices, but didn't know how to fiddle with them. So he just ignored them, and quickly walked towards the cave ahead. The cave also looked like a stone cave at the beginning, and gradually became a man-made passage. This passage is much longer than expected. Of course, Yi Sha also deliberately controlled his speed to avoid going too fast and catching up with the Compu Company personnel who were ahead. Even so, after walking for a full hour, the passage has not reached the end. But there is an emergency light every 20 meters on both sides, which is obviously placed here by the Compu Company people, which also makes Yi Sha more patient. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of walking, at the end of the passage, a little light finally appeared. No human figure was seen. So Yisha immediately increased his speed until he reached the entrance of the passage. And then, he carefully slowed down. Outside the passage, Yisha stood against the wall, hiding his figure as much as possible, and then looked out of the passage. This was a huge space, artificially built into the shape of a stone palace. At the end, there was a huge dragon-shaped stone sculpture, 100 meters long, lifelike, with 5 ferocious claws and a stone ball in its mouth. Yisha's expression changed instantly. The stone ball was what Yisha was looking for. Yisha dared to guarantee 100% that the stone ball was definitely the same thing as Noah's steel and the stone box of ancient civilization, because the stone ball was engraved with incomprehensible words. But from the shape and outline, it can be clearly seen that the words on it are in the same font as the words on Noah's steel and the words on the stone box cover. In addition, Yisha also found that the stone ball and the dragon sculpture were somewhat out of tune. The rocks are different. From the color and texture of the rock, it can be seen that the rock of the stone ball is different from the rock of the dragon statue. It feels like the dragon statue was carved and then the stone ball was placed on it. At the same time, the researchers were also very excited. One of the old researchers was holding a book. But if he looked closely, he would find that the outside of the book was actually a binding material. Under the protection of the binding material, there was a piece of ancient parchment inside. No matter how you look at it, the parchment showed traces of time, and the edges were even broken. The old researcher, everything is exactly the same as recorded in the literature. There is no mistake. Absolutely no mistake. Believe me, this is what we are looking for. Chapter 547 Blending In. The leader of this group of people is a middle-aged man whose age is hard to judge. Yisha deduced from his voice that he is quite old, because he has a baby face and black, naturally curly hair. It is difficult for a baby face to be serious, but the researchers around him are very obedient to this man, and seem to recognize his position as a leader. Yisha guessed that this man is probably Dr. Luo Jin. After all, there are not many researchers with Oriental names and Oriental looks. Considering the tone and status of the leader, it is basically correct. Luo Jin held his chin, carefully looked at the stone sculpture, then looked at the parchment several times, and then said, "Everyone start to work. First put up the support." The armed personnel around him obviously not only had to guard, but also did hard labor. One by one, the metal boxes were opened, and then one by one, the steel pipes were taken out. Those steel pipes can be connected and then built into a huge support. Luo Jin shouted and warned, "Everyone be careful. Everyone wear gloves. Don't touch the statue." After shouting, Luo Jin said to the researchers on the side, "Perform material scanning. Don't touch the stone ball first. We need to discuss how to remove the stone ball. Let's start material analysis from the statue first. A researcher, take a few photos and send them back first." "Okay." Luo Jin nodded. "Use a high magnification camera and send another team of armed personnel to explore the surroundings to make sure there is no danger here. By the way, air testing must also be carried out to see if there are toxic substances. The biochemical suit must not be taken off. It is better to work slowly." Luo Jin was obviously very experienced and arranged everything in an orderly manner. Yisha hid behind the door, watching everything, watching the stone ball. Yisha was not only interested in the stone ball, but also in the tightly sealed parchment in Luo Jin's hand. He wanted to know what was recorded on it. If the content recorded was related to the stone ball, would it also record the ancient civilization related to the stone ball? If we can know the things related to that ancient civilization, maybe we can find the secret of Noah's steel from it. This can be said to be a huge harvest. Yisha wanted the stone ball. Yisha also wanted the parchment. However, Yisha did not act rashly. In Yisha's opinion, the 30 armed personnel of Compu were not even the elites of the Three Dragons team. In addition to some researchers and scientists who were weak and helpless, there were also many elderly people among them. He could easily deal with them. However, Yisha did not intend to kill them like this, because there were still potential enemies. Apostle walks? If this is a game of the mantis catching the cicada, while the oriole waits behind, then Yisha wants to be the oriole, not the mantis. Besides, Yisha murmured, there is no reason to be anxious for the time being. The people of Compu were very patient. They did not remove the stone ball directly, but slowly studied and analyzed it, and removed it in the most suitable way without destroying the stone ball. This means that the work here will not be finished for a while. If Yi Sha were to take the stone ball, the only way he could think of was to smash the dragon head and then get the stone ball out, which was quite violent and might damage the stone ball. In that case, let these guys do the work first, and when they get the stone ball, he could grab it. Yi Sha already had a plan in mind. However, Yi Sha still needed to make some preparations. At present, the Apostle Walker did not appear. Yi Sha guessed that he was probably at the entrance, and the Apostle Walker chose the cave on the other side. If the Apostle's goal was the stone ball, or the cave on the other side was a dead end, the Apostle would definitely turn back to this side, and then Yi Sha would be exposed if he blocked the door. Secondly, it was unknown how long it would take for Compu to find out that there was a problem with the communication on the ground. After all, everyone was dead, so they would probably send someone back to the ground to check. If he blocked the door, he would still be discovered. Yi Sha needed to sneak in. And fortunately, the other party's clothing provided convenience for Yi Sha. The biochemical suit will cover the whole body, even the head, and the biochemical helmet needs to be worn. Moreover, Yi Sha also heard Luo Jin's previous instructions that he was absolutely not allowed to take off the biochemical suit. This is his chance. Yi Sha still stood against the wall. He needed to wait for a suitable opportunity. Fortunately, Yi Sha seemed to have good luck this time. An armed man wearing a biochemical suit was holding an instrument with a metal rod on the top of the instrument. There was a ring on the rod, which kept sweeping across the wall. It seemed to be checking whether the wall was solid and whether there was anything hidden behind it. Then, after slowly going around a small circle, it was about to pass through the entrance. Yi Sha's muscles tightened up at the first moment. And then when the other party passed through the entrance, Yi Sha suddenly stretched out his arm. Before the armed man could react, he was knocked unconscious by Yi Sha's palm knife. And then Yi Sha dragged the armed man into the passage quickly. After stripping off the biochemical suit and equipment, the armed man was a very strong middle-aged man. Yi Sha covered his mouth and pinched his throat, and then twisted it violently, causing him to die painlessly in a coma. Next, he dealt with the corpse. Yi Sha used the king's holy sword to pry off 2 black stone bricks in the passage. Then the corpse flower vines made a hole behind the wall. After Yi Sha stuffed the corpse in, the corpse flower vines dragged the corpse into the depths. After dealing with the corpse, Yi Sha pushed the black stone bricks back, then put on the biochemical suit, took the equipment, and entered the space behind the passage. He pretended to scan the wall with the instrument, and then slowly approached the location of the statue. As he got closer, Yi Sha felt the majesty of the dragon statue, especially in ancient times. It was a great achievement to build such a majestic dragon statue in such a place purely relying on manpower. However, apart from the majesty, Yi Sha did not feel any other special feeling on the dragon statue. But when he looked at the stone bead, Yi Sha felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if the power hidden in the stone box of ancient civilization was overflowing unscrupulously. "Hey, what are you doing?" At this time, a voice sounded behind Yi Sha. "If you are done, go and help build the bracket." Yi Sha looked back, nodded, put down the instrument, ran to the other side of the dragon statue, and started to assemble the bracket with others. Chapter 548 Attack. Compu seems to be planning to build a support at the same height as the dragon statue, and then slowly conduct research. Obviously, Compu is also very interested in the dragon statue. However, Yi Sha thinks that there may be no such opportunity. If we really follow the progress of these researchers, it will take a month or so to complete the research. The apostle should not be able to wait that long. Besides, if all the people on the ground are dead, they can't hide it for that long. Yi Sha set up the support and worked honestly. All he needed to do was wait. Of course, Yi Sha did not forget to look around all the time. About 2 hours later, after listening to the reports of some researchers, Luo Jin suddenly became a little irritated. He whispered for a while holding the walkie-talkie, and then angrily smashed the walkie-talkie to the ground. "Damn it!" Luo Jin cursed in a whisper. Yi Sha knew that most of them tried to contact the people on the ground, but lost the communication. In order to save the number of instruments, data analysis was done on the ground. Yi Sha had known this for a long time. "You? And you?" Luo Jin suddenly pointed to the side, and then said, "You too. Escort Dr. Dolan back to the ground and ask why the communication server cannot be connected." "Doctor, it should be fine." A researcher, The magnetic field here is very unstable. Although our communication equipment is specially made, it may lose the signal. This is something that was expected in advance. Luo Jin nodded. If communication cannot be established, we can only move the equipment down. Anyway, let's go up and take a look. The three people named by Luo Jin immediately walked out of the passage and headed towards the ground. However, after another 2 hours, the three people did not appear again. Luo Jin frowned. What the hell? Luo Jin hesitated for a moment. In the case of losing contact, the situation on the ground was unclear. Luo Jin had no better solution, so he could only recruit armed personnel again. But this time, the number increased to 7 people per team. Yisha watched silently from the side. It seemed that the Apostle Walker had taken action. Most of the people who left earlier had been killed by the Apostle Walker. Then, Yisha murmured, should the Apostle Walker take action? If the Apostle Walker had the same idea as Yisha and wanted to wait for Compu to get the stone ball before snatching it, then this wishful thinking might fail. Under the current circumstances, Luo Jin could not ignore the situation on the ground and focus on the dragon statue and the stone ball. So the Apostle Walker would definitely force his way. Bang! At this time, Yisha was hit on the head. He looked sideways and saw a man in a biochemical suit. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and work. Go build the support above. Yisha shrugged his shoulders, hugged a bundle of steel pipes, and climbed to the second floor of the support to continue building. It was still 2 hours, and the team of armed personnel who left still did not come back. They completely lost contact. The anxiety on Luo Jin's face became more obvious. At the same time, the armed personnel whispered among themselves. The ground communication could not be contacted. The two groups of people did not show up after leaving. Anyone who was not a fool knew that something must have gone wrong. Yisha muttered in his heart, it's time to take action. Anxiety and doubts occupied everyone's mind. Now, it was the best time to take the stone ball. At this time, Luo Jin suddenly said, all armed personnel line up. Will Luo Jin send all the armed personnel out? But at this moment, ah! Screams suddenly rang out. In the direction of the entrance, the tall figure of the arbitrator suddenly appeared, seized the moment when the armed personnel gathered, and started shooting with a machine gun. Yisha hid behind the crowd and dodged behind a rock against the wall. At the same time, Luo Jin immediately shouted, fight back. Shoot. The armed personnel were all equipped with weapons, and they did not unload them even when they were working. Hearing Luo Jin shout, they immediately fired at the arbitrator. But, at this moment, a grenade suddenly fell from the top of the armed personnel's head and rolled on the ground. Boom! As the flame spread, the impact of the explosion blew away the surrounding armed personnel. At the same time, an apostle suddenly appeared at the top of the cave, and his cloak spread out and fell directly. An ability like invisibility? Yisha looked at the apostle in surprise. At the same time, the apostle opened his cloak, grabbed an Uzi submachine gun in his hand, and fired wildly in all directions. At the same time, behind the arbitrator, the remaining 2 apostles also rushed out. One of the apostles used a shock-wave-like ability, stepped in quickly, and kept stretching his palms to press around. And then, the surrounding armed personnel were blown away one after another. Another apostle was walking, looking like a superhuman. On his open palm, 3 purple-red beads were floating. As the apostle moved his mind, the 3 beads would continue to fly out. Just like Yisha didn't take those armed men seriously. With the strength of the apostle, he naturally wouldn't care about those armed men. Yisha took a deep breath, put on a layer of nitrogen armor, and rushed out with a gun. Then he was swept by the bullets of the submachine gun, and Yisha turned his body to the side and fell to the ground motionless. Yisha faithfully lay on the ground pretending to be dead, and the 3 apostles quickly killed all the other armed personnel. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with corpses. An apostle walked up to Luo Jin. Dr. Luo Jin? Luo Jin looked at the other party with a sullen face. Who are you? The apostle. It doesn't matter who we are, since you are just a group of researchers. As long as you leave here honestly, we will let you go. Luo Jin was angry. You are a group of robbers. Another apostle said disdainfully. Do you think the things here belong to your compu company? Do you think you are not robbers? In fact, don't think that no one knows what your compu company does. You are worse than robbers. The previous apostle said, Dr. Luo Jin, if you don't want to leave, Then we have to do it. Luo Jin had a dark face and waved his hand to the other researchers, signaling them to leave. Those researchers had already been scared and immediately rushed towards the cave entrance frantically. But at this moment, two, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out, and the arbitrator suddenly raised his machine gun and fired at the backs of those researchers. Chapter 549 Ace. Luo Jin widened his eyes and looked at the apostle angrily. You. The apostle spread his hands. I only said that we will let you go. But the monster behind has nothing to do with us. Luo Jin gritted his teeth. Okay. Very good. The apostle laughed disdainfully under his mask, and then said to his two companions, Get the stone ball. After the apostle finished speaking, he looked at Luo Jin again. Dr. Luo Jin, if you want to leave, please do as you please. Believe me, I will never stop you. After the apostle finished speaking, he no longer cared about Luo Jin, but walked forward and passed Luo Jin directly. But at this moment, Luo Jin suddenly reached out and pressed the apostle's shoulder. The apostle shook his shoulder and tried to shake Luo Jin's palm away. But then he became extremely stunned. A huge force came from Luo Jin's palm, like a clamp, firmly clamping his shoulder. Luo Jin grinned, revealing a rather ferocious smile. Why do you think the company let me lead the team? Why do you think those people listened to me so honestly? Puff! Before the apostle could react, he suddenly felt a pain in his shoulder, and then his entire arm flew into the air and fell to the ground. Ah! A scream rang out, and the apostle's forehead was sweating, and he kept retreating, looking at Luo Jin's right arm again. Because of the sudden expansion of muscles, the sleeve had been completely torn, and the exposed arm muscles were bulging, 3 to 5 times thicker than the other arm. Abnormally huge. At the same time, the veins on that arm were throbbing, and it was covered with a layer of gray scales like lizard skin. And then between the 5 fingers, there was something like a duck's web foot, but it was actually an extremely sharp blade. Luo Jin grinned. His tongue dragged to his chest, and swung it. How can you survive without some skills these days? The apostle, whose arm was cut off by Luo Jin, gritted his teeth and suddenly roared, Kill him for me! The apostle, holding the Uzi submachine gun, immediately shot at Luo Jin. But Luo Jin didn't care about the bullets at all. He raised his palm to block his eyes, and then let the bullets hit him. Those bullets couldn't penetrate Luo Jin's skin at all. After hitting Luo Jin's body, they made a ding-dong sound and were directly blocked. At this time, 3 purple-red beads suddenly fell from the sky on the other side. Those purple-red beads were not ordinary. Yi Sha saw them fall into the crowd with his own eyes. They were only the size of a baby's fist. However, after hitting the ground, they created a series of large pits with a diameter of 1 meter. It can be seen that the power of the 3 purple-red beads is really not small. However, Luo Jin still had a disdainful expression on his face. He looked at the 3 purple-red beads falling and said contemptuously, Superhuman? Do you think I am not? Luo Jin suddenly raised his head and looked up into the sky. Suddenly, a layer of red light flashed in his eyes, covering the whites of his eyes, making Luo Jin's eyes look like a devil. Blood red. The apostle who controlled the beads was suddenly shocked, suddenly covered his chest, and stepped back several steps. Then the 3 beads floating in the air fell to the ground, and blood flowed under the mask of the apostle. The apostle, who was first cut off by Luo Jin, said in a deep voice, Double Evolver. Yi Sha was also shocked when he heard the voice. Alien humans and superhumans are 2 forms of mutation and evolution of organisms caused by zombie viruses. Alien humans are physical mutations and evolutions, which will completely lose their human form and be similar to zombies. But from the perspective of combat, the form of alien humans is the most suitable organic organism for combat. Superhumans are mental mutations and evolutions, which will gain brain abilities by developing the brain. Or to put it more directly, superpowers. The 2 forms of mutation and evolution belong to 2 completely different categories, although it is not ruled out that both the body and the brain mutate at the same time. This situation is extremely rare. In fact, there are very few alien humans and superhumans. How can it be so easy to mutate at the same time? However, it is not impossible. Luo Jin is one of the few examples of mutation and evolution in both the body and the brain. That is, the double evolutionist mentioned by the apostle. Yi Sha really didn't expect that he regarded the apostle as the main opponent. But in the end, Luo Jin was the hidden big boss, the one who needed to be killed the most. Ha ha ha. At this time, Luo Jin also laughed wildly. You bunch of annoying rats. Just die honestly. The three apostles quickly gathered together, and the leader said viciously, don't hold back. This guy is very strong. As the voice fell, the arbitrator, driven by the apostles, took the lead in firing, shooting at Luo Jin continuously. Yi Sha was lying on the ground and was not idle. He took a quiet look and then couldn't help muttering, so that's it. The arbiter was indeed controlled by the other party. But it had little to do with the arbiter chip. It was the work of the superhuman apostle in the apostle walk. That guy should have used a similar ability to control the mind to drive the arbiter. On the other side, Luo Jin naturally didn't care about the arbiter shooting at all. He just stretched out his hand to cover his eyes. This was probably the only part of Luo Jin's body that would be injured by bullets. The apostle walk was obviously experienced in combat. The arbiter suddenly opened fire to cover and fake a shot. They didn't think the arbiter could hurt Luo Jin at all. While Luo Jin was covering his eyes and his vision was temporarily blocked, the three apostles rushed forward at the same time, running in a shape, approaching Luo Jin quickly. Under the control of the apostles, the three purple-red beads flew up again and hit Luo Jin. Bang, bang, bang. Because of his vision, Luo Jin could not tell the direction of the beads, and this time he was hit hard by 3 hits. However, the impact of the 3 beads only made Luo Jin retreat half a step. Yi Sha guessed that the expressions hidden under the masks of the 3 apostles were definitely not good. They probably didn't expect that there would be such a difficult character hidden in the team of Compu. Actually, it makes sense. If the stone beads are really so rare, Compu would send dozens of ordinary armed personnel, who are not even the elites of the 3 dragons team. Is it possible? Possibly. Because Luo Jin is Compu's hidden trump card. Chapter 550 Fierce Fight. Yi Sha now hoped that the apostles could show some real skills. Not to lose so miserably, and be killed so easily. So that he could consume Luo Jin more. So that he would be more advantageous when he attacked. However, the 3 apostles obviously did not just want to consume Luo Jin. They wanted to kill people. When the 3 beads hit Luo Jin, an apostle rushed out from the side, shouted softly, and turned out to be a woman. After lifting her cloak, she directly drew out 2 swords from her back and chopped down at Luo Jin. Luo Jin put down the arm that was covering his eyes, and swung his arm forward, colliding with the opponent's double swords. Clang! A crisp sound of collision sounded. Luo Jin's right arm was as hard as steel, and he was not at a disadvantage when he collided with the opponent's double swords. The blades of the double swords could not even cut a mark on Luo Jin's arm. However, the female apostle seemed to be very skilled in walking. After blocking the attack, she suddenly lowered her body, and the double swords cut Luo Jin's waist, quickly bringing out 2 blood flowers. And then her body twisted like a gyroscope, passing by Luo Jin, coming to Luo Jin's back. The female apostle swept her 2 swords and hit Luo Jin's back again. Ah! Feeling the pain from his waist and back, Luo Jin was also very angry, and suddenly raised his arms and swung them backwards. But the female apostle seemed to have expected it. She suddenly tilted her body to avoid Luo Jin's fist, and then held the 2 swords in reverse and swept across Luo Jin's thigh. Luo Jin's thigh was cut open with 2 bloody wounds, and his body couldn't help but tilt. The opponent took advantage of the situation and immediately raised the sword to chop Luo Jin's head. But at this moment, Luo Jin raised his head suddenly, and red light flashed in his eyes again, turning Luo Jin's pupils into blood red. Bang! The female apostle felt as if her chest was hit by a heavy hammer, and she flew backwards and hit the rock wall hard. And the rock wall kept falling with broken stones. After a brief confrontation, the apostle whose arm was cut by Luo Jin's eyes lit up, as if she had found Luo Jin's weakness, and immediately shouted, "Attack the parts of his body that have not mutated." This does seem to be Luo Jin's weakness. His arm is as hard as steel, with claws on his fingertips and sharp blades between his fingers, which can easily cut off the arm of the apostle. The previous attacks, as long as they landed on that arm, were all useless. However, Luo Jin's unmutated human body parts did not seem to be so strong. The female apostle used her double knives to inflict several wounds on Luo Jin's body. This is Luo Jin's weakness. The purple-red beads in the air flew towards Luo Jin again, aiming directly at the part other than Luo Jin's arm. Luo Jin growled, "Do you think you can beat me like this?" Wishful thinking. Red light flashed in Luo Jin's eyes again. And then the 3 beads trembled in the air, suddenly changed direction, and flew towards the female apostle, who had just climbed up from the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive collisions, the female apostle opened her mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood, which kept flowing out of the mask, and her body was knocked out again. Then Luo Jin turned his head, and the superhuman in the apostle seemed to be completely inferior to Luo Jin in terms of brain development. Just by Luo Jin's glance, his head made a buzzing sound, as if something was blown up. Then the apostle half knelt on the ground involuntarily. The remaining apostle with a broken arm rushed to Luo Jin and punched forward. Bang! Luo Jin raised his arm and directly caught the opponent's fist. Luo Jin said disdainfully, "Too weak." Luo Jin had just opened his mouth when the apostle said, "Shock." Bang! A violent muffled sound appeared in front of Luo Jin. And then Luo Jin was inexplicably knocked away by the blow, hitting a support not far away. And the support was immediately collapsed. The apostle with a broken arm took a step forward, lifted his cloak, and had a special belt wrapped around his waist. There was a slot on the outside of the belt, and metal tubes, like pins, were inserted into it. The apostle pulled out 2 of them, twisted his thumb, and threw them in the direction of Luo Jin. Luo Jin had just gotten up from the ground when the 2 metal tubes fell to his feet. Bang! The 2 metal tubes suddenly exploded, and a dazzling blue light appeared. Luo Jin couldn't help but cover his eyes and screamed. Luo Jin's eyes are also a weakness, which is not difficult to guess. When being attacked, Luo Jin will take the initiative to protect his eyes, which is a more obvious proof. However, the 2 steel pipes were obviously not just blinding. Or rather, the dazzling light was just a byproduct. The next moment, with a crackling sound, electric current suddenly surged out of the 2 cracked steel pipes, like long snakes, quickly crawling onto Luo Jin's body. Ah! Luo Jin roared again, and after a moment, the current dissipated, leaving Luo Jin's body charred and even emitting black smoke. The armless apostle roared again, "Kill him!" The female apostle had quietly come behind Luo Jin, and when Luo Jin was gasping for breath, she suddenly raised her 2 swords and was about to chop down at the back of Luo Jin's neck. Yi Sha was thinking in his heart that it was almost time for him to take action. The 3 apostles were seriously injured by Luo Jin, and now Luo Jin was caught in a weak spot and was also seriously injured. Moreover, if he could not block this attack, Luo Jin might die here. The battle between the 2 sides has reached a critical moment. Both sides are highly focused and staring at each other. At the same time, both the apostles and Luo Jin were seriously injured. With such a great opportunity, what reason do I have not to take action? Yi Sha thought as he stood up slowly. But at this moment, Luo Jin shook his head violently. And at the critical moment, he dodged the double knives chopped down by the female apostle, avoiding the fate of being beheaded. Then, Luo Jin opened his mouth violently, and his tongue suddenly stretched out, like a whip, directly wrapped around the neck of the female apostle, and then threw the female apostle out with force. Fuck! Yi Sha had just stood up from the ground, and then he widened his eyes and couldn't help cursing. The next moment, with a bang, the female apostle hit Yi Sha directly, knocking Yi Sha back to the ground.